Chapter 1. The Celestial Realm, the Kingdom of Yu, Fengyun County. In a quaint mountain village, a celestial master arrived. The villagers gazed with curiosity as the village chief endeavored to maintain order. The celestial master donned a robe of azure, intricately embroidered with patterns of the ocean clouds, exuding both grandeur and beauty, as well as an air of nobility and authority. Standing high above, the celestial master appeared somewhat aloof. I am a disciple of the Cloud Sea Sect, hence a celestial master. By joining the Cloud Sea Sect, you too can become a celestial master. Even a mere Layer 1 Chi refinement practitioner can effortlessly vanquish a top-tier martial artist. Embarking on the path of cultivation requires certain prerequisites. One must possess a spiritual root, for only those with a spiritual root can cultivate. I am here to assess your spiritual roots and ascertain whether you are qualified to pursue the path of cultivation. Shortly, place your palm upon this compass if it radiates light. You possess a spiritual root. If it does not, then you do not. The celestial master retrieved a compass from his pocket, delicately placing a stone upon its concave surface, one after another, until 3 stones were arranged, causing the compass to emit a golden glow. After a prolonged moment, tranquility gradually returned. The celestial master instructed, form a line and approach one by one, do not rush. This assessment is primarily for those aged 18 and below. Those over 18 need not apply. At the village chief's behest, one by one, the young men and women began to queue. A youth placed his hand upon the compass, and after 3 seconds of no illumination, the celestial master declared, not qualified. Next. Not qualified. Next. Still not qualified. Continue. Not qualified. Proceed. One by one, the youths placed their palms upon the compass. The celestial master felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was not unexpected. Spiritual roots did not manifest so easily. Perhaps among 1,000 individuals, only one might possess a spiritual root, or even fewer. He had traversed over a dozen villages, and thus far, not a single individual had qualified. Suddenly, a young boy placed his hand upon the compass, and it erupted with brilliant light. The celestial master expressed mild surprise, saying, "Excellent, excellent. You possess a spiritual root, and thus qualify for cultivation. As for the grade of your spiritual root, that shall be determined upon returning to the sect. What is your name?" "I am Ning Fan." "Stand over there. You have the right to join my Cloud Sea Sect," the celestial master proclaimed. Ning Fan felt a flicker of joy. Not long ago, he had been a weary corporate drone, a mere marginal figure in society, before he found himself transported to this mountain village, becoming the son of a landowner. His father possessed over 300 acres of land, making him one of the most prominent figures in the village. After initially grappling with fear and confusion, Ning Fan gradually found his composure, planning to diligently pursue the imperial examination, aspire to an official position, and perhaps invent glass, cement, and the like. However, his ambitious plans were abruptly curtailed by the arrival of the celestial master, who would seek an official position when the path of cultivation lay before them. The assessments continued, yet still, many were deemed unqualified. Soon, over 100 individuals had undergone testing. The celestial master remarked indifferently, "Even servants may be assessed." During the spiritual root evaluation, many landowners intentionally overlooked their servants. The rationale behind this was often rooted in self-interest. If the master lacked a spiritual root, how could a servant possibly possess one? Should a servant manifest a spiritual root, it could lead to an upheaval of the established order. Under the celestial master's admonition, some landowners, albeit reluctantly, allowed their servants to step forward for testing. In an instant, a servant girl approached for her assessment. Ah, she possesses a spiritual root. At that moment, the compass shone brightly, revealing that this was a maidservant. The maidservant's complexion was sallow, her hair unkempt, presenting an overall picture of malnourishment, with gaunt features and eyes flickering with trepidation and fear. The celestial master inquired, "Very good. What is your name?" The maidservant replied, "I am Xiao Huan." The celestial master stated, "Stand over there. From the moment your spiritual root was revealed, you have become extraordinary." Xiao Huan, trembling, took her place aside, glancing at the young master nearby. Ning Fan was also taken aback, not expecting this inconspicuous maidservant to possess a spiritual root as well. The evaluations continued, and when they concluded, only 2 individuals were found to have spiritual roots. The celestial master smiled and said, "You have half an hour to bid farewell to your families. This silver note is for your family. Once you leave home, it may be years before you return." Ning Fan, filled with reluctance, gazed at his father. His father said, "Son, you have a promising future ahead. Out there, you will no longer be a young master. You must exercise caution. Do not harbor ill intent, but remain vigilant against others." "I understand, father." His father continued to offer advice while handing him a bundle containing silver and some provisions. The celestial master remarked, "In our cultivation realm, silver and silver notes are among the least useful items. These will serve no purpose. Here, take this 1,000 taels of silver." Producing 1,000 taels in silver notes, he handed them over. His father, astonished, exclaimed, "If silver notes are useless, then what is of value?" The celestial master replied, "In our cultivation realm, what is truly valuable are spiritual sand or spiritual stones. There is no need to bring anything else. We have everything in the cultivation realm." His father, filled with reluctance, continued to advise his son. The celestial master produced a paper crane, which began to enlarge. The 2 children climbed aboard the paper crane. Soaring rapidly at an altitude of 500 meters, the crane glided through the skies, emitting a whirring sound. With a wave of the celestial master's hand, a thin veil appeared to shield them from the fierce winds. Before long, they arrived at Cloudtop City. They disembarked from the paper crane, landing in the heart of a vast plaza. In the plaza, lines of individuals queued as 5 celestial masters conducted evaluations. The lines were long, yet those with celestial affinity were few and far between. "Greetings, senior brother." The celestial master approached, stating, "I have traversed over 20 villages and found 2 children suitable." "Very well, you are indeed fortunate. Many disciples have scoured other villages only to return empty-handed. Not a single one found. Please wait aside, we will finish the evaluation shortly." The testing proceeded swiftly, and approximately half an hour later, the evaluations concluded. The senior brother continued to await the return of other celestial masters, some bringing back children, while others returned empty-handed. In the end, only 23 children qualified. The senior brother sighed. Throughout the entire county, over 30,000 children were assessed, and only 23 qualified. This is exceedingly rare. Senior brother, this is simply beyond our control. The emergence of spiritual roots is inherently uncertain. Thus, before testing, no one can ascertain whether an individual possesses one. There have been instances where a pair of nascent soul partners bore a child who lacked a spiritual root, while ordinary individuals, even servants, might possess one. "Let's depart," the senior brother declared, producing a flying vessel that expanded in size. They ushered the children aboard the vessel. Inside, the space was rather confined, with the youths seated within. A soft whirring sound echoed as the vessel vanished into the distance. The other celestial masters rode on flying darts, escorting the vessel as it journeyed forth. Inside the vessel, Ning Fan observed his companions, remaining silent yet vigilant. Xiao Huan pressed against him, casting worried glances in his direction. "I am Zhao Lei. My father is the county governor. We are heading to the Cloud Sea Sect. Once we arrive, we shall be fellow townsfolk. Out in the world, we must support one another." A richly dressed youth spoke up, sharing his thoughts. "Those celestial masters merely confirm our possession of spiritual roots. Upon arriving at the Cloud Sea Sect, further evaluations will be conducted, and based on the quality of our spiritual roots, we shall receive different treatments." One youth, puzzled, inquired, "Do spiritual roots really have ranks?" "Indeed," Zhao Lei continued, "spiritual roots are classified into various tiers: inferior, medium, superior, earth grade, and heaven grade. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation speed. An inferior spiritual root has a cultivation speed of 1, while a medium spiritual root has a speed of 2, a superior spiritual root 5, an earth grade spiritual root 10, and a heaven-grade spiritual root 20. This delineates the difference between geniuses and ordinary individuals. The disparity between people can be greater than that between humans and dogs. Another youth asked, "How do we discern the rank of our spiritual roots?" Zhao Lei smiled. Within the sect, there are special formations that could determine the quality of spiritual roots, categorizing individuals into various ranks: servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true inheritors. The majority of the disciples possess inferior spiritual roots, relegating them to the ranks of servant students. A select few exceptional talents are endowed with mid-grade spiritual roots, granting them a mere 10% chance of achieving foundation establishment. As for those with superior spiritual roots, they enjoy a 50% chance of foundation establishment, marking them as prime candidates for the sect's focused cultivation. Zhao Lei, hailing from an extraordinary background, was privy to certain intelligence and information. He sought to enlighten his fellow townsfolk with this knowledge. Ning Fan listened intently. Hehuan also paid close attention. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from outside, causing the entire flying vessel to shake violently. The tumult outside was intense. The young boys within the cabin felt waves of terror. Hehuan instinctively clutched Ning Fan's arm, her heart brimming with dread. "Young master, what is happening?" "It is likely a battle is unfolding." Ning Fan gazed outside, witnessing a flying sword sever the head of a celestial master. A burst of flames surged forth, incinerating another celestial master into ashes. The other celestial masters began to retaliate, only to be swiftly dispatched. The conflict commenced with great swiftness and concluded just as quickly. At this juncture, a woman appeared before the ship, clad in a flowing black gown, her figure graceful, skin as fair as snow, her eyes sparkling like stars, with tassels cascading from her hair. Barefoot, she stood suspended in the void. Her nails were adorned with a fiery red, vibrant as flames. She burst into a melodious laughter. Her laughter was imbued with an irresistible allure. The young men present gazed at the woman, their expressions immediately reflecting boundless infatuation. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The woman in the black dress spoke. "Now, you have been intercepted by my Hehuan Sect. The ship is bound for the northwest. Congratulations on joining the Hehuan Sect." Her laughter was enchanting, her bare feet gracing the deck, each smile and frown exuding endless seduction. Zhao Lei, however, gasped in astonishment. "The Hehuan Sect? Isn't it a demonic sect?" He. The stunning woman laughed. "Little brother, it seems your family has imparted some knowledge of the cultivation world indeed. The Hehuan Sect is a demonic faction. Upon joining our Hehuan Sect, men can revel in the company of exquisite women, while women can enjoy the company of handsome men, thus engaging in harmonious dual cultivation, enhancing their cultivation speed with joy. Little brother, after spending some time in the Hehuan Sect, you will surely come to appreciate it." Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, paled, as though confronted by a malevolent specter. At Hehuan Sect, he had a powerful backing and enjoyed a smooth path of development. Now, however, he was captured by the enchanting woman of the Hehuan Sect, destined to join Thema tragic turn of fate. The Hehuan Sect was notorious for its dual cultivation and extraction practices. It was an exceedingly chaotic faction, where a single woman could indulge with numerous men, or a man could revel with countless women. The beautiful woman declared, "It appears you are aware of our Hehuan Sect. Little ones, we eagerly await your joining." The flying vessel altered its course, heading northwest. Simultaneously, other areas of Hehuan Sect were also under siege. Countless mid-tier cultivators were ruthlessly slaughtered. Many children and youths identified as possessing spiritual roots were seized. The airship continued its swift journey, arriving before a range of majestic mountains within a day. The vessel descended steadily. The children and youths with spiritual roots disembarked one after another. Ning Fan, mingling among the crowd, lifted his gaze to behold an endless expanse of beautiful peaks and resplendent palaces. Countless waterfalls cascaded from the mountain heights, resembling a multitude of jade dragons. The sky was a crystal clear blue, illuminated by gentle, radiant sunlight, pristine and unblemished. On the hundreds of towering peaks, Pine trees twisted their roots, their branches sprawling, exuding an ancient aura. Deep within the mountains, amidst the ethereal mist, a colossal city floated like a mirage, leading one to believe they had entered the realm of the immortals. Ning Fan was awestruck by this celestial paradise, rendered speechless. The other children were equally captivated. The beautiful woman stated, "I am Yulianer, your guiding senior sister. I shall now lead you to test your spiritual roots. I hope your spiritual root levels are high. The higher the level, the better the treatment received. The rewards I receive will also be greater, and vice versa." Under Yulianer's guidance, they soon arrived at the gates of a city. The gate bore the three grand characters, Xian step into the immortal city. Yulianer began her introduction. Xian marks the beginning of your journey into the path of seeking immortality. Xian is a city established by the Hehuan Sect, housing academies, servant quarters, alchemy halls, formation halls, and talisman halls, along with various shops. Here, we primarily gather servant disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples. In our Hehuan Sect, there are 100,000 servant disciples, 10,000 outer disciples, and 3,000 inner disciples. Servant disciples handle menial tasks, maintain cleanliness, cultivate spiritual rice, raise spiritual beasts, and produce some low-level spiritual artifacts, as well as basic elixirs and talismans. The outer disciples hold a significantly elevated status, receiving a low-grade spiritual artifact along with several spiritual items, as well as annual rewards. The inner disciples enjoy an even higher standing, coupled with enhanced benefits, though competition among them is exceedingly fierce. Above the inner disciples lies the category of true disciples, which I shall refrain from elaborating on, as it seems futile to discuss. In due course, we arrived at the Elder Hall, entering in batches. Yulianer stepped forward and announced, "Elder Song, I have returned, bringing back 23 disciples with spiritual roots." "Excellent." Elder Song nodded slightly. "I shall assess your spiritual roots. Those with low-grade roots will commence as servant disciples. If you possess medium-grade roots, you may begin as outer disciples." The elder activated the formation, revealing a stone upon which various hues, black, gold, azure, white, and blue, flared and shifted vigorously. One by one, the individuals approached for assessment. A young girl placed her palm upon the stone, which shimmered with a black light. "Low-grade water spiritual root. What is your name?" Elder Song inquired. "By way." The girl timidly replied. Elder Song produced a token, adorned with a yin-yang taiji symbol on one side, and the words Hehuan Sect inscribed beneath it. While the reverse bore 6 characters, servant disciple by way, yield your drop of blood. With a pointed finger, Elder Song caused a drop of the girl's blood to merge with the token. Keep this token, it serves as your identification. As a servant disciple, you will receive 100 points. Cherish it, for points are of utmost importance. Next, by way stepped aside. Another young boy approached, and this time, the stone gleamed with golden light. This is a low-grade gold spiritual root. One after another, boys and girls stepped forward, the youngest merely 8 years old, while the oldest had reached 18. Low-grade spiritual root. Low-grade spiritual root. The assessments continued. With each evaluation, a token was issued. After examining over 90 individuals, all were found to possess low-grade roots. Ning Fan, low-grade wood, fire, and earth spiritual roots. Here is your token. Ning Fan accepted the token and then stepped aside. There was neither embarrassment nor shame, for the majority of those present possessed inferior spiritual roots. The remaining cultivators, who had not undergone testing, were mostly of the same low caliber. "Young master, it's my turn now," Hehuan exclaimed. "Do not be afraid, simply place your hand upon the stone." Ning Fan reassured her. Hehuan approached with trepidation, her hand trembling as she laid it upon the stone. Suddenly, a dazzling black light flickered, radiating brilliance and splendor. "Superior water spiritual root," Elder Song remarked with mild astonishment. "Remarkable. This generation truly has a prodigy. Young lady, what is your name?" "I am called Hehuan," she replied. Elder Song responded. Hehuan is a name befitting a maid, indicating a humble origin. However, with a superior spiritual root, your chances of entering the foundation establishment stage are significantly heightened, and you have great potential for entering the Purple Mansion. From this day forth, you shall no longer be that lowly maid. In the realm of cultivation, what defines the Tao? What embodies virtue? A powerful fist is synonymous with virtue. In this world, one's identity and status are of little consequence. Only strength holds eternal value. Our Harmony Sect is a formidable faction of the demonic path, often engaging in slaughter and conflict against the righteous sections. Yet, they are powerless against us, for we rely solely on our might. The name Hehuan is no longer fitting. Let us bestow upon you a new name. Hehuan, feeling a sense of unease, glanced at her young master and said, "Young master, Elder Song is correct. Upon joining the Harmony Sect and possessing a superior spiritual root, you shall no longer be my maid, but rather my senior sister, upon whom I shall rely in the future." Ning Fan suggested, "Why not change your name to Ning Shui?" Hehuan replied, "If the young master wishes for me to be called Ning Shui, then I shall be Ning Shui." As she walked forward, all the disciples respectfully stepped aside, their expressions filled with awe. Elder Song continued with the assessment. Low-grade spiritual root, low-grade spiritual root, low-grade spiritual root, low-grade spiritual root. Almost uniformly, the results revealed low-grade spiritual roots, with the occasional mid-grade spiritual root appearing. Upon completion of the assessment, it was determined that 983 individuals possessed low-grade spiritual roots. 25 had mid-grade spiritual roots, and only one, Ning Shui, was endowed with a high-grade spiritual root. Those with low-grade spiritual roots would uniformly become servant disciples, given a decade to cultivate their skills. If they could reach the 4th level of Qi refinement, they would qualify as outer disciples. Alternatively, those who excelled in alchemy, formations, or talismans would also have the opportunity to become outer disciples. Should they fail to meet this deadline, they would remain as servant disciples. This was a chance for servant disciples to ascend. It was up to them to seize it. Disciples with mid-grade spiritual roots would all become outer disciples, needing to reach the 7th level of Qi refinement before the age of 40 to qualify as inner disciples. If they had not achieved this by the age of 40, they would forfeit their chance to become inner disciples and remain outer disciples for life. As for Ning Shui, she was now an inner disciple, personally accepted by Elder Zifu. With a wave of his hand, he grasped Ning Shui and vanished. In that moment, Ning Shui was the unequivocal center of attention, while everyone else faded into the background. Yu Lianair watched her departing junior sister, a flicker of envy crossing her face. She had not anticipated such a remarkable rise. From this point onward, this junior sister would no longer inhabit the same world as her. "I am Yu Lianair, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. An outer disciple. As your guide, I shall be responsible for your care for the next year." Yu Lianair turned to the remaining 22 servant disciples and began to outline the rules. "Our Hehuan Sect emphasizes the principle of survival of the fittest. The strong can seize everything, while the weak are stripped of all dignity. However, the sect will grant you newcomers a year of protection. Cherish this precious year." Zhao Lei inquired curiously, "Senior sister, what does the new disciple protection period entail?" Yu Lianair explained, "Our Hehuan Sect is a demonic sect, ruthless and bloody, where strength is paramount, and any means are justified to grow stronger. Yet, there is a degree of protection for newly initiated disciples, as the disparities among us are not yet pronounced. A disciple with a heavenly spiritual root may not necessarily overpower one with a low-grade spiritual root. The demonic path embodies cruelty and bloodshed, but it also offers a certain order, providing opportunities for the weaker talents to flourish. This protection lasts for 1 year. During this time, I will teach you to read and write. Without basic literacy, how can one embark on the path of cultivation? This is the first step. Second, you must learn the sect's regulations. Certain taboos must not be violated. Transgressions will result in penalties, ranging from point deductions to being reduced to a furnace cauldron. Third, it is advisable to master a skill. Most individuals possess only average talent, often with low-grade spiritual roots, and the sect provides limited resources. If you can practice alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, or formations, you may accumulate some wealth and still have a chance to establish a foundation. As the saying goes, when one ascends, their kin too may rise. If your father is a great cultivator of the Zifu realm, or if you possess exceptional tea skills and find a partner of the same level, or perhaps become a furnace cauldron for a golden core cultivator, there lies a possibility. However, such fortunate events are unlikely to come your way. Most of you should not harbor high expectations. Ultimately, cultivators must rely on themselves. There have been predecessors with low-grade spiritual roots who, through exceptional skills, amassed great wealth and successfully established a foundation. Wealth, partners, techniques, and land, money is paramount. If you can accumulate considerable wealth through your skills, You may afford to support a female cultivator in establishing her foundation, significantly increasing your chances of success. Fourth, should your talent be lacking and you possess no remarkable skills, you must strive diligently to complete the sect's various tasks, relentlessly seeking opportunities. While effort does not guarantee success, inaction certainly guarantees failure. Fifth, if you lack talent, skills, and are afraid of danger, you may choose to become a spiritual farmer here, primarily focusing on agriculture. Cultivating the land does not require much talent. Diligence and hard work suffice. You may also seek a low-level female cultivator as your partner, or marry a mortal for companionship and endeavor to have children. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you, and your offspring will possess a heavenly spiritual root. With a little encouragement, your son could easily become a foundation cultivator. Hehuan spoke with a smile, recounting paths to success for certain individuals. The Hehuan Sect, while a demonic faction marked by bloodshed and cruelty, nonetheless strives to maintain a semblance of order. Guiding these 22 newly initiated disciples for a year is one of her responsibilities. Among these disciples may lie exceptional talents or unique skills that could yield her substantial points. Just moments ago, she had discovered Ningshui, earning herself 2,000 points, equivalent to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The purchasing power of points exceeds that of spirit stones. She was truly invested in the development of these disciples. Under Hehuan's guidance, they arrived at the servant hall. Here, they registered their names and were each assigned a residence, along with a box. With a click, Hehuan opened the box to reveal 3 sets of feather garments, several books, a flying sword, and a token. These 3 sets of feather garments are primarily crafted from golden cicada silk, infused with various herbs. When worn, they allow one to traverse the wilderness without fear of insects, snakes, rodents, or ants, shielding the wearer from toxins and various hazards, rendering them impervious to blades and arrows unless struck by magical artifacts. On the open market, they would fetch at least 30 spirit stones. The total value of these 3 sets is 60 spirit stones. Additionally, there are several talismans. The first is the cleansing garment talisman, which can wash away dirt from your clothes. If you become soiled, a gentle breath on this talisman will summon water to cleanse you, usable up to 100 times before it wears out. This is a low-grade first-tier talisman. The second is the dust-repelling talisman, capable of warding off dust. The third is the fire talisman, useful for igniting flames for cooking, but will be completely exhausted after 100 uses. The fourth is the true water talisman, which can absorb moisture from the air when outdoors, proving invaluable during tasks. Usable for 3 months. The fifth is the blood-stopping talisman. When injured in the field, applying it to your wound will halt bleeding and alleviate pain, promoting rapid healing. Usable up to 10 times before it is rendered useless. The sixth is the rejuvenation talisman. When your mana is depleted in the wild, applying it will immediately restore your energy, again usable up to 10 times before it is exhausted. Additionally, there is a bottle of fasting pills containing approximately 100. Consuming one provides enough energy for a day. Hehuan introduced several talismans, primarily focusing on over a dozen life-enhancing and auxiliary talismans, devoid of any offensive capabilities. This sword, named the Sword of Breaking the Law, is a low-grade spiritual weapon, capable of effortlessly slicing through iron and even severing an enemy's head from 100 paces away. It also allows for graceful flight through the air. Although its grade is not particularly high, it is nonetheless adequate for your needs. Hehuan unsheathed the sword, wielding it in the void, producing a hissing sound. Additionally, there are several books that primarily introduce the foundational techniques of the Hehuan Sect, the Pure Yang art and the Pure Yin art. These texts cover only the first 4 levels, allowing practitioners to cultivate up to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, while the remaining techniques must be exchanged for at the library. Another book, entitled The Innate Transformation Technique, is mainly intended for mortals. Should you desire, you may use this technique to attract some mortal servants. Males may cultivate the Pure Yang art, while females may practice the Pure Yin art. The Hehuan Code elucidates the sect's regulations. The geography of your country presents an overview of the mountains, rivers, various sects, a few magical beasts, deep abysses, and certain perilous and special secret realms. You may wish to peruse these texts. There is also a storage pouch, albeit small, with a capacity of merely 1 cubic meter, suitable for storing a few items. Furthermore, there is a token engraved with your courtyard's room number, which is essential for accessing your residence. Each courtyard is equipped not only with an alchemy chamber that can harness earthly fire for potion making, but also with dedicated spiritual caverns that draw upon underground spiritual energy for cultivation. The first 3 years are complimentary, after which an annual fee of 100 spirit stones will be required as rent. Now, allow me to escort you to your lodgings. Yao Lianer led the group to their new abode. It was a standard courtyard, protected by a first-tier spiritual formation, impenetrable to anyone lacking a cultivation level of at least the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The courtyard, crafted from white jade, was adorned with various furnishings, exuding opulence and elegance. It featured a dedicated alchemy chamber and practice rooms. Many disciples of humble origins found their eyes sparkling with excitement. Here, even the most menial of servant disciples enjoyed a quality of life vastly superior to that of ordinary merchants, with sustenance surpassing that of many mortal nobility. Zhao Lei, too, found himself breathing rapidly. Having been born into a wealthy family, he was astonished to think that even a mere servant disciple could receive such favorable treatment. One could only imagine the privileges afforded to outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Ning Fan perceived all of this, his emotions oscillating. From this day forward, he would embark on the path of cultivation. Yu Lianer, sensing the feelings of these newcomers, smirked coldly within. Good fortune does not simply fall from the sky, but rather, beneath the surface lies a great pitfall. Enjoying favorable benefits now would result in a long future of repayment. Yu Lianer spoke. Newly admitted disciples, upon your entrance, you have been granted a grand courtyard, along with feathered garments, numerous talismans, a magic sword, and spirit-restoring pills. I shall guide you for a year. However, none of this is given freely. The Hehuan Sect will extend these provisions as a form of credit. Each new disciple thus incurs a debt of 300 spirit stones, which is essentially converted into points, equivalent to 300 points. This debt must be repaid in the future. You are quite fortunate. Many mortals, lacking spiritual roots, reside in Tuxian City. Those wishing to rent homes, purchase techniques, or acquire talismans cannot avail themselves of credit. They must spend spirit stones directly. You have already begun your journey ahead of many. In Tuxian City, the first floor is predominantly occupied by cultivators with spiritual roots, while the remaining 9 floors house mortals without such gifts. Yu Lianer regarded the newly admitted disciples with a glint of pity in her eyes. These servant disciples possessed inferior spiritual roots. The likelihood of their foundation establishment was exceedingly low, making them akin to worthless weeds by the roadside. The lives of many servant disciples could easily be reduced to ashes, serving merely to enrich the soil. Nonetheless, to cultivate a favorable sect image and enhance the utility of servant disciples, relatively generous benefits would be provided, which, in truth, cost little. My time is limited each day, and I shall instruct you for merely 1 hour. Your primary tasks are threefold. Learn to read and write. Advance to the first layer of Qi refinement within a year, and master a craft. As night fell, Ning Fan lay in bed, finding it difficult to sleep. The bedding was remarkably soft. The bed itself, crafted from precious Wanwali wood, was a rare material in the mortal realm, yet in the world of cultivation, it was merely the bed of a servant disciple, lacking value. Today marked the beginning of his journey into the realm of cultivation, a world that was far from the idyllic paradise he had envisioned. Ning Fan pondered upon certain matters. The facet he encountered today was merely the radiant aspect of the Hehuan Sect, the one they wished to present to the world. As for the shadowy, sinister side, he would remain oblivious to it. Just as one would avoid other pigs while slaughtering, the pig, in its final moments, perceives its owner as benevolent, for it is provided with sumptuous meals and a warm shelter to rest in. At Jialan Peak, the abode of the eminent cultivator of the Purple Mansion, the enchanting Jialan Fairy, she adorned a gown of purest white, her skin resembling snow, and her features exquisite as a painting. Her eyes seemed capable of piercing through the depths of the human soul, surrounded by a gentle aura of spiritual energy that accentuated her cold, noble elegance. Kneeling below her was a young girl, pale and emaciated, with hair that had turned yellow. "Ning Shui, do you wish to take me as your master?" inquired the Jialan Fairy. Disciple pays respects to the master. Ning Shui immediately stepped forward and knelt, bowing 3 times. Jialan spoke, "From this day forth, you shall be an inner disciple. Once you attain the foundation establishment stage, you may advance to a true disciple. For the time being, you shall remain here, where I will personally guide you. You have 3 senior sisters above you, who are currently on missions. You shall reunite with them after a while." As Jialan spoke, she began to outline her disciple's future. Ning Shui remarked, "Teacher, I have a companion, and I intend to greet him to alleviate his concerns." "Yet, that scoundrel Ning Fan. Indeed, it is said that you are his maid." "Yes, Fairy Jialan furrowed her brow slightly, then said, "Let us not dwell on the past. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be that person's maid. You are now my disciple, Jialan, endowed with superior spiritual roots and boundless potential. Whereas he possesses inferior roots and is destined to remain a lowly cultivator in this lifetime. You do not inhabit the same realm." Ning Shui remained silent for a long while before speaking. "However, during our time in the village, the young master treated me very well." The celestial lady Jialan replied, "You are not of the same world. Your young master possesses merely a low-grade spiritual root, resulting in an exceptionally sluggish cultivation speed. It takes him 3 months merely to reach the first level of qi refining after perceiving spiritual energy. In contrast, you, having comprehended the spiritual energy, can ascend to the first level of body refining in just 2 to 3 days. Even if your young master exerts every effort, he will only reach the 5th level of qi refining by the age of 60, which represents the pinnacle of his potential. You, however, are blessed with a high-grade spiritual root. At the tender age of 12, you may ascend to the 10th level of qi refining by the age of 25. And after refining your foundation, you could become a foundation establishment cultivator before the age of 30. Decades hence, while your young master grows frail and gray, with sagging skin, you will retain your beauty, appearing as a young maiden of 18. Will there still be any semblance of affection between you then?" The disciple understood this. Yet she felt a sense of obligation to repay the kindness bestowed upon her by the young master. "Very well," the celestial lady Jialan said. "We shall revisit this matter after some time." The following day, upon awakening, Ning Fan found himself in a small courtyard, accompanied by 22 other miscellaneous disciples who had also entered the courtyard. Yu Lianer commenced her teachings, first assessing the various information of these novice disciples and recording it meticulously. She began instructing them in literacy, elucidating the cultivation techniques, and explaining certain aspects of human anatomy, such as the dantian, acupoints, zifu, and meridians. The human body contains 33 meridians, which serve as channels for the flow of energy, and 365 acupoints, which are the positions for sensing spiritual energy. Additionally, the dantian serves as a reservoir for magical power. It was essential to familiarize oneself with various terminologies associated with cultivation. The first step in cultivating immortality is to become acquainted with the structure of the body, followed by the practice of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, sensing its fluctuations, and gradually condensing it into a vortex of magical power. Upon successfully forming the first vortex of magical power, one attains the first level of qi refining. Yu Lianer meticulously explained and guided the novice disciples through their initial meditation. She gently infused her magical power into their bodies to facilitate their perception of spiritual energy, thus hastening their understanding. Ning Fan entered a meditative state, closing his eyes to perceive the surrounding energies, but found himself unable to sense anything, leaving him somewhat disheartened. The other disciples also opened their eyes, displaying expressions of frustration. However, Yu Lianer appeared unfazed, remarking that this was perfectly normal, for they were merely ordinary cultivators. It was said that those with celestial spiritual roots could, after just a brief meditation, keenly perceive the vibrant spiritual energy of the world and draw it into their bodies, refining it into their first thread of spiritual power. As for the rest of them, the fastest among them might cultivate their first thread of spiritual power within a month, while the slower ones could take up to 3 months. Even those deemed dull-witted might manage to cultivate their first thread in half a year. Zhao Lei inquired, "Ning Shui, how long will it take for you to cultivate your first thread of spiritual power?" The other disciples were equally curious. Yu Lianer responded, "Sister Ning Shui may require only 3 days, or perhaps even less, to cultivate her first thread of spiritual power." The crowd was taken aback. The disparity was indeed striking. Yu Lianer sneered, "Sister Ning Shui is akin to a true dragon in the heavens, while you are but mudfish on the ground. Yesterday marked the day when the gap between you and Sister Ning Shui was at its narrowest. As time progresses, that gap will only widen. Sister Ning Shui, at merely 12 years of age, will most certainly become a foundational cultivator by the age of 30 at the latest. Foundational cultivators possess a lifespan of at least 240 years, and with the aid of longevity elixirs, they can live even longer. In contrast, you, with your inferior spiritual roots, may barely manage to condense your first thread of spiritual power after 3 to 5 months, and within a year, most of you will merely reach the first layer of qi cultivation. It could take 7 to 8 years, or even more than a decade, to advance by a single minor tier. If one were to reach the age of 200, they might qualify to attempt foundational cultivation. Though I have yet to encounter a Qi cultivator who has lived to see 200 years. The lifespan limit for Qi cultivators is generally around 120 years, with many succumbing to internal injuries or the toxic effects of elixirs, often passing away in their 100-plus years. Once a Qi cultivator surpasses the age of 60, their vitality tends to wane, and their cultivation often regresses rather than progresses. To maintain their level of cultivation without decline is already a stroke of luck. The prospect of further advancement is slim. As for the miscellaneous disciples, they should abandon the notion of foundational cultivation and cease their daydreaming. It is more prudent for you to diligently learn a craft, fulfill the tasks assigned by the sect, and accumulate some wealth. Then, you may marry a low-tier female cultivator or even a mortal woman and find joy in a simple life. Let us not dwell on these trivial matters. Return to your meditation and strive to refine the spiritual energy to condense your first thread of spiritual power, thereby stepping into the first layer of Qi cultivation sooner. My task is complete, as is yours. Achieving the first layer of Qi cultivation is the minimum standard for miscellaneous disciples. Should any of you fail to reach this level within a year, I shall incur penalties. Furthermore, any disciple who does not meet this standard will be relegated to the status of a furnace, a one-time furnace at that. Observing some disciples' complacent demeanor, Yu Lianer began to exert pressure on this group of novices. Youth should not serve as an excuse for ignorance. There are certain truths the young must come to understand. Our Hehuan Sect is not a charitable institution. We are a sect of demonic cultivation. It is commonplace for demonic sects to engage in acts of violence. The death of a low-tier cultivator by a high-tier cultivator is akin to crushing an ant underfoot. Would you reason with an ant? Furnaces are categorized into disposable and reusable types. Reusable furnaces require multiple absorptions and must be sustainable. They cannot be destroyed in one attempt. This may lead to a depletion of their vitality or a decline in their cultivation, yet they remain alive. Conversely, a disposable furnace, upon absorbing the essence and vitality in one go, faces immediate death due to the depletion of its life force. As the crowd listened, a sense of urgency washed over them. Ning Fan felt a surge of anxiety within him. A year, after all, was a definitive deadline. Following the fateful day, all the disciples busied themselves, striving to perceive the spiritual essence around them, attempting to refine and channel it into their bodies, converting it into magical power through their cultivation techniques. Failure, and yet more failure. A month elapsed, and among the 22 novice disciples, none had succeeded in refining even the slightest trace of magical power. Yu Lianer deemed their efforts as mediocre. Even those with inferior spiritual roots were categorized into various tiers, and those with superior talents had already refined their first trace of magical power within the month. On the 45th day, Zhao Lei managed to refine his initial trace of magical power, becoming the first qualified cultivator. A flicker of envy passed through the crowd, spurring them to exert even greater effort. By the 50th day, Bai Wei too refined her first trace of magical power, achieving the status of a qualified cultivator. On the 60th day, Mu Yue followed suit, also becoming a qualified cultivator. On the same day, Zhang Tai achieved the same milestone, marking his qualification as a cultivator. As time gradually slipped away, on the 80th day, Ning Fan, while practicing the pure yang technique, suddenly sensed a flow of spiritual essence circulating within him, breaking through a barrier and transforming into his first trace of magical power. It was done. He had succeeded. Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief. At long last, he had refined his first strand of spiritual power, thus becoming a competent cultivator. Among this group of disciples, he ranked 5th. This achievement was neither outstanding nor deplorable, especially when compared to Ning Shui. With her superior spiritual roots, she might very well cultivate her first strand of spiritual power within 3 days, swiftly ascending to the status of a qualified practitioner. Meanwhile, my progress, taking 80 days, feels excessively sluggish. Indeed, the disparity between individuals is even more pronounced than that between humans and canines. Ning Fan could not help but smile wryly. At that moment, his mind became remarkably clear, a buzzing sound resonating within. In the next instant, a golden scroll materialized in his consciousness, inscribed with 4 bold black characters, Heaven Sui rewards diligence. Upon seeing these words, Ning Fan experienced a profound epiphany, his soul resonating with their essence. Subsequently, information regarding this scroll began to transmit to him. This golden scroll was an extraordinary treasure. Upon refining his first trace of spiritual energy, it merged with him, becoming an integral part of his being. The scroll possessed three remarkable functions. First, it provided a precise panel of information detailing various aspects of oneself. Second, it held the principle that effort leads to progress. And third, it promised perpetual growth without any bottlenecks. At that moment, the four black characters on the scroll vanished, transforming into a panel of information. Name: Ning Fan. Age: 14. Realm: None, 110. Cultivation technique: Pure Yang art: Beginner, 3100. The information panel was straightforward, yet it revealed a great deal. He had merely refined his first trace of spiritual energy. Only upon refining 10 traces could he hope to ascend to the first layer of Qi refinement. Every beginning is challenging, and the most formidable task is to progress from nothing to something. Subsequent advancements become relatively easier. Ning Fan continued to cultivate the Pure Yang formula. And in merely 10 days, he succeeded in condensing his second strand of magical power. At that moment, the other novice disciples gradually broke through their shackles and began to manifest their first strands of magical energy. Time flowed steadily, and in the blink of an eye. 6 months had passed since his arrival at the Hehuan Sect. Ning Fan attended class, listening to Yu Lian share her knowledge. After an hour of guidance, she prepared to depart. With the remaining time, Ning Fan practiced alone, consuming spirit pills when hungry and resting when weary. During his leisure moments, he perused various texts distributed by the sect. These tomes contained a wealth of scientific knowledge, detailing common practices within the realm of cultivation, as well as taboos and precautions to heed. On this particular day, Yu Lian remarked, "I have been instructing you for half a year now, and most of you have condensed your first thread of spiritual energy. A mentor can only guide you to the door. The journey of cultivation relies upon your own efforts. Henceforth, I will teach you simple alchemy, artifact crafting, array formations, and talisman creation. As for more complex subjects, I am not well versed. I can only impart foundational skills. In the realm of cultivation, one must master a craft to thrive, ensuring financial stability and paving the way for future endeavors. Acquiring a skill is of utmost importance. Yet one must not neglect the enhancement of one's cultivation level, as that forms the foundation. The enemy's supplies are ripe for the taking. Their granaries shall become mine." Many alchemists, despite their refined skills, suffer due to inadequate cultivation, often relegated to the status of pill slaves, and others fare similarly. One must never overestimate the inherent goodness of humanity. Cultivation is paramount. A Hehuan, by virtue of their elevated realm, can easily ascend to the rank of a third-tier alchemist with but a modicum of effort, a testament to the adage that great strength yields miraculous results. To elevate one's craft, the foremost requirement is cultivation, followed by innate talent, and then the mastery that comes with practice. I shall teach you the rudiments of talisman crafting, alchemy, array formations, and artifact forging. You may study these at your discretion. If your talent permits, pursue it. If not, it would be prudent to forego the endeavor to avoid unnecessary expenditure. Yu Lian produced a piece of talisman paper and began to draw with the talisman brush. This was the simplest of cleansing talismans. Dipping the brush into talisman ink, she swiftly sketched. This talisman, being elementary, comprised merely 12 strokes, demanding precise control over spiritual energy. A pace too swift is detrimental. Too slow is equally so. The energy must be evenly distributed. Should the force be excessive, the paper may tear. In just 3 breaths, she completed a cleansing talisman. When drawing talismans, you must maintain a brisk pace. If you falter, the entire sheet may be ruined. A sluggish speed can disrupt the flow of ink, rendering your efforts futile. This will test your skill. The cleansing talisman, a rudimentary first-tier talisman, was distributed 10 sheets to each of you. You may attempt to draw 10 times consecutively. If you fail all 10, it suggests you are ill-suited to be a talisman master. It would be wise to abandon the pursuit rather than waste your resources. Thus, each received 10 sheets of talisman paper, while Yu Lian temporarily lent the brushes to the novice disciples. With the sound of crackling fire, a novice's attempt at talisman drawing ended in failure. One after another, they proceeded. Soon it was Ning Fan's turn, and, predictably, he too faced failure. As the 8 novice cultivators took their turns, all declared their endeavors unsuccessful. Yu Lian's expression darkened, yet she remained silent, allowing them to continue. Being neophyte cultivators, their spiritual energy was quite limited, exhausting itself with each attempt at drawing a talisman. After a brief period of recuperation, they could attempt again. On his second attempt, Ning Fan again failed. Yet a new statistic appeared on his panel, drawing 110. By the third attempt, the script was somewhat askew, yet he managed to succeed. Yu Lian, astonished, remarked, You are doing quite well. Now we shall assess your stability. As the cycle continued, it soon came around to Ning Fan once more. On his fourth attempt, he succeeded again. It seemed this marked the beginning of his success. With each subsequent attempt, he grew increasingly adept, his grip on the brush becoming more assured. By the end of his 10 sheets, he had failed 6 times and succeeded 4. Hehuan nodded and said, "Well done. You possess a certain talent for talisman crafting. Invest more effort into this side skill, and you shall secure a comfortable living." Ning Fan, filled with excitement, remarked that his achievements were merely the result of luck. His proficiency in talisman crafting could only be described as mediocre. However, under the diligent guidance of the Heavenly Way, his skills were steadily advancing. After a brief explanation, Hehuan departed. Time gradually slipped away as everyone made progress. Hehuan devoted only an hour each day to teaching before leaving. While diligently cultivating, the others also explored various other skills. A craftsman would not perish from famine. Possessing a skill to sustain one's family might not guarantee the highest potential for a cultivator, yet it assured a minimum level of livelihood. Following her instruction in talisman crafting, Hehuan successively taught alchemy, artifact forging, formation techniques, and more, albeit at a rudimentary level. The purpose was solely to assess their aptitude in certain ancillary trades. After testing, it was revealed that Ning Fan displayed talent in talisman crafting, Zhao Lei excelled in alchemy, while the others demonstrated merely average abilities with limited potential. With the Heavenly Way's support, Ning Fan had the possibility of attaining remarkable proficiency not only in talisman crafting but also in alchemy and other trades. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he decisively opted for talisman crafting for 2 reasons. Firstly, among all ancillary trades, talisman crafting had the lowest cost and the most accessible starting point, requiring the least financial investment. Secondly, the talismans produced could significantly and swiftly enhance combat effectiveness, serving as a means of self-preservation in critical moments. By the 9th month, Ning Fan felt a sensation of swelling within his dantian, having now condensed 10 strands of mana. This energy continued to coalesce, forming a swirling vortex of mana that revolved incessantly, gradually transforming his physical body. His corporeal form grew increasingly robust, while his connection with the universe strengthened, accelerating his absorption of spiritual energy and sharpening his perception of the external world. At last, he had succeeded in reaching the first layer of Qi refinement. Ning Fan smiled, a glimmer of joy flickering across his face. Crack, crack. Stains began to appear on his body, prompting him to promptly retrieve a cleansing talisman to wash away the grime. A wave of hunger surged within him, leading him to consume a pill designed to stave off hunger. However, at the moment he bit into the pill, he felt a slight looseness in his teeth, which began to fall out one by one, while new ones gradually emerged. The whirlpool of magical energy continued to transform his body. Ultimately, he decided to dissolve the pill in water before drinking it. After a duration of 10 days, this transformation came to an end. Ning Fan arrived at the courtyard and then embraced a stone table, which weighed 500 jin. With effortless ease, he lifted it. His strength was now comparable to that of the renowned warlord, Xiangyu. Being at the initial stage of Qi cultivation, this represented the very foundation of his training. In the realm of mortals, he could already be regarded as a celestial master. His combat prowess rivaled that of elite martial artists. Ning Fan reflected upon the records within the Heavenly Harmony Dao canon. Those endowed with spiritual roots may embark upon the path of immortality, while those devoid of such gifts cannot sense the ethereal energies and must instead pursue the martial path. The martial journey is categorized into various tiers: the third-rate warriors, second-rate warriors, first-rate warriors, innate warriors, and the grandmasters of martial arts. However, the pursuit of martial arts is ultimately a path devoid of promising prospects. Achieving the first layer of Qi cultivation is akin to the prowess of a first-rate warrior. Attaining the second layer of Qi cultivation parallels the capabilities of an innate warrior, while the third layer of Qi cultivation rivals that of a grandmaster of martial arts. The pinnacle of martial arts culminates merely in the grandmasters, who are confined to the third layer of Qi cultivation, an insignificant realm when compared to the vastness of the immortal path, while grandmasters represent the zenith of martial arts. It is said that above them lies a realm known as the martial sage. A martial sage possesses the ability to coalesce innate power, transforming the acquired into the innate, conjuring existence from the void, and manifesting spiritual roots. Nevertheless, the attainment of the martial sage status is exceedingly arduous. Out of 100 or even 1,000 grandmasters, one might scarcely come forth as a martial sage. Even upon achieving this exalted status, The spiritual roots materialized may very well be of the lowest grade. Ultimately, to reach the second layer of qi cultivation, one must gather a second vortex of magical energy, which necessitates the accumulation of 20 strands of magical power. Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. The data on the panel had changed. It took him a full 9 months to reach the first level of qi refinement, 020. Subsequently, he would need to invest an additional 14 months, or perhaps even a longer duration, to advance to the second level of qi refinement. The time required for the subsequent stages would be even more extensive. The challenges ahead seemed considerable, and the path appeared somewhat arduous. The only stroke of luck was that he was rewarded for his diligence by the heavenly Tao, allowing for some degree of acceleration. Senior sister, I have ascended to the first level of qi refinement. Ning Fan respectfully replied, Indeed, indeed. Yulianer nodded and said, You have ascended to the first layer of qi refinement, qualifying you to become a disciple of the outer sect. However, the sect has invested 300 spirit stones in you, which you will need to repay. Additionally, renting a courtyard requires an annual fee of 100 spirit stones. Each year, you must also purchase spirit rice, acquire spirit stones for cultivation, buy garments, and procure magical artifacts, among other expenses. Have you made any plans, junior brother? Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Even after entering the realm of cultivation, he could not escape the relentless grind of the 996 work culture. He must toil diligently to repay his debts. Ning Fan remarked, Junior brother possesses limited insight. I seek guidance from senior sister. Yu Lianer replied, Your cultivation is at the first level of qi refinement, leaving you with scant options. Due to your inadequate prowess, you are unable to venture forth to hunt demonic beasts or undertake perilous tasks. Your first option is to become a spiritual farmer, tasked with cultivating spiritual rice. Each year, the sect collects land rent, and what remains is yours to keep. While it may not yield substantial wealth, at least your income will be stable. The second option is to apprentice under a talisman master. Your mentor will provide you with guidance and impart knowledge regarding talisman drawing. As for the cost, it entails 5 years of unpaid labor. Following your apprenticeship, for a span of 20 years, you must remit half of your earnings to your master. Ning Fan found himself cursing inwardly. Both paths seemed fraught with pitfalls. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I'm currently uncertain and need to contemplate further. Yu Lianer reassured him. Do not rush. Take your time. In 2 months, it will be the end of the year. You are fortunate to have entered the first layer of qi cultivation, allowing you to become a servant disciple. As for those who are unqualified, they will merely serve as disposable cauldrons. Time slipped by, and 2 months elapsed swiftly. The year came to a close, and Yu Lianer began to assess the results. Out of the 22 disciples she had instructed for an entire year, only 8 qualified to become servant disciples. The remaining 14 were deemed inadequate and would be sent to the cauldron hall to serve as one-time cauldrons. Senior sister, please grant me another chance, one of the entry-level disciples implored, kneeling down. Another disciple followed suit, kneeling and pleading as well. However, Yu Lianer's expression darkened, and she waved her hand, summoning 3 servant disciples. The trio swiftly incapacitated those pleading disciples, lifting them away as if they were mere chicks. Yu Lianer then led the remaining 8 disciples to the servant hall. An elder servant emerged to assess their cultivation levels. Once confirmed, they were promptly designated as servant disciples. Observing this scene, the fortunate 8 felt a surge of relief. The elder servant addressed them, as newly initiated servant disciples, you are not suited for overly perilous tasks. You have 2 options, to cultivate the land as spiritual farmers or to apprentice under a master. He gestured towards a wall displaying a list. Examine it carefully and make your selection. In a warning tone, the elder continued, Remember, our Hehuan Sect, while a sect of demonic cultivation, adheres to its own rules. First, private dueling among disciples is strictly prohibited. Violators will be imprisoned in the dark cells. If you truly wish to fight, do so publicly in the arena under the elder's witness. Second, while private combat is forbidden, killing is permitted, though it incurs a fee of spirit stones as a murder tax. The cost varies depending on the victim's cultivation level. Should the person you kill owe debts to the sect, you will inherit those debts as well. Thus, when encountering powerful disciples or seniors, it is wise to yield and avoid provoking them, lest you find yourself swiftly dispatched. Rest assured, the lives of ordinary servant disciples are valued at 300 spirit stones, while killing a servant disciple requires a payment of 1,000 spirit stones. This serves as a form of protection for you. No inner sect disciple or senior would engage in a losing venture or easily harm you. Thirdly, while the Hehuan Sect forbids coercing disciples into becoming cauldrons, it permits the exchange of spirit stones or points to become a cauldron under the witness of the sect elders. With that, the elder servant returned to a state of meditation. Ning Fan listened attentively, lost in thought. Upon leaving the servants' hall, Zhao Lei remarked, "When we first arrived at the Hehuan Sect, there were 23 of us, now only 8 remain. Today, I shall treat you all, let us gather together." "Splendid," exclaimed one of the servant disciples. Ning Fan pondered briefly, but did not refuse. The 8 individuals departed from the location and ascended to a tavern. A waiter presented a menu, and Zhao Lei examined it closely. However, upon realizing that his pockets were somewhat lacking in funds, he opted to order only 5 dishes along with a portion of spiritual rice, amounting to a total expenditure of 20 spiritual stones. As they savored the spiritual rice, complemented by the tender meat of spirit beasts and other delectable dishes, they relished each bite. The spirit-gathering pills merely addressed their basic sustenance needs and lacked flavor. After consuming them for over a year, they had grown rather weary of them. Now, with the fragrant rice gracing their palates, Zhao Lei felt a significant uplift in his spirits. The others, too, indulged heartily, devouring their meals with enthusiasm. Zhao Lei remarked, "In the comforts of home, one relies on their parents. In the outside world, we depend on our fellow countrymen. When we venture forth, our reliance is on but a few compatriots. Only by uniting can we avoid being bullied." Zhang Tai added, "A solitary chopstick can be easily broken, but when 10 chopsticks come together, it becomes quite a challenge to snap them." As a collective of auxiliary disciples, they lacked status, identity, and connections. Only through mutual support could they hope for survival. In the wilderness, a lone tiger may roam freely, yet a flock of sheep travels in unity. Lin Yi interjected, "We are but a group of auxiliary disciples, a cluster of the weak. Only by huddling together for warmth can we persist within the Hehuan Sect." Indeed, the others chimed in. Over the course of a year, they had navigated through intrigue and occasional discord. But in the face of survival challenges, all petty schemes had been suppressed. Banding together was their best strategy for survival. The group continued their discourse, sharing aspirations for the future and life plans, weaving emotional ties amongst themselves. Zhao Lei, the son of the city lord, though lacking spiritual roots himself, had a lineage steeped in cultivation knowledge. Zhang Tai, whose father was a blacksmith, intended to inherit the family trade but embarked on the path of cultivation upon discovering his spiritual roots. Mu Yue hailed from a landlord family, a refined lady who rarely ventured beyond her home and exhibited a touch of shyness. Bai Wei, the daughter of a martial arts instructor, was a formidable warrior and a spirited heroine. Upon detecting her spiritual roots, she decisively abandoned martial training for the path of cultivation. Lin Yi's father was a fortune teller, and coincidentally, he discovered his own spiritual roots during an examination. Li Chongxing and Lu Pingyan came from farming families, both rooted in the agrarian lifestyle. As for Ning Fan, he too belonged to a modest landlord family. The group continued to share their stories, forging bonds. Suddenly, Zhao Lei sighed. "Alas, it is a pity that senior sister Ning Shui is absent. Her presence is missed." Mu Yue responded, "Senior sister Ning possesses superior spiritual roots and has already taken a grand master from the Zifu as her mentor. Her prospects are indeed boundless, while we remain mere auxiliary disciples, akin to a cluster of mud loaches. A true dragon would not deign to frolic with earthbound loaches. We exist in entirely different realms." The others fell into contemplative silence. Social circles signify class. Only those of similar status can form connections and friendships. Individuals of higher status often find it challenging to integrate into lower circles, making friendships difficult. "Have I arrived too late?" A voice broke through as a woman approached. Adorned in a flowing blue dress that accentuated her graceful curves, resembling an ethereal fairy, Ning Fan was slightly taken aback, encountering a hint of unfamiliarity, only to be enveloped by a sense of familiarity. The breathtakingly exquisite woman before him was none other than Ning Shui. She was no longer the pale, emaciated figure with brittle, yellowing hair that he had once known. Merely a year apart had brought about such a remarkable transformation. Ning Shui spoke, "Dear junior brothers and sisters, I hope I am not late." "Not at all. It is quite perfect timing. Please take a seat here." Senior sister, Zhao Lei promptly rose, yielding his prominent position. Ning Shui was slightly taken aback, yet she calmly seated herself in that position and said, "Shouting Fan, how have you been lately?" She had intended to address him as young master, but altered her form of address in the very moment she spoke. Ning Fan rose to his feet and spoke. Senior sister, all is well. I have successfully passed the assessment for the servant disciples, and that brings me great relief. Ning Shui nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. Not long ago, she had arrived at this place, yet she chose to remain unseen, observing quietly from the shadows. She harbored concerns for the young master, fearing that he might fail the assessment and subsequently become a mere disposable vessel, ultimately meeting an untimely demise. Fortunately, all her apprehensions proved to be unwarranted. Ning Shui remained silent, as did everyone else. In that moment, she became the unequivocal focal point. After a prolonged silence, Ning Shui spoke. At home, one relies on their parents. Outside, one depends on friends. You are all my fellow townsfolk, hailing from the same place. While I may not be able to assist with grand endeavors, I am willing to lend a hand with smaller tasks. Do any of you require assistance? Zhao Lei then interjected. Senior sister, I possess a modicum of talent in alchemy, and I aspire to become an apprentice in this field. I kindly seek your recommendation. Ning Shui nodded. This is merely a trivial matter. I have a junior brother, an inner disciple, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, named Shaoan, who is a first-tier alchemist in the later stages. I can provide him with a letter of recommendation to endorse you as an alchemy apprentice. She took out a piece of paper, inscribed a sentence upon it, and signed it with her name, Ning Shui. Then, she handed it to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei received it and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. He then glanced at the others. The rest remained silent, momentarily at a loss for words. While larger demands were best left unspoken, smaller requests seemed beneath consideration. Ning Shui said, Junior brother, I can recommend you to join the Talisman's Hall and seek the guidance of a second-tier talisman master. Ning Fan remarked, My proficiency in talisman crafting is modest. It is not particularly high, so there is no need for you to expend your goodwill on my behalf. Ning Shui fell silent for a long time before finally speaking. Very well, since it is so. Junior brother, please accept this pouch of spirit stones. Though the quantity is modest, it serves as a token of my gratitude for your care during my earlier years. With that, she handed over a storage pouch. Ning Fan did not decline. Instead, he accepted it and said, Thank you, senior sister. Ning Shui fell silent, gazing at the young master. She felt a profound sense of change. Over the course of a year, both had undergone drastic transformations. He was no longer that young master, and she was no longer that maid, Hehuan. Ning Shui remarked, I am quite occupied, so I shall take my leave. With that, she stood and excused herself. The others, too, rose respectfully to bid her farewell. Upon exiting the tavern, Ning Shui felt a sense of melancholy wash over her. At that moment, a woman clad in green appeared beside her. Tall and graceful, her beauty was striking, her skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow. Junior sister. It is time for us to return, she said. Understood, second senior sister, Ning Shui replied. The second senior sister continued, You are not of the same world as him. A year ago, the gap between you was not vast. He was the young master, while you were merely a maid. Yet, after a year, he has become a mere outer disciple at the 1st level of Qi refinement, while you have ascended to the inner disciple at the 3rd level. In 20 more years, you shall attain the true foundation of cultivation, while he will barely reach the 5th level of Qi refinement. A century from now, you will still be a breathtaking beauty. A transcendent fairy, while he will have withered into an aged practitioner, his lifespan nearly depleted. 200 years hence, you will remain that unparalleled beauty, while he will have turned to dust, long buried beneath the earth. Ning Shui remarked, Second senior sister, I understand. After finishing their meal, the group departed from the tavern. Upon returning to their lodgings, Ning Fan opened his storage pouch. Inside, he discovered over 100 spirit stones. Gazing upon these stones, Ning Fan felt a flicker of joy. Until now, he had possessed not a single spirit stone, and at last, he had some. As a disciple of the Outer Sect, he owed the sect 300 spirit stones. When considering the annual rent, alongside various other expenses, the total amount required was even more substantial. Ning Fan meticulously envisioned his future. He must become an apprentice and diligently earn a living. Mastering a craft is of paramount importance. According to tradition, upon taking on an apprenticeship, one must labor for 5 consecutive years without any remuneration. Furthermore, upon graduation, half of one's income must be bestowed upon the master for a duration of 20 years. The demands are exceedingly harsh, akin to toiling like a beast of burden. However, the potential benefits are indeed substantial. Firstly, the art of talisman crafting encompasses the production of talisman paper, the creation of talisman ink, and the intricate drawing of talismans. among various processes. It is not simply a matter of perusing a book to acquire this knowledge. The likelihood of achieving proficiency through such means is exceedingly low. Often, the guidance of a renowned master can facilitate rapid and steady advancement, allowing one to circumvent numerous pitfalls. Secondly, one has the invaluable opportunity to learn in close proximity to the master, enabling the judicious use of the master's talisman paper for practice, thus providing a subtle yet significant advantage. Contemplating these thoughts, Ningfan arrived at the Hall of Miscellaneous Duties and began to gaze at the wall. Affixed to the wall were numerous tasks, among which there were over 1,000 related to talisman crafting. As for the recruitment of apprentices, there were more than 10 available positions. Ningfan gazed at the taskbar, engulfed in trepidation, uncertain of which option to select. A good teacher constitutes half of success, while a failed teacher embodies half of failure. Some educators impart knowledge with sincerity and earnestness, fearlessly sharing everything, ensuring that students acquire genuine skills. Conversely, there are those who teach with hesitation, presenting information in a disordered manner, fearful that their students might truly learn, leading to years of stagnation and little to no acquisition of knowledge. Ningfan contemplated these thoughts and proceeded directly to the Hall of Miscellaneous Duties, where the elder was still reclining, eyes closed in repose. I pay my respects to the elder. Ningfan stepped forward directly. The elder in charge of the miscellaneous duties opened his eyes and inquired, "What has transpired? Is there something amiss?" Ningfan directly handed over a pouch containing 30 spiritual stones, saying, "Elder, I intend to become a talisman crafting apprentice. I am uncertain which teacher I should choose." The elder in charge of miscellaneous affairs accepted the pouch, counted its contents, and after confirming the quantity, set it aside, remarking, "You hail from a family of cultivators." Ningfan replied, "No, I am merely from an ordinary family." The elder in charge of miscellaneous tasks continued, "Allow me to inquire further. Do you possess any connections or support within the Hehuan Sect?" Ningfan smiled wryly and replied, "I have none." The elder in charge of miscellaneous duties stated, "If you possess none, it would be prudent to present 500 spirit stones to your master to become a disciple, thereby earning the privilege to be an apprentice. The disparity in skill levels is vast. Only those capable of posting tasks on the mission wall can be considered, with average proficiency merely qualifying one as a mid-tier first-grade talisman master. Those with insufficient skills lack the right to engage with the mission wall. Conversely, those who excel as late-stage first-grade talisman masters find themselves inundated with opportunities as soon as tasks are issued to the miscellaneous hall, prompting a multitude of disciples eager to seize the chance. The fee for discipleship starts at a minimum of 1,000 spirit stones. Achieving the rank of a low-tier first-grade talisman master poses little challenge. With diligence, one can attain this status within 3 to 5 years. The mid-tier first-grade talisman master, however, presents more of a challenge, necessitating both hard work and a certain level of innate talent, typically requiring at least a decade or more to achieve. As for the late-stage first-grade talisman masters, their numbers are indeed scarce. This not only tests one's inherent abilities but also the depth of one's pockets. Further, the elder elaborated on various rules and the unspoken norms that govern their practices. Hearing this, Ningfan felt quite distressed. Acquiring a skill requires a financial investment, specifically 500 spirit stones. The crux of the matter is that he truly had no money in his pockets. Ningfan remarked, "Disciple has no money in his pocket, and without funds for the tuition fee, I beseech the elder for guidance on a way forward." The elder of the miscellaneous disciples replied, "As a newcomer without any connections or backing, you must rely solely on yourself. Thus, you must commence from the very bottom. First, you should become a spirit farmer, cultivating spiritual fields to amass wealth. Once you have gathered sufficient resources, you can pay your tuition and seek a master. Second, you may acquire a book on talisman crafting, which is quite affordable, costing merely 10 spirit stones. Additionally, purchase talisman pins and papers and diligently study during your leisure time. Third, you might consider finding a partner for dual cultivation, as this could potentially accelerate your progress. While the first two suggestions are commendable, the third seems rather peculiar." Ningfan inquired, "Elder, I am but a miscellaneous disciple, a being of the lowest order. Who would choose me as a partner? Having a wife would merely be a burden, hampering my cultivation speed significantly." The elder chuckled, such as the thinking of a child, lacking in understanding. A partner on the path of cultivation can mutually enhance one another's progress, thereby hastening the journey. Our Harmony sect is renowned for its practice of dual cultivation. Male disciples cultivate the pure yang technique, while female disciples practice the purine technique. If one only engages in solitary cultivation, the speed will remain mediocre. However, if men and women cultivate together, the pace can increase by more than 10%. Though a 10% increase may seem negligible, over time it accumulates to save an extensive amount of time. Take you, for instance, with your inferior spiritual roots. If you were to cultivate alone, you would only reach the 5th level of Qi refinement by the age of 60. Yet, with a partner for dual cultivation, you could achieve this milestone by 55, thereby saving at least 5 years. For those with poor innate talent, finding a partner early on can significantly expedite their cultivation. Conversely, those with exceptional talent, such as true disciples and elders, often delay in selecting their partners. Ning Fan hesitated and said, "Well, I need to ponder this matter carefully." The elder in charge of miscellaneous duties nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He merely offered a casual suggestion to someone, stating that it was entirely up to them whether to heed his advice or not. Leaving the menial tasks hall, Ning Fan was enveloped in an overwhelming bitterness. Before he even commenced his apprenticeship, he had already encountered failure, thwarted by his inability to afford the requisite tuition fees. He set his sights on the spirit farmer hall, aspiring to become a spirit farmer, believing that the path of cultivation could begin from the humble roots of agriculture. Within the spirit farmer hall, several elder spirit farmers were engaged in their duties. Soon, Ning Fan approached one of the elders and proclaimed, "Disciple aspires to become a spirit farmer." The elder nodded in approval, responding, "Excellent, indeed. There is no shame in being a farmer. While spiritual stones may not fall from the heavens, they can indeed sprout from the earth. In the realm of cultivation, myriad skills exist, with alchemy, talismans, and formations reigning supreme. Many yearn to become alchemists, formation masters, or talisman makers, yet few desire the path of the spirit farmer. However, it is the spirit farmer who forms the foundation of all arts. Without the spirit farmer providing spirit rice and medicinal herbs, how could alchemists refine their elixirs? Without spirit farmers supplying heavenly talisman grass, how could talisman makers craft their charms? As a spirit farmer, one is presented with 2 choices. The first is to become a contracted farmer, dedicating oneself to the sect's lands, working 8 hours daily. Upon signing the contract, one is bound for 3 years, with penalties for breach of contract resulting in compensatory fees. The second option is to become a free farmer, cultivating one's own land and reaping the harvest. This choice entails paying a fixed land rent annually while allowing the spirit rice and herbs to be sold to the spirit rice hall or the spirit herb hall. The former option guarantees a stable income through labor, while the latter requires one to bear the risks and rewards of their own endeavors. The elder handed Ning Fan a small booklet detailing the distinctions between the 2 choices, including their respective yields and the flexibility of time each afforded. As he perused the booklet, Ning Fan fell into contemplation. To be a contracted farmer promised steady income, while being a free farmer offered autonomy. After a brief reflection, he resolved to pursue the latter, for the life of a free farmer would grant him the liberty to manage his farming schedule, allowing him to devote his remaining time to cultivation. Ning Fan remarked, "I intend to become a free farmer." The elder of the spirit farm replied, "Very well. You now have 3 choices. The first is to contract 30 acres of spiritual fields. The second is to contract 50 acres. And the third is to contract 100 acres. Ning Fan gazed upon these matters. What are the intricacies involved? What are the potential gains? Elder Ling Nong replied, "By leasing 30 acres of spiritual fields, one can barely sustain a modest livelihood throughout the year, accumulating little wealth. However, by leasing 100 acres of spiritual fields, one could amass considerable riches, albeit at the expense of precious time for cultivation. 50 acres would be most suitable for you, allowing for a modest accumulation of wealth each year while also providing ample time for other pursuits. You may cultivate varieties such as black pine rice, white sun rice, and fire spirit rice, among others." Ning Fan pondered carefully and decided to cultivate black pine nuts. He promptly rented 50 acres of land. Under the guidance of Elder Ling Nong, they proceeded directly to the western outskirts of the city, where expanses of arable land stretched out before them, subdivided into plots of 30, 50, and 100 acres. Encircling the farmland was a first-tier array, providing a semblance of protection. However, the minute pests could still infiltrate the array and launch their assaults. After providing some introductions, Elder Ling Nong took his leave. Ning Fan opened the booklet and meticulously studied the art of agriculture. Food is the foundation of society, and while farming may not lead to great wealth, it provides a stable income crucial for maintaining the stability of the lower strata. The stability of the lower class is essential for the existence and development of the upper social echelons. After all, the essence of society resembles a pyramid. A robust and broad foundation is necessary to support the growth of those above. If the base collapses, the upper levels will inevitably follow suit. Cultivating land is never a simple endeavor, particularly in the realm of spiritual fields where one grows mystical rice and herbs. The process begins with tilling the soil, followed by the eradication of pests that may threaten the crops. Next, fertilization is essential to enhance the soil's fertility. Seeds are then sown, and should any areas lack seedlings, timely replanting is required. Watering must be done regularly, precisely, and in moderation, not too much nor too little. Throughout the growing period, one must attend to the seedlings, adjusting temperature and light as necessary. Upon discovering any signs of disease or pests, immediate action is imperative. Daily visits to the fields, tending to the 50 acres of farmland, can be quite exhausting. Returning home after a day's work is equally tiring, yet one must muster the energy to cultivate for 2 more hours. On the following day, after a meal, he promptly boarded the flying vessel to the fields and returned to the city by nightfall. The black pine rice has a production cycle of 6 months. Once it matures, a fallow period of 6 months is required to restore the soil's fertility. The plan is to cultivate 25 acres of spiritual fields in the first half of the year and another 25 acres in the latter half. In his leisure time, he must also find moments to inscribe talismans. Farming is merely a transitional phase. Time flows steadily, and a year has passed. In the Hehuan Sect, 2 years have already elapsed. Ning Fan has reached the age of 16, yet he remains stagnant at the first layer of qi cultivation. His proficiency in talisman crafting has significantly advanced. Once again, the season of harvest has arrived. Ning Fan wielded his sickle as he ventured into the fields, commencing the harvest. The sickle danced swiftly in his hands, beginning the collection of black pine nuts. After reaching the first layer of qi cultivation, his physical prowess saw a significant enhancement, allowing him to reap the crops with increasing speed. Within the span of a single day, he managed to harvest 10 acres of land. After 3 consecutive days of labor, he had successfully gathered 25 acres of cultivated land. Utilizing tools, he threshed the rice, which then found its way into numerous burlap sacks. The process of husking the rice transformed it into black pine nuts, all executed by manual means and expedited by talismans. Upon counting the black pine nuts, the annual yield amounted to an impressive 43,000 pounds, with an average of 860 pounds per acre. He subsequently stored the black pine nuts in storage bags, each capable of holding 10,000 pounds. Nearly 4 storage bags accommodated over 40,000 pounds. In his hands, the 4 bags weighed less than 10 pounds. As for the remaining 3,000 pounds of black pine nuts, he intended to keep them for personal consumption. He then made his way to Tuxian City. Arriving at Lingmi Hall, passing through the various portals, he encountered the designated elder responsible for purchasing spiritual rice, with prices clearly displayed on the signs nearby. Ning Fan stood in line, closely following the person ahead. When it was his turn, he promptly retrieved his storage bag and poured its contents into a specific vessel. The vessel resembled a scoop and was referred to as the Black Scoop, a low-grade magical artifact, measuring merely 3 feet in height and 1 foot in diameter. It possessed an astonishing maximum storage capacity of 100,000 pounds. Ning Fan withdrew a storage bag and poured in the black pine rice. The black began to display numbers, ultimately settling at 40,000 jin. This amounted to 40,000 jin, with the price of black pine rice being 3 spirit stones per 100 jin, totaling 520 spirit stones, as stated by the Elder of Spirit Rice. Is this confirmed? Indeed, it is confirmed. Very well. I shall credit your token with the points. Soon, Ning Fan's token reflected an increase of 520 points. Upon exiting the Spirit Rice Hall, he barely had time to rejoice before the points began to dwindle on the token, each number indicating a decrease. The seeds of black pine rice, acquired through borrowing, cost 50 spirit stones. Various fertilizers, also borrowed, amounted to 70 spirit stones. The rent for 50 acres of spirit fields, along with the maintenance and construction of some peripheral formations, required an additional 200 spirit stones. After deducting the costs of cultivation, only 200 points remained. Additionally, expenses for purchasing spirit rice, spirit meat for sustenance, and necessary talismans totaled 50 spirit stones. The annual instructional expenses demand a repayment of 30 spirit stones. Thus, only 170 points remained. Upon further inspection of his pockets, he found an additional 30 spirit stones. Altogether, He possessed a mere 200 spirit stones. This sum was trivial, scarcely sufficient to withstand expenditure. Even a modest purchase would leave his pockets empty. The talisman brush he bought last year had already worn out, necessitating the acquisition of a new one at the cost of 30 spirit stones. He also needed to purchase talisman ink for 10 spirit stones and talisman paper for 20 spirit stones. The purchase of spirit seeds would require 50 spirit stones, while various fertilizers would amount to 70 spirit stones. In the first year, borrowing incurs no interest. However, borrowing in the second year necessitates interest payments. It is advisable to avoid borrowing altogether. After accounting for these expenses, only 20 spirit stones remained. Ning Fan calculated for a while, feeling a slight headache. It is truly difficult to save up some money. Upon returning home, he had barely rested for a moment when a knock echoed at the door. As Ning Fan opened the door, he was greeted by none other than Zhao Lei. It had been over a year since their last meeting. This elder brother appeared to be in high spirits, though he had gained a slight amount of weight. Zhao Lei inquired, "Junior brother, how have you been faring lately?" Ning Fan remarked, "Life has been quite pleasant." Zhao Lei responded, "Recently, I have become a low-tier first-grade alchemist and have accumulated a modest sum of money. It is a perfect occasion for us to gather and enjoy a meal together." "Excellent," he said, as he went to summon the others. Before long, the 8 of them reunited and made their way to the restaurant. This time, Zhao Lei seemed to possess a significantly heavier purse, displaying a newfound generosity. He reserved a private room and opened the menu to begin ordering. Spirit rice, exquisite beast meat, and a variety of delectable dishes were served one after another, totaling a lavish expenditure of 100 spirit stones. Subsequently, they all began to indulge in their feast. Ning Fan indulged without reservation, savoring the meal before him. Typically, he was not one to be extravagant, as he often found himself with limited funds, meticulously calculating every expenditure. When preparing his meals, he would usually cook a modest portion of black pine rice, accompanied by some spirit beast meat, blending the two together. The flavor was rather ordinary, lacking the exquisite taste crafted by skilled chefs. As everyone began to eat, they enjoyed some spirit wine, which added to their merriment. When they were nearly satiated, Zhao Lei remarked, "Recently, I have become a low-grade first-tier alchemist and can now concoct 5 types of basic elixirs. My mentor has been quite busy with the creation of high-grade elixirs, leaving us lowly apprentices to handle the basic ones. Even after deducting half of the income from my mentor and various expenses, I can still earn around 120 spirit stones each month." "Congratulations!" Zhang Tai exclaimed, his words laced with flattery. The others joined in the praise, though their compliments carried a hint of envy. They were concerned for their brother's well-being, yet also wary of his newfound affluence. Zhao Lei continued, "We are all brothers here. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I have a surplus of elixirs that I can offer at a 30 discount." He then revealed a vial containing several types of elixirs: the Bigu pill, the Qishua pill, and the Yanqi pill. The Bigu pill, when consumed, could sustain one for an entire day while on a mission, a necessary item for such endeavors. The Qishua pill could enhance vitality and accelerate training speed, while the Yanqi pill facilitated the absorption of spiritual energy, improving cultivation efficiency. Each vial contained 10 pills. The Bigu pill priced at 1 spirit stone, the Qishua pill at 3 spirit stones, and the Yanqi pill at 5 spirit stones. Ning Fan gazed longingly, yet decisively relinquished the thought, for he was devoid of funds. The money involved was scant, necessitating meticulous budgeting. The others, equally envious, opted for silence, as they too lacked financial resources. Zhao Lei, slightly astonished, remarked, "It appears that you all are not faring well, as none of you possess money." Ning Fan smiled and said, "My role as a spiritual farmer primarily revolves around tilling the land. After laboriously cultivating and harvesting spiritual rice, I managed to sell it for a mere 520 spirit stones. I am perpetually burdened with repaying various debts, while also needing to set aside funds for next year's seeds, fertilizers, and provisions for my own spiritual rice and meat. After these expenditures, I am left with a paltry 20 spirit stones, compelling me to exercise frugality." Zhang Tai chuckled wryly. "This year, I took on the responsibility of 100 acres of spiritual fields, but alas, the price of pure yang rice plummeted, yielding only 800 spirit stones. After settling my debts, I am left with less than 300 spirit stones. I aspire to accumulate a bit more wealth, aiming for 1,000 spirit stones so that I may seek a mentor to learn a craft. I do not aim to become a renowned weaponsmith. Even the simple forging of ores would enhance my income." Mu Yuer interjected, You men possess the strength to toil in the fields and cultivate spiritual rice. As a mere woman, I lack the physical prowess to endure such hardships. I work as a server in a tavern, earning a meager 10 spirit stones each month. My income is minimal, yet my expenses are considerable, leaving me with little to save over the course of a year. I have resolved to find a high-ranking cultivator to marry. I do not require a primary wife. Being a concubine would suffice. Bai Wei replied, "Oh, Xiaoyu. It is not so simple. We are but lowly workers at the first layer of qi refinement. Those esteemed cultivators would never look our way. The only alternative is to become a furnace cauldron, which would deplete our vitality and shorten our lifespans, leading to a particularly tragic end." Her voice bore a tone of sorrow. Mu Yuera reassured, "I will be cautious and seek a trustworthy man." Lin Yi remarked, "We, as menial disciples, possess inferior spiritual roots, lacking talent, connections, or remarkable skills. Our lives are fated to remain at the bottom of the cultivation world, perhaps after 3 to 5 years of training. We might reach the second layer of qi refinement, and after another 7 to 8 years, the third layer. Ultimately, we may find ourselves stuck at this bottleneck, struggling to advance further. Only with a breakthrough elixir might we transcend to the fourth layer. With my meager talent, even a lifetime of cultivation may not yield a bright future. I intend to marry and place my hopes on the next generation, wishing for my children to become exceptional cultivators." Li Changxing chimed in. "Though we are but menial disciples at the first layer of qi refinement and the lowest tier of the cultivation realm, we are not the lowest in society. In Tuxian City, there are numerous mundane warriors. In their eyes, we stand as esteemed cultivators. I plan to take 3 wives and father a multitude of children." Lu Ping'an added, "If only I had moderate spiritual roots, I would strive to make something of myself. Yet, with inferior roots, hope seems futile. I might as well enjoy life." Others joined in lamenting their circumstances, sharing their grievances. The realm of cultivation is far from the idyllic vision one might imagine. Only a select few ascend to become high-ranking cultivators, while the majority remain low-level practitioners with inferior roots. A lifetime of effort might yield only the third or fourth layer of qi refinement, with little expectation of foundation building or even late-stage qi refinement. At times, knowing when to relinquish hope is a wise choice. Throughout the year, Zhao Lei fared the best, becoming an apprentice and now a first-tier low-grade alchemist, brimming with potential. Zhang Tai and Ning Fan focused primarily on farming spiritual rice. Mu Yuer and Bai Wei relied on their feminine advantages as servers in a tavern. Their lives were bearable but lacking in prospects. Lin Yi, Li Changsheng, and Lu Ping'an worked as shop assistants, gathering information, yet the more they learned, the dimmer their future appeared. As they lamented their plight, a sense of camaraderie developed. Upon boarding the flying ship, they had envisioned entering a wondrous world of cultivation, where they could soar through the skies, bask in freedom, and achieve immortality. However, after 2 years at the Hehuan Sect, they awakened to the reality that such privileges belonged to high-ranking and foundation-building cultivators, not to their group of menial disciples, living at the bottom of the cultivation world. They toiled tirelessly each year, akin to beasts of burden, only to save a meager amount of spirit stones by year's end. Even Zhao Lei, enjoying the best of circumstances as an apprentice, faced numerous hardships. In times of struggle, when tears threatened to flow, they could only grit their teeth and endure. The cultivation realm does not recognize tears. Seeing the somber expressions of his companions, Zhao Lei began to comfort them, saying, "In truth, we are quite fortunate. In the mundane world, ordinary individuals like us typically subsist on coarse rice and the flesh of common beasts, growing old by 50 or 60, with many succumbing to death. Yet here, as the lowest tier cultivators in the realm of cultivation, we are still cultivators. The spiritual energy continuously transforms our bodies. And with our diets of spiritual rice and beast meat, we can at least expect to live for a century, surpassing many others." Ning Fan remarked, "I am merely the son of a modest landowner in the countryside. To have the opportunity to witness the vast expanse of the cultivation world is already a fulfillment of this lifetime. As for other matters, I shall leave them to fate." "Indeed, precisely," the others echoed with laughter, raising their goblets to clink them together. After consuming a few cups of wine, Bai Wei began to inquire, "Senior brother Zhao, may I invite senior sister Ningxue?" Zhao Lei nodded gently, replying, "I have already extended the invitation. However, senior sister Ningxue is currently in seclusion and unable to attend this gathering." The group continued to clink their cups. Moments later, the banquet began to disperse. Zhao Lei walked towards the east, his residence situated near that of the alchemist. The others, however, headed west, where their abodes were in close proximity. Upon returning home, Ning Fan had just taken his seat when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Approaching, he opened it to find a young girl standing there, Bai Wei. Dressed in blue, her skin was as fair as snow, and she exuded an air of composure and grace. "Senior brother, may I come in?" "Certainly." Ning Fan nodded slightly, ushering the woman inside, though a sense of guardedness brewed within him. One should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain ever vigilant against the treachery of others. Even though they were once compatriots, having shared meals and drinks together, it did not guarantee trust. After all, familiarity can sometimes lead to betrayal. Bai Wei appeared to hesitate before finally speaking. "Senior brother, let us become Dao companions." Hearing these words, Ning Fan felt a sense of bewilderment. "Junior sister, what do you mean? I am merely an ordinary disciple, a mere servant with only 20 spirit stones in my possession. At present, I am impoverished, barely able to sustain myself. Junior sister, marrying me holds no promise for your future. You should choose someone exemplary, a person of prospects, one who is affluent and cherishes you." Bai Wei replied, "Senior brother, while you may be destitute, I too find myself in a similar predicament. I believe we are well suited for one another. We can strive together and build a life hand in hand. Moreover, as you cultivate the Pure Yang technique and I practice the Pure Yin technique, our combined efforts will enhance our progress significantly." Ning Fan did not acquiesce. Instead, a sense of vigilance flickered within him as he inquired, "Junior sister, Zhao senior brother is far more exceptional. You ought to choose him." Bai Wei replied with a bittersweet smile, "Not long ago, I confessed my feelings to Zhao senior brother, only to be met with rejection. It seems he holds me in low regard, as his primary focus lies in alchemy, postponing matters of companionship." Ning Fan inquired, "Junior sister, what brings you to me? I perceive myself as rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits that might captivate you. Please refrain from mentioning love at first sight." Bai Wei let out a soft sigh, as if lost in reminiscence. "My father established a martial arts school, and at the age of 18, I became a first-rate martial artist. With a bit more effort and a touch of talent, I might have ascended to the realm of innate warriors. However, when the immortal master assessed my spiritual roots, I indeed discovered my potential. Thus, I found myself here. I worked as a waitress in a hotel, striving to curry favor with influential figures and esteemed cultivators. Yet, they regarded me with disdain, merely desiring to indulge in my company without any intention of treating me as a partner, let alone granting me the status of a concubine. My spirits have waned, leading me to consider that perhaps marrying someone and leading a tranquil life would be the better path." Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "This is rather swift. I must deliberate carefully." Bai Wei replied, "Very well. Should you decline my proposal, I shall seek assistance from others." With that, Bai Wei departed. Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly, striving to recall the words spoken earlier, sensing that something was amiss. The following day, Ning Fan arose and departed quietly. He summoned Mu Yuer and inquired, "What has transpired with Bai Wei recently?" Mu Yuer replied, "Nothing much. She is merely pregnant." "Merely pregnant? Is that truly nothing significant?" Ning Fan was slightly taken aback, feeling a sudden headache as he inquired, "Who is that child's father?" "He is an outer sect disciple, reportedly possessing the cultivation of the 4th layer of Qi training," Mu Yuer responded. Bai Wei sought to ingratiate herself with her senior, desiring a favorable outcome, only to find that he merely toyed with her affections, showing no genuine care. Consequently, she became pregnant. As she spoke, Mu Yuer seemed to recall something and remarked, "Surely she isn't expecting you to take responsibility?" Ning Fan remarked, "So, they want me to take over. Thankfully, I exercised a bit of caution, otherwise I would have unwittingly become a father." Mu Yuer responded, "Although Bai Wei is not a virgin, she is at least an exquisite beauty. Moreover, this can be seen as a buy one get one free situation. Doesn't that sound rather appealing?" Ning Fan nodded helplessly and remarked, "Indeed, what a predicament." Mu Yuer continued, "When binding ourselves as Dao partners, we must visit the Hall of Destiny to seek the Elder's witness. It is prudent to conduct a preliminary examination to ascertain if there is any possibility of pregnancy. A simple check will reveal the truth." Ning Fan's heart, once filled with hope, had now succumbed to despair. He possessed an unremarkable appearance, an ordinary visage, and in all aspects, he was merely average. It was inconceivable that a beauty would fall head over heels for him. All that awaited him was the role of an unwitting father, adorned with a rather green hat of betrayal. In the afternoon, Ning Fan encountered Bai Wei once more. I have given it some thought, and I believe it is acceptable, he remarked. Bai Wei's spirit soared with joy. Yet, in the next breath, Ning Fan added, before we forge a partnership, we ought to examine our bodies to ascertain if there are any hidden concerns. A fleeting moment of hesitation crossed Bai Wei's face, but she ultimately replied, very well. Ning Fan was momentarily struck by a flicker of doubt, sensing that something was amiss. Upon arriving at a medical clinic, they ventured inside for an examination. Bai Wei was assessed first. After the doctor conducted his examination, he remarked, her health is perfectly fine. Then, he examined Ning Fan and concluded, your health is also impeccable. Both of you are in excellent condition and can indeed become partners in the path of destiny. Filled with joy, Bai Wei exclaimed, junior brother, let us go to the hall of marriage and, in the presence of the elders, pledge ourselves as companions for life. Excellent. Ning Fan nodded slightly. Then, he and his junior sister began to walk towards the Hall of Fate, one in front and the other behind. Along the way, Ning Fan observed his junior sister closely and soon noticed her anxious demeanor, her mind seemingly troubled. What was once uncertain now became utterly clear in that moment. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hall of Fate, Ning Fan halted his steps. Bai Wei inquired, senior brother, why do we not enter? Ning Fan spoke. There is no need for that. His tone suddenly turned sharp as he inquired, junior sister, why do you lie? Why did you bribe the doctor to deceive me? Who is that man? Bai Wei instantly grew anxious, her expression trembling, and she began to weep, saying, I am sorry, senior brother. I never intended to deceive you. After that man took advantage of me, I sought him out, but he has since eluded me, and I can no longer find him. Shortly thereafter, I discovered I was unwell and then found myself with child. As a woman with child, I could no longer work as a waitress in the tavern and had no choice but to seek reliance upon a man, which led me to you, senior brother. I am truly sorry. As she spoke, she wept sorrowfully, her demeanor filled with profound grief. Hearing this, Ning Fan felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet what resonated more within him was a profound indignation. Was he destined to be an honest man, fated to be a scapegoat, and condemned to wear the proverbial green hat? Had he not been astute enough to sense something amiss, to consult Mu and suspect the doctor of potential corruption? He might have fallen prey to deception and been ensnared in a marriage built on falsehoods. Ultimately, he would find himself unwittingly thrust into the role of a father, burdened with the shame of betrayal. The child, innocent in all of this, should he truly bear the weight of being a scapegoat? Ning Fan inquired about his junior sister's intentions. Bai Wei responded by proposing they become Taoist partners. She suggested that after some time, they would bring their child into the world. Once her health recuperated, she would bear him a son. She vowed to always heed her senior brother's counsel, pledging to follow his directives without question. Ning Fan fell silent and remarked, junior sister, I have no desire to be the one to bear the burden. He then departed, leaving only the sound of Bai Wei's weeping behind. A few months later, Bai Wei gave birth to a child, a baby girl, following her mother's surname. She was named by Ning Shuang. Ning Fan, along with Mu Yuer, personally stepped forward to take a look. The others were preoccupied with their own tasks and could not attend to the matter. Bai Wei gazed at the child and said, thank you, senior brother. Ning Fan inquired, junior sister, what are your plans? Bai Wei replied, the spirit stones in my pocket have been nearly exhausted, and what remains is scant. I am uncertain about what the future holds. At this point, a glimmer of bewilderment and confusion flickered in her eyes. Ning Fan remarked, you might consider farming. The income from agriculture can be quite stable. Bai Wei felt a pang of distress. In the past, she had perceived farming as arduous and exhausting. Yet now she found herself with little choice. All right. Bai Wei grit her teeth and replied. Ning Fan remarked, recently, I have some surplus. I can lend you 100 spirit stones, but I have no more to spare. Bai Wei replied, thank you. Mu Yuer added, I have also resigned from my job at the hotel. I too intend to cultivate the land. Ning Fan evinced a mild surprise, inquiring, why? Mu Yuer elucidated, originally, I intended to engage with affluent individuals or seasoned veterans within the confines of the hotel, with the aspiration of securing a marital alliance. However, it has become manifestly clear that such an endeavor is untenable. Wealthy families simply do not deign to consider women of our ilk, relegating us to the status of mere playthings to be trifled with. Furthermore, the elder generation holds us in scant regard, perceiving us as nothing more than vessels for their cultivation. At this juncture, she cast a gaze of empathy upon Bai Wei, observing that the value ascribed to a maiden retaining her virginity differs markedly from that of one who has been deflowered. The former is esteemed as a pristine flower, whereas the latter is often regarded as a discarded shoe. While many may proffer superficial compliments to a woman of compromised virtue, their innermost sentiments are often tinged with aversion. She expressed gratitude for her prudence in safeguarding her chastity by remaining in the hotel. Before parting ways, Ning Fan bequeathed 100 spirit stones, while Mu Yuer contributed 50. Framing it as a loan, Mu Yuer had initially contemplated leaving a more substantial sum, but upon examining her purse, she realized her limited resources and could only spare that amount. Women's finances tend to dissipate rapidly, seldom accumulating into savings. Upon exiting the courtyard, Mu Yuer lamented with compassion. That outer disciple not only forcefully violated Bai Wei, but also employed the art of life force absorption, resulting in damage to Bai Wei's physical well-being and a significant depletion of her vital energy. While the immediate effects may be imperceptible, the passage of time will undoubtedly exacerbate the issue. Ning Fan inquired, "Why doesn't Bai Wei file a complaint against him?" Mu Yuer sighed softly and replied, "It's not that she doesn't want to, but rather that she cannot." That individual left behind 100 spirit stones before parting, rendering the entire situation justifiable. Even if we were to report it to the punishment hall, that outer sect disciple would not face significant repercussions. On the contrary, we would find ourselves at odds with the outer sect disciple who possesses the means to deal with us. Ning Fan remarked, "Indeed, the Hehuan Sect is inherently a sect of the demonic path, and one cannot place too much faith in certain matters." He chuckled, feeling somewhat naive. After joining the Hehuan Sect, he found the various benefits and privileges rather appealing. Some instructors imparted an array of knowledge, followed by a 3-year tax exemption and a 1-year novice protection period. Subsequently, he became a spirit farmer, cultivating various spiritual grains. Ultimately, he was required to submit the harvested grains. Throughout this process, he encountered no oppression from other elders or disciples, and everything adhered to principles of fairness and justice. Subtly, this fostered a sense of fondness for the Hehuan Sect within him. However, it now appeared that all of this was merely an illusion. The Hehuan Sect, while branded as a demonic sect, was fundamentally steeped in malevolence and terror, shrouded in various shades of darkness and chill. His inability to perceive this reality stemmed from his relatively low standing. He was but a small fry, unworthy of the attention of the powerful, who instead offered him a measure of protection. This protection resembled that of a farmer safeguarding his cattle from being snatched away by tigers or wolves. The outer and inner disciples, even when slightly overstepping, were of little consequence. At most, they would face a reprimand of 3 cups of wine. In this context, Bai Wei, who sought comfort and feared toil, naively aimed to cling to the wealthy, ultimately suffering consequences that seemed somewhat deserved. Had Bai Wei not delivered herself to his door, the subsequent events may never have transpired. Many occurrences are not the result of a single hand clapping. As time flowed on, another 4 years slipped by. Ning Fan has now reached the age of 20. On this very day, he suddenly perceived a subtle sound emanating from within his body. 20 strands of spiritual energy continuously coalesced, ultimately forming a second vortex of power. This vortex gradually stabilized, allowing him to ascend to the second level of Qi cultivation. He opened his panel, revealing new data. Name, Ning Fan. Age, 20. Realm, second level of Qi cultivation, 040. Skill, Pure Yang technique, 4100. Arts, Talisman crafting, first tier. Low grade 5100. Spirit farming, first tier. Low grade 8100. The entire process was exceedingly gradual, as he sensed the transformation within his body. The emergence of the second vortex of power made his energy denser and his physique stronger. The strength of his physical body was on the rise. With a mere flick of his fist, he could unleash a force of 700 pounds. Yet, the enhancement of strength was secondary. The pivotal aspect was the thickening of his spiritual energy, enabling him to cast spells such as Fireball, Water Arrow, and Earth Spike, as well as to activate and utilize a greater array of talismans. With the advancement in his cultivation, his agricultural capabilities saw a significant enhancement. Previously, he could cultivate a maximum of 50 acres of land. Exceeding this threshold would encroach upon his training time. Now, he could cultivate 100 acres without hindering his practice. The increase in arable land signified a rise in income, allowing him to amass greater wealth. 5 years have elapsed. 5 years spent transitioning from the first level to the second level of Qi cultivation. The pace of this modest ascent feels agonizingly slow, akin to a tortoise's crawl. However, when compared to other disciple workers and those with inferior spiritual roots, this progress is not particularly sluggish. In fact, it is somewhat expeditious. Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. After some contemplation, he calculated that it took an average of a month and a half to condense a strand of spiritual energy. The process of cultivation involved not merely the refinement of this energy, but also the continuous tempering of the physical body and the expansion of its current capacity. After 5 years, most of his fellow villagers remained at the first level of qi refinement. Only Zhao Lei had progressed. He was a low-level alchemist of the first rank, consuming blood qi pills and qi-nourishing pills daily to elevate his cultivation. Last year, he ascended to the second level of qi refinement. It took him 5 years to advance from the first to the second level. Ning Fan roughly estimated the time required and encountered the challenges of the third layer of qi refinement, which consumed even more time. It is no wonder that many cultivators with inferior spiritual roots choose to give up and opt for a life of ease. Often, hard work does not guarantee success. Fortunately, in the realm of cultivation, over 90% of practitioners possess inferior spiritual roots, a considerable number indeed, and there exists no discrimination or derogatory terms among them. Although substantial wealth remains elusive, their income continues to rise steadily. Ning Fan smiled and then took out a talisman brush, beginning to draw. With a fluid motion, he quickly completed a talisman, a dust-repelling talisman. Continuing his work, he created a fire talisman, followed by a true water talisman, a hemostasis talisman, and finally a spring-returning talisman. After producing 5 talismans in succession, his internal magical energy was depleted, prompting him to pause and rest to recover his strength. At the first level of qi training, he would exhaust his magic after crafting just 2 talismans. However, at the second level, he could create 5 before reaching his limit. Once his magic was exhausted, he required an hour of recuperation to restore it. In the marketplace, there exists an unspoken rule that high-level talisman masters are permitted to create and sell talismans of the same or even higher rank. Yet they are prohibited from producing and selling lower-grade talismans. If a second-tier talisman master were to mass-produce first-tier talismans for sale, it would lead to a market glut, disrupting the order and resulting in ineffective competition. The talismans crafted by lower-tier masters, whether in quality or quantity, would be overshadowed and squeezed out by their second-tier counterparts, leaving them with little room to survive. Therefore, there is still a certain market for low-level talismans, albeit with fierce competition. Over the course of a year, after accounting for various expenses, one might only net 120 spiritual stones. A first-tier low-level talisman master may earn even less than a spiritual farmer. It can only be said that the market for low-level talismans is exceedingly competitive. In the first year, due to poor cost management and unfamiliarity with agriculture, alongside loan repayments, he managed to accumulate merely 20 spiritual stones. By the second year, gaining experience and gradually controlling costs, while also selecting a new variety of spiritual rice seeds without taking out loans, he was able to amass 130 spiritual stones. The harvest in the third year was not particularly fruitful, yielding only 110 stones. The fourth year brought a more abundant harvest, along with favorable market conditions, allowing him to save 180 spiritual stones. In the fifth year, he achieved another good harvest, amassing 170 stones, in addition to the 350 stones earned from talisman manufacturing. At present, he possesses a total of 960 spiritual stones, which is quite a substantial sum. He aims to become a mid-tier first-grade talisman master within 5 years. Once he reaches the mid-tier, excluding various expenses, he can anticipate earning at least 500 spiritual stones. Ning Fan meticulously planned for his future. Glancing at the clock nearby, he sensed that the time was ripe, and thus he exited the courtyard. A few other spiritual farmers emerged from adjacent courtyards, patiently awaiting the arrival of the flying vessel. Among the crowd were familiar faces such as Bai Wei, Mu Yuer, Lin Yi, Li Changsheng, and Lu Ping'an. Beside Bai Wei stood a 5-year-old girl, the once infant now gradually growing up. Concerned for Bai Ningxuang's solitude at home, Bai Wei had taken her daughter along to the fields. As the flying vessel finally appeared, everyone boarded it in succession. The vessel traveled swiftly, reaching the outskirts of the city in merely 10 minutes. Upon disembarking, they scattered among the various spiritual fields to continue their agricultural endeavors. When evening fell, the group reboarded the flying vessel, returning to the city. Upon arriving home, Ning Fan had just finished his meal when he heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he was greeted by a woman of enduring grace, holding a handkerchief, her attire emblazoned with the words Hall of Matrimony. "May I ask how you are addressed, esteemed elder?" Ning Fan clasped his hands in greeting. It was undoubtedly appropriate to address those more powerful than himself as seniors. The woman spoke. "I am Elder Wu Mei of the Hehuan Hall. a matchmaker tasked with facilitating connections for you disciples of lesser status, helping you establish families and bear children, as well as introducing the various benefits offered by our sect. Elder, please come inside. Ning Fan respectfully stated, the miscellaneous disciples have two pathways. One is to strive to become outer disciples, or to ascend to the position of an elder in a particular hall. Elders of miscellaneous affairs, spirit rice, spirit farming, and even the elder of marital affairs are all at least at the fourth level of chi refinement. Due to their advanced age, they cannot become outer disciples and must settle for the role of a miscellaneous elder. In the living room, the hosts and guests took their seats. Elder Wu remarked nonchalantly, "Little junior brother, you have been in the Hehuan Sect for 6 years now, and you are 20 years old. Am I not correct?" Ning Fan nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, the elder speaks true." Elder Wu continued, "According to the customs of our joyous union sect, males must wed by the age of 20, while females are expected to do so by 18. Should you lack a suitable partner, the matrimonial hall shall assign you a companion by force." Ning Fan listened, slightly furrowing his brow as he remarked, "There is also this." Elder Wu chuckled and replied, "If you open the sect manual, you will find a clear record on page 72. Ning Fan retrieved a small booklet and opened to page 72, where he indeed found explicit regulations. This was no longer an encouragement for procreation, but rather a mandate. Elder Wu remarked, "According to the rules of our Hehuan Sect, when males reach the age of 20 and females the age of 18, they are required to select a suitable partner. Should one refuse the sect's benevolence, penalties will be imposed. The first year incurs a fine of 100 spirit stones, the second year 200 spirit stones, the third year 500 spirit stones, and the fourth year 1,000 spirit stones. As for the fifth year, there will be no fine. Instead, one will have their spiritual fields confiscated and be cast into the black prison, destined to become a disposable furnace." Ning Fan remarked, "I recall some outer sect disciples, as well as inner sect disciples, and even true disciples, they too remain single, devoid of partners." Elder Wu replied, "This is a stipulation for the servant disciples. Should one ascend to the rank of outer sect disciple, the rules will become relatively lenient. For true disciples, the regulations will be even more relaxed. They are quite distant from us. Having previously mentioned punishment, let us now discuss the rewards. When a man and woman unite as partners, they shall be exempt from 3 years of rent." Ning Fan sensed that something was amiss. Elder Wu remarked, having discussed the rewards for marriage, "Let us now address the incentives for procreation. Once united as life partners, it is imperative to bear a child within 3 years, and a total of 3 children within 10 years. This task is non-negotiable. Failing to produce a child incurs a penalty of 100 spirit stones for each child short, escalating to 500 for 2 and 1,000 for 3. Yet, penalties are accompanied by rewards. Should a child possess inferior spiritual roots, a reward of 100 spirit stones is granted. If the child bears medium spiritual roots, the reward increases to 1,000 spirit stones. And for a child with superior spiritual roots, the reward escalates to an impressive 10,000 spirit stones. As for those with earthly or heavenly roots, there is no need to elaborate. Many of the auxiliary disciples, possessing inferior spiritual roots, often lack connections, support, and resources. The sole avenue to alter their fates lies in procreation. As Elder Wu articulated the incentives and penalties, his tone bore a blend of allure, menace, and intimidation. One day, the livestock, chickens, ducks, pigs, dogs, and cattle collectively ceased to reproduce. Thus, it became necessary to employ temptations, threats, and intimidation to encourage these animals to procreate abundantly. For a farmer, an increase in the number of cattle, sheep, pigs, and dogs signifies not only a rise in livestock but also a corresponding increase in wealth. No one would resent an abundance of livestock, nor harbor concerns about their quantity. Ning Fan nodded and said, "I understand." Elder Wu remarked, "You have a time limit of 3 months to find a partner. Should you fail to do so, a partner will be assigned to you against your will. The quality of such assignments is somewhat uncertain. I must also visit a few nearby establishments." With that, Elder Wu rose and departed. It was not just Ning Fan who was subject to this. Others also made their rounds. Even Bai Wei was not exempt from this custom. She too sought to restructure her family, albeit with lowered expectations. She simply needed to bear 2 more children. Soon, this news began to circulate in the vicinity. The junior disciples exchanged glances, preparing their next moves. There were penalties for remaining unmarried, as well as for failing to have children. The fines were substantial, far beyond the means of many junior disciples. Marriage and the search for a partner emerged as the most prudent choices. Before long, Ning Fan, Zhao Lei, and 6 others convened once more. They gathered on average once a year, with additional meetings held under special circumstances. Zhang Tai inquired with curiosity, what has transpired recently? Has the sect begun to pressure members into marriage and childbearing? Nothing unusual has occurred. Everything is merely in accordance with the sect's rules, Zhao Lei replied. This is simply the sect's regulation. Male junior disciples must marry by the age of 20, while females must do so by 18. If no suitable partner is found, a forced assignment will ensue. Those assigned are often flawed junior disciples or common women. In essence, what remains is unpalatable. Zhang Tai lamented, I recently managed to gather 1,000 spirit stones to present to a craftsman as a token, but now my pockets are empty. I truly lack the funds to marry and have children. Zhao Lei reassured him, as long as you become an apprentice and master a craft, you will gradually accumulate wealth. If necessary, you can resort to borrowing. The sect's rules are immutable. Male junior disciples must marry by 20 and females by 18. Deviating from these regulations incurs a fine. If you possess talent and confidence in advancing to the 4th layer of Qi training within 10 years, you may become an outer sect disciple. Alternatively, mastering a craft to a mid-tier level also qualifies you for outer sect status. However, the rules governing junior disciples do not extend to outer sect members. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Many had spent 6 years and remained at the 1st layer of Qi training, while only Zhao Lei and Ning Fan had progressed to the 2nd layer. As for achieving a mid-tier skill level, only Zhao Lei had succeeded in becoming an outer sect disciple, while the rest lagged considerably behind. Ning Fan felt a considerable distance from attaining the 1st tier of mid-grade cultivation. Linny inquired, why is the sect in such a haste? Zhao Lei responded, marriage and children signify true integration into the Hehuan Sect. Without a spouse and offspring, one remains somewhat estranged from the sect, lacking genuine closeness. In the realm of mortals, generals predominantly recruit soldiers from families with wives, children, and arable land. Those without land or familial ties often prove to be unreliable mercenaries. Li Changxing remarked, it seems the sect still harbors distrust towards us, wishing to bind us through marriage and progeny, thereby restraining our freedom. Zhao Lei interjected, enough. Such divisive talk is unwelcome. The conversation shifted to other subjects, and soon after, they dispersed to their respective homes. Upon returning, Ning Fan felt a slight headache. The Hehuan Sect was pressuring him into marriage, and refusal was not an option, as it would lead to severe repercussions. Resigned, he decided to visit the Red Dust Pavilion for inquiries. Alas, the spirit stones in his pocket had already diminished significantly before he could even warm them. The Red Dust Pavilion served as a dedicated venue for matchmaking, a place for forging connections. Once in the private room, Ning Fan patiently awaited his turn. After a brief interval, the renowned matchmaker, Wang Pe, appeared, beaming as she began her introductions. Young man, your prospects are quite favorable, Wang Pe remarked, surveying the young man in blue before her. At merely 20 years of age, he had reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, possessed a low-grade spiritual root, and was a 1st-tier low-grade talisman master, accumulating at least 300 spirit stones annually, with savings exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. This was considered respectable. For women seeking to alter their fortunes through marriage, such a candidate was indeed appealing. What kind of partner do you desire? Wang Pu inquired. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no tradition of monogamy. As long as the male is sufficiently distinguished, he may seek multiple partners, and the same applies to females. Ning Fan remarked, in truth, there are no stringent criteria. First and foremost, one must possess an appealing appearance, avoiding any semblance of unattractiveness. Secondly, one should exhibit good character, being gentle, obedient, and virtuous. Wang Pe nodded in agreement. So, you mean there are no particularly demanding requirements, as long as one is somewhat docile and compliant? That seems about right. Recently, my sect has begun to urge marriage, and I must seek a partner. Otherwise, the penalties will become overwhelming for me. Is that so? Very well. I shall arrange it for you. Wang Pe nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, young man, in my hands, no matchmaking has ever ended in failure. Just wait and see as you embrace your beautiful beloved. With that, Wang Pe rose and departed. Once outside, she began to call out. Moments later, the beaded curtain at the entrance stirred, and a graceful figure clad in a pale yellow garment, possessing remarkable beauty, gracefully entered. Ning Fan scrutinized the woman before him. She appeared to be around 18 years of age, possessing merely the cultivation of the third layer of qi refinement. However, her actual age was indeterminate. Female cultivators often reach their 50s while retaining the youthful visage of 18. It is only when one reaches a particularly advanced age that their appearance begins to reveal signs of aging. In terms of beauty and figure, this woman indeed exhibited an above-average standard, and he was not misled. Nevertheless, for women, physical appearance is often the least significant aspect. After all, female cultivators absorb the essence of heaven and earth, transforming both their bodies and appearances. Most possess fair skin, harmonious features, and graceful figures. It is rare to find an unattractive female cultivator. My friend, I find you quite agreeable. Let us now discuss the matter of the betrothal gifts. The woman seated across from him said with a smile, nodding slightly. The initial impression was favorable. Now it remained to be seen how substantial his financial means were. Ning Fan was slightly taken aback, feeling a sense of suddenness, yet he maintained his composure and replied, "Pray, do enlighten me." The female cultivator responded, "The betrothal gift serves as a woman's assurance. If I marry you and become your companion, attending to you and bearing your children, I believe I am entitled to such a gift." Ning Fan nodded in agreement, remarking that such stipulations were indeed essential. The female cultivator stated, "My demands are not excessive." The enchanting female cultivator added, 3,000 spirit stones, a residence of 100 square meters, a mid-grade flying sword, and a mid-grade robe. The property deed must bear my name. Furthermore, your monthly income of spirit stones shall be entrusted to me for safekeeping. After all, we are dual cultivation partners, intertwined as one. Additionally, my cultivation is not yet stable, and I must strive diligently to advance. Once I attain the 4th level of qi refinement, we shall engage in dual cultivation together. She outlined her conditions succinctly, her eyes gleaming with a sense of undeniable entitlement. Ning Fan nodded slightly and inquired, "I have a question as well. May I ask how old you are?" Such a direct inquiry into a woman's age is rather impolite. Furthermore, what can you offer me? After our marriage, I shall devote my life to serving you, accompany you in our dual cultivation, and ensure the continuation of your lineage. Surely, that is not insufficient? Ning Fan did not respond to the question, but instead inquired, "What is your monthly income in spirit stones?" The female cultivator replied, "I work as a manager in a tavern, earning 30 spirit stones each month, which is equivalent to a male cultivator's monthly income of 300 spirit stones. What more could you possibly find unsatisfactory?" Ning Fan remarked, "What a pity, I am still living in a rented accommodation. My savings amount to a mere 1,000 spirit stones, which I feel is unworthy of you, my lady. Perhaps you should find another partner, for I am not suitable for you." The female cultivator's expression immediately shifted, and she exclaimed, "So you are a pauper?" Grumbling resentfully, she turned away in disdain. Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. In truth, he had yet to pose one particular question. Are you still a maiden, untouched and pure? One must not settle for a worn-out shoe, nor should one indulge in the remnants of another's meal when ordering takeout. However, it seems there is no necessity for such inquiries now. The female cultivator stormed out, and Wang Pa hurriedly approached her, inquiring, "What is the situation?" The female cultivator, visibly irate, retorted, "I did not come here for charity. Why have you introduced me to a pauper? He is still renting a place and has merely 1,000 spirit stones in savings." Wang Pa replied, "He is merely a 20-year-old child. Having this amount saved is already commendable. A low-grade talisman master at the age of 20 is considered exceptional." The female cultivator fumed. "I am not here for charity." Wang Pa, helpless, responded, "Dear friend, you have come to me over 100 times now, and you are already in your 40s. Your cultivation has stagnated. It will not bode well as you age and lose your allure. For cultivators in the qi refining stage, once they surpass 60, they begin to decline. Not only is it challenging to break through in cultivation, but one's outer appearance will also gradually wither. Even with the use of beauty-preserving pills, it is but a temporary fix, failing to enhance longevity or cultivation. The female cultivator scoffed, "My standards are not high. I will not lower them. Regardless, good things come to those who wait. I will not settle for a partner." With that, she turned on her heel and strode away. Wang Pa sighed, feeling a headache coming on. "Let's move on to the next one." She then notified the second female cultivator. Moments later, Ning Fan encountered another female cultivator. She possessed an oval face, singular phoenix-like eyes, a tall and slender figure, and snow-white skin, adorned in a water-red dress. Her features were exquisite, appearing to be in her early 20s and meticulously groomed, standing at the 2nd level of qi refining. Her gaze was sharp and frigid, Ning Fan inquired, "My friend, do you have any questions? We can converse at our leisure." The female cultivator, straightforwardly, stated, "I am stationed in a talisman tower, where I am responsible for selling talismans and materials. My monthly earnings amount to a mere 30 spirit stones. This meager sum is hardly sufficient for my expenses. How much can you offer me each month?" Ning Fan remarked, "So your purpose in seeking a match is to find a wealthy individual who can generously provide you with ample spirit stones." "That's essentially the case," the female cultivator replied, her tone unapologetic. "You appear rather earnest, and I could reluctantly accept you, but on the condition that you provide me with no less than 50 spirit stones each month. Furthermore, you must purchase a house outright. After marriage, I refuse to continue renting. The property must be registered in my name. By the way, I currently have an outstanding debt of 3,000 spirit stones that remains unpaid. You must assist me in settling this matter before we can consider marriage and cultivation together. Do not find my demands excessive. A female cultivator often faces disadvantages in certain aspects. I require a guarantee. Otherwise, what need do I have for you? My friend, we are not suited for each other. I lack the financial means." Ning Fan quipped. "Even with substantial wealth, one would scarcely opt for this one." Ning Fan, weary of conversation, directly served tea and ushered the guests out. "You," the female cultivator fixed her gaze upon him and said, "What do you mean by this? It seems you lack sincerity. Why would you come out to court if you have no wealth? Are you toying with me?" Ning Fan, disinterested, chose not to respond. The female cultivator, incensed, departed in haste. Upon hearing her grievances, Wang Per, with a resigned sigh, remarked, "If that is the case, we must move on to the next." Shortly thereafter, the third female cultivator made her entrance, clad in a flowing white garment. Her features were innocent and pure, radiating a sense of modesty. And her cultivation was merely at the first layer of chi refinement, possessing only a low-grade spiritual root. The white-clad cultivator spoke softly, "I possess a somewhat reserved disposition. How our relationship unfolds will depend on your attitude. If your sincerity can touch my heart, then let us be together." Ning Fan jested, "Pray tell, what constitutes sincerity? How shall I demonstrate it?" The woman, surnamed Bai, responded softly, "I harbor no desire for a dwelling exclusively mine, nor do I require my name inscribed upon the deed. Surely, a betrothal gift of 3,000 spirit stones is not excessive, is it?" Ning Fan inquired, "Is there anything else? Furthermore, I have a younger brother whose aptitude is wanting and stands in dire need of cultivation resources. I request that you assist him in ascending to the 4th level of chi refining." The female cultivator continued to speak. Ning Fan smiled. "I believe I am not suited for this." "Why is that?" the female cultivator inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ning Fan remarked, "I have come for matchmaking, not to grant wishes. I am not a deity residing in a temple. Making a wish upon me would be futile." The female cultivator, incensed, departed in haste. Soon after, one by one, a succession of enchanting female cultivators entered the private room, each possessing striking beauty and graceful figures, yet ultimately, they all emerged with scowls etched upon their faces. Some, with tempers flaring, resorted to vehement curses and delivered a barrage of scathing mockeries. Ning Fan found himself at a loss for words. Many female cultivators, despite their commendable attributes, tend to overestimate their own worth, treating matchmaking gatherings as wish-granting ceremonies. This repeatedly challenged his perceptions. However, he was not one to grovel. He stood firm on matters of principle. Moments later, a woman clad in azure entered the room. Her figure was graceful, and she appeared youthful, yet in truth, she was over 40. "I have a son and hope you will embrace him as your own." A man should possess a broad-minded spirit and not be overly concerned with trivial matters. It is not easy for female cultivators to bear children, and I hope you can empathize with my difficulties. I do not wish to bear more children in the future. As for the bride price, let us reduce it by 2,000 spirit stones. I do not wish to rent. I desire a home. The property rights shall be shared equally between us." This woman presented the least demanding terms of all. Ning Fan was rendered speechless. "My dear friend, you are a flower among the crowd, a beauty that captivates the heart of a nation, yet I feel unworthy of you." The female cultivator, with an air of indifference, remarked with indignation etched upon her face, "Indeed, it seems there are no good men among you." Upon stepping outside, she addressed Wang Per, exclaiming, "This man is unsuitable. I refuse to believe that a divorced male cultivator can pursue an unmarried female cultivator, yet I cannot seek an unmarried male cultivator for myself." Wang Per observed this scene in silence. Of course, a divorced female cultivator is entitled to seek an unmarried male cultivator. However, the condition remains that she must be willing to invest financially and support those unmarried male cultivators, rather than being devoid of resources while seeking to exploit men. This marks the 12th attempt. Wang Pa commented, "Dear friend, have you yet to find someone suitable?" Ning Fan lamented, "I feel somewhat unworthy of them." Wang Pa replied, "We do have some exceptional female cultivators here, but they are all at the 6th or even 7th level of Qi refinement. Their requirements for a partner are at least the 7th or 8th level, or even a foundation establishment cultivator." Ning Fan smiled and remarked, "Foundation establishment cultivators attend matchmaking events at the Red Dust Pavilion. They are not lacking in female companionship." Wang Pa replied, "Indeed, it is a predicament. Female cultivators can ascend in compatibility, yet they cannot descend. They perpetually present some outrageous demands, hoping that a certain foundation establishment cultivator will take an interest in them." Ning Fan remarked, "My expectations are not high. I merely desire someone with a pleasing appearance. They must not wear tattered shoes, nor should they consume leftovers from others. Is this requirement truly excessive?" Madame Wang replied, "Not at all. It is indeed quite reasonable, yet finding a suitable match proves difficult. Those with lesser conditions struggle to find companionship, while those with better circumstances face the same challenge. Many women possess merely a score of 60, yet perceive themselves as 70, seeking a partner who rates 80. The dilemma arises when they finally encounter an individual of 80, only to believe themselves deserving of a 90, yearning for someone who embodies a perfect 100. Numerous female cultivators consistently harbor the belief that the next prospect will be superior, lamenting over their ex-partners, yet fail to consider that perhaps their former relationship was the pinnacle, with subsequent encounters diminishing in quality. Perhaps it would be wise to take things slowly. Ning Fan remarked, "It is a rare find to encounter a 3-legged toad, yet there are plenty of 2-legged mortals. Since these female cultivators have lofty expectations that I cannot meet, I shall lower my standards. I will no longer seek a female cultivator. Surely, a mortal woman will suffice." Wang Po's expression shifted dramatically as she interjected, "The union of cultivators fosters mutual enhancement, significantly accelerating the cultivation process. Moreover, when both parents are cultivators, the likelihood of their offspring becoming cultivators is considerably high. However, should you choose to marry a mortal woman, she would be incapable of engaging in mutual cultivation with you, thus hindering your progress. Furthermore, with a mortal mother, the chances of your children being mere mortals are greatly increased. Why not reconsider and select a few more female cultivators to evaluate? The realm of cultivation is rife with a severe hierarchy, with mortals occupying the lowest echelon." Ning Fan did not respond. Instead, he inquired, "How many inhabitants reside in the immortal city?" Wang Pa replied, "The population is approximately 5 million. Ning Fan inquired once more, "What is the number of mortals? And how many cultivators are there?" Wang Pa replied, "The number of cultivators may not exceed 500,000, while the number of mortals is at least 4 million. "That is indeed correct," he mused. "Those female cultivators possess lofty expectations, some of which are unattainable. Therefore, I shall lower my standards and opt for mortal women. Surely, mortal women do not harbor excessively high and unreasonable demands." Ning Fan spoke calmly, "Men are unlike women. While women can continuously ascend in compatibility, it is arduous to compel them to descend. Men, on the other hand, can perpetually lower their standards. One may not be able to choose the finest option, yet they can certainly opt for the most economical." Wang Pa interjected, "That is certainly not the case. The bride price for female cultivators is at least 1,000 spirit stones, whereas for mortal women, the minimum is merely 10 spirit stones, and it seldom exceeds 100. However, cultivators and mortals traverse disparate paths, existing in different strata. Why must you diminish your own worth?" Ning Fan remarked, "Mortals, particularly women, possess their own merits. At least they come at a lower cost. Marriage is akin to a transaction, a business arrangement. Some goods are exorbitantly priced and merely secondhand. Thus I choose to let them go, preferring instead the more affordable first-hand options. Their quality may be average, yet they offer reliability. Oftentimes, one must learn the art of relinquishment. Giving up does not always guarantee success, but it can alleviate mental strain." Old Wang furrowed her brow slightly. Yet she acquiesced to someone's request and began to sift through the documents. She uncovered a wealth of information, abundant in quantity, though she posed a question. "Are you truly certain you wish to seek a mortal woman as your partner?" Old Wang continued to advise. "I am resolute." Ning Fan remarked, "The sect is pressuring me into marriage. I can only strive to make do." The old woman ceased her persuasion, asking, "What kind of mortal woman will you choose?" Ning Fan remarked, "In my youth, I resided in a quaint mountain village and later joined the Hehuan Sect. Thus my understanding of the mortal realm is rather limited. Perhaps you could enlighten me." Madame Wang replied, "As for the world of mortals, I am also somewhat uninformed. My knowledge extends only to the populace of Nascent City. Within this city, the mortal community comprises descendants of certain cultivators and some lowly martial artists in pursuit of transcendence. The offspring born from unions of cultivators possess a significant likelihood of having spiritual roots, yet this is not an absolute certainty. Some descendants may, unfortunately, lack spiritual roots while residing in Nascent City. Additionally, a segment of these lowly martial artists, despite their absence of spiritual roots, fervently pursue enlightenment and have come here to acquire resources for their martial cultivation. Numerous mortals congregate within the city, engaging in the cultivation of spiritual rice, serving as attendants, and undertaking various other menial tasks. Their ultimate aspiration is to attain the sanctity of martial arts and awaken their spiritual roots." The sanctity of martial arts and the awakening of spiritual roots. Ning Fan was slightly taken aback. Wangpa continued, "In this world, only those with spiritual roots can cultivate and embark on the path of immortality. Without spiritual roots, one cannot practice. There was once a powerful being of transformation who had a son devoid of spiritual roots and thus unable to cultivate. He passed away at a young age. This powerful being, moved by the plight of the lower-class mortals, conducted research and, after much contemplation, forged a path in martial arts by integrating physical training. The tiers of martial practitioners, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, innate warriors, and master warriors, each represent a gradual enhancement of one's vital energy and spirit. Upon reaching the Grandmaster level, one could even rival those at the third layer of Qi cultivation. Yet, this was still insufficient. Ultimately, this powerful being comprehended the mysteries of existence and established the realm of martial sage. In the martial sage realm, one can perceive the essence of intent, transcending the innate to revert to the acquired, directly transforming into spiritual roots, thus embarking on the path of immortality. Within the city of Xian, among the multitude of mortals, some hailing from the mundane world and others descendants of cultivators, there lies a shared discontent within their hearts, driving them to diligently practice martial arts in hopes of attaining the martial sage realm and thereby defying their fate. This is also the reason why there are as many as 5 million inhabitants in Xian City, with over 4.5 million being ordinary mortals. Ning Fan inquired, "Are there many mortals who, through martial prowess, attain the status of a martial sage and condense their spiritual roots?" "Not many, indeed," Wangpa responded with a faint sigh. "The path of martial arts is not exceedingly arduous. Provided one possesses the necessary resources, becoming an innate warrior is a manageable endeavor. However, to ascend to the rank of a master martial artist necessitates a trial of wisdom, comprehension, and spirituality. It may take 100 innate warriors to produce a single martial master. As for the martial sage, the challenge is exponentially greater. From among 1,000 martial masters, only one may emerge as a martial sage. Furthermore, once one has condensed their spiritual roots, they may embark upon the path of cultivation. That is exceedingly difficult," came the reply. Ning Fan nodded, noting that the probability was exceedingly low. Wangpa remarked, "Even if one succeeds in condensing spiritual roots, the majority are of inferior quality. The likelihood of achieving medium-grade spiritual roots is merely 1%, while the chances of attaining superior-grade roots are even slimmer." Ning Fan nodded and remarked, "And what of it? How does this concern me?" The old woman replied, "Beneath the rank of miscellaneous disciples, there exists the category of entry disciples. The entry tokens are bestowed upon mortals residing in the city of ascending immortals. According to the established regulations, the age of 40 serves as a critical threshold. Should those mortal warriors attain the rank of martial saint before reaching the age of 40, they will be directly elevated to outer disciples. Failure to achieve this will result in their collective expulsion. Of course, there are exceptions. If those mortal warriors unite in matrimony with miscellaneous disciples, they may continue to reside in the city of ascending immortals." Ning Fan chuckled, remarking that indeed, the sect does not support idlers. For mortal warriors, marrying is the only means of remaining here. Wangpa elaborated, "Mortal women are categorized into various ranks. Each rank commands a different price. The lowest tier consists of women of mediocre appearance and abilities. If one lacks a partner, the sect compels the assignment of a companion, predominantly from this category. Items that are forcibly distributed are generally of average quality. As for the price, it requires merely 1 spirit stone. This is the most inferior level. The second tier features mortal women of comparatively higher quality. They possess striking beauty, graceful figures, and possess certain skills to earn a living. Their price is 10 spirit stones. The third tier sees a further enhancement in quality, with women of breathtaking beauty, special talents, and at least a certain level of martial prowess, classified as second-rate warriors. Priced at 50 spirit stones. The fourth tier represents the pinnacle of quality among mortal women, possessing notable skills and at least first-rate martial capabilities. With a price of 100 spirit stones. Which level do you choose? Ning Fan remarked, it seems that mortal women are more frugal. The most expensive among them costs merely 100 spirit stones. In contrast, the cheapest female cultivators demand no less than 3,000 spirit stones. And their prices may continue to escalate. Thus, it is but a mere 100 spirit stones. He then produced a token and promptly deducted 100 points. Additionally, he retrieved 50 spirit stones and handed them directly to Old Wang. Senior sister, please hold on to these 50 spirit stones. I require your assistance in selecting something. Old Wang smiled and did not refuse, accepting the stones with grace. Junior brother, you are quite generous. Let us proceed this way, she replied, leading him in a particular direction. Ning Fan followed closely behind. After walking for a while, he arrived at a chamber. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a scene filled with charming young women, all meticulously adorned and possessing remarkable beauty. Some surpassed even the female cultivators in allure. Alas, most were devoid of spiritual roots. The old woman remarked, this chamber houses approximately 130 items for your selection. You may choose freely. Once selected, you may take them home with you. The quality of these items is assured, and there will be no harm to their owner. As she spoke, her tone bore a hint of arrogance, treating these mortal women not as individuals but rather as mere commodities. Ning Fan was mildly surprised, gazing upon the women in the chamber. These women were all of striking beauty, some even possessing the allure of legendary enchantresses. Alas, they were all devoid of spiritual roots. Despite their captivating appearances, once they advanced in years, their aging process would be accelerated, far surpassing that of female cultivators. Senior, my eyes deceive me. I am uncertain which to select. Might I implore you to offer your counsel? Junior, does the maidenhood of these women concern you? Assuredly. I cannot abide by accepting damaged goods. Wangpa declared, those who are virgins, stand to the left. Those who are not, stand to the right. Do not presume to deceive me, for my eyes are keen. The women stood anxiously, whereupon a dozen or so moved to the right. Approximately 100 remained eligible. Wangpa continued, this junior disciple possesses a benevolent temperament, yet mine is far less forgiving. I shall select one among you to become his Taoist partner. Firstly, none shall be unsightly. Only those of exceptional beauty, scoring below 90, shall depart. As Wangpa spoke, she waved her fan, which shimmered faintly, creating a whirlwind that swept towards several women. These women, though possessing considerable beauty, were nonetheless relegated to the right. Consequently, a little over 40 remained, all possessing top-tier appearances, each a potential seductress. Secondly, any woman who has reached the age of 30 is unacceptable. Those remaining past 30 must possess numerous flaws. Leftover fare is invariably unpalatable, or else too costly to acquire. With a sweep of her arm, Wangpa eliminated 10, leaving 30. Thirdly, none below the level of a congenital martial artist shall remain. With another wave of Wangpa's hand, only 8 remained. Wangpa stood aside, stating, now, the number is diminished, leaving but 8. Observe them closely, from beginning to end. They were not regarded as people but treated as mere commodities. Upon closer inspection, Ning Fan observed that the remaining 8 women were of exceptional quality, both in appearance and other attributes. Indeed, the selection process at the Red Dust Pavilion was meticulous, ensuring that only the finest specimens were procured. Each woman possessed a unique and captivating beauty, leaving him momentarily hesitant and indecisive. Wang chuckled and remarked, Junior brother, surely you haven't developed affections for all 8 of these mortal women? While it's not entirely out of the question, I wonder if your constitution could endure such an endeavor. Though a congenital martial artist's physique surpasses even that of a Qi refining stage 3 cultivator by a significant margin, you mustn't underestimate the toll of being relentlessly drained by 8 enchantresses. Furthermore, while the first marriage for a menial disciple is tax-exempt, the second incurs an annual tax of 20 spirit stones, the third 50 spirit stones, and the fourth a hefty 100 spirit stones. The tax for the fifth escalates to a staggering 500 spirit stones, with no upper limit thereafter. Junior brother, Do you possess the financial means to sustain such extravagance? Her words were laced with jest. The harmonious Hehuan Sect encourages matrimony and procreation, even to the point of subtle coercion. However, to prevent an imbalance of resources, strict taxes are imposed on the number of wives one takes. Without a solid financial foundation and ample wealth, the prospect of marrying multiple wives remains an unattainable fantasy. Ning Fan chuckled. One is sufficient. Senior sister, I find myself somewhat indecisive. I seek your assistance. Wang Po replied, if you are uncertain, then let us draw lots. She produced a box containing several crumpled pieces of paper, placed them inside, and gave it a gentle shake before setting it before them. The mortal women then stepped forward, each plucking a piece of paper and unfolding it. Most of the slips were blank, but one bore the words fate of marriage. Ah, splendid. This one is meant for you. Wang Po inquired, may I ask how to address you, my dear? I pay my respects to the celestial master. The young woman stepped forward and declared, I am called Qin Xiener. Ning Fan remarked, your parents hope for you to become an immortal. From this moment forth, we shall be Tao companions. Qin Xiener replied, from now on, we are indeed Tao companions, destined to support each other. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Ning Fan felt a gentle stir in his heart. Her flowing hair cascaded gracefully over her fair shoulders, reminiscent of willows swaying in the breeze. Her delicate brows lightly brushed against the spring mist, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Her cherry-red lips glistened with a luscious hue, and her pearly teeth resembled fragments of shattered jade. The charming corners of her mouth held a sweet, captivating smile. Her bright eyes were filled with tender affection, evoking a sense of poignant beauty that was truly rare in the mortal realm. The only lament was her lack of spiritual roots. After bidding farewell to Wang Po and departing from the mundane world, he headed homeward. Xiener, this is the last assistance I can offer you. He is a man of integrity and reliability. Wang Po watched the couple recede into the distance, silently offering her prayers. Yet, she had resorted to trickery, performing one final act for that sister. The Hehuan Sect has its own established rules. Some cannot be broken, but within the framework of these rules, a degree of flexibility is permissible. Unfortunately, Qin Xiener was somewhat unlucky, lacking spiritual roots. Through her efforts and maneuverings, she ultimately found a worthy haven. Without any connections or background, Ning Fan has diligently ascended to the second level of Qi cultivation and is recognized as a low-grade talisman master. Standing out among the outer disciples, he harbors the potential to become an inner disciple in the future. Sitting upright in the carriage, Ning Fan gazes at the woman across from him, lost in contemplation. Reflecting on recent events, he senses something amiss. After pondering certain matters, he inquires, my lady, are your parents still alive? Qin Xiener replies, my father has passed away. I am truly sorry. Ning Fan remarked, it is nothing. I have grown accustomed to it. My father was an outer disciple, tasked with a mission each year. He perished while carrying out his duties. Qin Xiener spoke calmly. As for my mother, unwilling to endure a life of hardship, she remarried another man. Consequently, I was sold by her to the Red Dust Pavilion for a mere 20 spirit stones. Ning Fan fell into silence, as he was at a loss for words to console him. A married couple, akin to birds of the same forest, often take flight in times of great adversity. As for the notion of selling their daughter, it appeared to hold little significance. After all, without spiritual roots, she existed at the very bottom of the cultivation world. Selling her to the Red Dust Pavilion could be considered a viable option. The carriage continued its journey, eventually returning home. Ning Fan alighted from the carriage, followed closely by Qin Xiener. Upon entering the room, Ning Fan commenced the task of kindling a fire for cooking. Utilizing a large cauldron, he filled it with water before adding black pine rice. He then activated a fire talisman, causing the flames to blaze fiercely, which in turn raised the temperature of the cauldron steadily. After a while, the rice began to cook thoroughly, and he transferred it into a basin. Next, he retrieved some marinated meat and began to heat it until it reached an optimal temperature, subsequently placing it into another basin. Soon, they had 2 generous basins filled with food. Let us dine, he proclaimed. Indeed, she responded, and they began their meal. Although they possessed the rare fasting elixir, which could sustain one for an entire day, its taste was rather unpleasant, suitable only for exceptional circumstances. Under normal conditions, most would prefer to steam rice, savoring its delectable flavor while benefiting from its nourishing properties for the vital energy and blood. Ning Fan grasped a large bowl and began to eat with remarkable speed, devouring an impressive 10 pounds of rice and an additional pound of sauced meat. As a cultivator, His physique grew increasingly robust, leading to a heightened demand for sustenance. Qin Xiener, indulging herself, consumed 15 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of sauced meat. "I apologize for my excessive appetite," she said with a hint of remorse. Following her father's demise, her mother had sold her to the Red Dust Pavilion, yet she bore no resentment towards her mother. Upon becoming an innate warrior, she required substantial amounts of spiritual rice and meat daily to meet her body's needs. Each year, her consumption amounted to at least 50 spiritual stones, and her mother, unable to support her, arranged for her marriage, believing it to be the best course of action. Ning Fan felt a slight headache as he listened. "You are my Tao companion. There will be no shortage of spiritual meat and rice for you." However, as a lowly spiritual farmer, his finances were limited, necessitating frugality. Blood chi pills, sold in bottles of tin, cost 3 spiritual stones, while nourishing chi pills, also in bottles of tin, were priced at 5 spiritual stones. Should you consume 1 blood chi pill daily and I take 1 nourishing chi pill each day, we would require nearly 300 spiritual stones annually. We also needed 30 pounds of spiritual rice and 5 pounds of spiritual meat daily, along with the cost of clothing, leading to a minimum expenditure of 200 spiritual stones each year, an overwhelming burden indeed. Once, he could satisfy his own hunger without concern for others, allowing him to save a little each month. But now, with a wife, his monthly expenses had surged. Marrying a man means sharing the burden of clothing and food. He reflected. 2 sets of ceremonial clothing each year would cost no less than 40 spiritual stones. As an innate warrior, Qin Xiener needed ample nourishment. Consuming 15 pounds of spiritual rice and 3 pounds of spiritual beast meat daily, this was hardly excessive. The financial obligations had escalated significantly. "I shall forego the blood chi pills, as long as I have sufficient spiritual rice and meat to fill my stomach. That will suffice," Qin Xiener asserted resolutely. For low-tier cultivators, earning a living was arduous, and saving was imperative. "I possess a modest savings to get by. Let us manage for another year," Ning Fan stated. "As an innate warrior, you should take more blood chi pills. It may facilitate your progress." "Thank you," Qin Xiener replied. Soon, they finished their meal. Ning Fan began to tidy up the dishes, subsequently washing them with care. Qin Xiener busied herself with cleaning. Once everything was in order, they exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of bashfulness. "Madam, the night has grown late. Shall we retire early?" "Indeed, let us rest," she replied. Both were experiencing this intimacy for the first time, and a sense of modesty enveloped them as they swiftly shed their garments, surrendering to the joyous abandon of the moment. As dawn broke the following day, Ning Fan awoke later than usual, feeling a slight ache in his lower back. Yet, he was invigorated, as if floating on air. The experience of being a congenital martial artist was truly exquisite. Life with a partner, contrasted with the solitary existence, felt remarkably different. He gazed at his companion, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Qin Xiener, awakening with a blush, met his gaze, and together they began to rise. After donning their attire, Qin Xiener emerged transformed, radiating an aura of newfound vitality. Ning Fan remarked, "We are currently in a state of financial constraint, lacking sufficient resources to raise a child. So it is best to postpone parenthood for the time being." Qin Xiener responded, "Very well." After a moment of contemplation, she hesitated and added, "However, what about the fines for not having children? The penalty for having 1 less child is 100 spirit stones. For 2 children it is 500 spirit stones. And for 3 children, it amounts to 1,000 spirit stones. These fines are hardly significant." Ning Fan countered, "If we choose not to have any children at all, the maximum fine will be 1,600 spirit stones. Yet, the expenses associated with raising a child will only continue to escalate. By the time a child is born and reaches the age of 18, we would require at least 3,000 spirit stones. We simply cannot afford it. Hence, we must forego having children." Qin Xiener added, "It is said that there are subsidies for childbirth." Ning Fan remarked, "The spiritual stones provided as subsidies will inevitably be reclaimed in double measure in the future." Qin Xiener responded, "My dear husband, allow me to toil in the fields as well." Ning Fan remarked, "No need, I can manage alone. Cultivating the land requires cultivators. Even those at the first level of chi refinement surpass ordinary warriors in efficiency. A chi refinement practitioner can harness their magical energy and manipulate the forces of nature to cultivate, effortlessly tending to 30 acres of land. In contrast, innate warriors rely solely on their own vital essence and true chi, managing to cultivate at most 10 acres. Suddenly, Qin Xiener interjected, "My dear husband, I possess some weaving skills and can craft magical garments to help support our household. Ning Fan remarked, typically, I engage in household chores and prepare meals at home. In my leisure hours, I primarily focus on martial arts practice. As for crafting magical garments, it is quite unnecessary. Such an endeavor is exceedingly laborious. Innate martial artists rely on their innate true energy, painstakingly stitching each piece, which renders the process quite taxing. It may take a month to produce a single garment, with a mere value of 20 spirit stones. After deducting various expenses, the monthly income amounts to only 5 spirit stones. Conversely, a low-tier spiritual garment artisan can harness their magical power to expedite the crafting process, potentially completing an entire set in a single day. Should one's cultivation advance, both the efficiency of production and the quality of the garments would significantly improve. After exchanging some affectionate words with his spouse, Ning Fan departed the room and boarded a flying vessel, descending underground to commence his agricultural endeavors. Upon arrival in the subterranean realm, he initiated the planting process. Channeling his magical abilities, he summoned spiritual rain to nourish the medicinal herbs. Subsequently, he employed soil-enhancing spells to enrich the fertility of the spiritual fields. Once he had tended to an acre of land, his magical energy was depleted, prompting him to rest until he could restore his strength. At 5 o'clock, Ning Fan began his journey home. Upon his return, he found Qin Xian'er engaged in martial arts training, her fists flying and feet moving gracefully. As she practiced her combat skills, she resembled a soaring dragon or a ferocious tiger, her movements characterized by agility and swiftness, marked by an intensity that conveyed her prowess in battle. Ning Fan observed quietly, lost in contemplation. Innate martial artists possess formidable physiques and striking power, yet their limitation lies in the absence of ranged attack capabilities. A first-rate martial artist is comparable to a practitioner at the first level of Qi refinement, while an innate martial artist aligns with the second level. A grandmaster of martial arts is akin to a practitioner at the third level, and a martial sage parallels the fourth level of Qi refinement. However, in the throes of actual combat, a practitioner at the first level of Qi refinement, if adequately prepared and equipped with talismans, can effortlessly deplete the strength of a grandmaster of martial arts from a distance. At that moment, Qin Xian'er paused, breathing lightly. Ning Fan inquired, "Xian'er, how old are you?" Qin Xian'er replied, "I am 22 years old this year." Ning Fan expressed mild astonishment, stating, "Indeed, your talent is remarkable." Achieving the status of an innate martial artist at merely 22 and aspiring to become a grandmaster of martial arts by 30, there remains a glimmer of hope for you to attain the revered title of martial sage in the future. "You are mistaken," Qin Xian'er retorted. With an ample supply of vital blood elixirs and the ability to feast daily on spiritual rice and meat, I am confident that I can attain the rank of grandmaster by the age of 25. As for becoming a martial sage, I see not even a trace of hope. Such an achievement relies heavily on the strength of one's spirit. What, then, is the strength of the spirit? I possess not the slightest inkling. As she spoke, a sigh escaped her lips, and a fleeting sense of inferiority flickered within her heart. The title of grandmaster may appear comparable to that of a practitioner at the third level of Qi training, yet in the presence of those at the first level, one may still feel an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Ning Fan remarked, "Let us strive. I shall endeavor to become an outer disciple, while you aspire to reach the realm of martial sage and awaken your spiritual roots." Such words were his only solace for his companion on the path. In recent days, he had sought the wisdom of various elders and seasoned practitioners, only to receive the disheartening consensus that ascending to the martial sage level is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. The path to becoming a martial sage is devoid of any discernible pattern. It largely hinges on the strength of one's spirit. Yet, what exactly constitutes this spiritual strength and how one might attain it remains an enigma, with no established guidelines. Even those who have achieved the status of martial sage are often unable to elucidate the intricacies of their journey, having entered that realm in a manner that defies comprehension, leaving them incapable of guiding others. Meanwhile, Qin Xian'er had prepared a meal, setting large bowls upon the table filled with fragrant Hehuan rice, alongside a platter containing 5 pounds of meat. Ning Fan was the first to pick up his chopsticks, followed closely by Qin Xian'er. The two began to eat with remarkable speed, devouring the food with the swiftness of a tempest. Once they had nearly finished their meal, Qin Xian'er moved into the courtyard to engage in some physical exercises, throwing punches to aid in the digestion of her meal. Her internal system was in rapid motion, efficiently processing the food, while her body grew warm and invigorated. She diligently refined her vital energy, transforming it into pure life force. After a quarter of an hour of vigorous training, she proceeded to take a bath. Ning Fan was perusing the Spirit Farmer's Manual, which meticulously detailed the art of agriculture and the essential considerations therein. It also elucidated the various spells that one must master during the cultivation process. These spells necessitate certain elemental affinities and pose a considerable challenge to one's comprehension and insight. Among the 7 techniques of the Spirit Farmer, there are 8 spells that one must learn. The Spirit Rain technique summons ethereal rain, conducive for irrigating spiritual herbs, ideally suited for cultivators with a water affinity. The Soil Enrichment technique transforms soil, enhancing the fertility of spiritual fields, and is apt for those with an earth affinity. The Golden Needle technique eradicates pests that threaten the crops, tailored for those endowed with a metal affinity. The Spirit Wood technique accelerates the maturation of spiritual herbs, thus hastening their growth, and is fitting for wood affinity practitioners. The Spirit Fire technique incinerates weeds within the tilled land, augmenting soil fertility, and is designed for fire affinity cultivators. The Spirit Insect technique allows for the control of earthworms and other insects to fertilize the fields. It bears no elemental requirements, but demands formidable spiritual strength for mastery. Lastly, the Spirit Seed technique facilitates the hybridization of spiritual herbs or the selection of superior seeds. Devoid of elemental constraints but requiring the highest level of comprehension, Ning Fan, possessing the inferior spiritual roots of wood, fire, and earth, has only mastered the techniques of Spirit Rain, Soil Nourishment, and Spirit Fire. As for the arts of Spirit Insect and Spirit Seed, he is still in the early stages of learning, having just begun his journey. Upon opening his panel, new data emerged. Name: Ning Fan. Age: 20 years. Realm: second layer of Qi Refinement, 340. Cultivation method: Pure Yang formula. Skills: Talismans, first tier. Inferior: Spiritual Agriculture, first tier. Inferior: Spells: Spirit Rain, minor achievement. Soil Nourishment, minor achievement. Spirit Fire, minor achievement. Spirit Insect, beginner. Spirit Seed, beginner. The panel clearly displays various circumstances, yet his cultivation continues to progress at a remarkably slow pace. Ning Fan retrieved the talisman paper, the talisman ink, and the talisman brush, commencing the intricate process of inscribing the talisman. This time, he endeavored to create a first-tier, mid-grade talisman, the Fireball Talisman, renowned for its offensive capabilities. This particular talisman commanded a rather substantial price. With swift strokes, the talisman brush danced across the surface, yet after a few breaths, the attempt was met with failure. Ning Fan resumed his attempts at drawing, yet he encountered failure once more. The second failure, the third, the fourth, and even the 10th attempt resulted in the same outcome. By the 10th endeavor, his magical energy had been entirely depleted, compelling him to take a temporary respite. Ning Fan commenced the cultivation of the Pure Yang technique, endeavoring to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his depleting magical essence. After 10 consecutive failures, he remained undeterred, instead savoring the nuances of each experience. The heavenly way rewards diligence. Although he was not bestowed with exceptional talent, remaining with inferior spiritual roots and ordinary talismanic abilities, what he received was the promise of progress through relentless effort. With continuous learning and unwavering dedication, he could advance at every moment. Each failure brought him closer to success. Each setback drew him nearer to becoming a first-order intermediate talisman master. In no more than 3 months, he would successfully inscribe his first-order intermediate talisman. Within a year, his success rate could stabilize at 30%. To ascend to the rank of first-order intermediate talisman master, one must pass the Sect's examination, after which a specialized certificate would be awarded. In the previous assessment, he was required to produce 8 distinct types of first-order intermediate talismans, with a success rate of 50% deemed satisfactory for passing. A long and arduous journey still lay ahead of him. Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly, beginning to contemplate his future. According to the regulations of the Hehuan Sect, one must reach the 4th level of Qi refinement within 10 years to qualify as an outer disciple. This path is fraught with difficulties, particularly for those of the servant disciples. If a servant disciple possesses connections, a supportive background, or parental assistance, they may still have a chance to achieve this modest goal. However, for a servant disciple lacking such advantages, the aspiration becomes virtually unattainable. 6 years have already elapsed, and he has only attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement, leaving him far from his objective. His sole glimmer of hope lies in becoming a first-tier intermediate talisman master. Successfully passing the assessment would grant him eligibility as an outer disciple. This status not only brings increased rights but also a greater annual income. It represents his only viable escape. Just then, he heard the sound of someone bathing next door. Ning Fan abruptly halted his contemplation and rose to his feet. Adjacent to him lay an expansive bath, heated by fire talismans, maintaining a consistent temperature. Qin Xianer had shed her garments, revealing her exquisite figure, akin to pristine snow, with a graceful silhouette and a bosom both ample and splendid. A mere glance was enough to evoke a sense of longing. Sensing someone's presence, Qin Xianer displayed a fleeting shyness and inquired, "You've arrived." "I have," he replied. "Let me assist you with your bath." "Very well." The bath was spacious, allowing both individuals to recline comfortably without feeling cramped. They began their bath with an air of innocence, which gradually transformed into a fervent intimacy. Subsequently, Ning Fan lifted her effortlessly and carried her back to the bedroom. Soon, the room was filled with enchanting sounds, a continuous melody that heralded another delightful night. As time slipped away, the couple found themselves increasingly enraptured in their passionate union, the exquisite sensations rendering them blissfully oblivious to all else. Thus, Ning Fan toiled during the day, cultivating spiritual rice and honing his skills, only to return at night to inscribe talismans and indulge in the pleasures of love with his wife, Qin Xianer. Years passed, and on this particular day, Ning Fan suddenly burst into laughter. At last, he had succeeded. His success rate for first-tier low-grade talismans had risen to a remarkable 70%, enabling him to inscribe 10 distinct types consecutively. Ning Fan broke into a smile. "Even though the criteria for assessment had escalated, I still possess a considerable chance of success. The talisman masters have become excessively competitive, and it is imperative for me to elevate my own standards to enhance my likelihood of passing. Should I adhere to the benchmarks of a few years ago, it would indeed be perilous." At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. It was an unfamiliar errand disciple. Ning Fan inquired, "What brings you here, junior brother?" The attendant disciple replied, "Senior brother Zhao Lei invites you to a banquet. Here is the invitation." He handed over a beautifully crafted card. After conveying the message, the attendant took his leave. 3 days later, a gathering of familiar faces took place once more. Over the passage of time, their bonds had grown increasingly tenuous. 8 compatriots convened, reminiscing about recent events. A decade had wrought significant changes. 10 years prior, they were predominantly youthful, mere children. Now, many had wed, and some had even embraced fatherhood. Zhao Lei, a skilled alchemist, frequently consumed various elixirs and had reached the 3rd tier of qi refinement, embodying a state of effortless ease and contentment. At his side stood a female cultivator, her beauty reminiscent of a delicate painting, her long lashes fluttering gently, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks, and vibrant cherry lips. Her green, knee-length dress elegantly accentuated her soft waist, presenting a captivating silhouette. Her figure, a harmonious blend of curves, exuded an enchanting allure, with her ample bosom lifting the fabric of her dress, creating a striking peak between them. The gown followed the flawless contours of her snowy curves downwards, showcasing her voluptuous form, complemented by long, sculpted legs adorned with red silk shoes, enhancing her sensual appeal and sparking the imagination. With her alluring phoenix eyes, she radiated the charm of a mature beauty. Zhao Lei introduced her, saying, "This is my partner, Su Miaoan." A fleeting moment of astonishment swept through the crowd. "Greetings, senior sister," they exclaimed. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Su Miaoan cheerfully responded, "Greetings to all junior brothers and sisters." With a warm smile, she continued, "I have brought some small gifts," and handed each person a vial of pure yang elixir. Ning Fan received the pill bottle and, upon opening it, discovered 10 pure yang pills within. Each pure yang pill is valued at 5 spirit stones, thus rendering the entire bottle equivalent to 50 spirit stones. This sister is indeed quite generous. "Thank you, sister-in-law." "Thank you, senior sister." "Thank you, sister-in-law." "Thank you, senior sister." The crowd offered their praises, none declining the gift, and readily accepted it. Zhao Lei remarked, "The difference between a disciple of the servant class and an outer sect disciple may appear minimal, yet in reality, it is vast. As servant disciples, you toil year after year, barely scraping together a meager sum. In contrast, outer sect disciples engage with a wider circle, presenting greater opportunities for earning, thus accumulating more wealth, albeit spending more each year as well. Currently, I earn over 3,000 spirit stones annually, yet I also expend more than 2,000, often leaving little to save by year's end, and at times, I even incur losses. Throughout the processes of earning and spending, my status has continually elevated. Alongside my cultivation, you must strive to become outer sect disciples. It will not only benefit you, but also your offspring. The crowd nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Zhao Lei continued to share tales of his recent experiences as an outer sect disciple. The listeners were attentive, their expressions tinged with envy. In that moment, Zhao Lei stood as the unequivocal focal point, the undisputed protagonist. However, as they listened, an unmistakable sense of distance permeated the air. Zhao Lei seemed to inhabit a realm increasingly separate from theirs. After an extended narrative, Zhao Lei stated, "I have been quite busy of late and may not have the opportunity to attend gatherings. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them." His tone carried an air of detachment. Hearing this, Ning Fan felt as if he were witnessing a meeting between Lu Sun and Run Tuesday. At this moment, if Run Tu were to present certain requests to Lu Sun, he might acquiesce, albeit only this once. After this encounter, their paths would diverge irreparably. The phoenix shall not consort with the crow, nor shall the true dragon associate with the loach. Since their initial gathering, they had seen Ning Shui, but they had not crossed paths with this senior sister again. Likewise, after this assembly, they would no longer have the opportunity to meet Brother Zhao Lei. Zhang Tai remarked, "Brother, we are close companions. You have a promising future ahead, while I remain a mere blacksmith. It feels as though this is all there is to life. Brother, I harbor a sense of unfulfillment. I too wish to progress. How might I advance swiftly?" Zhao Lei responded, "It is said that not long ago, this senior sister had already reached the 6th layer of Qi training, and her prospects for establishing a foundation are quite promising. We possess only inferior spiritual roots, with mediocre talents and insights, lacking both background and support. To stand out, one must be daring and relentless, willing to venture into the world to seek resources. As spiritual farmers, focusing solely on agriculture, one will seldom encounter significant risks, yet one should not expect to amass great wealth. Consider, which farmer has ever struck it rich from tilling the soil? There exists, however, a path to great fortune, but do you possess the courage to pursue it?" As he spoke, he scrutinized the assembled younger brothers with a challenging gaze. Zhang Tai replied, "Wealth and honor are sought through risk. If one desires to achieve great wealth, how can one avoid taking chances? One cannot merely await fortune to fall from the sky." Zhao Lei continued, "Recently, I heard news of a spiritual mineral vein discovered in West River Bay, rich in mineral resources, primarily spiritual or interspersed with other rare materials. The sect has issued a notice recruiting some auxiliary disciples to assist in mining. The principle of the endeavor is a division of 3 to 7. 3 parts for oneself and 7 for the sect. Would you be interested in joining me to mine spiritual stones?" Zhang Tai, puzzled, inquired, "Brother, you are an alchemist. Why venture into mining spiritual stones?" Zhao Lei explained, "Life as an alchemist is fraught with challenges. Many alchemists produce pills in excess, resulting in a surplus that surpasses demand. To enhance one's skills, an alchemist must continually experiment with various herbs and refine pills, gaining mastery through practice. However, the supply of herbs is limited, preferentially allocated to those with connections. I am an alchemist without such privileges. My access to herbs is often delayed. To turn the tide, I plan to recruit some auxiliary disciples to mine there. This presents an opportunity to accumulate wealth, but it also leads to places where spiritual minerals are found, which may harbor rare herbs and formidable beasts. The herbs, along with the hides, blood, and bones of those beasts, are all excellent materials." Others began to inquire further. Zhao Lei responded in detail, igniting a spark of eagerness among the crowd. Ning Fan felt a slight stir within himself. Zhao Lei spoke, "Junior brother and junior sister, are you not moved? It is only natural to feel a pull, yet I must forewarn you. The rules of the Hehuan Sect provide a sense of safety and tranquility. However, in the Shiha-based spirit mine, chaos and disorder reign. Although some elders from various sects attempt to mediate, there are still many miscellaneous disciples and outer disciples who often engage in fierce battles over certain mines, resulting in fatalities. Moreover, within the veins of the mine, one frequently encounters ferocious beasts that claim the lives of various disciples. There are also venomous insects and snakes that pose a significant threat. It is a perilous place where some miscellaneous disciples and outer disciples have perished without a trace. Inside the tavern, goblets clinked and plates were strewn about in disarray. Zhao Lei raised his cup, uttering the most chilling words. Zhang Tai inquired. Is it truly that dangerous? Zhao Lei replied, such fortunate opportunities rarely fall to us brothers. Only perilous and exhausting endeavors seem to come our way. Mining in Xia Bei is both grueling and fraught with danger, yet the rewards are substantial. Zhang Tai pondered for a moment. My talents are rather mediocre. I possess no exceptional skills, nor do I have a powerful backing. I am but a lowly laborer. Absent a significant change, if I continue to seek comfort, my cultivation at the third level of Qi refinement may well be the pinnacle of my life. I find this somewhat unsatisfactory. I yearn to strive for more. Zhao Lei responded, very well. He then turned his gaze to the others. Linny sighed. Not long ago, I married a wife, who is also a miscellaneous disciple. Being second-hand goods was one thing, but she was particularly picky. She swindled me out of 5,000 spirit stones, and then created incessant turmoil in my life. I recently divorced her. With an additional debt of 3,000 spirit stones looming over me, I feel compelled to take a risk. The worst that can happen is death in the wild. I refuse to live in a state of cowardice and frustration. Li Changxing contemplated briefly and stated, I plan to take a chance. Lu Ping'an concurred. So do I. As for the remaining two women, Mu Yuer and Bai Wei, they did not inquire further. There was no need for the girls to endure hardship. Perhaps they should consider marriage instead. Finally, they all turned their gaze toward Ning Fan. After a brief moment of silence, Ning Fan expressed, I shall not attend either. I still need to craft talismans. Your skills as a talisman master are commendable. Once my technique improves and I ascend to the third level of Qi refinement, we may discuss other matters. For now, venturing out poses certain dangers. Zhao Lei replied, take care. They exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Upon exiting the tavern, Ning Fan furrowed his brow. He increasingly found himself disinclined to partake in such gatherings of fellow townsfolk. His life was nothing extraordinary, merely average. Attending such feasts felt somewhat like a self-inflicted humiliation. Furthermore, Zhao Lei had already ascended to a new echelon, placing him beyond their current tier. Such gatherings would likely cease to occur in the future. There was no necessity to forcibly congregate with those from disparate circles. Upon returning home, Qin Xiener inquired, how was the gathering? It was fairly decent, he replied. Ning Fan nodded and remarked, some are faring quite well, while others are merely getting by. The majority, however, are enduring considerable hardship. As he spoke, he offered a bottle of celestial wine. I brought this from the banquet. Do have a taste. Qin Xiener sampled it and found the flavor delightful. A gentle blush gracing her cheeks. Husband, I yearn for you, she declared, her face flushed with excitement and enthusiasm, as she threw herself into his embrace with fervor. Excellent. Ning Fan smiled as he embraced her, and the two began to approach the bed. Gradually, they shed their garments, igniting a passionate encounter akin to thunder and lightning. With joyous sounds enveloping them, everything felt exquisite. After a considerable time, tranquility began to settle in. Ning Fan embraced his beloved and entered a state of transcendental tranquility, his mind becoming serene and unburdened. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, stirring a flicker of annoyance within him. He promptly rose from his repose and donned his garments. Meanwhile, Qin Xiener, feeling a tinge of bashfulness, swiftly got out of bed and dressed herself with equal haste. Ning Fan approached and opened the door. Standing at the threshold was a celestial maiden, exuding both familiarity and an enigmatic aura. Clad in a flowing white gown adorned with delicate golden blossoms, crafted from celestial silk, the attire alone was worth no less than 1,000 spirit stones. The gown elegantly enveloped her exquisite figure. Her bosom was gracefully elevated, her waist remained slender, and her hips were voluptuously rounded, embodying an enchanting allure with mesmerizing curves. Her visage resembled the serenity of autumn waters, her gaze intoxicatingly captivating. Her skin was as pristine as freshly fallen snow, akin to exquisite jade, untouched by any cosmetics, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Her brows arched like distant mountains, her phoenix-like eyes sparkled radiantly, and her elongated, delicate nose complemented her cherry-like lips, which glistened with a vibrant sheen. Her graceful neck resembled that of a swan, its fullness causing the bodice of her gown to stretch alluringly, while her hips protruded outward, tautly constraining her trousers. Her jade-like legs appeared remarkably slender and straight, accentuating her exquisite form. She naturally emanated an air of nobility, sanctity, elegance, and intellect, imbued with an essence of refined grace and a subtle, yet palpable sense of pressure. This celestial maiden was undeniably stunning. Yet Ning Fan felt an instinctive warning within his soul, akin to standing before a tiger. Though the tiger did not pounce, a sense of trepidation lingered. I pay my respects to the celestial maiden. Greetings to my esteemed senior sister. Ning Fan spoke with utmost reverence, his head bowed in deference, unwilling to harbor even the slightest hint of disrespect. Within the celestial city, there existed certain conventions that forbade indiscriminate slaughter, for such acts incurred a grievous tax on murder. Faced with the weight of this heavy levy, many adhered to the rules, resulting in a relatively stable order. However, these so-called conventions merely served to restrain the lower-tier cultivators. For those within the inner sect or the true disciples, these regulations held little significance. Master Ningfan, you do not remember me, do you? I am Ning Shui. The celestial maiden spoke. Ningfan lifted his head and began to observe intently, seeking those familiar sensations, gradually recalling a hint of recognition. It had been a full 9 years since they last met. Back then, she was merely a young girl, a flower bud yet to bloom, with a cascade of golden hair and a slightly pallid complexion. Yet now, she had blossomed into a breathtaking beauty, captivating and enchanting, exuding immense allure with each subtle smile and graceful gesture. Having cast but a cursory glance, Ning Fan felt his spirit sway. I trust that senior sister Ning Shui fares well of late. Ning Fan spoke up. At that moment, Qin Xianer emerged and caught sight of Ning Shui. Feeling a sense of awe, a hint of inferiority crept into her heart, akin to an ugly duckling encountering a swan. My husband, how shall I address this enchanting fairy? This is senior sister Ning Shui. Ning Fan spoke with a smile. We are fellow townsfolk, and my elder brother Ning Fan has taken great care of me. Recently, I found some leisure time and thought it was the perfect opportunity to visit you. Ning Shui interjected, her tone remarkably calm. However, Qin Xianer felt a subtle stir within her, as various thoughts began to surface in her mind. Ning Fan and Ning Shui share the same surname, suggesting a close kinship. Yet, they appear to be both the closest of companions and the most distant of strangers. Furthermore, Ning Shui's gaze upon him is anything but ordinary. Qin Xianer paused for a moment, contemplating, and then chose to halt her thoughts. Some matters are best left unexamined. Individuals from disparate realms of existence can never truly unite. Brother, is she your wife? Ning Shui remarked. Indeed. Ning Fan articulated. Ning Shui inquired once more, do you currently have children? Ning Fan smiled wryly, stating that there are numerous expenses to contend with, and the annual savings are scant. With such limited finances, sustaining themselves is already a challenge, let alone the exorbitant costs associated with raising a child. Ning Shui was slightly taken aback and inquired with astonishment, sister-in-law, is she immortal? Ning Fan nodded and replied, indeed. Ning Shui said, brother, why not marry a female cultivator? As you practice the pure yang technique, and she practices the pure yin technique. Cultivating together would enhance our progress by an impressive 10 to 30%. This is significantly swifter than solitary practice. If your wife were immortal, the inability for dual cultivation would considerably hinder our pace. Ning Fan offered a wry smile. I comprehend the rationale, yet my coffers are truly bare. In the beginning, after deducting our individual expenses, we had a surplus of 3,050 spirit stones. Subsequently, as our circumstances improved, the number of spirit stones began to increase, yet remained at an annual surplus of 600 spirit stones. This paltry sum is wholly insufficient to wed a female cultivator. Even the lowliest menial disciple commands a bride price of 3,000 spirit stones, in addition to a mid-grade magic robe and a mid-grade flying sword, each requiring 1,000 spirit stones. Renting is unacceptable. One must purchase a residence, which necessitates at least 5,000 spirit stones. By this accounting, one requires a minimum of 10,000 spirit stones. This mirrors the income of outer sect disciples, and even they must toil assiduously for a decade, abstaining from all luxuries, to accumulate such a sum. We, as menial disciples, can scarcely satisfy their demands. Reflecting on this, Ning Fan sighed softly, remarking, female cultivators are inherently drawn to strength, aspiring upwards rather than downwards when selecting a partner. Menial female cultivators aspire to outer sect disciples. Outer sect female cultivators aspire to inner sect disciples, each tier building upon the last. Since I cannot afford to marry a menial female cultivator, I must resort to marrying a mortal woman, whose bride price is at least more affordable and free from extraneous demands. I have a brother named Lin Yi who, in contrast, married a female cultivator, one who was not only second-hand, but also exceedingly fastidious. After a brief period, they divorced, leaving him with none of his assets and burdened with considerable debt, a truly disastrous outcome. Ning Shui expressed, "Dear brother, observing your hardship, I am willing to extend a loan to you from my own coffers." Ning Fan spoke, "Farewell, it would be best if you refrain from lending me any money. If one lacks funds, there is no need to make do. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. A degree of self-awareness may not guarantee happiness, but it can certainly mitigate the mental strain." Ning Shui listened, intending to respond, yet fell silent in that moment. At that instant, she profoundly sensed the vast chasm that lay between them. This disparity was not merely one of spiritual roots, but also encompassed wealth, status, and identity. Noticing the awkward silence, Ning Fan inquired, "Senior sister, what is your current level of cultivation?" Ning Shui remarked, "7th layer of Qi cultivation." Ning Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "In merely a decade, you have ascended from an ordinary mortal to the 7th layer of Qi refining. By the time you reach the age of 30, you may very well succeed in establishing your foundation." For Ning Shui, achieving foundation establishment by 30 was a modest aspiration, one that was not overly challenging to realize. However, by the age of 30, if he were to attain the 3rd layer of Qi refining, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Yet, this was merely a gap in small goals. As time progressed, such disparities would only widen. Ning Shui remarked, "My resources surpass yours. From the very first level of Qi refinement, I began consuming high-grade Qi-nourishing pills. Not only are the toxic effects of the pills comparatively minimal, but they are also easily absorbed, resulting in less harm to the body." Ning Fan remarked, "This is also due to your exceptional talent and the significant investment from your sect. As for someone like me, I am simply dispensable." Ning Shui remarked, "This is for you." As she spoke, she took out a small booklet and handed it over. "I don't need this," Ning Fan immediately declined, but halted midway through his refusal. The booklet was inscribed with the title Comprehensive Compendium of First-Level Talismans. Ning Fan, filled with a sense of unease and hesitation, inquired, "How much will it cost?" Ning Shui remarked, "The disparity in identity and status leads to varying prices for what one purchases. This trivial matter holds no significance for me." Ning Fan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much. I possess nothing of value to offer in return." He glanced around and found nothing suitable as a token of appreciation. He then produced 10 pounds of black pine rice and handed it over. "This is the spiritual rice I cultivated myself. Its quality is mediocre, and its price is likewise unremarkable. The spiritual rice grown by other farmers bears no significant distinction. I can only present this to you as a gift, and I hope you do not find it lacking." As Ning Fan uttered these words, a faint blush crept across his cheeks, akin to a humble farmer paying a visit to a relative of a provincial secretary. This impoverished farmer had little to offer his esteemed kin, bringing only a handful of red dates and millet. Ning Shui accepted it, carefully putting it away as she remarked, "I shall take this and savor it slowly at home." After conversing for a brief moment, Ning Shui bid farewell and departed. Not long after Ning Shui's discharge from the hospital, another stunningly beautiful woman appeared, Second Senior Sister. Second Senior Sister possessed delicately arched eyebrows and bright, exquisitely long eyes, sparkling with captivating allure. Her rosy cherry lips appeared vividly succulent. Her hair was long, fine, and jet black. Her snow-white and gracefully slender neck exuded an indescribable charm. Her shoulders were finely sculpted, her breasts full and firm, her waist slender and captivating, and her figure lithe. She wore a red silken phoenix dress. The silk is thin as a cicada's wing, the skirt hem pleated, with closely woven vertical lines, and beneath it, she wore red silk trousers. Her dharma robes shone brilliantly. Her earrings were of profound white jade, and a golden hairpin adorned her cloud-like bun, glittering resplendently. Her garments were embellished with pearls, and the light silk skirt allowed her enchanting figure to radiate a rich fragrance. "Junior sister, do you feel disappointed?" "Disappointed? I wouldn't say that," Ning Shui replied. "He hasn't changed much, but I have changed a great deal." Second Senior Sister said, "Only a mere decade has passed. Imagine 20, 30, 50, or even 100 years. The changes will be even more profound. Time is the sharpest, most merciless blade, constantly severing the superfluous emotions of cultivators. Toys you adored as a child lose their appeal as you grow older, never recapturing their former joy. The white moonlight of your youth, the boy you cherished, may seem ordinary when you mature. Senior Sister, neither the teacher nor I will force you to do anything, nor will we deliberately demand anything of you. We simply hope that amidst the passage of time, you will retain the passion of your youth and maintain your past loveliness and innocence." Ning Shui remarked, Second Senior Sister, I understand. She departed from the small locale, progressing deeper into the sect. At the heart of the sect stood towering peaks, and as she ascended, she encountered the enchanting figure of Fairy Jialan, engrossed in meditation. Her graceful form possessed a beauty that could eclipse the very heavens and drive countless men to madness. With an air of aloofness and pride, she exuded an alluring elegance, adorned in a resplendent, multicolored gown. Her elongated silhouette showcased perfect curves, accentuated by a strikingly ample bosom that seemed on the verge of bursting forth, captivating all who beheld her. "My disciple," she declared, "the matters of the mortal realm have been resolved." "Indeed," Fairy Jialan replied, "as long as it is resolved, that is sufficient. You have attained the 7th layer of Qi refinement, marking you as a budding adept. Remaining here to cultivate further may not yield significant benefits. It is advisable for you to undertake missions outside, to hone your spirit and will. The spiritual mind at Shihebei appears to be in a state of disarray and chaos. I suggest you establish your presence there for a span of 3 years." Ning Shui remarked, "Disciple obeys." As night fell, the illumination radiated a brilliant glow. Even in the darkness, the entire room remained aglow. In this world, devoid of electricity and electric lights, the realm of cultivation possessed spirit stones, runes, and the art of refining, enabling the creation of devices akin to electric lamps, refrigerators, air conditioners, microwave ovens, and range hoods, among others. The production process incurred minimal costs and resulted in no air pollution. Even a novice cultivator at the first layer of Qi refinement could devise such inventions with just a few days of contemplation. The lamp-like device was acquired for 5 spirit sands, with 100 spirit sands equivalent to a single spirit stone, rendering it exceedingly affordable and capable of illuminating the night splendidly. Moreover, the energy consumption was remarkably low. A single spirit stone could sustain its brightness for an entire year. The Grand Compendium of First-Rank Runes. Ning Fan perused the tome, his arm trembling slightly. The former maid, displaying her kindness, had graciously gifted him this book, a true boon during his time of need. Within its pages lay an assortment of talismans, 10 of the inferior grade, 12 of the medium grade, and 15 of the superior grade, all classified as first tier. The book provided meticulous instructions for their creation, alongside detailed insights and a plethora of cautions, described with such precision that it was akin to a step-by-step tutorial in crafting. Ning Fan incessantly perused the tome, meticulously contemplating its contents, and then extracted a talisman brush to inscribe upon the void, engaging in profound reflection. His expression fluctuated dramatically, at times contemplative, at others sighing, occasionally elated, and at moments resigned, his emotions oscillating tumultuously. This book has undoubtedly spared me from numerous detours. Becoming a first-tier master of talismans is now within reach. Perhaps I owe a considerable debt to this individual. Closing the book, Ning Fan let out a soft sigh, only to feel a twinge of headache. Ning Shui holds a position of great esteem and has access to abundant resources. Gifting this book is merely a trifling gesture. However, for Ning Fan, it represents a remarkable opportunity to alter his fate. If he were to exchange it at the sect, it would require at least 3,000 spirit stones, and often, even wealth cannot procure certain items. There exists a technological and informational blockade within this realm. Many texts available for exchange at the sect, along with methods for crafting talismans, are riddled with flaws and shortcomings, and some even incorporate mechanisms to hinder self-study, deliberately complicating the learning process. In stark contrast, this book employs the simplest and most unpretentious language, deconstructing complex concepts into digestible fragments, thereby easing the learning curve, lest the students struggle to comprehend. The favor conferred here is indeed substantial. Ning Fan contemplated for a moment and set a modest goal for himself, to become a foundational cultivator. Time passed, and a month went by. As Ning Fan diligently immersed himself in the comprehensive study of first-tier talismans, his proficiency in talisman crafting experienced a remarkable enhancement. Sensing that his skills had reached a satisfactory level, he departed from his abode and made his way towards the Talisman Hall. The Talisman Hall, an establishment situated within the city of Tuxian, is responsible for the trade of talismans, as well as the assessment of talisman masters, convening meetings, and issuing pertinent certifications. Successful candidates in the assessment are rewarded with corresponding benefits. To become an outer disciple, one may choose between 2 paths, either to join the Hehuan Sect and ascend to the 4th level of Qi refinement within a decade, or to attain a first-tier intermediate skill in a particular craft. What would you like to purchase, esteemed guest? At that moment, A female cultivator inquired. Ning Fan inquired, "Am I to undergo the assessment for a first-tier mid-grade talisman master?" Assessment? The female cultivator expressed mild surprise and then summoned a nearby attendant, instructing, "Someone wishes to take the assessment. Please call for Talisman Master Tian." The attendant nodded slightly and departed. In less than 15 minutes, an elderly gentleman appeared, his hair disheveled, dark circles under his eyes, and his skin slightly yellowed, exuding an air of lethargy. Talisman Master Tian. "Is this esteemed friend here to undergo the assessment for a first-tier mid-grade Talisman Master?" Talisman Master Tian acknowledged, "Indeed, it is you who shall be assessed." "Yes, that would be me," Ning Fan replied with a slight nod. "Senior, what is the procedure for the assessment?" Talisman Master Tian chuckled. "It is merely an assessment for a first-tier mid-grade Talisman Master. It is hardly a matter of significance and does not require any formal procedure or elaborate assessment." There was a table and a chair nearby, and he gestured, "Please take a seat there. Prepare your usual 80 sheets of talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brush. You may create them on site. The time limit is set at 2 hours, and successfully crafting 5 talismans will be deemed a success." Ning Fan, taken aback by surprise, felt a fleeting sense of carelessness. Accompanied by a certain waiter, he retrieved a table along with a chair. Ning Fan sat atop his perch, extracting talisman ink, talisman paper, and a talisman brush, and began his crafting. At that moment, the hall was bustling with others. Some gazed curiously, observing intently, while others approached the front hall to purchase various talismans. The atmosphere was lively, with people entering and exiting the hall. The talisman master merely cast a cursory glance before delving into other texts, showing little concern for the ongoing assessment. The sheer abundance of first-tier intermediate talisman masters rendered it a trivial matter. Swish, swish. Ning Fan swiftly began to sketch, his mind intensely focused, perfectly controlling the talisman brush in his hand. He cast aside all external distractions, immersing himself solely in the creation of the talisman. Throughout this process, his magical energy was being fervently consumed, as was his mental energy. Nevertheless, the first talisman was successfully crafted. Ning Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, then proceeded to craft the second talisman. Following that, he created the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, with the quantity steadily increasing one after another. In the assessment for first-tier medium-grade talismans, 3 criteria were established. The first required the drawing of 8 distinct medium-grade talismans. The second demanded a power level of 50. And the third imposed a time limit of 1 hour. In essence, within the span of 1 hour, he had to successfully inscribe 40 talismans on 80 sheets of talisman paper, with each type requiring a minimum of 5 sheets. This task was indeed a labor-intensive endeavor. For talisman masters, particularly those of lower rank, finesse and subtlety were scant. It was predominantly about enduring hardship and achieving victory through sheer volume. As time gradually slipped away, Ning Fan encountered several failures along the way. When his magical energy was nearly depleted, he took a brief respite, resuming his work once his energy had sufficiently replenished. Upon completing the successful drawing of 40 talismans, Ning Fan glanced at the clock. It was merely 1 hour and 15 minutes past, leaving him with ample time before the deadline. "I have succeeded." Ning Fan spoke with a hint of excitement. Master Tian Fu examined the item briefly, scrutinized its quality, and remarked, "Quite impressive, indeed. Congratulations on becoming a first-tier mid-grade talisman master. This is a reflection talisman, provided in 2 copies. You may present one at the Outer Sect Hall to officially become an Outer Sect disciple. The reflection talisman is relatively easy to craft, classified as a first-tier low-grade talisman. 10 reflection talismans cost merely 1 spirit stone. The reflection talisman serves as a sort of camera, capturing the entirety of the assessment process that just transpired. Thank you, esteemed senior." Ning Fan respectfully spoke, then took out a small pouch and handed it over, containing 50 spirit stones as a token of appreciation. Master Tian accepted the pouch, gauging its contents without hesitation. This individual was commendable, possessing considerable discernment. Master Tian inquired, "Having successfully passed the assessment, what are your future plans?" Ning Fan remarked, "At present, I have no particular plans." Master Tian Fu chuckled and replied, "Today, I happen to have some leisure time. Let us adjourn to the adjacent private room for a few cups of tea." His implication was unmistakably clear. Master Tian Fu then entered the nearby private room. Ning Fan then entered, ensuring the door was properly closed behind him. The private room was furnished with plush sofas, along with teacups and a teapot. Master Tian poured tea, the liquid emitting a verdant hue and a delicate fragrance. Ning Fan lifted a teacup, merely inhaling the aroma, and felt an ethereal sensation, akin to intoxication. He refrained from drinking, however. In unfamiliar surroundings, one should exercise caution before consuming beverages or food, as potential hazards may lurk. Ning Fan inquired with deference, Venerable Senior. What guidance do you offer? Master Tian Fu responded, From my observation, your skill appears to be at the adept level, likely not far from mastery. Adept level. Consummate level. What do these signify? Ning Fan was slightly taken aback. These books contain no records, touching upon his realm of ignorance. Master Tianfu spoke, in the world of cultivation. The mastery of any skill is categorized into 4 distinct levels: beginner, proficient, expert, and perfection. For instance, when it comes to drawing talismans, a success rate of 30 is considered beginner, 50 is deemed proficient, 90 signifies expert, and a success rate of 100 is regarded as perfection. Many of these concepts are seldom documented in numerous texts, as they are regarded as common knowledge. Ning Fan fell into silence. These commonplace matters were precisely the blind spots in his understanding. Master Tian Fu remarked, You have now ascended to the rank of a mid-tier talisman master. If I am not mistaken, you will soon dedicate your efforts to meticulously crafting a first-tier superior talisman. Ning Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, people aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward. The intense competition within the market for low-tier talismans has rendered them not only inexpensive but also frequently unsaleable. Many first-tier low-grade talisman masters have endured consecutive losses for 5 or 6 years, or even 7 or 8. Only a select few manage to achieve profitability. Yet their earnings are often so meager that they may find greater financial success as spirit farmers cultivating spirit rice. Upon reaching the level of first-tier mid-grade talisman masters, they too must navigate a phase of financial loss. It is only when their talisman crafting proficiency reaches 50% that they can barely achieve a balance between income and expenditure. A moment of slight profit emerges only when they attain the 7th layer of crafting. However, upon reaching first-tier high-grade talismans, the competition diminishes significantly, resulting in a substantial increase in talisman prices and a continuous expansion of profit margins. Many talisman masters who endure the initial period of losses ultimately find their lives improving once they attain the ability to craft first-tier high-grade talismans. The talisman master Tian chuckled. If your sole aim is to earn quick money, that is inconsequential. However, if you seek long-term development, do not hasten to produce high-grade talismans. Instead, strive to perfect your skills in crafting mid-grade talismans. Why is that? With a sense of curiosity, yet predominantly perplexed, Ning Fan listened intently. Master Tianfu took a sip of tea and spoke with a hint of indifference. The realm of talismans is profound. There are certain matters I choose not to disclose. However, recognizing your potential, I feel compelled to offer you some guidance to prevent you from straying down the wrong path. While the ranks of novice talisman masters are plentiful, the number of advanced talisman masters dwindles significantly as one progresses. This is due to the increasing demands on comprehension and skill, as well as the scarcity of superior resources. For instance, 100 inferior grade talisman papers amount to merely 1 spirit stone, rendering the cost exceedingly low. These novice talisman masters can practice repeatedly, honing their craft and continuously enhancing their skills. Ning Fan nodded, acknowledging the reasoning, and continued to listen attentively. Master Tian Fu set down his teacup and spoke calmly. However, it is worth noting that 10 sheets of mid-grade talisman paper amount to a single spirit stone. As for high-grade talisman paper, the least expensive variety costs merely 1 spirit stone, while the more expensive ones can reach as much as 10 spirit stones. High-grade talisman paper allows for incessant practice, enabling one to hone their skills through repetition. Hearing this, Ning Fan sighed, expressing that it was not feasible. The price of high-grade talisman paper was considerably steep, necessitating careful conservation to avoid excessive extravagance. High-grade talisman paper was scarce, with most being valuable, yet lacking a market. While many items may command high prices, they do not truly signify much. However, certain items are so rare and precious that they scarcely circulate in the marketplace, which poses the greatest challenge. The talisman master remarked that whether in talisman crafting, alchemy, or other skills, a success rate of 90 is deemed proficient, while a 100 success rate is considered flawless. For instance, if you draw talismans, achieving a 90 success rate equates to creating 10 talismans, of which 9 are successful. However, producing 10 talismans with a perfect success rate, or even 100 with complete success, does not necessarily denote a genuine 100 success rate. Ning Fan comprehended the notion. A finite success rate pales in comparison to the vastness of numbers. Senior, I have grasped what you said. Yet, what significance does it hold? The Talisman Master replied. Once one's craftsmanship reaches perfection, the talismans crafted will transcend the ordinary, their potency enhanced by as much as 30%. Such talismans are referred to as exquisite talismans. Moreover, upon achieving mastery, the creation of other talismans of the same tier, even those entirely unfamiliar, will yield a success rate of 70% on the very first attempt. Should one endeavor to create a talisman of a higher level, the success rate will be a substantial 30%. Young one, do you now comprehend? Ning Fan remarked, a high tower rises from the ground, the more solid the foundation. The loftier the structure can ascend, while the costs incurred during construction diminish. If I could master the skills of a first-tier mid-grade talisman craftsman to perfection and advance to the next level, I would require even fewer resources and possibly pave a path toward greater prospects. The Talisman Master, Tian, responded, indeed, your understanding is commendable. Currently, there exists a set of notes left by a second-tier talisman craftsman, meticulously detailing the methods and techniques for crafting premium talismans, priced at 100 spirit stones. Additionally, there is a premium talisman available for 20 spirit stones. Allow me to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan realized the truth. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, nor does someone extend kindness without ulterior motives. Rather, they intend to sell you something. Ning Fan remarked, the price is exorbitant. This book of previous notes is worth at most 20 spirit stones. No, it should be at least 80 spirit stones. At most 30 spirit stones. The two parties began to haggle, with one side raising the price while the other lowered it. Ning Fan chuckled and said, esteemed elder, how could you possibly engage in such haggling like a mere vendor? Master Tian Fu shook his head and replied, no, this is already the lowest price. It cannot be reduced further than 60 spirit stones. As for esteemed individuals like yourself, do not take the flattery of others too seriously. Otherwise, if I were to address you as esteemed elder, the price would be set at 100 spirit stones. Ning Fan chuckled, brother, I truly have no money. I only possess 60 spirit stones. Let us not push this any further. In the future, I shall continue to take care of your business. Master Tianfu replied, very well. I shall grant you this favor and accept the 60 spirit stones. Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief, yet still expressed his lingering concern. Elder brother, you must ensure that everything within is authentic, devoid of any counterfeit. Master Tian replied, I intend to engage in a long-term business relationship rather than a mere one-off transaction. Honesty and integrity are the principles by which I conduct myself. The price may be slightly elevated, but it is assuredly genuine merchandise. Should there be any issues with quality, you are welcome to report me to the outer sect. Ning Fan nodded. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a spirit stone. In this manner, 80 spirit stones were swiftly expended. Shortly thereafter, Master Tian departed, only to return moments later with 2 boxes in hand. Upon opening one box, he revealed a weathered tome. The notes left behind by a predecessor. The other box contained a talisman, known as the Ice Sword Talisman. Ning Fan took it out and held it in his hand. Examining it closely, after a prolonged observation, it appeared to possess no extraordinary qualities. The ordinary talisman and the exquisite talisman seemed indistinguishable at first glance. However, upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the mysteries would unfold. Ning Fan gently infused a trace of magical power, and in the next moment, the entire Ice Sword Talisman seemed to come alive, poised to unleash a terrifying assault that would engulf everything. However, as swiftly as it had awakened, the magical energy dissipated, leaving the talisman's fluctuations to vanish into silence. Ning Fan's expression shifted slightly. This is indeed true. It is a premium talisman. Thank you, elder brother. Ning Fan expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that although the expenses were somewhat steep, the value received was exceptional. I possess an array of remarkable items here, many of which cannot be procured from the outside world. Should you desire any, feel free to come here, Master Tianfu remarked. He continued, as long as one has sufficient spiritual stones, one can acquire numerous and valuable items here that are unattainable elsewhere. Subsequently, Ning Fan took his leave. Haha. Yet another small profit gained. Master Tianfu chuckled heartily. The essence of a merchant lies in exploiting discrepancies in information, swiftly amassing wealth through such means. The notes from that second-tier talisman master are indeed authentic, and the contents therein are genuine. As for the price, it is grossly inflated at 100 spiritual stones, a blatant overcharge. Such ancient notes can be replicated endlessly and resold to others, rendering it nearly a costless venture. The exquisite talisman only boasts a mere 30% increase in potency over ordinary ones, holding little practical significance, though it possesses research value. Its true worth should not exceed 5 spiritual stones, yet he managed to sell it for 20. Upon careful calculation, it becomes evident that he has made a considerable profit. Upon returning home, Ning Fan meticulously perused the notes, each page revealing and enriching his understanding. Finally, he exhaled in relief. Master Tianfu may be a shrewd merchant, selling items at exorbitant prices, yet at least these goods are authentic and not counterfeit. So this is what an exquisite talisman truly is. Ning Fan pondered briefly before commencing the intricate task of inscribing talismans. As his brush danced upon the paper, the strokes transformed into ethereal symbols, gradually taking shape until completion. One talisman was a standard ice sword talisman, while the other was a superior variant. Externally, the differences were minimal, both composed of 13 delicate strokes. The talisman paper and ink bore striking similarities. However, in terms of potency, the superior talisman exhibited an enhancement of at least 30% compared to its ordinary counterpart. What accounted for this disparity? The notes provided the answer: the power of heaven and earth. During the creation of a standard talisman, the talisman master merely inscribed the symbols, devoid of any extraordinary nuances. Yet, during this process, one could enter a state of enlightenment, subconsciously drawing upon the forces of the universe to imbue the talisman paper, thereby augmenting its efficacy. This state of enlightenment was profoundly elusive. Even the esteemed elder could not delineate a precise method, merely suggesting that practice leads to mastery. The more proficient one became, the more readily they could enter this state. This elder, while crafting talismans, might inscribe 100, only to achieve the state of enlightenment once or twice, resulting in the creation of superior talismans. It was time to pause and reflect. Ning Fan contemplated that while others might toil endlessly in pursuit of mastery, it would require considerable time, and their future remained uncertain. However, he believed in the principle that hard work begets reward. Through diligent effort and relentless practice, his skills would perpetually advance. Moreover, he recognized that there were no barriers impeding his progress, and the future held great promise. Within Ning Fan's perception, there existed a golden scroll in the depths of his consciousness. This golden scroll, both sacred and majestic, while not of significant aid in the present moment, bestowed upon him the chance to defy destiny and granted him the courage to persevere. My dear husband, you have successfully passed the examination for mid-tier talisman masters, inquired Qin Xianer. Indeed, fortune smiled upon me today, and my state was quite favorable. I passed the examination flawlessly, Ning Fan replied with a smile. Our future days shall become increasingly splendid. Qin Xianer nodded. I believe in you, my husband, but presently, our household is devoid of funds. Ning Fan was slightly taken aback and remarked, we've run out of money. I recall that last year we earned at least over 1,000 spirit stones. Qin Xianer replied. While the pace of earning is swift, the expenditure is equally rapid. Moreover, the rate of spending has gradually surpassed that of earning, leading to a deficit last year. My husband cultivated 100 acres of spiritual fields, primarily growing jade emperor rice, yielding 120 jin of spiritual rice per acre. With the price of 100 jin of jade emperor rice set at 5 spirit stones, the agricultural income totaled 600 spirit stones. Additionally, the income from talisman crafting amounted to 800 spirit stones, culminating in a total revenue of 1,400 spirit stones. However, the cost of the jade emperor rice seeds was 100 spirit stones, while the fertilizers cost 150 spirit stones. The rent for the 100 acres, along with various maintenance and construction expenses, totaled 300 spirit stones. Thus, the total expenditure for farming reached 550 spirit stones. Last year, we also spent 400 spirit stones on purchasing black pine rice and spiritual meat, and another 100 spirit stones on chi blood pills and nourishing chi pills. Coupled with a rent of 100 spirit stones, our income, after deducting the expenses, resulted in a deficit of 250 spirit stones. In just a month, the spiritual fields will be harvested for the first half of the year, which will bring some income. Otherwise, we might not even have enough to buy fertilizers and seeds. As Qin Xianer spoke, her expression turned somewhat forlorn. Every year, we earn at least 1,000 spirit stones, yet we have to spend a great deal, leaving only a scant amount by the end. Last year, we found ourselves in a deficit. Reluctantly, we have had to cut down on unnecessary expenses. For instance, my robes have been worn for 7 or 8 years without replacement. Likewise, we've drastically reduced our intake of qi blood pills and nourishing qi pills. Previously, Ning Fan would consume 1 nourishing qi pill a day and Qin Xianer 1 qi blood pill daily. Now it has become 1 every 3 days. The consumption of spiritual rice, however, has not diminished. In fact, it has increased significantly. With no funds to purchase pills, we can only rely on consuming more spiritual rice. The spiritual rice is rich in spiritual energy and other nutrients, essential for enhancing a cultivator's cultivation. Thus, this cannot be reduced, but rather must be increased. How many spirit stones do we have left at home? Ning Fan inquired with curiosity. Qin Xianer replied, I possess merely 15 spirit stones. Ning Fan remarked, I possess 100 spirit stones. Fortunately, there remains a surplus from the previous year, allowing me to scrape by. Yet, it is merely scraping by. Here. Even the most menial disciples accrue a significant income of spirit stones each year, but correspondingly, their expenditures escalate. It is nearly impossible to save any money. Ning Fan remarked, cultivating the land may not yield substantial wealth, yet I shall persist in tending to the 100 acres of spiritual fields as a safeguard. This year, we will not cultivate the relatively high-priced, albeit low-yielding, Hehuan rice. Instead, we shall plant the more abundant, yet less expensive, Baiyang rice. Upon passing the assessment for intermediate talisman masters, I will be able to undertake tasks with favorable conditions and higher profits, allowing us to amass greater wealth and improve our lives progressively. Ning Fan could only console his wife in this manner. Qin Xianer remarked, it must be so. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ning Fan felt a slight warmth enveloping his body, prompting him to step forward and embrace Qin Xianer. Her complexion flushed a delicate shade of crimson. No, it's broad daylight. This is rather inappropriate, she protested. I find it quite agreeable during the day, he replied. With a melodious sound, they entered a joyful period once more. In the afternoon, Ning Fan arrived at the outer gate hall and formally applied to become an outer sect disciple. The matter was overseen by an elder of the foundation establishment stage. Upon inspecting the recording talisman, the elder proceeded to handle the necessary formalities. The token underwent a transformation, changing from that of a miscellaneous disciple to that of an outer sect disciple. Thank you, elder. Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. Feeling a slight pang of reluctance, yet he still produced 100 spirit stones and handed them over. For a foundation establishment master, 100 spirit stones were merely trifling. However, one must fulfill their obligations. The elder nodded, accepted the offering, and weighed it in his hands, remarking, Indeed, you are commendable. Positioned at the outer gate, he was responsible for menial tasks, earning little from it. His primary aim was merely to pass the time. If the outer disciples failed to offer their dues, he could not hinder them, as escalating matters would tarnish his reputation. Conversely, should the outer disciples provide their dues, he would offer appropriate guidance in return. The elder continued, You are indeed commendable. Since you have presented me with these spirit stones, I shall offer you pertinent advice. What are your future plans? Ning Fan remarked, I intend to continue honing my skills, utilizing the money earned from talismans to elevate my cultivation. The outer sect elder nodded and inquired, What is your spiritual root? Ning Fan remarked, I possess a low-grade spiritual root of water, fire, and earth. Indeed, the elder of the outer sect observed, sensing that everything was as he had anticipated. A low-grade spiritual root cannot be deemed as utterly worthless. Moreover, no foundational cultivator would regard such a root as inferior. Among cultivators, a staggering 90 are endowed with low-grade spiritual roots, while those with middle and upper-grade roots are comparatively rare. The sheer abundance of low-grade spiritual root cultivators precludes anyone from labeling them as worthless, as they are simply perceived as ordinary practitioners. The outer sect elder continued, If my conjecture holds true, you hail from a humble origin. Arriving at the Hehuan Sect, devoid of connections or backing, your talents are rather unremarkable. Ning Fan remarked. Indeed, the elder of the outer sect stated, a single chopstick can be easily broken, yet when 10 are bound together, it requires considerable effort to snap them. What are your intentions? Do you plan to join a particular faction? Ning Fan spoke, seeking guidance from the elder. His time at the Hehuan Sect had been relatively brief, and his interactions had been primarily with the lower echelons, leaving him oblivious to the intricacies and inside information of the mid to upper tiers. Now, through this outer sect elder, a foundational cultivator, he could glimpse a fragment of the heavenly palace. The outer sect elder replied with a calm demeanor, "Within our Hehuan Sect, there exist two distinct factions, the familial faction and the master-disciple faction. The familial faction consists of various cultivation families, each founded upon bloodlines, characterized by their strong internal cohesion and exclusivity towards outsiders. This faction primarily includes the 9 major Golden Core families, along with 35 Purple Mansion families, several hundred Foundation Establishment families, and numerous scattered Chi Refinement families. Conversely, the Master-Disciple faction is established on the foundation of esteemed Purple Mansion cultivators, Golden Core elders, and Nascent Soul elders, bound together by the ties of mentorship. If you were merely a lowly servant disciple, there would be no need for you to choose sides. The lambs within the sheepfold have no standing to align themselves. However, now that you have become a disciple of the outer sect, possessing a certain value for alliances, it is imperative that you choose a faction." Ning Fan inquired tentatively, "What would happen if I choose not to align myself?" "It would be akin to a single chopstick being effortlessly snapped in two." The outer sect elder chuckled, "If you were a Golden Core master, there would be no need for allegiance, for the very existence of a Golden Core master embodies a faction. However, you are merely a novice at the second level of Chi refinement, and the implications of that are already well understood by all. In the realm of the joyous sect, one may ponder whether the influence of familial factions surpasses that of the master-disciple affiliations." The elder of the outer sect replies, "Undoubtedly, the master-disciple affiliations wield greater power. Within our joyous sect, the master-disciple faction comprises merely a few hundred individuals, including those of the Nascent Soul, Golden Core, and Purple Mansion realms, all of whom stand at the pinnacle of our sect, occupying leadership positions. Conversely, while the familial factions boast a larger membership and encompass a broader spectrum, they predominantly represent the lower tiers of practitioners, including numerous Chi refinement and Foundation Establishment cultivators, even extending to some of the Purple Mansion realm. These factions symbolize a significant portion of the foundational structure of our joyous sect. Should one's innate talent be commendable, they may join the master-disciple faction. However, if one possesses lesser talent, they are relegated to the familial faction. Upon entering a particular cultivation family, one might merely hold the status of a guest elder, with certain resources remaining inaccessible and an air of caution directed towards them. Yet, this position is still preferable to that of a solitary cultivator. Ning Fan remarked, "I need to ponder this carefully. Indeed, take your time, there is no need to rush. Here, take this booklet," the outer sect elder said, handing over a volume. Ning Fan took the document. Beside him was the task wall, adorned with various assignments. Some were prerequisite tasks, while others were optional and random. Failure to complete the respective tasks would result in appropriate penalties. Becoming an outer sect disciple was both an opportunity and a risk. The Harmony sect did not harbor idlers. After conveying this, he began to usher people away. Ning Fan clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell. He approached the table and took a seat, beginning to peruse the small booklet. The booklet bore no specific title, yet upon opening the first page, it read, "In the realm of cultivation, one must possess keen perception to thrive, avoiding entanglements with influential figures who wield power and connections. Survival is the foremost principle for cultivators. Only by enduring can one contemplate other matters." Subsequent pages contained admonitions for practitioners, outlining principles of conduct. For instance, it emphasized the necessity of self-reliance. Depending on external support is precarious, as allies may falter or abandon you. Even if one's mentor is a nascent soul master or one's father a Golden Core expert, while they may shield you from tempests, they can also lead you into irrevocable peril. Accepting assistance from others is permissible, yet excessive reliance is ill-advised. One should not harbor illusions of a savior in this world nor expect sect leaders to dispense justice. Only one's own strength can enforce fairness. Trust, too, has its limits. Crossing these boundaries may yield unforeseen consequences, as human nature is intricate and ever-changing. A repeat of similar circumstances may not yield the same choices from the same individual. Interests form the foundation of relationships among families, cultivators, and friends. When interests align, the bonds of kinship and friendship may become alarmingly tenuous. Profound grievances, such as the murder of a father or the betrayal of a spouse, can also be mitigated if interests are sufficiently aligned. The text provided numerous examples to substantiate its claims, ultimately distilling 8 principles of conduct for cultivators. Though these principles cannot guarantee success, they may reduce instances of misfortune. Following this, the booklet introduced 3 esteemed Nascent Soul elders of the Hehuan Sect: the Red Lotus Ancestor, the True Monarch of Clouds, and the Dreaming Fairy. Detailed descriptions of their appearances, life experiences, and personalities ensued, along with various other narratives. It then proceeded to present 23 Golden Core Elders and approximately 153 Purple Mansion Masters. The final sections briefly outlined prominent cultivation families in other sects, with a particular emphasis on notable prodigies. The latter parts were more succinct, aimed at advising certain individuals to avoid offending powerful figures. Additionally, it elaborated on the familial and master-disciple factions, exploring their origins along with the corresponding demographics and influences. Both familial and master-disciple affiliations fundamentally revolve around self-interest, fostering camaraderie for mutual support. Factions and power structures exist everywhere, including within the Hehuan Sect itself. Ning Fan closed the book, having gained a clear understanding of the structure of the Hehuan Sect. Approaching the task wall, he began to search for assignments. The wall was adorned with hundreds of tasks, encompassing a variety of endeavors. The simplest tasks included planting spiritual rice, tidying up, caring for medicinal herbs, and mining. There were also alchemy tasks, talisman crafting assignments, and other similar undertakings. Some tasks were quite easy, presenting no challenges or risks, and consequently offered minimal rewards. Conversely, others were fraught with difficulty and danger, yet promised substantial rewards. The Hehuan Sect was not a charitable institution and did not accommodate idlers. Every time a servant disciple or outer disciple completed a task, the sect reaped a share of the profits. Unfortunately, few tasks were suited to my capabilities. Ning Fan pondered as he approached a sign and removed it. This was a mandatory task for outer disciples, which must be completed annually. Failure to do so would result in a deduction of points. If a disciple failed to fulfill this requirement for 3 consecutive years, they would be stripped of their status as an outer disciple and forced to undertake perilous assignments. The task involved creating 500 Fire Cloud Talismans, 500 Ice Ginger Talismans, and 500 Vine Armor Talismans, all to be completed within a year. This was a compulsory mission that must be accomplished, and upon successful completion, one would be rewarded with 500 points. According to the regulations, 1 point equated to 1 spirit stone. In practical transactions, items that could not be purchased with spirit stones could typically be acquired with points, while the majority of items obtainable with points could not be bought with spirit stones. Upon arriving at the task hall, he began to register for the assignment. The booklet contained details regarding the benefits available to outer disciples. He perused it to familiarize himself with the current regulations. The task elder spoke, handing him a small pamphlet. "Thank you, Elder." Ning Fan took the booklet and casually placed it into his storage pouch upon returning home. Ning Fan retrieved a small booklet that detailed certain benefits and obligations of the outer disciples. To ascend to the status of an inner disciple, outer disciples must fulfill mandatory tasks assigned by the sect before they are permitted to undertake more autonomous missions. There is an age constraint for outer disciples. They must reach the 7th level of Qi refinement before turning 40 and must pass an assessment conducted by the elder of the inner sect. Failure to achieve the 7th level of Qi refinement or to pass the evaluation before the age of 40 results in a demotion to elder status or the necessity to depart from the Hehuan Sect to establish a cultivation family elsewhere. Moreover, the benefits afforded to outer disciples are quite generous. Unlike auxiliary disciples, or those from other cultivation families who must pay full price for resources from the Hehuan Sect, outer disciples are privileged to purchase these resources at a discounted rate of 80. Additionally, outer disciples have the opportunity to rent a small courtyard in the heart of the city. These courtyards are imbued with unique formations that can channel underground first-level spiritual veins, resulting in an exceptionally rich atmosphere of vitality, 3 times as concentrated as that found in the auxiliary disciples' courtyards. In such a spiritually abundant environment, the speed of cultivation is remarkably accelerated. However, the cost is considerable, requiring an annual rent of 1,000 spirit stones. The price is somewhat steep, and I find myself unable to afford it. Ning Fan once again felt the weight of his poverty. Fortunately, his talismanic skills were on the rise, allowing him to earn a substantial income each year. There remained opportunities ahead. Time gradually slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The season of harvest arrived. With the collection of 50 acres of pure yang rice, his pockets were once again filled with a modest sum. Ning Fan also let out a sigh of relief, as he had temporarily alleviated part of his predicament. "Siener, I have become an outer sect disciple. I will be occupied with the mandatory tasks of the sect, specifically the creation of 500 mid-grade talismans. My schedule has become rather hectic lately, leaving me no time for farming. I can forego agriculture in favor of crafting talismans. Ning Fan confided in his wife, expressing certain contemplations. There are aspects that necessitate transformation. Cultivating the land harbors no promising future, nor does it yield significant wealth. Never has one heard of a diligent farmer who amassed great fortune through tilling the soil. To achieve financial success, one must also emphasize auxiliary ventures such as alchemical tools and talismanic formations. Qin Xianer listened attentively and remarked, "While it is true that farming does not lead to substantial riches, it offers a semblance of stability, providing a consistent income each year. Though it may not lead to great wealth, it ensures we do not go hungry. We cannot forsake the income derived from our agricultural endeavors. We must continue to cultivate the land." Ning Fan sighed, lamenting, "Yet, I find myself bereft of time. I must fulfill the mandatory tasks assigned to the outer disciples and engage in my cultivation. Time is fleeting, and I simply cannot afford to tend to the fields." Having been a member of the Hehuan Sect for a decade, he was now 24 years old, yet remained at the second level of Qi refinement. He could no longer afford to procrastinate. Qin Xianer, resolute in her determination, proclaimed, "I can cultivate the land and take responsibility for the planting of these spiritual fields." "That is unfeasible," he countered. "As an innate warrior, toiling in the fields would be excessively strenuous." "I have delightful news to share," Qin Xianer beamed. "Just yesterday, I achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the rank of Grandmaster in martial arts. I too can engage in farming and oversee the care of these 100 acres of spiritual land." As she spoke, she subtly circulated her vital energy, immediately emanating an awe-inspiring aura, akin to a blazing sun. Ning Fan immediately sensed an overwhelming sense of threat. Should Qin Xianer make a move, he might truly find himself at a disadvantage. A Grandmaster of martial arts is comparable to a third-tier Qi refiner, within a distance of 10 steps. The Grandmaster can unleash formidable explosive power to tear apart the body of a third-tier Qi refiner. However, beyond those 10 steps, a third-tier Qi refiner can wield flying swords and talismans to swiftly eliminate a martial arts Grandmaster. "Congratulations," Ning Fan remarked. "In the realm of mortals, I am merely 26 years old, yet I have ascended to the status of a Grandmaster in martial arts, a true prodigy of my generation. However, in the world of cultivation, such an achievement is rather insignificant. Over the years, I have consumed various spiritual grains and blood essence pills, expending over 500 spiritual stones." As Qin Xianer spoke these words, a twinge of guilt washed over her. "In the past, you supported me. Now, having attained the level of a Grandmaster, I can utilize my vitality to replace mana, activating the formations within the spiritual fields to tend to the spiritual grains." Ning Fan pondered for a moment and replied, "It will indeed be arduous for you." Qin Xianer resolutely stated, "We are husband and wife, united as one. These are duties I must undertake. Master Fu, the initial earnings are not as substantial as one might envision, and at times, we may even incur losses. To pave the way for a brighter future, we must endure with steadfast determination." Ning Fan remarked, "Very well, let us endure hardships and strive together." Qin Xianer nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it shall be so." Ning Fan remarked, "Let us establish a modest goal. I aspire to become a proficient talisman master before I turn 30, and to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement by then. As for you, strive to attain the Martial Saint realm before your 30th year." "Martial Saint? Forget it. I no longer wish to dwell on such matters." Qin Xianer replied, "Very well." However, she held little hope of achieving the Martial Saint status before the age of 30. As time gradually slipped away, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, after fulfilling the mandatory tasks assigned by the sect, Ning Fan undertook additional assignments, predominantly focused on the art of talisman crafting. The spiritual fields were primarily tended to by Qin Xianer. Occasionally, Ning Fan would lend a helping hand. His mastery of talisman crafting grew increasingly refined, and his success rate soared. In the first year, he successfully earned 1,800 spirit stones and accumulated 1,000 points. The following year, his earnings escalated to 2,000 spirit stones and 1,200 points. Correspondingly, his annual expenditures also rose significantly, ultimately resulting in a mere saving of less than 500 spirit stones, with points dwindling to 800. Upon attaining the status of a mid-tier talisman master, his capacity to generate income expanded considerably, yet so too did his propensity to spend. Within the confines of his chamber, Ning Fan was diligently inscribing a fire talisman. Each intricate symbol rose and fell, manifesting upon the talisman paper as the ink flowed gracefully, reminiscent of a dancing dragon. His pace was neither hurried nor sluggish, but rather steady and methodical, with each stroke executed with impeccable precision. Gradually, what began as a fragmented talisman coalesced into a harmonious whole. 32 spirit symbols converged together. When the 33rd spirit symbol was completed, a wondrous transformation occurred, resonating with the very essence of the cosmos. The talisman emitted a low, vibrating hum, and then commenced to absorb the ethereal spirit energy from the void around it. This process lasted less than 2 breaths, concluding with the talisman returning to a state of tranquility. Ning Fan stepped forward to examine closely and discovered that the talisman had transformed into a superior quality charm. At last, it is accomplished. Ning Fan smiled, his expression radiating joy. After 2 years of diligent effort, he had finally crafted his first exquisite talisman. This marked a significant breakthrough from nothingness to creation. This first exquisite talisman heralded the promise of a second, a third, a fourth, and even more to come. Ordinary talismans are merely the products of a talisman master's skill. However, exquisite talismans are forged through a profound resonance with the forces of heaven and earth at the moment of their creation, completing the final transformative step. Exquisite talismans possess a potency that surpasses that of ordinary talismans by a remarkable 30%. Yet, what is it that allows exquisite talismans to invoke the forces of heaven and earth for their refinement? Ning Fan pondered deeply, lost in contemplation, yet unaware of the underlying reasons. After 2 years of relentless effort, his hard work had finally borne fruit, as he successfully crafted exquisite talismans. With steady practice over the next 2 to 3 years, his skills would surely solidify further. By that time, he would be capable of drawing superior talismans. Although creating superior talismans does not automatically designate one as a master talisman maker, it represents a significant advancement for him. Ning Fan smiled. In the realm of talisman crafting, there exist certain rules. It is not sufficient to merely produce high-quality talismans to be deemed a master talismanist. A minimum success rate of 50% is required to be considered competent. Should the success rate falter too severely, one risks incurring losses, or even engaging in a venture that yields no profit. In the lower echelons of the cultivation world, resources are relatively abundant, yet as one ascends to higher tiers, such resources become increasingly scarce. Certain talisman papers are predominantly composed of rare materials or crafted from beast hides, necessitating a guarantee of success with each attempt. There simply cannot be an abundance of resources to squander. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Ning Fan suddenly sensed a remarkable transformation within his body. He immediately sat upright, commencing the circulation of the pure yang art. Subsequently, the aura surrounding him began to fluctuate intensely. Waves of pure yang energy surged, sweeping through every corner of his being. His magical power oscillated dramatically, drawing in the spiritual energy from the void. This energy began to permeate his body through his pores, gradually and steadily being refined into pure magical essence. Within his dantian, a third vortex of magical power began to materialize. This vortex, composed of 80 strands of magical energy, spun and transformed incessantly, teetering on the brink of fragmentation. Ning Fan circulated his cultivation technique, gradually stabilizing the vortex of arcane energy. Slowly, the vortex began to find equilibrium. The third vortex of arcane energy was successfully formed, marking his ascension into the third level of Qi training. At this moment, within his dantian, there existed 3 vortices of arcane energy. The first vortex comprised 10 strands of arcane energy, the second, 20 strands, and the third, 40 strands. These 3 vortices were arranged concentrically, one within the other, with the first being the smallest and the third being the largest. Each time a new vortex of arcane energy was created, the volume of the dantian expanded continuously. With this expansion, the amount of arcane energy stored within the dantian also increased, enabling him to temper his physique and fortify his physical body. Nourished by this arcane energy, even without practicing specialized body refinement techniques, a cultivator's physical form would steadily improve. Ning Fan's heart brimmed with joy. Not only had he crafted his first exquisite talisman, significantly enhancing his mastery of the talismanic arts, but he had also condensed his third vortex of spiritual energy, advancing into the third layer of Qi cultivation. It could be described as a double delight. Ning Fan felt a surge of joy as he purchased some meat to reward himself. However, amidst his happiness, A sense of foreboding about the future enveloped him. The data displayed on the panel was, on the whole, rather grim. Name: Ning Fan. Age: 26. Realm: Qi Refining Level 3, 080. Cultivation Technique: Pure Yang Method. Skills: Talisman Making, First Order, Middle Grade, Perfected. Spirit Farming, First Order, Lower Grade. Proficient: Spells: Spirit Rain Technique, Perfected. Soil Nourishment Technique, Perfected. Spirit Fire Technique, Perfected. Spirit Insect Technique, Perfected. Spirit Seed Technique, Perfected. Thanks to the principle that heaven rewards diligence, he encountered no bottlenecks in his progress. Numerous spells advanced swiftly towards perfection. His skills in talisman making and spirit farming also improved rapidly. Yet, his cultivation advancement was somewhat sluggish. At 26 years of age, he had merely reached the third level of Qi Refining. In Qi Refining, the first level signifies 10 strands of spiritual power, the second level 20 strands, and the third level 40 strands, with cumulative growth leading to 2,560 strands at the ninth level. As one progresses, the accumulation of spiritual power intensifies, demanding more time. With the increase of accumulated power, the volume of the spiritual vortex also expands. The challenge of condensing individual strands of power into a vortex escalates significantly, particularly in the later stages. For instance, at the first level, condensing 10 strands into a vortex is relatively simple. However, as one advances to the later stages, the requirements grow to 80, 320, and even 2,560 strands, making the task exponentially more challenging. Many lower-tier cultivators find it immensely difficult to even reach the foundational stage, let alone attain the later levels of Qi Refining. Fortunately, he possessed a skill that allowed him to earn a living. With the wealth accumulated, he could purchase medicinal pills. There remained a glimmer of hope. Not long after, a large group returned. These individuals had ventured to the West River Bay for mining, gradually returning over 3 years, with some having perished in the process. Zhao Lei was among them, exhibiting signs of weathering. He lacked the youthful naivety of the past and appeared quite formidable. His cultivation had also seen a significant rise, advancing from the third to the fifth level of Qi Refining. In just 3 years, he had ascended 2 minor levels, an astonishing rate of progress. Zhang Tai also returned, moving from the second to the third level of Qi Refining. Yet, Lin Yi and Li Chongxing never returned. The mine was a small yet rich vein, abundant in spirit stones and dense with spiritual energy, facilitating rapid cultivation. While the majority of the mine's spirit stones needed to be surrendered, the remaining portion was sufficient for substantial gains. In merely 3 years of mining, many had progressed 2 minor levels, surpassing the typical efforts of 30 years. Zhao Lei spoke with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Though soon dimmed as he recounted the high costs of such endeavors, the dangers were immense. The mines were fraught with peril, requiring vigilance against the lurking spirit rats and venomous snakes. The spirit rats could deliver fatal bites, and a single strike from a venomous snake could be deadly. Fatalities occurred frequently within the caverns. The most formidable threat, however, was from other humans. In the mines, there were often bandits who, while mining, would also rob others of their spirit stones, leading to frequent altercations and casualties. Approximately 3,000 individuals had embarked on this mining venture, with the lowest being at the first level of Qi Refining and the highest at the third. After 3 years, only about 1,000 emerged alive from the mines. Supervisors intervened at times to control the scale of conflicts. Otherwise, the number of casualties would have been even higher. Zhao Lei spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his hand trembled slightly as he held his cup. The world outside was perilous, and the strife within the mines was brutal. Had it not been for the concern of certain supervisors regarding the high mortality of miners affecting excavation efficiency, the death toll would have surely been greater. With the 3-year term concluded, he resolved never to return. Zhao Lei took a sip of fine wine, his spirits noticeably lifted. Zhang Tai remarked, "Mining is fraught with danger, yet the rewards are substantial. Over 3 years, I have amassed 10,000 spirit stones and elevated my cultivation to the third level of Qi Refining." Sadly, Linny succumbed to a snake bite, and Li Chongxing perished in combat. Our mining group initially comprised around 10 individuals, but only 5 returned safely. Zhao Lei continued to sip his wine, shifting the conversation to other topics. Ning Fan listened intently. Mining is perilous, yet it remains the quickest avenue to wealth. Even without external assistance, he would still venture into mining. Despite its inherent dangers, it is the most expedient method of generating income. Rather than leading a timid existence, He would prefer to take the risk and strive for success, even if it meant facing death in the process. Ning Fan inquired, "Brother Zhao, what are your plans?" Zhao Lei replied, "This time, I have amassed a considerable fortune from mining, as well as accumulated numerous points. I intend to expend these resources to enhance my alchemical skills. To lead a fulfilling life, one must elevate their craftsmanship." Zhang Tai also remarked, "I plan to continue my studies under the guidance of my master to refine my forging techniques." Ning Fan remarked, "I have recently experienced a stroke of good fortune and have become a first-tier mid-grade talisman master. Here are the talismans I have crafted. Feel free to examine them. I can offer them at an 80% discount from the market price." He opened his storage bag and produced a stack of mid-grade talismans, including ice sword talismans, fire arrow talismans, vine armor talismans, earth shield talismans, and more, totaling over a dozen varieties. The eyes of the others brightened at the sight, and they began to select their favorites. Zhao Lei also chose a few. His survival during this mining expedition could be attributed to the talismans he had brought along. Many talismans could prove invaluable for saving one's life in critical moments. Zhao Lei said, "Congratulations on becoming a mid-grade talisman master. We will rely on you in the future." "Not at all. We are all fellow townsfolk and should assist one another. At home, we depend on our parents, and outside, we rely on friends," Ning Fan replied, encouraging them to take their time in selecting. These fellow townsfolk were potential customers, and even at an 80% discount, there was still profit to be made. After a brief exchange, everyone dispersed. Upon returning home, Ning Fan took a brief respite before the sound of knocking echoed through the air. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a captivating woman, none other than Bai Wei. Beside her stood a young girl, her daughter, Bai Ning Shuang. Bai Wei appeared somewhat anxious as she spoke. "Recently, our family has been facing some financial difficulties. Could you possibly lend me a small sum?" Hearing this, Ning Fan was slightly taken aback and then inquired, "How much do you wish to borrow?" Bai Wei replied, 500 spirit stones, if that is too much. 300 spirit stones would suffice." Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. 500 spirit stones were not a trivial sum. You primarily engage in agriculture and without significant expenditures. You could save some wealth each year. Why do you seek to borrow money from me? Have you perhaps fallen victim to some fraudulent organization? His gaze bore suspicion, accompanied by a hint of inquiry. In treading a mortal city, where millions reside, the mingling of mortals and the underprivileged creates a chaotic blend of society. Daily patrols traverse the streets, yet various public disturbances still occur. Minor deceptions could leave one destitute, while more severe encounters might even cost a life. Bai Wei, with a glimmer of joy in her eyes, recounted, "When my daughter was 6, she was identified as possessing a spiritual root of moderate quality, specifically a mid-grade Goldwater spiritual root. Her talent is commendable. Shortly thereafter, she commenced her cultivation, and now, at the age of 12, she has already reached the second level of Qi refinement, her skills rivaling my own. To secure a prosperous future, one must master a craft. Yet apprenticeship requires a substantial fee, alongside additional monetary expenses. At present, I am still short of 500 spirit stones. Among the individuals in this vicinity, you alone possess surplus funds. You are my only hope for a loan." Ning Fan was slightly taken aback, then turned to observe the young girl beside him with keen interest. This girl, still quite petite and not fully matured, emanated an aura of remarkable vitality. At merely 12 years of age, she had already reached the second layer of Qi cultivation. It appeared quite impressive. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Ning Fan remarked, "The young girl seems to possess considerable talent. There is hope for her future foundation establishment. I can lend you 500 spirit stones. But when shall you repay me? A clear account must be kept among brothers. A loan must be repaid, and future borrowing shall not be difficult." Bai Wei pondered for a moment and replied, 1 year at most. Let the interest be calculated at 50 spirit stones. "No need for interest," he responded. "But do remember to repay me after a year." Ning Fan spoke as Bai Wei inscribed the promissory note. Ning Fan handed over 500 spirit stones. After verifying their authenticity, Bai Wei said, "Thank you very much." Ning Fan remarked, "Remember to return my money in a year." Borrowing money is one of the most arduous tasks in the world, as recovering it often proves to be a challenge. However, with his skills significantly enhanced, his ability to earn has also seen considerable improvement. Even if this debtor defaults, the impact on him would not be overly burdensome. As Bai Wei departed, she found herself with an additional pouch containing 500 spirit stones. Upon stepping out, she felt a sense of disorientation. The speed with which this acquaintance lent her money was remarkably efficient, and he imposed no stringent conditions, His sole stipulation was the repayment after a year. This straightforwardness left her somewhat unsettled. A single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes, let alone 500 spirit stones, a sum of considerable magnitude. Few possess such savings. Only Zhao Lei and Ning Fan can be counted among them. Zhao Lei, despite appearing generous and affluent, is fundamentally somewhat rigid and unreliable. In contrast, Ning Fan is a man of integrity. When she contemplated borrowing, her intention was to approach this honest individual. We shall accumulate 1,000 spirit stones at that point. You may take a master from the inner sect to learn a craft. Bai Wei envisioned her daughter's future with a maternal glow. Mastering a skill is essential for a prosperous journey ahead. Bai Ningxuang nodded, affirming her understanding. Bai Wei, filled with concern, began to advise her daughter. Once you find a master to learn from, prioritize your studies and refrain from entanglements with men. Those men outside are deceivers, seeking only to exploit you. There are none among them who genuinely care for you. I once was a woman of the mortal realm, chosen by the sect for the Hehuan school at the tender age of 16, naive and unaware. I sought a wealthy man, hoping for a better life. He made grand promises, only to betray me later, leading to your existence. A shadow of melancholy crossed Bai Wei's face as she reflected on her past. Men are inherently unreliable. Women must rely on themselves. When a man desires a woman, it is often her body he covets, devoid of any genuine affection. Do not harbor hopes that those of noble lineage or wealth will view you as anything more than a plaything. If they do, it is sheer foolishness. In truth, marrying your Uncle Ning would be preferable. He is an honest and dependable man. When I was deceived and became pregnant with you, I wished to marry your Uncle Ning, seeking security for both of us. Yet, he dismissed me, likely viewing me as tainted. Women must cherish their bodies, guarding their virtue closely. Once lost, they are deemed unworthy, and no one will regard them with esteem. Bai Wei shared her past failures to impart wisdom to her daughter, wishing to prevent a tragic repetition of her own experiences. Bai Ningxuan declared, "Mother, I understand. I will focus wholeheartedly on my cultivation and will not allow myself to be misled by those deceitful men." Bai Wei responded, "You possess medium-grade spiritual roots. Your talent is average, neither soaring nor lacking. Had you been blessed with superior roots, like senior sister Ning Shui, you could directly apprentice a high-ranking cultivator, paving a boundless future. Yet, with your current roots, many esteemed cultivators will overlook you. Even if you were to marry into a family of cultivators, you would merely be seen as a means for procreation, never truly valued or afforded the best. My daughter. Outside, your only true reliance must be yourself." Bai Ningxuang replied, "Mother, there is no need to lecture. I am aware. Humans are driven by self-interest. Only when mutual benefit exists can bonds form. I will remain vigilant, ensuring I am not deceived by those vile men." Meanwhile, in the room, Ning Fan counted his savings. After lending 500 spirit stones, he still had over 300 remaining, barely enough to sustain him in the days ahead. Bai Wei's struggles as a solitary individual were evident. Ning Fan pondered, recalling certain matters concerning this fellow villager. In times past, Bai Wei was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator who attracted the attention of numerous practitioners. Many of these men were smitten by her allure. As Bai Wei found herself the object of affection from many suitors, she gradually began to lose her sense of self, contemplating the pursuit of a high-status, affluent cultivator to secure a life of ease and comfort. Ultimately, she did encounter a member of a prominent family. However, he treated their dalliance as mere amusement and, having grown bored, cast her aside without a second thought. Bai Wei chose not to remarry, instead raising her daughter alone. Fortunately, her daughter possessed a medium-grade spiritual root, indicating a promising future. This medium-grade talent surpassed that of the lower-grade roots, as evidenced by Bai Ningxuang, who, at merely 12 years of age, had already reached the second layer of qi refinement, a testament to her remarkable potential. Yet, despite this, the foundational and Purple Mansion cultivators would not take her as a disciple, for they saw no necessity. Many foundational cultivators had their own families and kin. Why would they choose an outsider when they could easily accept their own? Even when resources were available, the priority would always be granted to their kin. Only individuals like Ning Shui, who possessed a superior grade spiritual root and exhibited exceptional talent, had a chance of attracting the attention of foundational and Purple Mansion cultivators, who might consider such a prospect with a reasonable degree of likelihood. A prodigy like Ning Shui, even if of a different lineage, would undoubtedly receive focused cultivation and substantial resources. The outer disciples, servant disciples, and even inner disciples are essentially expendable. Those with inferior or mediocre spiritual roots are, in essence, also mere fodder. The sect may provide a certain level of resources for training, yet it will not invest excessively. Ultimately, one's growth and development, whether to become a true dragon or remain a mere loach in the dirt, depends solely on oneself. Ning Fan pondered deeply. The Harmony Sect is divided into two factions, the familial faction and the master-disciple faction. These factions are both antagonistic and intertwined. Yet they also exhibit a complex and entangled relationship. Numerous prominent figures among the Golden Core practitioners serve as both mentors within the master-disciple faction and as esteemed elders in various families of the familial faction. Take, for instance, one of the three revered ancestors of the Harmony Sect, the Red Lotus Ancestor, born into the Wang family. She was identified as possessing superior spiritual roots at the tender age of 6 and thus received substantial nurturing and benefits from her family during her formative years, allowing her to mature rapidly. As she ascended, the Red Lotus Ancestor returned some favors to her family, fostering a close-knit bond of mutual benefit. However, once she attained the Golden Core stage, the assistance from her family dwindled significantly, while she found herself increasingly obligated to support them. This one-sided assistance led to a gradual imbalance in their mutual interests, and their relationship began to wane. Centuries later, as the family members she was once close to, those who had shown her kindness, passed away, her ties to the family further diminished. After all, many of the younger generation in the Wang family might only meet her once or twice over several years, some even unrecognizable by name, making it difficult to forge any deep emotional connections. In contrast, her several disciples, who had gradually reached the Golden Core realm, shared an intimate rapport developed over centuries of companionship. Their support for her grew ever stronger, thus shifting the Red Lotus Ancestor firmly into the Master-Disciple faction. Whether from the familial or the Master-Disciple faction, both are ultimately driven by self-interest. Allegiance lies with whichever faction can provide the most substantial benefits. If the support is solely one-sided, such interests are unlikely to endure. Within the Harmony Sect, the rivalry for profit between the familial and master-disciple factions leads to both conflict and cooperation, even to the point of schism. For those cultivators with lesser talents, early marriage and producing many offspring to establish thriving cultivation families is seen as the greatest contribution to the Harmony Sect. Conversely, those with exceptional talents are encouraged to refrain from romantic entanglements and focus on enhancing their cultivation. Among the Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment practitioners, many are married with numerous descendants. Yet, it is the Zifu, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul practitioners who often remain single, with few possessing partners. The weak proliferate their lineage while the strong safeguard their kin. Regardless, whether it be the Nascent Soul or Golden Core, these realms feel distant and unattainable to me. Ning Fan focused his thoughts and continued to meditate and cultivate. His innate talent for cultivation was rather ordinary, necessitating 4 hours of practice each day to ensure consistent progress. Other cultivators often encountered various bottlenecks along their paths. However, due to the principle that diligence is rewarded, he faced no such obstacles and was able to continuously improve, provided that he put forth the effort. Without effort, even the most diligent path would ultimately prove fruitless. As Ning Fan practiced the Pure Yang technique, he sensed a tumultuous fluctuation of spiritual energy in the void. Some energy shimmered in red, others in black, blue, and gold, each represented by small glowing points that indicated their attributes. As he channeled his technique, he began to capture the earth, water, and fire attributes of spiritual energy, which gradually entered his body. He guided these energies through his meridians, circulating them until they were refined into mana, which then entered his dantian. Ultimately, the mana settled into a swirling vortex for temporary storage. Throughout this process, a significant portion of the spiritual energy dissipated, with only a small fraction being refined. After 4 hours of cultivation, Ning Fan felt a slight ache in his meridians and dantian, prompting him to cease his practice. It was impossible for a cultivator to practice for 24 hours straight. After 4 hours, discomfort in the meridians and dantian necessitated a pause for recuperation, allowing them to recover before resuming the next day. Exceeding this limit could damage the dantian and meridians, potentially leading to irreversible injuries. As he perceived the 3 vortices in his dantian and the leisurely pace of energy refinement, Ning Fan sighed, feeling that his cultivation speed was painfully slow. His inferior spiritual root severely hindered his progress. Spiritual roots are classified into various grades: inferior, middle, superior, earth grade, and Heaven grade. Each grade determines the speed at which one can sense, capture, and refine spiritual energy, directly affecting cultivation velocity. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation. In the case of an inferior spiritual root, it would take 200 years to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement without the aid of medicinal pills or other enhancements. A middle-grade spiritual root would require 100 years, while a superior grade would need only 40 years. Earth-grade roots could achieve this in 20 years, and Heaven-grade roots in a mere 10 years. Factors influencing cultivation speed include not only the grade of the spiritual root, but also the environment of the spiritual veins, available resources, cultivation techniques, and one's comprehension. An inferior spiritual root, if backed by a strong lineage and ample resources, could practice in a second-grade spiritual vein, utilizing various high-grade pills daily, potentially matching the cultivation speed of superior or earth-grade roots. The grade of the spiritual root introduces substantial uncertainty, largely dependent on fate. Achievements in talismans, artifacts, or formations could significantly enhance one's journey in cultivation, even leading to miraculous transformations. For instance, Ning Fan, with his inferior spiritual root, faced an almost zero probability of foundational establishment. Yet, he was not entirely without hope. Should he excel in talisman making and advance to a first-grade talisman master, or even a second-grade master, he could amass considerable wealth through the crafting of talismans. This newfound wealth would enable him to cultivate in a second-grade spiritual vein, consuming high-grade pills devoid of toxicity, thus enhancing his cultivation speed to rival that of superior roots, keeping the hope of eventual foundational establishment alive. The vastness of the celestial city was immense, with prime real estate at its center filled with various shops and halls dedicated to the trade of talismans, formations, artifacts, pills, and spiritual liquor. Although the quality of these goods was not particularly high, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Daily transactions were numerous and substantial, primarily involving the disciples of various ranks, outer disciples, inner disciples, and miscellaneous disciples. Most sect disciples were both producers and consumers, cultivating spiritual herbs and grains, and manufacturing low-grade items for sale to shops, which in turn sold these goods to other disciples. In this cycle of commerce, everyone profited and all benefited. Throughout this process, numerous shops acted as intermediaries, purchasing goods at low prices and selling them at a markup, leading to significant exploitation of many disciples. Should certain products become overproduced, the market could experience severe overstock issues. Ning Fan stepped out of the shop, letting out a slight sigh. The talismans he had crafted this time were sold at a mere fraction of their worth, fetching only 70% of their original price. Even at this discounted rate, only a handful found buyers, while the majority remained in his possession. Among the myriad arts of cultivation, talismans present the lowest barrier to entry, requiring the least financial investment. Consequently, many novice cultivators take up the art of talisman crafting, resulting in a significant oversaturation of low-level talisman masters in the market. This surplus has caused the prices of numerous talismans to plummet, leading to substantial discounts. Yet, even under these circumstances, the shop remains selective, choosing only a limited number of items to accept, leaving most talismans to languish in his hands for personal use. Ning Fan rummaged through his storage pouch, which contained over 1,000 talismans, all of medium grade. He had just sold more than 200, leaving him with over 800. If all the talismans were to be sold, he could at least garner 1,200 spirit stones. Regrettably, only a small portion had been disposed of. After calculating the costs and revenues, he noted an income of 130 spirit stones against a cost of 50 spirit stones, yielding an 80 spirit stone profit. The quantity of talismans in his possession mattered little. What truly counted was the ability to sell them. Should they remain unsold, they would become a significant loss. Moreover, low-grade talismans have a shelf life, with a maximum storage duration of 3 months. As time passes, they may deteriorate, becoming difficult to utilize or presenting various issues upon use. At this moment, Ning Fan felt a surge of gratitude for the sect's mandatory tasks. Although the annual requirement to craft 1,500 talismans was somewhat burdensome, it at least alleviated part of the marketing dilemma. Counting his surplus talismans, Ning Fan proceeded towards the northwest. After walking a considerable distance, he arrived at a marketplace. Upon reaching the office, he paid 10 spirit stones and was promptly handed a wooden plaque inscribed with the number 188. As Ning Fan stepped into the bustling marketplace, he glanced around at the myriad of stalls lining the streets. On either side, Vendors peddled an assortment of trinkets, ranging from talismans and spirit wines to medicinal pills, animal hides, and the flesh of mystical beasts. The offerings were diverse and eclectic, each possessing a distinct characteristic. They were significantly more affordable than those found in traditional shops. However, the downside lay in the inconsistency of quality. Some items were commendable, while others were lamentably subpar. Moreover, a fundamental rule governed these transactions. Once a sale was completed, the vendors bore no responsibility for any ensuing issues. Many low-ranking cultivators were acutely aware of the potential pitfalls associated with the goods sold at these roadside markets, often recognizing that the quality was suspect. Yet, the stark reality remained that most of these practitioners could hardly afford the wares from established shops, leaving them with no choice but to seek out the cheaper alternatives available here. Their primary concern was merely the availability of items, followed by the quality. It was only the affluent who could afford to be discerning about the caliber of the products. Upon reaching his designated stall, marked with the sign 188, Ning Fan noted that this humble roadside stand charged a mere 10 spirit stones per day, collected on a daily basis. The focus here was on quantity rather than quality. Ning Fan sat calmly, storing away the wooden plaque before opening his storage pouch. He began to extract a stack of talismans, one after another, and meticulously marked their prices. Here, retail transactions were not conducted. Each trade consisted of 20 talismans as a unit, priced at 8 spirit stones. For inferior talismans, the price ranged from 1 to 3 spirit stones per 10, while for medium-grade talismans, the cost varied between 10 and 20 spirit stones per 10. In an effort to expedite sales, he initiated a drastic clearance. Thereafter, he patiently awaited customers. After an hour of quiet anticipation, a few patrons arrived to inquire and carefully scrutinize the quality of the talismans. However, after some questioning, they decisively departed, opting to compare prices elsewhere. One must possess a discerning eye to navigate the marketplace effectively. Ning Fan felt a sense of helplessness, resigned to sit and continue his wait. After a brief moment, a female cultivator approached and inquired, "I wish to purchase ice sword talismans and vine armor talismans. Which do you recommend? You may choose for yourself. Are these talismans reliable? That depends on your discernment. Their reliability is at your discretion." The female cultivator asked a few more questions before ultimately purchasing over 30 talismans, resulting in a credit of 20 spirit stones. Soon, other customers arrived, and he sold many more, thus accumulating an increasing number of spirit stones in his pocket. Ning Fan gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. Although it was a drastic clearance sale, he had at least managed to recover a portion of his funds, with some profit remaining. At that moment, a female cultivator passed by, her expression tinged with mild surprise as she exclaimed, "Is that you, Ning Fan? You or sister you?" Before Ning Fan stood a female cultivator who suddenly recalled someone, his guide, Yu Liener. Although they had not met for 12 years, the moment they reunited, he instantly recognized her. "Senior sister, would you like to purchase? I can offer you a 20 discount." Ning Fan smiled as he spoke. Yu Liener also smiled, beginning to examine the talismans. The more she inspected, the more astonished she became. The quality of these talismans was exceptional, a level only achieved by seasoned talisman masters over many years. Yet this individual was merely 26 years old. Yu Liener remarked, "If my memory serves me correctly, you are indeed only 26, having studied talisman crafting for merely 12 years. To have attained the rank of a mid-tier talisman master, and to produce talismans of such high quality in just 12 years is truly remarkable. The creation of superior talismans carries a certain success rate, and you are exceptionally talented. How many inferior and mid-tier talismans can you produce daily?" While her inquiry seemed casual, it inherently bore a test of skill. "I can produce 30 inferior talismans or 8 mid-tier talismans each day," Ning Fan replied, cautiously downplaying the actual figures. Yu Liener, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback. The numbers exceeded her expectations significantly. "Have you ever crafted superior talismans?" she inquired. "I plan to refine my skills further before attempting to create superior talismans. The complexity of crafting superior talismans is considerable, requiring either beast skins from magical creatures or high-grade talisman paper. The most affordable high-grade talisman paper costs 3 spirit stones, while the more expensive ones may require up to 10 spirit stones. Unfortunately, I do not possess the funds at present." Ning Fan spoke, "Master, as we progress, the expenses become increasingly burdensome. It is essential to amass wealth." Yu Liener displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment, which was swiftly replaced by intense joy. Indeed, junior brother. Your talent is remarkable. Yulianer scrutinized this junior brother as if she were encountering him for the first time. This seemingly ordinary junior brother appeared to possess extraordinary qualities. Ning Fan smiled. Senior sister, I am merely of low-grade spiritual roots. I commenced my cultivation at the age of 14, and after 10 months, I reached the first level of Qi refinement. 2 years later, I attained the second level, and a decade hence, I arrived at the third level. My talents are truly quite mediocre. Please do not jest. His pace of cultivation is neither particularly swift nor exceedingly slow, as there are others who progress even more languidly. Many seasoned cultivators, by the age of 50, manage only to barely reach the fourth or fifth levels of Qi refinement. This is not a rarity, but rather the common experience of the majority. For cultivators lacking a solid background or support, it is entirely reasonable to expect a minor advancement in a small tier after 7 to 10 years of effort. Yulianer remarked. The talents of cultivators can be categorized into two types, one being the innate quality of their spiritual roots, and the other pertaining to their mental state and comprehension. The quality of spiritual roots can be easily assessed through a spiritual measuring plate. However, the aspects of mental state and comprehension are far more elusive to gauge. On the path of cultivation, mental state and comprehension are of paramount importance. I am not particularly well versed in the nuances of mental state, so I cannot elaborate much. Yet, regarding comprehension, if one's understanding is lacking, even the most exquisite techniques will remain inscrutable, and mastery will elude them. You are merely a small cultivator at the third level of Qi refinement, with average spiritual roots. Yet, at the tender age of 26, you have already become a mid-grade talisman master, which attests to your remarkable comprehension. Life is not entirely a disarray. Ning Fan clasped his hands and replied, My humble abilities are hardly noteworthy. The Hehuan Sect is teeming with prodigies. There are many mid-tier talismancers like myself. Yulianer did not linger on this matter, but rather cut straight to the chase, asking, Junior brother, I require you to inscribe a high-grade talisman. Are you willing to oblige? Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly and expressed his unease, stating, My skills are rather average. The failure rate for crafting high-quality talismans is quite significant. Yulianer replied, I can provide you with high-quality talisman paper, gifting you 10 sheets to assess your success rate. We shall then determine our next collaborative endeavor. We can discuss the details later. For now, let us focus on selling these talismans. Ning Fan gazed at the goods displayed at the stall and waved his hand dismissively. Yulianer ceased her entanglement and stepped aside. Time passed gradually, and one by one, customers arrived, purchasing various talismans. The talismans dwindled, transforming into individual spirit stones. Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief. After tidying up the small stall, he departed from the street market, closely followed by Yulianer. The two began to converse as they walked. Yulianer said, Junior brother, I require a superior talisman known as the Gathering Spirit Talisman. What is the function of this talisman? Ning Fan inquired. When worn on the chest, it can gather the surrounding spiritual energy, thereby accelerating the speed of cultivation. As for its drawback, it can only be used for a maximum of 1 hour before it becomes ineffective. Yulianer did not conceal any information, directly sharing the specific functions of the talisman with her junior brother. This was hardly a secret. With careful inquiry, one could easily uncover the details. Nia Fan remarked, Outer disciples may spend 1,000 spirit stones to rent a small courtyard. Within this courtyard, the spiritual energy is thrice as rich as that of the outer servant quarters. Given such an environment for cultivation, why would one need to purchase a Gathering Spirit Talisman? It seems superfluous. Yulianer responded, I am now 45 years old and have reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. With my cultivation taking place upon a first-tier spiritual vein, supplemented by various medicinal pills, it will still require 15 years for me to advance to the 9th level of Qi refinement. If I were to possess a Gathering Spirit Talisman, it could potentially enhance my cultivation speed by at least 30%, significantly increasing the likelihood of reaching the 9th level by the age of 55. I would then dedicate a certain period to solidifying my foundation and refining my skills, after which I could procure a pulse-guarding pill, granting me a slender chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage and gamble on my fate. Without the talisman, I could only hope to reach the 9th level by the age of 60 or even 63, and with an additional 3 to 5 years spent honing my foundation, I would be at least 70 when attempting to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Once I surpass the age of 60, my vital energy will continuously decline, and the probability of establishing a foundation will diminish significantly. Therefore, the Gathering Spirit Talisman is of utmost importance to me. Junior brother, I implore you. Hearing this, Ning Fan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Senior sister, why not seek assistance from those proficient talisman's masters? They are far more reliable than me, a mere aspiring first-tier talisman master." Yulianer, with a hint of self-mockery, responded, "Those esteemed talisman masters are exceedingly occupied. Providing 5 or 10 talismans is manageable, but anything in bulk is beyond hope. If it were merely about becoming a Tao companion, I would have agreed long ago. Although I possess unparalleled beauty, I do not consider myself uniquely exceptional. The mere 2 tails of flesh on my body, if sold at a decent price, could grant me a sliver of opportunity for foundation establishment, which would not be in vain. However, those individuals demand that I become a furnace cauldron. Once I become a furnace cauldron, after the extraction of my essence, my vitality would dwindle, leaving me with almost no chance of foundation establishment. I am unwilling to accept this fate and intend to take a gamble." Ning Fan sensed the discontent of his senior sister. With a low-grade spiritual root, advancing to the late stage of chi refinement was already a formidable challenge, let alone reaching the foundation establishment stage, which was an even greater hurdle. Yet, what of the difficulty? As long as the odds were not zero, there remained a glimmer of hope. For those with connections and support, the struggle was one of backing and influence. For those lacking such advantages, it was a gamble of life and death, even without a foundation establishment pill. A cultivator at the 9th level of chi refinement still possessed a 1% chance of breaking into the foundation establishment realm. Every cultivator attempting this breakthrough would ponder the possibility, what if I happen to be that one fortunate individual? This senior sister, with her mediocre talent, was evidently unwilling to resign herself to fate, and thus resolved to take a chance. Ning Fan inquired, "Senior sister, what is it that you require of me? What should I do?" "You have 3 days," she replied, "to utilize 10 sheets of high-quality talisman paper and craft superior talismans. We shall assess your success rate to determine our subsequent course of action." Yu Lianer reflected on certain matters and cautioned, "Some individuals prefer to conceal their true abilities. It would be prudent for you not to hide your prowess. Your level of skill in talisman crafting will dictate whether we proceed with collaboration and the extent of that partnership. Should your abilities prove inadequate, I shall seek alternatives." Ning Fan nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, perhaps you could come to my residence to create the talismans." "That sounds agreeable," Yu Lianer responded. Ning Fan returned home and shared certain matters with Qin Xiener, who appeared slightly taken aback. Yu Lianer nodded in acknowledgement. It was somewhat regrettable that this junior brother had chosen to marry a mortal woman as his partner. Without further ado, Ning Fan retreated to the secret chamber to commence the drawing of talismans. The safety of his home provided a reassuring environment. Although the likelihood of this senior sister taking action against him within the Hehuan Sect was minimal, he remained vigilant. As an outer disciple, he was merely a registered member of the sect. Should he truly perish, the sect would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Precaution was still warranted. The formation in the small courtyard possessed a certain level of defensive capability. Coupled with the array of talismans he carried, over 200 in total, even if all were activated, they would still fall short against this senior sister. However, they could at least buy him some time to escape, thereby enhancing his safety. Upon entering the secret chamber, Ning Fan took a deep breath, focusing on the observation of these talisman papers, crafted from the tanned hides of magical beasts. Each piece measured approximately the size of a palm, with a single small sheet costing 3 spirit stones. A failed drawing would result in the loss of 3 spirit stones, which was quite the financial drain. Conversely, a successful creation would yield a minimum return of 5 spirit stones. High-grade talismans were relatively scarce. Once introduced to the market, they could be swiftly absorbed, alleviating concerns about unsold stock. It was time to showcase his abilities. Ning Fan retrieved a small booklet, which contained the method for drawing spirit-gathering talismans along with relevant experiences. After extensive study, he felt adequately prepared. He took out the talisman brush and ink, and swiftly began to sketch. One by one, the spirit symbols emerged, rapidly undulating and gradually intertwining to form a cohesive whole. The brilliance of the spiritual light intensified, and the radiance on the talisman paper grew ever brighter. However, the corresponding difficulty also escalated significantly. Lower-grade talismans involved between 10 to 20 spirit symbols, presenting relatively minor challenges. Medium-grade talismans encompassed between 20 to 50 spirit symbols, with a marked increase in complexity. High-grade talismans comprised between 50 to 100 spirit symbols, further raising the level of difficulty. The spirit-gathering talisman involved a total of 83 spirit symbols, placing it among the more challenging categories within high-grade talismans. Ning Fan was engrossed in his drawing, channeling all his focus as he meticulously crafted one symbol after another, the entire process unfolding seamlessly. One spirit talisman after another emerged, swiftly linking together. At the moment of the 83rd symbol, all the talismans converged, emitting a resonant hum before ultimately returning to their ordinary state. Success! Ning Fan exhaled in relief. With the door now ajar, he had finally succeeded on his first attempt. A sense of fatigue washed over him, as the process of inscribing the talismans had drained a significant portion of his magical energy. He was left with merely 2 layers of power, insufficient to sustain the subsequent drawing. Pausing to recuperate, he devoted an hour to restoring his energy, after which he felt sufficiently revitalized to continue his work. However, upon reaching the 65th talisman, complications arose. The entire sheet of talisman paper ignited into flames, shattering into pieces. This attempt had ended in failure. Ning Fan rested, pondering the reasons behind his mistakes and reflecting on his failures. Subsequently, he embarked on the creation of his 3rd drawing, which, to his relief, proved successful. However, his 4th attempt ended in disappointment once again. Glancing outside, he noted that night had fallen. While his magical energy could be replenished, the exhaustion of his mental faculties lingered. The weariness and frustration stemming from prolonged efforts remained insurmountable, compelling him to concede defeat. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he began consuming a fasting elixir. After ingesting one, his hunger subsided significantly. He then reclined to recuperate. A cultivator, after all, is still human, not a perpetual motion machine. Rest and sleep are essential. Upon awakening the next day, he resumed his drawing. Time flowed steadily, and before long, 3 days had swiftly passed. Ning Fan conducted a rough assessment and found that he had successfully drawn 7 talismans while 3 had failed. Estimating his success rate, it stood at merely over 30%. Out of 10 talismans, he could manage to draw a maximum of 3 successfully. The reason for such a relatively high success rate at present was primarily due to fortunate circumstances. Luck is an enigmatic force, yet it holds significant importance. With a touch more fortune, one's success rate could soar, whereas a lack of it would result in dismal outcomes. Probability serves merely as an average and relative measure. Wealth does not come without unexpected fortune, just as horses do not thrive without ample night grazing. For a horse to gain weight and strength, it must consume sufficient fodder at night. Similarly, for humans to attain wealth, mere diligent farming is insufficient. They must also encounter unexpected windfalls. As for the 7 gathering spirit talismans, sending them all out could pose risks. It would be wiser to retain 4 and distribute only 3. Ning Fan pondered briefly. Those who speak their minds so freely often do not live long. They are prone to untimely demise. Wisely concealing one's trump cards and true capabilities can, at times, avert significant peril. Although Yulieno had advised that it is best not to mask one's strength, as proficiency affects collaboration, Ning Fan resolved to retain some secrets. He discreetly stored for gathering spirit talismans into his storage pouch, indulging in a bit of avarice, and then emerged from the secret chamber with 3 talismans in hand. What is the outcome? Yulieno inquired, her urgency palpable, even tinged with anxiety. Fortune favored him. He had succeeded with 3 talismans but failed with 7. Allow me a moment to examine them, she said, taking the 3 gathering spirit talismans and scrutinizing them meticulously. Her knowledge spanned alchemy, talisman crafting, weapon forging, and formations. Though she was not particularly adept in any, nonetheless, she possessed a fundamental level of discernment. The talismans had been crafted recently, within 3 days, eliminating any possibility of tampering. Some were hastily drawn, nearly resulting in failure, while the quality of the other improved steadily. The final talisman exhibited a marked enhancement, reaching an excellent standard. A success rate of 30% for high-grade talismans is not excessively high, yet it is commendable. Moreover, considering Ning Fan's youth at merely 26 years and his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, this success rate was indeed remarkable. You have performed admirably, securing 3 successful talismans and thus warranting your status as my collaborator. However, further efforts are requisite, Yulieno remarked in an unassuming tone, feigning indifference. Though inwardly she was elated, she had fortuitously discovered a gem. In her plans, achieving success with even 1 talisman out of 10 would suffice. Given his relatively low cultivation level of merely the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, many proficient talisman crafters operate at the late stages of Qi refinement, often at level 7, 8, or even 9, with some being foundation-building cultivators. Cultivation is the foundation of all skills. The higher the cultivation, the swifter one learns techniques, enabling them to reach elevated levels. A foundation-building cultivator, regardless of prior exposure to talisman crafting, could swiftly acquire the skills to become a low-grade talisman master due to their abundant spiritual energy and formidable mental acuity. With a bit of effort, they might ascend to a mid-grade talisman master, and with 7 or 8 years of dedication, achieve the status of a high-grade talisman master. High cultivation grants one the freedom to learn rapidly. Conversely, if one's cultivation is lacking, their spiritual energy may be so limited that merely crafting a single talisman could deplete their energy reserves. For instance, Ning Fan, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, possessed scant spiritual energy. After crafting a gathering spirit talisman, he felt utterly drained, with barely any energy remaining, necessitating a period of meditation to recuperate. At most, he could create 4 gathering spirit talismans in a single day. The constraints of time and energy augmented the challenges of crafting gathering spirit talismans. Should Ning Fan continue to elevate his cultivation and advance into the later stages of Qi refinement, coupled with years of diligent practice, the success rate for crafting high-grade talismans could rise to 50, 70, or even 80%, potentially attaining mastery in the craft. Your skills are commendable. We may now embark on a collaborative venture, Yuliano observed once more, regarding her junior with newfound respect, treating him as an equal rather than a subordinate. Hearing this, Ning Fan felt a sense of trepidation and remarked, "Senior sister, you are at the 8th level of Qi refinement, while I am merely at the 3rd level. It is hardly appropriate to speak of collaboration, however, we may continue with business." Yuliana replied with a smile. "Though I possess the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refinement and hold a certain status, we are all but cattle and horses to our sect until we ascend to the foundation establishment realm. Whether one is a servant disciple, an outer disciple, or an inner disciple, the distinction is negligible. The forthcoming collaboration will yield substantial benefits for me, and it will undoubtedly prove advantageous for you as well." Ning Fan ceased to defer and inquired, "I implore you, senior sister, to provide guidance on how we should collaborate henceforth." Yuliana felt quite pleased with her junior brother's attitude, recognizing the potential for a deeper partnership. "Very well." Yuliana nodded and articulated her plan for collaboration. "Dear Junior, do you truly wish to remain a mere outer disciple for the entirety of your life, to toil endlessly like a beast of burden? Do you not aspire to establish your foundation and rise above the rest? Indeed, I yearn for it. I dream of establishing my foundation. However, I lack connections, a solid backing, and my talent is rather ordinary. Senior sister, please enlighten me on our next steps." "I possess an opportunity for foundation establishment," Yuliana declared, only to shake her head, admitting that such an opportunity was, in fact, a misconception. "I do not possess such fortune either. The likelihood of exchanging points for a foundation-building elixir is exceedingly slim. Should our collaboration bear fruit, dear Junior, you would still stand a considerable chance of reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement before the age of 60, thus vying for that elusive opportunity to establish your foundation. Then, one must gamble with fate, whether fortune smiles upon you or not. The question remains, can you seize that one chance, soaring over the dragon's gate to become a true dragon? Or will you fall like a carp, landing on the ground, lifeless?" Ning Fan smiled, saying, "In life, the greatest fear is not the loss in a gamble, but rather the absence of even the opportunity to bet. Sister, do not dawdle with idle words. If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly." "Understood." Yuliana ceased her hesitation and directly retrieved a wine gourd from her storage bag, presenting it to him. "This is a premium spirit wine that I have brewed, containing a pound of wine. The price is 500 spirit stones. Given your current level of cultivation, you may only take a sip each day before meditating, which, if discovered, could enhance your cultivation speed by as much as 50%. Dear brother, I have calculated that at your age of 26, you will require an arduous 15 years of practice, reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement by the age of 41. However, with daily sips of this premium spirit wine, you could potentially reduce that time to just 10 years, allowing you to achieve the 4th level of Qi refinement by the age of 36, thus saving at least 5 years. Tell me, brother, is such premium spirit wine worth it?" "Indeed, it is most certainly worth it." Ning Fan immediately nodded. This was akin to a cultivation sheet device that could accelerate his training speed. High-quality spiritual liquor was comparable to medicinal pills. Consuming this spiritual liquor was tantamount to ingesting high-grade elixirs, thereby enhancing his cultivation pace. The principle was similar. as spiritual liquor lacked the toxic properties of pills and possessed a gentler medicinal nature. Nevertheless, spiritual liquor could not surpass the efficacy of medicinal pills. The brewing process for spiritual liquor required 5 to 10 years, making its production quite prolonged. In contrast, the creation of medicinal pills could be accomplished in a mere 3 to 5 days. Various types of pills existed. Some could expedite cultivation, others could strengthen the body, enhance spiritual power, or heal wounds. However, my spiritual liquor could solely accelerate cultivation. Yu Lianer smiled radiantly, her long eyelashes framing brilliant and luminous eyes. Her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, and her figure gracefully enchanting. Each smile and frown possessed immense allure. Ning Fan felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Instinctively diverting his gaze as he spoke, top-grade spirit wine is indeed a fine treasure. Where might one procure it? Yu Lianer appeared quite elated, her delicate, fair foot gently lifting, as she applied a crimson lacquer to her nails, resembling exquisite agate. I was born into the Yu family, a lineage of relatively modest influence, possessing merely 3 foundation-building cultivators. In my youth, I dabbled in talisman crafting, alchemy, array formations, and artifact refining, while my skills were rather mediocre. A smattering of knowledge in various disciplines rendered me rather unremarkable. However, I excelled in winemaking, attaining the status of top-grade spirit wine master by the age of 28. Once the fine spirit wine is produced, it is swiftly acquired by my family or purchased by certain chi cultivators. Ordinary low-level practitioners are utterly unable to afford it. Occasionally, I manage to sell some spirit wine, yet the sales are not particularly stable. To seek blessings within a temple, the greatest challenge is not the absence of offerings, but rather the ability to locate the temple's entrance. Those from cultivation families, along with cultivators of notable backgrounds, can access the appropriate circles and establish valuable connections, swiftly exchanging for certain items from the upper echelons. Conversely, low-level cultivators or lone practitioners, devoid of connections or guidance, cannot penetrate these circles, rendering them ineligible for the exchange of certain goods. In the past, Ning Fan aspired to accumulate a modest fortune to purchase elixirs. Yet, upon reflection, such notions now seem rather naive. Truly exceptional and rare elixirs seldom circulate within the market. They are often claimed by certain individuals immediately upon creation. Moreover, genuine treasures are typically reserved for personal use, remaining within the confines of their owners' homes, never to be exchanged for spirit stones. Ning Fan inquired, "If I were to consume spirit wine for my cultivation, do you possess an adequate supply?" "Indeed," Yu Lianer affirmed confidently, at regular intervals. "I brew a batch of spirit wine. A portion is allocated to my family, another is reserved for my personal use, and some is exchanged with inner disciples and true disciples to cultivate connections. I will share a portion of the spirit wine with you, and then exchange it for gathering spirit talismans." Ning Fan seemed to contemplate a certain issue. "Do you not require spiritual wine to accelerate your cultivation?" "I can only brew first-tier superior spiritual wine, which is immensely beneficial to lower-level cultivators, yet its efficacy diminishes significantly during the later stages of chi refinement. By the time one reaches the 8th layer of chi refinement, its assistance becomes utterly negligible. On the other hand, second-tier spiritual wine would be of great assistance to me. However, brewing such a potion demands an investment of 30 years and a substantial quantity of second-tier spiritual herbs. Regrettably, I lack both the funds and the time to undertake such an endeavor." Ning Fan inquired, "How shall we conduct our trade?" Yu Lianer smiled, her exquisite form quivering slightly, reminiscent of a swaying poppy flower. "I will provide you with 2 spirit-gathering talismans each day, and in return, I shall offer you a gourd of superior spirit wine each month. This gourd is modest, containing merely a pound. We shall barter. What do you think?" Ning Fan felt somewhat dissatisfied, sensing an imbalance in the exchange. A single spirit-gathering talisman is worth at least 10 spirit stones, meaning 2 a day totals to 60 in a month, equating to 1,200 spirit stones. Ning Fan pondered for a moment, feeling quite at a disadvantage. A gourd of spiritual wine cost merely 500 spirit stones, which left him feeling rather shortchanged. Yu Lianer also began to tally the accounts. This cannot be calculated in such a manner. Crafting spiritual talismans necessitates high-quality spirit paper, which can only be procured in limited quantities at the market, and the availability is rather unpredictable. However, I can consistently provide you with high-quality spirit paper, at least 10 sheets daily. This represents a reliable purchasing channel. It is noteworthy that high-quality spirit paper is typically crafted from the hides of first-tier demon beasts or the leaves of century-old iron-scaled trees, making it a strategic resource for any cultivation family. Only small quantities of such materials trickle into the market. The majority remain securely stored within the family's treasury, to be exchanged with other families for alternative strategic resources. Do you possess a reliable supply channel? Ning Fan remarked, "This is unacceptable. I would be at a disadvantage. You must provide me with at least 2 gourds of wine each day." "Very well. I shall only be able to give you 2 gourds of wine," Yuliana replied. Ning Fan felt a slight pang in his heart, sensing he might have suffered a loss. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, he found it difficult to pinpoint where he had been at a disadvantage. After a brief conversation, Yuliana took her leave. As she walked back, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed her. The willow trees along the roadside swayed lightly, producing a soft, rustling sound. Yuliana was in high spirits, her face adorned with a faint smile that was impossible to conceal or perhaps unnecessary to hide at all. Even among low-ranking cultivators, there are remarkable talents. Many of them possess only mediocre gifts and lack influential backgrounds, yet they still possess unique qualities. If properly harnessed, these qualities can yield significant benefits. 12 years ago, this junior disciple was merely an ordinary cultivator. Today, he remains an unremarkable practitioner. However, their chance encounter today, along with a simple assessment, revealed several of this junior disciple's strengths. This junior disciple exhibited exceptional talent in talisman crafting, and he might indeed ascend to the rank of a second-tier talisman master. I could introduce him to my family, but that would be unwise. Familial interests often overshadow personal gain. After pondering this, Yuliana resolved to forego recommending him to her family. Should she advocate for him, her family would undoubtedly employ him and elevate him to the status of a guest elder. They might even arrange unions with some of their outstanding female disciples. At that point, what role would she have to play? It would be wiser to keep this under wraps for the time being. Leveraging the junior disciple to acquire a substantial number of spirit-gathering talismans to enhance her cultivation. While I may have experienced a slight loss, overall, I remain in a favorable position. Through this senior sister, I have gained access to upper-tier channels, allowing me to procure rare resources. It seems I have found my way to the temple door. Ning Fan smiled, feeling exceptionally fortunate. Larger shops that sell talismans often face price reductions and are not particularly safe. Setting up a stall at the roadside market relies solely on quantity for profit, yielding only meager earnings. However, with the assistance of this senior sister's connections, he found himself saving both time and effort. Moreover, relying on a single channel can lead to complications. Now, with the option to utilize the shop's resources, the roadside market, and this senior sister's network, he effectively had 3 avenues at his disposal, akin to placing eggs in 3 baskets. This diversification significantly enhances his security. "Darling, how did you come to know this sister?" Qin Xianer inquired with curiosity, her heart fluttering with unease and some unsettling thoughts. Ning Fan smiled. "During the 3 days of my seclusion, while I was engrossed in the creation of talismans, did you not greet this esteemed sister? Throughout this period, she devoted most of her time to meditation, perusing various texts, or crafting talismans, and our conversations were few. The realms of mortals and immortals are distinct. I am but an insignificant mortal." Qin Xianer expressed some grievances, more so feelings of injustice. "You must strive diligently to ascend to the martial saint realm, awaken your spiritual roots, and perhaps seize a fleeting chance at immortality. Should you fail to awaken your spiritual roots, your vitality may dwindle within 30 years. The world of mortals is far more unforgiving than that of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, once one enters the Qi refinement stage, spiritual energy continuously nourishes the physical body, enabling one to live to 100 as long as significant injuries are avoided. A select few may even reach the ultimate lifespan of 120 years. Until the age of 60, vitality remains robust, and one's appearance can be preserved at 18, forever embodying youthful grace. However, mortals inherently possess brief lifespans. If one engages in martial arts and incessantly refines their vitality, their lifespan will inevitably diminish, and many martial artists find their lives tragically short. "I shall," Qin Xianer affirmed. Yet I still struggled to find even a glimmer of insight. Since entering the grand path of martial arts, my muscles, skin, bones, organs, and vitality have all reached a state of perfection. Ironically, it is this very perfection that makes further advancement seem insurmountable. It is akin to a water vessel filled to the brim. No additional drop can be added without spilling over. I have remained stagnant for quite some time. patience is essential. The martial saint realm is inherently about transcending the limits of the human body, transforming the impossible into the possible. As for how to achieve this, I remain uncertain. Mortals typically lack spiritual roots, rendering cultivation unattainable. Yet achieving the martial saint status could grant a sliver of celestial fortune and the potential birth of spiritual roots. Ning Fan remarked, after a while, I shall acquire some exquisite spiritual wine. I shall partake a small sip, and you may do the same. Perhaps it will shatter the constraints. Let us hope for such an outcome. As night fell, he entered the secret chamber and seated himself upon a meditation cushion, beneath which lay a spiritual nexus. No larger than a fist, connecting to an underground first-grade spiritual vein. Surrounding this spiritual nexus, a first-tier gathering formation was established, not only to confine the spiritual energy within a limited area but also to regulate its quantity at designated intervals. The nexus would release spiritual energy for a duration of 2 hours, adhering to strict limitations sufficient to meet the cultivation needs of an established practitioner. Once the spiritual energy had been fully expended, the nexus would automatically seal itself, ceasing its emission. The chambers for sale within the city, along with numerous small courtyards, were all constructed around the spiritual nexus as their core. Seated above the nexus, the speed of cultivation would be significantly enhanced. Having dissolved the binding array, Ning Fan was immediately met with a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the spiritual node. He produced a spirit-gathering talisman, affixing it to the area over his heart. As the talisman activated, it commenced drawing in the scattered spiritual energy that permeated the void, with streams of energy converging like luminous motes. The concentration of spiritual energy intensified considerably in the area within a meter's radius around his body, with him at the epicenter. Ning Fan activated the Pure Yang technique. Entering a state of cultivation, streams of spiritual energy coursed through his pores, ultimately flowing into his meridians, swirling rapidly like a flowing river. A portion of this ethereal essence was gradually absorbed by his body, refining his physique and flesh, thereby enhancing his strength. Another segment of the spiritual energy traversed the meridians, entering the spiritual root, where it was filtered and directly transformed into magical power. After circulating through the body as channels, it settled into the dantian, thereafter being stored within the vortex of magical energy. Following numerous processes of filtration and enhancement, only a faint trace of this power entered the dantian, a meager quantity. Yet through years of accumulation, it would gradually increase. From quantitative change to qualitative transformation, upon reaching a certain threshold, he would ascend to the next minor level. Within the dantian, 3 vortices of magical energy nested within one another, the innermost being the smallest while the outer layers expanded gradually. As the magical energy vortices continued to operate, the volume of the dantian slowly increased. This expansion was remarkably gradual, akin to a tender sprout in spring, growing at a limited pace each day and only modestly over the course of a month, yet over the span of a year, 3 years, or 5 years. The growth would be remarkable. As the volume of the dantian steadily enlarged, the quantity of magical power it could contain also increased progressively. Suddenly, a sensation of expansion and pain surged through the dantian, accompanied by a tearing feeling along the meridians. Ning Fan felt a surge of pain and promptly concluded his cultivation. 2 hours had elapsed. Daily practicing for 2 hours was the utmost limit for a chi refining practitioner. Should one exceed this duration, the practitioner would experience discomfort and must cease to rest. Having finished his cultivation, he pondered how swiftly time had passed. Ning Fan sighed softly. In the early days of his cultivation journey, he found the act of meditating and inhaling spiritual energy to be exceedingly tedious. However, as the passage of time deepened his practice, he came to realize that meditation was far from dull. Rather, it became an intoxicating experience, akin to indulging in opium. In a fleeting moment of distraction, 4 hours of diligent practice slipped by unnoticed. Rising from the meditation cushion, he lifted it to place his palm upon the spiritual acupoint. The acupoint had grown desolate, no longer exuding any spiritual energy. The daily allocation of spiritual essence had been entirely depleted, leaving him in wait for the morrow when fresh energy would once again flow forth from the acupoint. He touched his chest and removed the gathering spirit talisman, which had once radiated with brilliant light and abundant spiritual energy, but now its glow had dimmed considerably. The energy within the talisman was not yet exhausted and could still be utilized for another 4 hours. Yu Liener, being in the latter stages of chi refinement, experienced significant depletion of her talisman with just 1 hour of use. In contrast, his lower cultivation level resulted in minimal consumption. A single talisman could sustain him for 6 hours, providing 3 days of cultivation. How unexpected it was that his lower level of cultivation bore such an advantage. Ning Fan smiled, sensing the changes within his own body while also observing his dantian and calculating the quantity of his magical power. Upon comparing this with the panel data, he felt something amiss. The spirit-gathering talisman, affixed to his chest, had not merely enhanced his cultivation speed by 50%, but had indeed doubled it. Sister Yu, he mused, has once again miscalculated. Given her higher cultivation level, the spirit-gathering talisman can only amplify her training speed by 3 tiers. In contrast, my lower cultivation allows for a more substantial increase. Yet, as my cultivation progresses, the efficacy of the spirit-gathering talisman will inevitably diminish. Ning Fan smiled, having discovered yet another piece of delightful news. This revelation signified an acceleration in his cultivation speed, enabling him to swiftly enhance his abilities. The originally set time frame of 15 years could once again be condensed. My aspirations are modest. I merely desire to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement before the age of 60, or at the very least, by 70. In that fleeting moment, his spirits soared. The following day, upon awakening, he found that the sky outside had brightened, with the sunlight radiating with exceptional brilliance. The magpies outside chirped joyfully, seemingly heralding the onset of a splendid new day. As Ning Fan arose, he dressed himself with care, feeling remarkably refreshed and in high spirits. He then commenced the task of kindling a fire to prepare a meal. He retrieved a large cauldron, pouring in spring water, followed by black pine rice, stirring it repeatedly to eliminate any impurities. After discarding the murky water, he added more spring water, carefully regulating its level. He sealed the cauldron with its lid and took out a fire talisman, giving it a gentle shake, which ignited a fierce flame that crackled audibly. This was applied directly to the bottom of the cauldron, where the fire blazed intensely, causing the water within to boil vigorously, cooking the rice. Next, he procured a large iron wok and poured in some oil. As the flames grew hot, he began to add meat for cooking, followed by a medley of vegetables, and finally an assortment of seasonings, along with a splash of water. After a vigorous stir-fry, the intensity of the flames began to wane, releasing a delicate aroma. The first dish was completed. Subsequently, he prepared the second and third dishes, continuing until he had stir-fried 6 dishes, predominantly featuring meat. At this point, the rice was ready. He lifted the lid of the cauldron, and a rush of steam escaped, accompanied by an enticing fragrance that captivated the senses. "The meal is ready, let us feast," he declared. "All right," replied his companion. They took their places, each with a large bowl of rice, using chopsticks to select morsels of meat and vegetables, indulging in their meal with delight. In no time, 10 pounds of rice had been devoured, along with approximately 5 pounds of meat from the 6 dishes. Sated and content, they both felt a sense of languor envelop them. Ning Fan smiled and inquired, "Sienner, how much money do we have left?" "I possess 800 spirit stones," came the response. "I have a modest sum of merely 500 spirit stones. What are your intentions? Are there significant expenditures ahead?" "Indeed, we have accumulated a certain amount of wealth. It is time to depart from the outer city and migrate to the inner city." Ning Fan contemplated and began to devise plans for the future. The outer city primarily housed various low-ranking disciples, a place where chaos reigned and safety was a concern. In contrast, the inner city offered a much safer environment, with larger spiritual veins, richer spiritual energy, and thus a more accelerated cultivation pace. "We ought to relocate," he asserted. "I have long harbored the desire to move, but my pockets have been empty. Now that I possess some savings, it is indeed time to make the transition. Our savings are rather meager. The most affordable rent for a residence in the inner city is 1,000 spirit stones, not to mention additional expenses. The annual costs will be significantly greater. Can our meager income sustain us? I am now capable of inscribing high-quality talismans, though the success rate is not particularly high and my daily output is limited. Nevertheless, with careful budgeting, the earnings may suffice to cover our expenses in the inner city." Ning Fan spoke with an increasingly resolute tone. Although Qin Sienna felt somewhat apprehensive after a few inquiries, she ultimately acquiesced. "As we prepared to depart, should we not exchange a few pleasantries with our neighbors? A brief acknowledgement would be appropriate." Ning Fan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately resolved to extend a greeting. Initially, the neighbors surrounding him were fellow villagers who had joined the Hehuan Sect together. However, as time passed, Zhao Lei became an outer disciple and departed for the inner city. while Zhang Tai relocated to pursue his craft in another region. Among the nearby residents, only Mu Wei and Bai Wei remained, both of whom had also embarked on the path of cultivation with the Hehuan Sect. In their daily lives, everyone was rather occupied, leaving little room for conversation, and they merely exchanged casual greetings when they chanced upon one another. As for the other neighbors, Ning Fan was only vaguely acquainted with them, able to recall their names, but not much else. This familiarity was born out of necessity when he struggled to sell his talismans, leading him to knock on neighbors' doors, inquiring if they had any need, and offering his wares at a discounted price, engaging in brief exchanges. Yet, their relationship remained superficial, merely acquaintances who nodded in recognition. The purpose of his greeting was merely a pretext to seize the opportunity to peddle the surplus talismans weighing down his pockets. What shall we do about our land? There are still 100 spirit acres awaiting harvest. Qin Xiener posed a question. We might as well relinquish our land, Ning Fan replied. Farming does not yield substantial wealth. In favorable years, those 100 acres of spirit fields might generate 800 spirit stones, while in poor years, they barely bring in 500. Cultivating is merely a means to ensure the basic sustenance of lower-tier cultivators, and at present, we are not in dire need of such funds. Very well. Once we harvest this crop, we shall relocate. This spirit rice should yield at least over 700 spirit stones, which is no trivial sum. It represents our hard-earned money. The couple continued to deliberate, envisioning a brighter future. While farming may not lead to great fortune, it could provide employment and help meet the basic needs of the common folk. The newly initiated servant disciples of the Hehuan Sect, possessing only the first layer of qi cultivation, lacked any remarkable skills to earn a living and did not have sufficient resources to seek a mentor. With such low cultivation, they had not yet mastered any offensive spells, rendering them significantly weak in combat. Undertaking tasks or hunting beasts would likely lead to certain demise, a veritable gamble with death. Many servant and outer disciples of the Hehuan Sect were viewed as expendable, yet even expendable should not be squandered. At the very least, their death should hold some value. Numerous servant disciples at the first and second layers of qi relied on farming spirit rice to address their basic needs, accumulating some wealth to learn a trade. This not only allowed them to achieve self-sufficiency but also contributed to the sect's prosperity, as the sect reaped considerable profits. Once a certain stage of development was reached, the necessity of farming diminished. Though Qin Xiener felt a twinge of reluctance, she nonetheless nodded in agreement. Ning Fan stepped out of his home and made his way toward the inner city. The entire immortal city is divided into the inner and outer districts. The outer district is populated by numerous servant disciples, conveniently located near the spirit fields for their labor. Here, various shops sell an array of elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, and spirit wines, most of which are of mediocre quality but abundant in quantity, resulting in staggering daily transactions. The flow of wealth is significant, generating considerable riches each day. In contrast, the inner district, situated at the heart of the city, primarily houses a multitude of inner disciples, esteemed elders, and skilled artisans. The practitioners residing here typically possess higher cultivation levels or specialized skills, demonstrating remarkable earning potential. Daily expenditures are substantial, as high-end goods, rare elixirs, exquisite spirit wines, and precious treasures frequently change hands. The spiritual energy in this area is denser, facilitating accelerated cultivation. Additionally, formidable defensive arrays ensure safety, with few public disturbances reported. However, the outer district is less favorable, often plagued by natural calamities and fatalities. Following the introduction of a murder tax by the Harmony Sect, the security situation improved marginally, but only slightly. Upon entering the inner district, Ning Fan inquired about housing prices, which were exorbitant. The minimum rent was 1,000 spirit stones per year, while the maximum prices were staggering and somewhat terrifying. After merely circling the area, he realized that his finances were woefully inadequate. He was still a poor man. He took out a communication talisman, a second-tier talisman costing 150 spirit stones. This device allows for swift communication with someone within 100 miles, beyond which messages cannot be transmitted. The messages conveyed are succinct, as complex matters cannot be communicated effectively. He sent a message indicating he required assistance, and then stood still, not specifying a precise location. The talisman has a built-in positioning feature, enabling Yu Liener to discern his exact whereabouts without further details. This communication talisman functions as a rudimentary intercom. Higher-tier talismans offer enhanced range, capabilities, and message clarity, but they are prohibitively expensive for someone of his standing. In this world devoid of advanced technology, no airplanes, no artillery, no smartphones, and no steam engines, there exists a plethora of cultivation products that can substitute for certain technological devices, often at a lower cost. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Yulianer appeared beside the street, spotting her junior brother, who stood there in a daze. Looking rather forlorn. "Junior brother, you've arrived. Have you encountered any troubles?" "Not troubles per se, but I intend to relocate to the inner district." "Haha. It's about time. Don't skimp on that little bit of money. Don't be overly frugal. One can never predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. Money should be spent promptly, transforming into one's own cultivation. If one is slain by a powerful practitioner due to insufficient cultivation, the wealth in one's storage bag only benefits the enemy, rather than enriching foes. It is wiser to invest in oneself." Yulianer smiled, pleased that her junior brother had finally seen the light. While some wealth can be conserved, there are funds that do not require frugality. Money is meant to be spent. If not utilized in a timely manner, it may become the spoils of an adversary. Ningfan remarked, "Senior sister, I intend to rent an apartment. What type would be suitable for me?" Yulianer responded, "You do not require a large dwelling at this moment. A modest courtyard of around 50 square meters, featuring a living room and 2 bedrooms, would suffice. The defensive array should be robust, ideally a second-tier formation." "Is a second-tier formation truly necessary?" Ningfan inquired. Ningfan was mildly astonished, feeling that it was unnecessary. A second-tier formation targets foundation-building cultivators. Such a formation must be crafted by a second-level formation master, possessing a certain degree of defensive and even offensive power against foundation-building cultivators. With a moment's carelessness, a foundation-building cultivator could find themselves in peril. Establishing a second-tier formation requires at least tens of thousands of spirit stones, and once successfully constructed, it necessitates regular maintenance, with repairs needed in critical areas, demanding continuous expenditure. It is indeed necessary. Yulianer wished to articulate something, glancing around. The streets were rife with potential for information leaks, rendering conversation unsafe. "Let us change locations, find somewhere secure." "Very well, we shall relocate," Yulianer replied. Departing from the area, they proceeded toward a certain direction, flanked by towering spirit trees, their broad leaves exuding a subtle fragrance. The leaves swayed gently, producing a rustling sound. Yulianer walked ahead, while Ningfan followed closely behind. Their pace was brisk, marked by pauses, until they finally arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard appeared ordinary, lacking any remarkable features. Yulianer produced a token, and upon its application, the gate emitted a soft sound before slowly opening. Yulianer stepped inside, with Ningfan following suit. Activating the token, the entire formation sprang to life, a faint glow shimmering as the courtyard entered a relatively enclosed state. She poured herself a cup of tea, then filled another for Ningfan. Yulianer spoke softly. "Junior brother, you are in considerable danger." "Danger?" He pondered the source of this threat, uncertain of where it might arise. Ningfan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "You have now ascended to the esteemed rank of a talisman master, and your artistry in crafting talismans is remarkably advanced. Yet, what truly matters is your potential, which is exceedingly high, and there exists a substantial probability that you may evolve into a second-tier talisman master in the future. However, your cultivation remains feeble, merely at the 3rd layer of chi refining. In the eyes of certain individuals, you are nothing more than a mere pig for slaughter. Should they uncover your true nature, they would seize you and confine you in obscure places, compelling you to produce talismans and reducing you to a talisman slave. Your autonomy would be stripped away, leaving you devoid of freedom, condemned to incessantly draw talismans day after day. Rights would be non-existent, and should you fail to fulfill your tasks, you would suffer physical punishment and endure various torments. Once your utility has been fully extracted, they would unceremoniously dig a grave and bury you within." Listening to this, Ningfan felt a sense of unease as his thoughts drifted to northern Myanmar, to Mayawati, to Thailand. In his past life, he was akin to a beast of burden. And in this life, he remained merely a disposable resource. He contemplated a futile struggle. "I am a disciple of the outer sect of the Hehuan Sect. Surely the sect will protect me?" He uttered these words. Even he himself found them hard to believe. "Junior brother, reliance on mountains may lead to their collapse. Reliance on people may result in their departure. Our Hehuan Sect adheres to certain principles. Without rules, there can be no order. Even the most nefarious forces abide by certain conventions and possess a semblance of rationality. However, the efficacy of these principles in critical moments remains uncertain. You are merely an outer disciple, lacking connections or a powerful backing, rendering you an easily manipulable target. Hehuan smiled charmingly. At this moment, this senior sister donned a gown of moonlight white adorned with twinkling stars and edged in gold. Her face radiated a serene elegance, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, with a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. Ning Fan inquired, "Senior sister, what do you think I should do? How can I ensure my safety?" The Harmony Sect has never been particularly secure. Those of us in the outer sect are often regarded as mere cannon fodder, and most of the time, we can only rely on ourselves. Hehuan remarked, "Just look at you. You lack the necessary caution in your actions. I just poured you a cup of tea, and you foolishly drank it without a second thought. Had I poisoned that tea, you would be unconscious by now. I could have easily stuffed you into a sack and sold you to others as a slave. What fate would await you then?" Ning Fan's right hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup. Moments ago, he had unconsciously sipped the tea, entirely devoid of any sense of vigilance. If indeed there were malevolent individuals plotting against him, he would soon find himself in a precarious situation. His senior sister was someone close to him. She was a good person who would never wish him harm. Ning Fan lifted his teacup, savoring another sip of the warm brew. No, I am not a good person, nor do I aspire to be one. Within the Hehuan Sect, one may embrace villainy or malevolence, but one must never seek to embody goodness, said Hehuan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Out in the world, one must maintain a vigilant mindset. Refrain from consuming anything that has not been meticulously inspected. Always carry an array of talismans with you. Your current cultivation is rather modest, and these talismans can swiftly enhance your combat prowess. Money can be earned anew, but a life once lost is irretrievable. If you are merely a servant disciple residing in the outer district, your quarters, protected by a first-tier formation, should suffice to ensure your safety. After all, servant disciples are typically impoverished, and others are unlikely to covet what little you possess. However, in the inner district, relying solely on a first-tier formation offers no real security. Only a second-tier formation signifies true safety. Do not be swayed by the claims of certain individuals who assert that the inner district enjoys stability and rarely experiences incidents. Some things are better taken with a grain of salt and should not be taken to heart. Ning Fan hesitated, saying, "If I do not sell those talismans, I will not even have enough money for rent. Can you lend me some funds?" "Lending? I wish to avoid being exploited by usurious rates." He chuckled. To be able to borrow spirit stones is a testament to one's character and capabilities. Hehuan smiled, on the path of cultivation to journey far. One must learn the art of borrowing. I wish to borrow from my family to purchase a foundation establishment pill in advance. If I succeed in establishing my foundation, I shall repay my debts continuously in the days to come. If I fail, I must still repay. Yet, those old folks at home do not believe in me, nor do they hold any faith in my potential. Thus they are reluctant to lend me anything. I wish to borrow, but no one is willing to lend. You, on the other hand, are fortunate. I am ready to lend you money, yet you refuse it. Hearing these words, Ning Fan found them quite reasonable, yet an uncomfortable sensation lingered. Even after crossing over, he could not escape the burdens of debt, not to mention his own modest stature. Even several golden core elders of the Hehuan Sect, and indeed the great elder of the Nascent Soul, were also encumbered by the sect's debts, bound to repay them over the long passage of time. Hehuan spoke with a cheerful smile. "Senior sister, how much debt can I incur?" "You may borrow up to 30,000 spirit stones with an annual interest of 10%, without compounding." "Very well, I shall borrow for 3 years for the time being." Ning Fan gritted his teeth, ultimately resolved to incur debt. Borrowing is not necessarily an act of desperation. In fact, substantial borrowing can reflect a commendable reputation. As for the matters 3 years hence, they are distant concerns. He began to draft an IOU, devoid of stringent conditions or intricate clauses, composed simply of a few succinct words. In the realm of cultivation, credibility and strength reign supreme, rather than frivolous wordplay. No one truly engages in such trivialities or nitpicking. Should one encounter a situation of unpaid debts, they might resort to forceful collection methods. I know a few individuals. There are several courtyards nearby that you ought to examine. Hehuan led the way, highlighting some of the properties and their internal layouts. The land and buildings of the entire county town belong to the Hehuan Sect, which holds dominion over the land rights while the cultivators possess only the usage rights. These usage rights are continuously subdivided into long-term and short-term rental rights. The former measured in centuries and the latter in years. Eventually, he expended 500 spirit stones to acquire a courtyard, merely 200 square meters in size. featuring a living room, a storage room, and 2 bedrooms, with a small courtyard in between. Surrounding the courtyard was a second-tier formation, which had cost a staggering 50,000 spirit stones to establish at the time. Even foundational cultivators would require a considerable amount of time to breach it. The formation consumes 10 spirit stones daily. And in a state of combat, the expenditure escalates dramatically. Annual maintenance of the formation incurs a cost of 500 spirit stones. Thus, merely maintaining this modest courtyard demands nearly 7,000 spirit stones each year. Ningfan's expression changed drastically. Could he truly afford such a tremendous expense? You can. If you were an ordinary mid-tier talisman master, it would indeed fall short. However, as a high-tier talisman master, it would be more than sufficient. Yuliana provided a definitive answer. Not only is this place secure, but the essence within the spirit cave is also exceptionally pure and easier to absorb, capable of more than doubling one's cultivation speed. Furthermore, if one were to add a spirit gathering talisman, the rate of cultivation would be significantly enhanced. Money holds importance, yet in the face of longevity, it pales in comparison. Ningfan felt the weight of considerable expenses bearing down on him. Yet he was also aware of the immense benefits that the inner city promised. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and resolved to make the move. After securing the land deed and signing the necessary agreements, he found himself burdened with a mountain of debt. A rough calculation revealed that with rent and various expenses, he would need to spend at least 10,000 spirit stones annually. This expenditure was indeed quite substantial. In the inner city, the cost of housing was notably high. Upon returning home, Ningfan began to share the developments with his wife. Qinxianer listened, her heart a mixture of trepidation and joy. This was a positive turn of events, yet she felt somewhat inadequate in her humble status, unworthy of such a husband. Let us wait until a month from now. After the spirit fields are harvested, before we relocate, she suggested. Agreed. After their discussion, they prepared for the move. In truth, there was little to pack. The valuable and essential items were already stowed away in their storage bags, while the remaining furniture held little worth and could be left behind. Once again, they found themselves in the secret chamber. Ningfan unfurled a mat, revealing a spirit vein the size of a fist. With a slight adjustment of the formation, spiritual energy surged forth. The allocation of spiritual energy for the following day had arrived. Ningfan sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, his 5 elements directed towards the heavens. Entering a state of deep meditation, streams of spiritual energy began to flow into his body, gradually being refined. The volume of his dantian steadily expanded, as wisps of spiritual energy were filtered through his spiritual roots and transformed into magical power. This magical power increased ever so slightly. In merely a month's time, he could condense a single thread of magical power, and after 80 months, he would be able to gather 80 threads, thus reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. At that juncture, he could attempt to consolidate 4 vortices of magical power, advancing to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Condensing a thread of magical power in a month was facilitated by the spirit gathering talisman. Without it, he would require 50 days to achieve the same. How arduous this journey is. Ningfan furrowed his brow slightly. Name: Ningfan. Age: 26 years. Realm: Qi refinement level 3, 460. Cultivation method: pure yang technique. Skills: talisman crafting, 1st tier, superior, proficient. Spiritual agriculture, 1st tier, inferior. Masterful spells: spiritual rain technique, perfected. Soil enrichment technique, perfected. Spiritual fire technique, perfected. Spiritual insect technique, perfected. Spiritual seed technique, perfected. He took out his talisman brush, ink, and paper, adjusting his mindset. With a fluid motion, he began to draw the talismans anew. One rune after another emerged, coalescing rapidly. Numerous runes began to intertwine. The talisman paper began to gleam with brilliance, and resplendent energies began to rise and transform. However, as he completed the 52nd rune, a sudden crisp sound echoed, and the entire talisman paper ignited into a fiery blaze, resulting in the failure of the talisman inscription. Thus, a piece of superior spiritual paper was lost, along with at least 3 spirit stones. Ningfan paused to recuperate his magical energy, and when he had sufficiently regained it, he commenced the intricate process of drawing once more. The 2nd talisman he crafted was notably better, culminating in a successful completion. Thus, he continued to etch talismans while simultaneously restoring his magical reserves, a painstakingly slow endeavor. His magical power was rather meager. After completing a single talisman, he would invariably find himself depleted. In the span of a day, regardless of success or failure, he could manage no more than 4 talismans, rendering his efficiency quite low. Nonetheless, with each attempt, be it triumphant or not, his skills were steadily advancing. This enhancement in technique was enduring, showing no signs of regression. While the improvements might not be apparent over just a day or two, given a longer duration, the progress became markedly significant. During the creation of the Spirit Gathering Talisman, Ning Fan also proceeded to draw the Superior Diamond Talisman and Fire Dragon Talisman, one serving as a means of defense and the other for offense. These 2 successfully crafted talismans were not sold immediately, but rather stored for future use. In the fields, the spiritual rice was maturing, and Qin Xianer entered the fields to begin harvesting. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, yet when it came to labor, she exhibited a remarkable efficiency. With her sickle in hand, she swiftly moved, hastily reaping the rice. She cut through stalk after stalk, arranging them neatly in rows. Ning Fan also wielded a scythe, joining in the harvest. Once the rice was gathered, he began the process of threshing, placing the grains into bags. From the 100 acres of farmland, a bountiful yield of 35,000 pounds of Baiyang rice was collected, which was then sold at Lingmi Hall. This year's prices were relatively low, resulting in a mere 750 spirit stones. After the rice harvest was concluded, Ning Fan entered the miscellaneous hall to relinquish the 100 acres of land. Cultivating crops held no promise for the future. Ordinary low-level cultivators could only achieve a meager existence from planting spirit rice. Amassing great wealth was an impossibility. To forge a prosperous path in agriculture, one must develop skills as a spirit planter. Within the Hehuan Sect, there are vast medicinal gardens and unique secret realms that cultivate high-grade spirit rice, superior medicinal herbs, and extraordinary spirit plants. These gardens and secret realms form the very foundation of the Hehuan Sect. Alchemists require a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs, not only in terms of number but also in age. Second-tier alchemists necessitate herbs aged a century, while third-tier alchemists seek those aged a millennium. The higher the rank of the alchemist, the more stringent the requirements for herb age. Artifact refiners demand various rare minerals, as well as the skins of magical beasts and special spirit plants. Array masters and talisman makers also rely on the premium spirit plants produced in these gardens. The demand is not trivial but rather immense, necessitating the establishment of large-scale, high-quality medicinal gardens to provide an abundant and stable supply of superior medicinal herbs and spirit plants. Consequently, those high-ranking spirit planters hold a prestigious status, often deemed even more crucial than alchemists or talisman makers. However, such esteemed spirit planters must be at least third tier, if not fourth tier. In contrast, ordinary grassroots cultivators are merely regarded as spirit farmers, lacking the title of spirit planters. Common farmers, who simply till the land, naturally occupy a lowly position. Elevating to the level of Yuan Longping would render one a national treasure. This principle holds true even in the realm of cultivation. As night fell, Ning Fan began to take stock of his belongings. The spirit rice from the fields had been completely harvested. Any surplus and useless talismans were sold to neighbors. Most matters had been settled, and he would depart from this place entirely by tomorrow, never to return. Husband, I am somewhat anxious, Qin Xianer expressed. Wisps of vapor rose gently, and in the room to the west, a bathing pool filled with warm water awaited. Clad in a black dress, Qin Xianer delicately dipped her exquisite jade-like feet into the water, measuring its warmth with gentle movements. Her 5 toes, glistening like jade, peeked through the rippling water, adorned with a subtle red polish that shimmered with a divine yet alluring aura. The water splashed softly, cascading upwards to her slender, pale calves, flowing up to her long thighs, and finally resting upon her well-rounded form, tightly enveloped. Complementing her legs were gossamer black stockings, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, captivating and enchanting. Yet, her mood was not particularly bright. Our family's savings are rather limited, Qin Xianer remarked, her voice somewhat cool, breaking the enchanting atmosphere. Do not fret, I am now a high-tier talisman maker. While my income may not be entirely stable, it will suffice to meet our basic needs. We will manage when we arrive there. As Ning Fan spoke, he extended his right hand and gently grasped a black silk-clad jade foot, delicately caressing it. He savored the tender touch of her jade toes and the smooth, supple sensation imparted by the icy silken threads. Instinctively, he then clasped her ankle. Qin Xianer, feeling a surge of shyness, attempted to withdraw her foot, but encountering resistance, she relented. My husband, she began, Perhaps you should consider taking a concubine. I am but a mortal, and my presence offers limited assistance to your cultivation. If you were to take a female cultivator, one who cultivates the pure yin art, and you, who cultivate the pure yang art, were to engage in yin-yang dual cultivation, both of your cultivation speeds would increase substantially. It might expedite your advancement to the 4th level of qi refining. Ning Fan was also somewhat stirred. The essence of cultivation lies in the pursuit of longevity. In his previous life, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, along with many other sovereigns, sought eternal life, even descending into madness, ultimately finding themselves thwarted in their quest. However, in this realm of cultivation, longevity is no longer an illusion, but a tangible reality. Upon reaching the qi refinement stage, one's lifespan extends to 120 years, surpassing that of ordinary mortals, thus qualifying one as a cultivator. Yet, once one truly steps into the qi refinement stage, how could one be content with a mere 120 years? The aspiration to achieve the foundation establishment stage beckons, as it promises a lifespan of up to 240 years. To attain this, one must expedite their cultivation process. Advanced spiritual veins, spirit-gathering talismans, the consumption of elixirs, and dual cultivation can all accelerate this journey. The Hehuan Sect is renowned for its practices of dual cultivation, harmonizing yin and yang, with the ultimate aim not for indulgence or pleasure, but to harness the power of yin-yang dual cultivation to enhance the speed of one's cultivation. A swift cultivation pace signifies greater opportunities to transcend to the next realm, thereby securing a longer life. Ning Fan's heart had already begun to stir, yet he feigned refusal, saying, I too appreciate the art of dual cultivation, but typically, female practitioners are excessively discerning and spendthrift. I have no intention of taking on a lavishly extravagant individual. Ordinary seductresses and run-of-the-mill sycophants do not warrant my attention. While a woman may not impede my swiftness in drawing my sword, she can certainly delve into my innermost thoughts. With a stroke of fortune, I might return home only to find that even the sofa has been stripped away, leaving me burdened with a mountain of debt to repay. In a less fortunate scenario, one might even find oneself ensnared fatally. Qin Siener interjected, So, it follows that should you encounter someone exceptional, your heart would indeed be swayed. Ahem. Ning Fan coughed softly. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Qin Siener inquired, What are your thoughts on Muiwer? To which he replied, Her? I feel nothing. Ning Fan slightly shook his head. Muiwer had remained single all these years. Their occasional meetings were marked by brief conversations, yet they could hardly be deemed close. The realm of cultivation was rife with utilitarianism, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate genuine emotions. She often busied herself with the art of talisman crafting at home, rarely venturing outside. He would sometimes visit her, exchanging a few words. Muiwer, proud and ambitious, sought to marry an outer sect disciple in hopes of altering her fate, steadfastly refusing to lower her standards. She had previously attended matchmaking gatherings at the Hongqing Tower multiple times. The cultivators who expressed interest in her did not meet her expectations, while those she found appealing were uninterested in her. Thus, she remained solitary. Now that he had become an outer sect disciple and a master talisman craftsman, he had finally met her criteria for a potential match, making him a suitable candidate to take her as a concubine. As Ning Qinxiana spoke, she revealed her ulterior motives for bringing Muiwer over. The status of this companion was continually rising, along with their ability to generate wealth. This inevitably would attract other remarkable women vying for his affection. Even if he momentarily declined their advances, it was likely he would eventually accept one who was more suitable. Rather than allowing a stranger to encroach upon her position, it was more prudent to take the initiative and seek someone familiar and close. Ning Fan nodded slightly. Very well. Tomorrow you shall subtly gauge her sentiments. However, I have 2 stipulations. What are the conditions? Firstly, Muiwer must be of pure and untainted virtue. I do not entertain the notion of acquiring second-hand goods or worn-out shoes. Secondly, if there are any conditions, I implore you to disclose them in advance, so I may prepare myself. Do not think to deceive me temporarily, only to impose further demands post-marriage. I shall not indulge her. Marriage, in essence, is a transaction. Taking a concubine is, indeed, a business affair. 2 parties engage in negotiations where the seller presents their asking price for certain wares and the buyer articulates their expectations. This leads to a process of haggling. Should the buyer perceive that the price exceeds their anticipated value, they may choose to forego the acquisition. Conversely, if the seller deems the buyer insufficiently affluent to meet the price, they too may opt to decline the transaction. Qin Siener lowered her head. her hair cascading like a waterfall, reaching down to her waist. Her delicate feet, submerged in water, gently overlapped, with one soft sole resting against the back of another adorned in black silk, creating an alluring sight. I am well aware of this. Tomorrow, I shall inquire further. Ning Fan lifted his gaze towards the exquisite and flawless visage before him. Beneath elegantly arched brows lay a pair of icy, captivating eyes, reminiscent of the stars scattered across a night sky, profound and enchanting. A delicate, snow-kissed nose served as the perfect embellishment, while her naturally crimson lips resembled the red plum blossoms amidst a blanket of winter snow. Her cheeks, as fair as jade, collectively forged an unparalleled beauty. As Qin Xianer ascended to the realm of a martial grandmaster, her vitality became increasingly robust, her essence continually refining her form into an immaculate gem, akin to a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. You are truly beautiful. As he beheld his wife's stunning countenance, he could no longer restrain his desires. He stepped closer, the distance between them diminishing. Qin Xianer responded with a melodic laugh, her hand playfully entwining around his neck, the corners of her lips lifting slightly, like blossoms blooming amidst the frost, both beautiful and captivating. Gazing into her near-proximity visage, he inhaled the faint, ethereal fragrance that enveloped her. Ning Fan felt a tingling sensation within his heart, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the luscious red lips, delicate and exquisite, supple and full. He stepped forward, embracing her graceful figure, bestowing a gentle kiss. It was soft, somewhat cool, reminiscent of a blooming lotus upon a snow-capped mountain, pure and sacred, exuding an enchanting fragrance that effortlessly captivated one's senses, rendering them entranced and unable to escape. Sensing the fervent emotions of her companion, Qin Xianer's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as a mist began to envelop her eyes, shimmering like autumn waters, radiating waves of affection, eagerly seeking to reciprocate. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until both felt a suffocating sensation enveloping them. Ning Fan slowly lifted his gaze, encountering her tenderness and the bond they shared. Initially, their union was devoid of profound emotions. However, as the years unfolded, their feelings matured like fine wine, becoming increasingly rich and robust. The warmth of passion brushed against his face, causing a faint blush to grace Qin Xianer's cheeks, her expression slightly dazed as she murmured, "I desire you. I yearn for you as well." Both were stirred by their emotions, no longer suppressing their desires. Ning Fan's hand glided gently down the slender, supple waist, softly caressing the voluptuous curve of her moonlit hips. Savoring the exquisite softness, his other hand commenced its advance from above, exploring an alternate tenderness. Qin Xianer did not deter his actions. Instead, she willingly nestled into his embrace, drawing their bodies closer together, as if they were destined to become one harmonious entity. Ning Fan gently lowered his head and tenderly kissed the crystalline earlobe, gradually pressing her against the warm stone wall. Perhaps due to the moisture, her white dress clung closely to her exquisite figure, resembling a delicate veil that accentuated the enchanting curves of her body. Her skin, as white as jade, appeared almost ethereal, subtly revealed beneath the dim light and swirling mist, exuding an allure that was both mysterious and intoxicating, like a dream. The fullness of her bosom, the slenderness of her waist, the flatness of her abdomen, the alluring secrets they held, and her long, elegant black legs, all these features radiated beauty and seduction in every aspect. Ning Fan gently caressed with his palms, his movements becoming slow and tender as he turned his body, presenting his back to me. Qin Xianer's face flushed slightly, her breath becoming somewhat erratic as she slowly turned around. From above, one could behold her smooth and delicate back, the graceful curve of her hips, and her long, jade-like legs, revealing a beauty akin to a different landscape, a distinct allure. With a tender gesture, Ning Fan clasped her slender waist, his voice imbued with anticipation. "Xianer, tiptoe and hold the edge of the pool." Listening to this, Qin Xianer delicately placed her hands on the pool's rim, her jade feet gently rising onto their toes. Seeing this, Ning Fan embraced her from behind without uttering another word. A subtle undulation stirred the water in the bath, rippling outwards in concentric circles, whispering the essence of life. The inky night cloaked the land in darkness. Save for a few taverns still illuminated, most areas were plunged into shadow. Only a handful of patrolmen and watchmen diligently patrolled, guarding against potential disturbances. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril. Even within the confines of the harmonious Hehuan Sect's territory, with the protection of a Tier 3 array around Tread Immortal City, chaos and bloodshed persisted. These disturbances escalated at night, As most cultivators slumbered, some would surreptitiously engage in theft, robbery, or even murder. Patrol teams traversed the streets, deterring such criminal activities. Similarly, many courtyards activated their protective arrays at night. In the outer district, the dwellings of miscellaneous disciples were shielded by Tier 1 arrays, providing formidable defense against lower-level cultivators. The arrays guarding the courtyards of outer and inner disciples in the inner district were even more potent, capable of withstanding attacks from late-stage Qi refining and even Foundation establishment cultivators. In one such courtyard, two figures cloaked in black were engaged in a hushed discussion. "Tonight, which establishment shall we target?" One of the figures inquired, unfurling a map marked with red dots designating potential targets. The other figure scrutinized the map, seemingly struck by an idea. "According to my investigation, a mid-grade talisman crafter recently sold a batch of talismans to our establishment. The quality of these talismans was exceptional. Our manager believes that this individual possesses remarkable skill and has the potential to become a high-grade talisman crafter in the future. His name is Ning Fan, and he's quite young, no more than 30 years old. However, his cultivation is quite low, only at the 3rd level of Qi refining." "Brother, perhaps we should undertake this endeavor," the figure suggested. "Young age combined with high skill indicates significant growth potential. Where does he reside? If he's in the inner district with its formidable arrays, it would be too dangerous. We would have to abandon the idea." "Haha, Ning Fan's cultivation is low, and he produces few talismans each day, earning little money. He hasn't yet acquired the funds to move to the inner district. I've been tracking him for some time and gathering information. He plans to move to the inner district in a few days, so we must act quickly." The two figures deliberated, weighing the risks and rewards. They sought wealth, not death. The more they discussed, the more promising the venture seemed. Ning Talisman Crafter doesn't possess much wealth. Even if we robbed him, we wouldn't gain much. The Talisman Crafter himself is the most valuable asset. If we were to abduct him and imprison him, he could become our talisman slave, a veritable cash cow, continuously generating wealth for us. One of the figure's eyes gleamed with excitement, tempered by a hint of fear of exposure. "If we're too timid or afraid of being discovered, we could sell him to a cultivation family. These families are always in need of skilled artisans." The other figure nodded in agreement, but still harbored some reservations. "It's more reliable to sell Ning Talisman Crafter to a cultivation family. Although it's a one-time transaction, it's safer. Imprisoning him in an underground chamber for an extended period could lead to complications. Talisman crafters have connections. If he were to disappear mysteriously, a thorough investigation might uncover our involvement." The first figure concurred, acknowledging the validity of the concerns. Some special techniques in the cultivation world could be used to locate missing persons. They couldn't evade those sophisticated methods. However, the effectiveness of these techniques diminished with distance. It's best to imprison Ning Talisman Crafter temporarily and then sell him to a cultivation family outside the area. This would not only ensure a successful transaction, but also mitigate the risks. We are at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refining. If we can't handle a 3rd-level Qi refining junior, we might as well commit suicide. This operation is a sure thing. The outer array can withstand attacks from a 6th-level Qi refining cultivator, but a 7th-level cultivator can shatter it with 10 consecutive attacks. If we work together, we can break the array with just 3 attacks. Of course, it would be best to bypass the array altogether. We can sneak in, knock him unconscious, administer a sedative, stuff him into a sack, and carry him away. We must act swiftly and avoid alerting the patrol teams. The next day, I'll conceal him in a horse-drawn carriage among some goods and leave tread Immortal City, escaping the Harmonious Union Sect's territory. The Harmonious Union Sect is located in the northwest of the U Kingdom. We can sell him to a cultivation family in the south, far away from the Harmonious Union Sect. Then, we'll be safe. Having finalized their plan, the two figures silently departed, heading towards their target. They proceeded cautiously, avoiding patrol teams. They sought only wealth and wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. After walking for some time, they finally arrived at their destination. Instead of forcefully breaching the array, the figure with array knowledge began to study it carefully. He was a Tier 1 mid-grade array master with profound knowledge of arrays. He intended to find a weak spot in the array and slip through to abduct their target. Although brute force would be faster, it would likely alert the city's patrol teams, leading to unforeseen dangers. It was best to bypass the array silently and abduct their target without detection. Even if Ning Talisman Crafter disappeared for 3 to 5 days before anyone noticed, it would be safer for them. Forcibly tearing the array apart was the last resort, only to be used if necessary. Time passed slowly as the figure worked on the array. "Why are you so slow? Can't you hurry up?" This can't be rushed. It takes time, the array master replied. When this city was built, the arrays were constructed by a Tier 4 array master. The array protecting the city is the most robust, a Tier 4 array that draws power from the sun, moon, and underground spiritual veins, making it self-sustaining and eliminating the need for spirit stones. The arrays in these small courtyards are much simpler and cruder, with some flaws. However, even these hastily constructed arrays require half an hour to bypass. Oh well, hurry up then. Another figure clad in black spoke, diligently advancing in the intricate process of unlocking, all while evading the patrolling guards. The duration of this endeavor proved to be longer than anticipated, accompanied by the activation of a certain formation node. A crisp sound resonated as a breach was torn into the first-tier protective array of the courtyard. Hasten, you have but 10 breaths of time, advised the formation master. Oh, I shall be mindful of that. 10 breaths are more than sufficient, replied one of the figures in black, swiftly entering the inner sanctum. With a cultivation level of the 8th stage of Chi Refinement, dispatching a younger opponent at the 3rd stage was a trivial task. Indeed, 10 breaths were entirely adequate. As the night deepened, life continued in its splendid rhythm. The water rippled, undulating in a gentle dance. Time flowed languidly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. Qin Xian'er nestled in Ning Fan's embrace, her delicate head resting snugly on his shoulder. Her typically serene visage now bore a faint blush, reminiscent of intoxication, with her dreamy eyes shimmering with boundless affection and tenderness. Her lustrous black hair cascaded loosely, with only a few strands adhering to her rosy cheek, gracefully draping over her full bosom, forming a gentle arc. With each shallow breath, her exquisite collarbone quivered slightly, emanating a subtle fragrance and an irresistible allure. Ning Fan, unable to restrain himself, gently leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Xian'er." Qin Xian'er responded with a soft murmur, resembling a languid child. She nestled closer into his embrace, her breath slightly disordered, still lost in the aftermath of their previous intimacy. Such exquisite moments are ones that men delight in savoring, and women too find themselves entranced. Qin Xian'er continued to reminisce about that enchanting experience. Her skin as pure as ice, radiating a subtle luminescence, both sacred and beguiling. A delicate blush adorned her jade-like face, the rosy hue spreading gently. Were it not for her waning strength, she would yearn to continue the dance. "Xian'er, I desire more." Ning Fan seemed to have contemplated something, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. His left hand instinctively encircled the delicate waist, while his right hand began its ascent, grasping the ample fullness above. The warmth and softness were utterly irresistible. "I can't hold on any longer. You resemble a wild bull," Qin Xian'er remarked, her face tinged with a faint blush as she began to resist. Once a formidable martial arts grandmaster, her physique had been powerful, enabling her to gain overwhelming advantages in battle. However, with Ning Fan having ascended to the 3rd level of Qi Refinement, the dynamics of offense and defense had shifted dramatically. Though her heart yearned for more, her body was struggling to keep pace. Qin Xian'er's expression was slightly uneasy, her gaze instinctively drifting to the side, while her earlobes radiated a subtle crimson hue. "Perhaps we could explore an alternative approach." Ning Fan smiled gently, bestowing a soft kiss upon her left cheek before drawing near to her tender and alluring lips, his words laced with a hint of certainty and playful teasing. Qin Xian'er's cheeks flushed even deeper, her palm instinctively pressing against his chest, her voice remaining cool and enchanting. "What do you intend to do?" Ning Fan smiled and then whispered a few words in her ear. Qin Xian'er instinctively bit her lower lip, her palm exerting a slight pressure, her mind swirling in tumultuous waves, feeling somewhat disordered and difficult to control. No, this was too absurd. "Xian'er, this is an entirely new approach. Shall we experiment with it?" "All right." Seemingly unable to resist him, Qin Xian'er could only acquiesce. The delightful moments continued. After concluding this battle, the two fell into a deep slumber on the bed. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from outside, flames rising fiercely. They had been peacefully asleep. Ning Fan was suddenly roused from his slumber, only to behold a fierce blaze erupting in the courtyard. Initially in a daze, he was instantly brought to full awareness in that moment. "This is not good. Intruders have come to attack." Ning Fan spoke as he swiftly donned his attire. At that very moment, Qin Xian'er also awoke rapidly and began to dress. Her speed in dressing was remarkable, taking merely 4 to 5 seconds to put on her clothing in a simple manner. Ning Fan positioned Qin Xian'er behind him, declaring, "Stay back. I shall face whatever dangers lie ahead." A bandit approached, prompting him to retrieve a stack of talismans, affixing a golden talisman to his body. He placed 5 superior Vajra talismans upon himself, sensing a lingering insecurity, thus applying another 5 in the hopes of bolstering his sense of safety. Grasping a stack of fire dragon talismans in his right hand, he stepped outside. Upon entering the courtyard, he beheld a figure cloaked in black, a mask obscuring his features. The man's garments were tattered, his black attire singed and torn, revealing a set of inner armor beneath. This armor emitted a shimmering radiance, forming a colossal protective shield that enveloped his entire being, repelling the surrounding flames and absorbing much of the harm. Within the sheepfold, safety prevailed. Here, one need not fear the blizzards nor the hungry wolves lurking outside, enjoying warm and comfortable meals daily. However, occasionally, a lone wolf might infiltrate the fold, snatching away a lamb. As night fell, each household activated their protective formations to guard against potential nocturnal attacks by rogue cultivators. Ning Fan's vigilance heightened, especially after Yu Lian's warning. He affixed a medium-grade fire talisman to the main gate and placed 15 medium-grade talismans throughout the courtyard. One such talisman, while only of medium quality, possessed the power equivalent to an attack from a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Yet, when combined, the 15 talismans equated to the strength of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. As the black-clad figure invaded, the talismans were triggered, resulting in a violent explosion that roused the slumbering Ning Fan. In mere moments, he grasped the unfolding situation, his body drenched in cold sweat. He felt an overwhelming sense of luck. The black-clad assailant had quietly breached the formation and nearly succeeded in his stealthy incursion. Seeking death, the assailant seethed, anger evident as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a consequence of the earlier blast that had injured him. With a low hum, a massive black saber, measuring 1.5 meters in length, materialized in his hand, crafted from black inscription iron. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung downwards with lethal intent. Crack! The Vajra talisman activated, emitting a faint golden glow that shielded Ning Fan. Boom! The black-clad figure unleashed his saber, striking with rapid ferocity, akin to rain, each slash coming in quick succession. Crack! At that moment, the light from the Vajra talisman began to wane, indicating significant depletion. By the 3rd strike, the talisman shattered completely, reduced to ashes that scattered upon the ground. Subsequently, the 2nd Vajra talisman activated, followed swiftly by the 3rd. One after another, the talismans broke apart at an astonishing rate. The Vajra talismans, though superior, offered defense comparable to the spells of a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Under the relentless assault of the black-clad cultivator, it seemed that every 3 strikes would shatter one talisman, and the 10 talismans appeared unlikely to endure for much longer. Ning Fan's heart was filled with terror. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a fire dragon talisman, which ignited rapidly, transforming into a blazing dragon that surged forth. Its offensive power rivaled that of an 8th level Qi refinement practitioner. The black-clad bandit immediately swung his great sword, his mana surging violently, unleashing a wave of golden blade energy that shattered the fire dragon. Under the ferocious impact of the dragon, the bandit's garments were utterly torn apart, revealing a faint golden inner armor beneath. Kill, kill, kill. Ning Fan gritted his teeth slightly and, in an instant, activated the remaining 9 fire dragon talismans, which transformed into 9 formidable fire dragons, launching a fierce assault. A single fire dragon possesses limited density, explosive power, and lethality. However, when 9 fire dragons strike simultaneously, they unleash a terrifying force of destruction. The figure cloaked in black felt an overwhelming sense of dread and instinctively recoiled to the left. At that very moment, the formation of the small courtyard activated, unleashing a formidable pressure that bore down upon him, causing his speed to falter. The gravitational force generated by a first-tier formation is usually quite feeble. Typically, a black-clad cultivator can easily restore their normal pace with a mere flicker of their mana. Yet, at this critical juncture, it became the decisive factor, the final straw that broke the camel's back. 4 of the fire dragons missed their target, but 5 struck the black-clad cultivator directly. He was met with a violent impact, blood dripping steadily to the ground. Well done, he sneered. I never expected the lamb in the pen to possess such audacity, daring to strike against me. The black-clad bandit grinned menacingly, brandishing his large blade, ready to continue his assault. Ning Fan's face turned ashen. All 10 fire dragon talismans had been expended, and 7 of the diamond talismans were consumed, leaving only 3. These 3 diamond talismans could endure at most 3 breaths before being shattered by the cloaked bandit. By that time, the advantage would lie with me, as I was at the 3rd level of Chi refinement against their 8th level. 10 breaths had passed. We must depart swiftly. The violent explosion had aroused the attention of the patrol team. At most, only 3 breaths remained before the patrolling cultivators would arrive at the scene. We need to hurry. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. The expression on the black-clad cultivator's face shifted from hesitation to fury, ultimately transforming into resignation as he turned to leave. Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Drenched in perspiration, his clothes instantly soaked. His body trembled slightly. From the beginning of the battle to the final retreat of the black-clad cultivator, a mere 10 breaths had passed. Yet, those 10 breaths felt like an eternity. Those 10 breaths marked the difference between life and death. "Are you all right?" Qin Xianer asked tremulously, her own heart pounding. In her hand, she held a token, the key to controlling the courtyard's array. Ordinarily, it served little purpose beyond opening the array to enter the courtyard and activating it. This was merely a Tier 1 array, possessing only 3 functions: defense, warning, and gravity suppression. Activating the array would initiate the defensive phase, making it difficult for outsiders to breach. The warning function could alert the patrol team. Gravity suppression could generate a terrifying pressure to subdue enemies. Just moments ago, Qin Xianer had activated the warning function, alerting the patrol team, and simultaneously initiated gravity suppression, exerting a force upon the enemy. It was only then that the 5 fire dragon charms successfully struck the black-clad cultivator. A cultivator is not inanimate. They would not stand idly as a target, but rather choose to evade. If one fails to strike the target, even the greatest attack power is futile. The activation of gravity suppression, however, proved to be a stroke of genius, employed with impeccable timing. "I'm all right, I suppose. We were fortunate enough to survive." As Ning Fan smiled, the previously tumultuous and chaotic emotions within him gradually settled. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds emerged from outside. The patrol team had arrived. "What has occurred?" inquired a member of the patrol, his cultivation merely at the 7th layer of Chi refinement, yet exuding an air of arrogance. "We have encountered bandits. Please present your insignia to verify your identity." Ning Fan spoke with an air of vigilance. In order to guard against rogue cultivators disguising themselves as patrolling monks, a degree of caution was indeed necessary. The patrol team did not engage in much conversation. They simply tossed over the token. Ning Fan received the token and confirmed its accuracy, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, he remained vigilant and cautious as he activated the formation. The patrol team meticulously scrutinized their surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked. Within the Harmony Sect, the roles of the miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples are essentially seen as expendable assets. However, even expendable assets should not be squandered lightly. At the very least, their demise should hold some value. For the higher echelons, these lower-tier cultivators serve the sect by farming, guarding the medicinal gardens, refining elixirs, and brewing wine. As long as they engage in their respective labors, a continuous stream of wealth flows into the entire sect, ultimately benefiting the esteemed cultivators. Thus, even the most junior miscellaneous disciples warrant a degree of protection and certain privileges. This is not a reflection of the moral integrity of the higher-ranking cultivators, but rather a strategy for their own benefit. The patrolling disciples, in this context, assume the role of shepherds, safeguarding the flock and preventing the lambs from being snatched away by wolves. The patrolling disciples proceeded to inquire as per usual. Ning Fan replied. Upon learning that Ning Fan was a master talisman maker, their eyes instantly sparkled with interest. The several patrolling disciples no longer regarded him with an air of superiority. Instead, their demeanor shifted to one of equality, even tinged with a hint of deference. Skilled cultivators might prove beneficial to them, and those with exceptional craftsmanship would be even more advantageous. Could they possibly locate that rogue cultivator? Ning Fan inquired with curiosity. There should be no issue. The patrolling cultivator replied with a smile. Although our inspection division may not compare to the constables of the mortal realm, we possess numerous methods for solving cases. He cannot escape. His blood stains the ground, allowing us to trace the source. He gestured towards the blood on the ground. The black-clad cultivator, after being wounded, had left behind a trail of blood that could be followed to uncover his true identity. The inspection division serves as the watchdog for the Hehuan Sect. When a wolf infiltrates the sheepfold, seeking to snatch a lamb, the watchdog must spring into action to capture the wolf. This is the duty of the inspection division. The investigation proceeded swiftly. Within 3 days, they had identified the culprits. One was an employee from a shop who had recently fled and vanished without a trace. The other was a spirit farmer, primarily engaged in agriculture, who had also escaped. These two individuals appeared unremarkable in their everyday lives, lacking any distinctive traits. However, one was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while the other had reached the 8th level. One was a formation master, adept at dismantling various formations, and the other was an alchemist, skilled in concocting diverse elixirs. By day, they blended into the ordinary, but under the cover of night, they commenced their activities. They specifically targeted artisans, particularly those with low cultivation yet immense potential. Once their target was identified, they would stealthily approach under the cloak of darkness, dismantle the formation, and incapacitate the individual. On the following day, they would transport the victim into a carriage and sell them as livestock to certain cultivation families. Numerous victims had suffered. Some were only discovered missing after 2 or 3 months. These two had successfully collaborated on numerous occasions, but this time they had faltered. The failure was largely due to unforeseen circumstances. First, they had not anticipated Ning Fan's extraordinary caution. Numerous talismans were affixed at the entrance and throughout the courtyard, serving as early warnings. Second, they were unaware that Ning Fan had ascended to the rank of a high-grade talisman master, possessing an array of high-quality talismans. These talismans unleashed formidable offensive and defensive power, prolonging the conflict and transforming their stealthy assault into a full frontal attack, drawing the attention of the patrol team. Where would they flee? Ning Fan inquired. After their exposure, there was little time for lingering. They swiftly fled from the territory of the Hehuan Sect, as outer disciples had already set out to apprehend them. Zhang Ming, while discussing the findings of the investigation, remarked that these matters were not shrouded in secrecy, and it was appropriate to inform the victim accordingly. What are their names? Ning Fan inquired. I am also unaware of this matter. These two individuals infiltrated my Hehuan Sect with ulterior motives and likely adopted false identities. Zhang Ming replied. One is named Zi Haichuan, a master of formations. The other goes by Mo Lin, an alchemist. Outer disciples have already been dispatched to investigate, and they cannot escape. This occurrence was merely an anomaly. Such a situation shall not arise again. In the sheepfold, a lamb was nearly snatched away by a lurking wolf. The shepherd, incensed by the near loss, issued a stern directive to the sheepdog. The dog must fulfill its duties with utmost diligence, for failure to do so could result in its transformation into mutton. The previously lax inspection team has now adopted a stringent approach, diligently scrutinizing suspicious individuals to prevent a recurrence of such an incident. Ning Fan inquired about various matters, while Zhang Ming responded to several insignificant questions, yet remained tight-lipped regarding more clandestine topics. After an extensive conversation, Zhang Ming took his leave. My husband. What shall we do next? Qin Xianer asked. What else is there to do? We must relocate to the inner city, where a second-tier formation awaits, significantly enhancing our safety. Ning Fan remarked. In the city of Ascension, one finds relative safety. Reflecting on the entire incident, he realized that he had merely visited a few shops to sell the talismans he had crafted. It was then that Zi Haichuan, disguised as a shopkeeper, discovered him. Compiling and analyzing the information, concluding that he was an exceptional target. Shortly before, in the dead of night, there had been an attempt to ambush him, aiming to incapacitate him and stuff him into a sack for sale to certain cultivation families for profit. Throughout this ordeal, Ning Fan had remained oblivious to the presence of the young man, only to find himself under scrutiny, nearly becoming a mere pawn and a talisman slave. Danger lurked everywhere. Arriving unannounced, without lingering too long, he departed the outer city and made his way to the inner city, taking residence in a new abode. Clutching a token, the formation activated, and Ning Fan instantly sensed a flicker of security. The array in the courtyard was a second-tier formation, boasting formidable defensive capabilities that would require a considerable amount of time for even a foundational cultivator to breach. Here, he felt quite safe. Contemplating these thoughts, Ning Fan stepped out of the courtyard and began to visit the neighboring households. The adage distant relatives are not as beneficial as close neighbors resonated in his mind. It is essential for neighbors to maintain amicable relations and become familiar with one another. While deep emotional connections are not obligatory, a modicum of mutual support is advantageous. Most of the surrounding neighbors were individuals of considerable cultivation and affluence, their pockets brimming with wealth. Furthermore, as a talisman maker, he could produce surplus talismans to sell to his neighbors, thereby establishing an additional avenue for commerce and diminishing reliance on certain channels. The local residents predominantly consisted of artisans and late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, presenting an opportunity to forge new connections and networks. Expanding one's circle is prudent, as it may prove beneficial at an unforeseen moment, given that he might reside here for the coming years, if not decades. It was imperative to cultivate relationships and manage connections wisely. Having arranged his affairs, he first chose to visit Hehuan. A series of crisp knocks echoed through the air. After a brief moment, the door swung open to reveal the exquisite visage of Hehuan. With elongated brows, bright and profound eyes, a figure sculpted as if chiseled from stone, and a waist that curved delicately, she embodied grace. Her skin shimmered like jade, her form light and ethereal, her beauty accentuated by minimal makeup. Clad in flowing white garments that danced with the breeze, her bare feet glimmered like jade, and her long hair cascaded down, imparting an alluring charm. "You've arrived," Hehuan said with a smile. Having just moved here, he had come to pay a visit and, in turn, present her with some gifts. Ningfan did not disguise his intentions. He directly offered a few small tokens of appreciation, a spirit-gathering talisman and several mid-grade talismans. The gifts were neither overly extravagant nor excessively modest. Hehuan accepted the offerings, remarking, "It appears your skills have significantly improved. This is certainly commendable." Ningfan remarked, "I have just relocated here and am somewhat unfamiliar with the local customs and regulations. Is there anything I should be particularly mindful of? I seek your guidance, senior sister." Hehuan smiled gently, resembling a blossoming flower, and replied, "Let us enter the courtyard and discuss the details carefully." Ningfan also entered the courtyard. In our street, there are 20 small courtyards, of which 5 are unoccupied, while 15 are inhabited by cultivators. It would be prudent to pay an occasional visit, to become a familiar face. But one should not become overly intimate. The human heart is a mystery. One cannot discern the true intentions of their neighbors. Are their hearts dark or light? Since you have just arrived, you may pay a visit and present a modest gift. There is no need for the gift to be extravagant. A superior talisman along with 10 medium-grade talismans would suffice. Among these 15 households, the majority consist of outer disciples, with only a few being inner disciples. A casual visit is adequate. There is no necessity for excessive flattery. Furthermore, unless one possesses exceptional trust, it is best to refrain from entering others' homes. This last point is of utmost importance. The world of cultivation is rarely tranquil, and trust between individuals is scant. Even between partners, betrayal and harm can occur. Parents may betray their children, and children may conspire against their fathers for personal gain. Masters may sell out their disciples for profit, and disciples may similarly ensnare their teachers. Such truths cannot be spoken aloud. They must be comprehended through one's own reflection. After Ningfan inquired about certain matters, he took his leave. Starting from the intersection, he began to greet the neighbors. He knocked on the door of a household with a rhythmic cadence. The door was opened by a middle-aged man, whose weathered face and weary demeanor suggested a life filled with toil. "Who is it? What brings you here?" he asked. "I am your new neighbor, having just moved in. I am a skilled talisman master, and I hope we can assist one another in times of need." Ningfan spoke as he presented the gifts. Future matters may become troublesome. After exchanging greetings, he proceeded to another household. Thus, one door after another was gently knocked upon, and gifts were graciously offered. In some homes where no one was present, he placed the gifts at their doorsteps. Before long, he had completed his rounds, having visited all 15 neighbors. Among these 15, the majority were at the late stage of chi refinement, perpetually engaged in fulfilling various tasks assigned by their sect to earn a living. True artisans were scarce, with only 3 distinguished individuals: Ningfan, a talisman maker; Hehuan, a winemaker; and Wu Changkong, an alchemist. Each had attained the first tier of superior craftsmanship, marking them as rare talents with exceptional earning potential. The others, lacking in skill, resorted to hunting magical beasts, vanquishing malevolent cultivators, capturing wanted criminals, or descending into the underground to slay earth demons, battling between life and death to complete their missions. The relationships among neighbors were rather superficial, tinged with a sense of wariness toward one another. Yet, in times of minor troubles, they would extend a helping hand when necessary. As Ningfan visited his neighbor, Qin Xianer arrived at Mu Yuer's home to pay a visit to her former close friend. It is often said that genuine friendships between men and women are rare, unlike the camaraderie that flourishes among women. "Xianer, I heard you encountered robbers yesterday," Mu Yuer remarked. "Indeed, we had a mishap, but fortunately, we emerged unscathed," Qin Xianer replied with a smile. "We have also moved to the inner city, where not only is the residence spacious and the living environment pleasant, but resources abound. Most importantly, it is considerably safer, with significantly fewer incidents of crime. Unconsciously, she began to boast. Dressed in a light blue gown made from a blend of celestial silks, heavenly silkworm, black silkworm, and golden silkworm, intertwined with strands of celestial gold. It had been meticulously woven by a master spiritual weaver. The gown was both warm in winter and cool in summer, capable of adjusting to the wearer's temperature and warding off insects and snakes. A subtle fragrance emanated from the garment, invigorating the senses with a single whiff. This exquisite attire was a superior magical artifact valued at a mere 1,000 spirit stones, adorned with a golden hairpin, a jade pendant at her waist, and elegant shoes complemented by luxurious black silken stockings. Her appearance exuded opulence and authority, imposing an undeniable sense of gravitas. In truth, she harbored no fondness for such extravagant garments, as they cost an exorbitant amount. Rather than squander money on such ostentation, she would prefer to invest in more practical items. Nevertheless, to secure a suitable concubine for her husband, she resolved to present herself in a manner befitting the occasion. Money was meant to be displayed to women, not to be frivolously spent by them. When a woman is adorned in lavish attire, it serves to intimidate others, compelling them to bow before her splendor. Your clothing and jewelry must be quite valuable, Mu Wei observed, noting the array of extravagant garments she could scarcely afford. Oh, it's not much. Just about 1,500 spirit stones, Qin Xianer chuckled. My husband has recently achieved prominence as a superior talisman master. To him, this sum is hardly significant. My husband has taken a liking to you and wishes for you to become his Tao partner, enabling a mutual cultivation that fosters growth and enhancement for both. Of course, you may decline. Should you refuse, he will seek another. Mu Yue gazed at Qin Xianer, enchanted by her lavish adornments. A mere mortal woman could possess such resplendent attire and jewelry, while she, a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, ought to surpass her, if not match her. If he wishes to marry me as his Tao partner, a bride price is customary, is it not? What are your demands for the bride price? My expectations are modest. Mu Yue replied, her eyes brightening with enthusiasm. First, he must surrender his monthly earnings to me for management, as a woman should oversee the household finances. Second, I require a set of exquisite clothing worth over 2,000 spirit stones, alongside jewelry valued at 3,000 spirit stones. Third, I wish to begin foundation building, and he must provide the necessary resources. Qin Xianer fell silent upon hearing these demands, uncertain of how to respond. She had initially thought this was merely about taking a concubine, only to find it akin to a home invasion. Some individuals' appetites were far larger than anticipated. This is quite excessive, Qin Xianer remarked, her tone slightly disordered as she attempted to negotiate. Observing the glances exchanged, she felt increasingly superfluous. In the eyes of some, her modest worth was mistakenly perceived as invaluable. The worldviews of individuals often diverged significantly. Your demands are outrageous, Qin Xianer stated. Naturally, he should retain his earnings for himself. How could he possibly allow a woman to manage them? You are overreaching. However, I can offer you a small allowance each month. As for the resources for foundation building, he simply does not possess them. To expect such is a fanciful dream. Mu Wei chuckled, admitting she had been a bit too audacious. Only with lofty demands can one negotiate effectively and secure greater gains. What can you offer me as a bride price? Mu Yue inquired. If we are to become Tao partners, mutual sincerity is essential. Qin Xianer proposed. First, I can provide you with 100 spirit stones each month as an allowance, which you can use as you see fit. Second, I will arrange for a set of exquisite clothing worth over 2,000 spirit stones and jewelry valued at 3,000 spirit stones, but that must wait for a year. Third, I can offer you the resources for foundation building, but not for at least 20 years. Mu Wei felt somewhat disadvantaged and sought to raise her demands. The bride price remains too meager. After a brief inquiry, she learned that a superior talisman master could produce at least 20 talismans daily, earning approximately 200 spirit stones each day. This amounted to an annual income exceeding 70,000 spirit stones. Given Ning Fan's potential earnings, he ought to be more generous. Yet, he offered a paltry 100 spirit stones per month, totaling only 1,200 spirit stones a year. This was miserly for someone earning so much. With a face full of grievance, she continued, a man's willingness to spend money on a woman does not necessarily signify love. But a man's refusal to do so undoubtedly indicates a lack of affection. While money may not measure love, it certainly reflects its depth. A stingy man is invariably unworthy of reliance. Listening to this, Qin Xianer found some of her remarks amusing yet patiently attempted to clarify. Some matters cannot be reduced to mere calculations. He has just recently become a superior talisman master, and his skills are still developing. Currently, he barely manages to balance his income and expenses, sometimes even incurring losses. The craft of talisman making is honed through practice. Proficiency comes with experience. Many talisman papers will be wasted during this learning process. Each superior talisman paper costs at least 1 spirit stone, with some even priced at 3 or 5 spirit stones. His annual earnings are not as substantial as you might believe. Additionally, the rent in the inner city is nearly 8,000 spirit stones, coupled with other expenses, which further amplifies the financial strain. Providing you with 1,200 spirit stones is not stinginess, it is quite generous. Mu Yue nodded, acknowledging her reasoning. Your argument holds merit, however, as his skills improve. So too will his earning potential. Maintaining such a meager allowance feels rather stingy. Shouldn't it be the man's responsibility to provide for the family while the woman focuses on her beauty? Qin Xianer considered this, finding some truth in her words. Yet upon further reflection, felt it lacked substance. She chose not to linger on that point and instead asked, "What are your conditions?" Mu Yue replied, "First, he must provide me with at least 500 spirit stones each month as an allowance. That totals 6,000 spirit stones annually and cannot be less. I am not a greedy person, but I seek a degree of financial security. Second, he must procure for me a superior magical sword, a superior robe, and superior boots. These are essential for my protection. Third, as for the resources for foundation building, let us not discuss that for now. He must at least ensure my cultivation reaches the late stage of qi refinement. Before entering the late stage of qi refinement, I do not intend to pursue dual cultivation of yin and yang. Prolonged practice of this dual cultivation can significantly enhance the cultivation speed for both men and women. My intention is merely to accumulate a bit of yin energy in the early stages, which will facilitate a more substantial breakthrough later on. This is ultimately for his benefit. Furthermore, it is essential to gather the foundational resources within a span of 30 years. Should I ascend to the foundation establishment realm, it would imply that he would also gain a companion in the form of a foundation establishment partner. Having such a companion is a coveted fortune that many envy. Qin Xianer furrowed her brow slightly, feeling increasingly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Having reached this point, she decided against further negotiations. She stated, "I will return and discuss this with him. Please await my news." Upon returning to the inner city, she entered the courtyard. Arriving at the door of the secret chamber, she intended to knock, only to notice a sign hanging that read, "Closed for meditation." This indicated that Ning Fan was deeply immersed in his cultivation or perhaps engaged in the intricate art of talisman crafting, rendering him oblivious to the events outside. Time passed gradually. Just then, the door to the secret chamber swung open. Ning Fan stepped out, his countenance somewhat weary. His hair was disheveled. His garments bore several tattered holes, and there were scorch marks evident. He appeared rather listless, lacking in vitality. "Spiritual wine." Ning Fan spoke as Qin Xianer handed over a jar of wine. The jar contained Heisong wine, a fine elixir brewed from Heisong rice. Its flavor was exquisitely sweet and delectable, imparting a mesmerizing sensation upon the palate, as if one were floating in the ethereal realm. Heisong wine, a spirit of inferior grade, could be acquired for merely a spirit stone per jar, making it exceptionally affordable. It was a favored beverage among less affluent cultivators. Gulp, gulp. Ning Fan took a few sips, and, after a moment of recuperation, his vitality improved slightly. I visited Mu Yue's residence, where she presented several conditions. We engaged in a negotiation, ultimately settling on the corresponding terms. Qin Xianer recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Ning Fan remarked, on the roadside. There exists a humble stall, where a selection of overripe peaches is offered for sale. The quality of these peaches is rather subpar. Yet the stall owner exudes an air of unwavering confidence, believing that these inferior fruits can fetch a handsome price, despite their condition. Occasionally, a few unsuspecting souls approach and unwittingly part with their money for these meager offerings. However, I am not so foolish. I would rather forego the pleasure of peaches altogether than purchase such spoiled ones. Qin Xianer expressed her astonishment. So it has come to an impasse, without further negotiation? If one continued to haggle, perhaps the terms could be made more favorable. Haha, the price is merely a trivial matter. It is the subsequent complications that truly pose a challenge. Ning Fan remarked, once one has suffered a loss in purchasing, they are unlikely to return to that merchant. It is indeed said that one learns a lesson through hardship. However, choosing a partner in life is not a mere transaction. A wrong choice can lead to entanglements and torment in the days to come, resulting in profound suffering for both parties. Why inflict such anguish upon each other? It may be wiser to choose to let go. His tone was unremarkable, devoid of any excessive emotion. It was simply a matter of having encountered an overpriced item and deciding against the purchase. Qin Xian'er responded, then I shall speak to her once more. Explaining that you have declined. No, he interjected. If you go, she might think you are negotiating. Ning Fan remarked, it is best to sever all ties from here on. We should no longer associate with past friends. In times gone by, we shared a circle where we could converse casually. However, now that we no longer inhabit the same sphere, such conversations will cease and friendship will fade away. It is preferable to avoid encounters altogether and completely cut off contact. The phoenix does not dwell with the crow, and the true dragon does not consort with the mud eel. This is not a matter of despising the humble or favoring the affluent, nor is it a dismissal of former friends. Rather, it is the recognition of divergent circles. Forcing such entanglements is indeed futile. When dialogues occur on different wavelengths, misunderstandings and conflicts are inevitable. Qin Xian'er interjected, it is somewhat regrettable. I had intended to bring her into your fold as a concubine, so we could serve you as sisters. Who could have anticipated that it would come to this? Haha, do not fret. Good things are worth the wait. What is meant to come will arrive in its own time. Some matters cannot be compelled. Ning Fan smiled, unwilling to linger on the matter any longer. In the outskirts, Mu Yiwei awaited anxiously. Time trickled by, and 3 days passed without a word from Qin Xian'er. Mu Yiwei felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps my demands were too lofty, scaring some individuals away. If she were to return, I would lower my expectations. 5 days elapsed, yet still no reply. Mu Yiwei exclaimed, aren't you coming? My conditions cannot be lowered any further. A month slipped by, and still silence reigned. Mu Yiwei felt deceived, her beautiful dreams utterly shattered. She had aspired to move to the inner city, to align herself with a skilled talisman master to alter her fate, yet now, all hope seemed lost. She had waited foolishly for a month, still without a response. Anger bubbled within her. She longed to confront Ning Fan, to question Qin Xian'er as to why they had left her in the lurch, why they had broken their word. At that moment, she realized she did not even know the location of Ning Fan's new home, only that it resided within the vast inner city. The inner city was enormous, and the information about its residents remained confidential, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to acquire relevant details. Mu Yiwei felt a mix of shame and fury. Perhaps my high demands had intimidated someone, yet that individual exhibited a lack of decency by not responding. My lofty requests were merely a test of his true feelings for me. If he found my conditions excessive, we could discuss them gradually. Why remain silent and sever all ties? Mu Yiwei, fuming, made her way to Bai Wei's residence. The two were close friends, often visiting and sharing banter about men. Recently, Ning Fan had risen to become a skilled talisman master, seemingly having changed his fate with his new home in the inner city. Mu Yiwei tentatively inquired, do you know his new address? I do not, Bai Wei replied. Not long ago, I purchased some low-level talismans from him. At that time, he mentioned moving, but I lack further details. Zhao Lei and Ning Fan were both exceptionally talented individuals, gradually transforming their destinies through their skills. Meanwhile, we remained trapped in the mire at the bottom, uncertain of our future. Mu Yiwei lamented, I am already 30 years old, merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Without a significant change, establishing a foundation will be exceedingly difficult. The lifespan of a Qi refinement cultivator is only 120 years, while a foundation cultivator's lifespan doubles to 240 years. I yearn to establish a foundation. I refuse to succumb to despair. Bai Wei remained silent. In the past, she too had aspired to establish a foundation, to attain the Purple Mansion and Golden Core. However, the relentless passage of time and repeated setbacks had awakened her to reality. She no longer entertained unrealistic dreams. Daydreaming in broad daylight was futile. Over the years, she had tirelessly adorned herself, striving to appear beautiful and alluring. She had attended numerous matchmaking events, hoping to capture the attention of a wealthy cultivator. Yet, she had yet to find a suitable partner. The thought of marrying without genuine affection left her feeling discontent. Mu Yiwei expressed her inner turmoil. Bai Wei advised, take your time. You will eventually find someone suitable. Good food is worth the wait. Encouraged by these words, Mu Wei felt a renewed sense of confidence. Good food is indeed worth the wait. Exquisite meals take time to prepare, and hasty actions yield unsatisfactory results. Patience is essential. The future holds promise. Marriage is not a race but a test of endurance. An unhappy marriage constitutes a significant portion of life's failures, while a joyful union represents a substantial part of success. After a brief exchange, Mu Wei departed with a light heart. Bai Wei gazed after her friend, a hint of regret in her heart. She had intended to offer counsel but refrained, knowing that excessive words could offend. Bai Wei worked at the Weaving Maiden Tower, where she sold various exquisite spiritual garments. Not only did the place boast a plethora of styles, but the prices were also steep. Wealthy female cultivators frequented the shop, and Mu Wei assisted clients in selecting suitable attire. Having interacted with numerous affluent patrons, Mu Wei instinctively placed herself within their circles, often looking down upon other cultivators with a discerning eye when choosing a partner. A woman should not settle for a hasty marriage. Good food is worth the wait. The next opportunity will surely be better. Patience is essential in both fishing and capturing one's prey. Thus, she sifted through potential suitors. Some she found appealing, while others failed to catch her interest. Conversely, some were drawn to her, yet she looked elsewhere. Thus, she drifted through the years, her beauty intact, yet unable to find a suitable match. Periodically, she attended matchmaking events at the Red Dust Tower, seeking quality cultivators, particularly those with wealth. Yet, she remained single. As night fell, her daughter, Bai Ningxue, returned home. Bai Wei recounted her experiences, advising her daughter, "Regardless of your future choices, I will respect your decisions. However, be cautious. Do not allow unscrupulous men to deceive you." She continued, "Your father is a scoundrel. He made grand promises, claiming he would marry me, yet after a few fleeting days, he vanished. All his promises were abandoned. I sought justice, yet that rogue merely offered me 100 spirit stones as a form of compensation, devoid of any real justice. Initially, I was furious, but over the years, I have come to understand. I brought this upon myself. I deserve my fate." The sparrow believed that by perching on a branch, it could transform into a phoenix, only to find itself still a sparrow after a few flaps. I was blinded by vanity, greed for wealth, and ultimately faced the consequences of my actions. Reflecting on her youthful experiences, Bai Wei should have felt anger. Yet after enduring so much, she had grown numb. Even the deepest hatred had faded after years of hardship. "When I gave birth to you, that scoundrel was out indulging in pleasures, completely indifferent to you, my daughter. Only Mu Wei and Ning Fan came to visit me, lending me some money to help me through the toughest times." Speaking of this past, Bai Wei felt a deep sense of gratitude. The sum lent was merely 500 spirit stones, not substantial, yet the sentiment behind it was invaluable. "Mother, I am aware of all this. You've shared it with me many times," Bai Ningxue replied. "I will cherish myself and not fall prey to unscrupulous men. If I do seek a partner, I will choose someone reliable and trustworthy." Her daughter was astute and would not be swayed by flattering words. Bai Wei added, "It matters not if a man is financially challenged. Character is paramount. Your Aunt Mu desires a handsome, kind-hearted, and youthful man, someone who will also indulge her whims. The question is, will such a paragon even notice your Aunt Mu? Encountering him at the Red Dust Tower is but a dream. A truly admirable man would have long been sought after by matchmakers and introduced to various acquaintances. He would not be wandering aimlessly in the bustling world in search of companionship. I shall not pursue a man too hastily. As a practitioner with a moderate spiritual root, I possess a decent talent and intend to rely on my own diligence to strive for foundational establishment at an early stage. As for matters of the heart, I choose not to dwell on them prematurely." Bai Ning Shuang remarked, "In our Hehuan Sect, we possess a legitimate dual cultivation technique. When men and women unite in harmony, their yin and yang cultivate together, leading to a substantial enhancement in their cultivation speed." "But I have no need for that," Bai Wei interjected. "How have your formation studies been progressing lately?" Bai Ning Shuang replied, "They are satisfactory. The teacher is quite dedicated. However, he often attempts to introduce me to potential suitors and wishes to connect me with his son to solidify familial ties. Yet, I find that fellow unappealing." The mother and daughter exchanged intimate and private conversations. As the years drifted by, Bai Wei resolved against marriage and sought no stepfather for her daughter. They relied solely on one another. "I still owe Ning Fan 500 spirit stones, and I have yet to repay him. Now that he resides in the inner city, I am unaware of his new abode. Bai Wei lamented regarding her debt. Bai Ning Shuang suggested, "Let us repay him after some time. We are not the type to evade our debts." He is now a high-ranking talisman master and has become quite wealthy, no longer concerned with such a trifling sum. Nevertheless, we are not the kind of people who neglect our obligations. Debts must be settled. Bai Wei spoke resolutely. They migrated to a new place, embarking on a fresh chapter in life. Yet, the rhythm of life remained unchanged. By day, he engaged in drawing talismans, and by night, he cultivated and refined his spiritual energy, sharing joyful moments with his wife. Life was simple and repetitive, devoid of any thrilling escapades. Yet, he sensed a remarkable acceleration in his cultivation, transitioning from a tortoise's crawl to a brisk jog. Over the past 12 years, she had merely been a practitioner with a low-grade spiritual root, compounded by a lack of resources, resulting in an exceedingly slow cultivation pace. After 12 years, she had only reached the third layer of Qi refinement. Since becoming a high-ranking talisman master, he began to amass considerable wealth and establish valuable connections, allowing him to procure rare and precious items. His cultivation speed experienced a significant boost. During his cultivation sessions, he would sit cross-legged on a mat, drawing forth high-quality spiritual energy from his spiritual orifices, which was easily absorbable. Additionally, consuming high-grade spiritual wine during his practice further accelerated his progress. He would apply gathering talismans to his chest, inviting a deluge of spiritual energy into his body, enhancing his cultivation speed once more. In his leisure, he would consume mid-grade elixirs, further expediting his advancement. In just 20 days, he condensed a strand of spiritual energy, a remarkable improvement compared to the past. Within merely over a year, his progress surpassed the efforts of 5 to 6 years. Indeed, the path of monetary investment proved to be the true way forward. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. If one lacks sufficient funds, it simply means the resources are insufficient. Should one be willing to invest generously, the speed of cultivation will be swift, enabling even low-grade spiritual roots to achieve speeds comparable to high-grade ones. Money undeniably accelerates the pace of cultivation. In this moment, the influence of wealth expands infinitely. Ning Fan secretly felt fortunate. It was fortunate that he had exercised patience and devoted a significant amount of time to mastering his craft. Learning a skill often consumes vast amounts of time and can impede the pace of early cultivation. However, once his craftsmanship reached a certain level, a substantial influx of wealth began to flow in, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Moreover, as he ascended to the rank of a senior talisman master, Ning Fan's enhanced skills enabled him to produce numerous high-quality talismans. A portion of these was sold to Yu Yin'er, while another was submitted to the sect, earning him merit points. Additionally, some were sold to various shops, further augmenting his wealth. Initially, his situation was rather dire, with exorbitant expenses leading to considerable debt. By the end of the first year, after settling accounts, he discovered that his expenditures far outweighed his income, leaving him with a debt exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. As the second year unfolded, the quantity of talismans produced increased, and so did his earnings, allowing him to barely achieve a balance between income and expenditure. It was not until the third year that he finally began to turn a profit, accumulating a modest surplus. However, upon inspecting his pockets, he realized that his funds were still quite limited. Although he had earned a great deal, his expenses were even more formidable, preventing him from amassing significant savings. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Ning Fan stepped forward to open the door, only to behold a stunningly beautiful woman. She was clad in a black short skirt, adorned with a golden hairpin atop her head, and her feet were encased in black boots. In her hand, she wielded a magnificent sword. Her long, slender legs were fitted in black leather pants, and her entire presence exuded an air of elegance and vigor. It was none other than Yu Yin'er. "What brings you here, esteemed senior sister? Please, come in and make yourself comfortable." Ning Fan greeted her warmly, respectfully ushering her inside. Yu Yin'er casually took a seat on a nearby stone bench. Ning Fan smiled softly, refraining from offering the senior sister any tea or delicacies. There was no necessity for such gestures, as she would not indulge in outside fare. Caution and prudence often serve to avert numerous dangers. You, my dear, are rather reclusive. Having resided here for over 3 years, you seldom venture out to socialize or indulge in the enchanting performances of the brothels. Nor do you partake in the pleasures of floral arrangement and jade appreciation, aside from occasional excursions to procure daily necessities or trade talismans. You mostly remain within the confines of your home. Do you not find this existence tedious, lonely? Yu Lianer inquired with a smile. Cultivating immortality has never been a leisurely pursuit, filled with carefree flights on cranes or soaring through the skies on swords, seeking eternal life. Rather, it demands an endurance of solitude and monotony. This little one seems quite intriguing. The outside world is fraught with peril. Home, in contrast, offers a sanctuary of safety. Ning Fan spoke in a calm manner. The Hehuan Sect has never been a sanctuary of safety. Here, the act of murder on the streets is permissible. If one finds another displeasing, they may simply draw their sword and take a life. The only consequence is the payment of an adequate murder tax. Therefore, it is advisable to refrain from venturing outside unless absolutely necessary. Haha, this little fellow possesses quite a timid disposition. I have made a rough calculation. As a high-ranking talisman master, you are indeed a valuable asset within the sect. Should any elder take a disliking to you and decide to strike you down, the cost would amount to at least 50,000 spirit stones, specifically of the medium grade. For many elders, this is not an insignificant sum. They too would weigh the pros and cons. Yu Lianer smiled and said, "There is an auction coming up soon, and I intend to invite you along, to expose you to the wider world." Ning Fan chuckled, gesturing towards himself with an air of skepticism. "Senior sister, it has only been 3 years since the past, and my finances have yet to recover. I am still burdened with substantial debts. Currently, I possess little wealth, and at the auction, I shall not be able to procure much." Yu Lianer replied, "Do not regard the auction too highly. It is neither a place of dignity nor of authority. It merely serves as an opportunity to cultivate connections. Utilize what you have to barter for other items. You have amassed a considerable number of talismans, and I require your assistance. I possess many spirit stones, both low and mid-grade, but certain exquisite items cannot be purchased with spirit stones alone. For many top-tier goods, one must resort to bartering. Spirit stones serve as the currency within the realm of cultivation, allowing for the purchase of numerous items. However, when faced with rare and precious treasures, spirit stones fall short in terms of valuation and acquisition. It is akin to having an abundance of wealth yet being unable to purchase nuclear weapons or 6th-generation fighter jets. To acquire such items, one must engage in exchanges of equal caliber. Senior sister, where is this auction held? What are the specific rules? Ning Fan inquired with curiosity, expressing, "I am timid and do not relish encounters with strangers." Ha ha ha, how can you speak of timidity? You are merely afraid of death. Even a turtle possesses greater courage than you, teased Yu Lianer. An auction will be held on the first floor of the Hehuan Tower, primarily featuring items from the later stages of Qi refinement, along with various elixirs and talismans. It is scheduled to take place in approximately a month, so preparations must be made in advance. Ning Fan meticulously inquired once more. The Red Dust Tower featured 10 venues simultaneously hosting auctions, with his current location being merely Hall 9. After a month of preparation, Ning Fan had gathered 10,000 spirit stones and 100 high-grade talismans, spanning approximately 7 or 8 varieties. Wearing a bamboo hat, he stepped out of the door, ensuring it was securely closed behind him. Upon arriving at a certain entrance, he knocked directly, and Yu Lianer appeared. Unlike Ning Fan, Yu Lianer did not don a hat nor a mask to conceal her identity. She revealed her true appearance without reservation. "I hail from the Yu family, once a prominent lineage in the Purple Mansion, though now in decline. Nevertheless, 3 foundational ancestors still preside over our clan. There is no need to disguise my visage or identity. Presenting my true self can indeed intimidate certain individuals." Ning Fan was rendered speechless. "Senior sister, you are remarkable." Yu Lianer remarked, "Your talent in talismanic arts is impressive, yet your cultivation level is rather low." Feeling a twinge of regret in her heart, Ning Fan smiled faintly. There exists neither hatred without cause nor love without reason. This senior sister's affection for him was not merely due to his handsome appearance, but rather her recognition of his exceptional talent in talisman crafting, which would undoubtedly prove advantageous to her in the future. Thus, she would naturally invest in him with a degree of intimacy. They arrived at the crossroads, waiting patiently. After a brief moment, a carriage appeared, and Yu Lianer gently waved her hand. Ning Fan took the lead, and soon after, Yu Lianer ascended the carriage. The carriage continued its journey, eventually halting before a grand establishment known as the Red Dust Tower. Upon disembarking, they entered through the main door. Ultimately, Yu Lianer made her way into room 12, and Ning Fan followed suit. The interior of the private room was quite unadorned, lacking in fruits, fine wines, or delicacies. It merely featured a modest sofa. From the room, the view was expansive and unobstructed. A quick count revealed there were 15 private rooms, each signifying a certain status and standing, accompanied by their respective backgrounds. In contrast, ordinary cultivators were relegated to the bustling hall outside. As time progressed, guests began to arrive in succession, and the number of visitors steadily increased, causing the hall to become increasingly crowded. The private rooms also welcomed their respective hosts. Suddenly, the sound of a bronze bell resonated, and with its clear chime, the auction was officially declared open. Ning Fan gazed downwards, observing the scene before him. The first-floor hall boasted approximately 200 seats, yet only a little over 150 individuals occupied them, leaving 50 chairs unfilled. A waiter approached to remove the surplus chairs. He then glanced at the second floor's private rooms, where 15 chambers existed, but only 5 were occupied, leaving the remaining 10 vacant. The atmosphere here was somewhat sparse, lacking a full complement of guests. Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. My foolish younger brother, do you truly believe that every auction is teeming with a crowd, each person fervently vying for certain items? Yulianer chuckled softly. Isn't it so? Certainly not, she replied. Everyone is not a fool. If the prices are exorbitant, they simply will not purchase. Moreover, if someone genuinely requires a particular item, they can easily pre-order it, as long as they are willing to pay a little extra. The task is not arduous. Attempting to artificially inflate the prices of certain commodities through an auction is futile. No one is naive. Many items can be acquired through conventional channels, so why squander money unnecessarily? The essence of an auction lies not in the items themselves, but in the opportunity to forge connections, to communicate, and to engage with one another. Furthermore, do you truly believe that genuinely valuable items would manifest in an auction setting? Ning Fan smiled, realizing that he had been somewhat constrained by certain fixed mindsets. Indeed, auctions primarily do not generate profit through the sale of items, but rather through the cultivation of connections. The essence of an auction is not merely to sell goods, but to serve as a platform for social networking. Truly valuable and precious items are typically traded discreetly and do not appear at auctions. At that moment, a female auctioneer ascended to the platform. She wore a black dress adorned with shimmering stars, elegantly bordered with golden trim. Her long, lustrous hair was elegantly gathered in an intricate updo, with 2 delicate strands cascading gently at her forehead and a subtle plum blossom marking her brow. Her eyes sparkled like peach blossoms, exuding charm and allure. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure tall and poised, with curves that were both enticing and graceful, resembling a ripe peach in its maturity. The low-cut dress subtly revealed a pristine white bodice beneath, devoid of any complex patterns, yet perfectly accentuating her ample bosom, which rose like 2 radiant moons, irresistibly drawing the gaze of onlookers. Her flat abdomen and slender waist, complemented by alluring curves, created a striking contrast, embodying a beauty that was both voluptuous and delicate. The moment she appeared on the auction stage, she instantly became the focal point of all present. Men gazed with desire and possessiveness, while women looked on with jealousy and intense envy. How beautiful! Ning Fan couldn't help but marvel. Beautiful women invariably captivate attention, even if one cannot possess them. Stealing a few glances is hardly a loss. Be cautious. Her name is Hehuan, the auctioneer of this event, and she possesses a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. If you wish to gaze upon her, indulge in a few more looks. However, refrain from harboring excessive thoughts. You are unworthy of her, and she holds no interest in you. A faint voice, tinged with a hint of jealousy, echoed from Yulianer. I am aware of this. Ning Fan nodded and replied, I may not possess profound wisdom, yet I do have a modicum of self-awareness. Yulianer remarked. Hehuan is undeniably a stunning beauty, having mastered the art of allure, exuding boundless charm with every subtle gesture and smile. Many men, unaware, find themselves irresistibly drawn to her. At the auction, their emotions may run high, leading to impulsive expenditures. While I do not begrudge your appreciation for beauty, be wary not to let such allure sway your emotions indiscriminately, lest you lose your rationality and squander your hard-earned money. Earning a living is no easy feat for anyone. Ning Fan remarked, I shall exercise caution. To indulge in the beauty before me, spending a little more seems worthwhile. Yet, I fear the prospect of being unable to savor this beauty while squandering my resources. That would indeed be a misfortune. To safeguard my finances, I must resolutely decline any entanglements with opportunistic women. He was a distinguished talisman master, and as his skills advanced, he could inscribe 6 talismans daily, achieving a success rate of 3 or even 4. Nevertheless, earning a living remained a formidable challenge. The auction commenced, heralded by the voice of Yuhanchi. Our first item for bid is a top-tier Breaking Realm pill. The cultivation of Qi is categorized into 9 levels. The initial 3 levels encompass the early stage of Qi cultivation, the middle 3 levels represent the mid-stage, and the final 3 levels signify the late stage. At the 4th level, one encounters a minor bottleneck, and similarly, a bottleneck arises at the 7th level. Such obstacles may lead to stagnation, ranging from a mere 2 or 3 years to as much as 5, 6, or even 10 years. At this juncture, a Breaking Realm pill can swiftly shatter the bottleneck, propelling one into the next realm and saving several years of arduous effort. As for the cost, a cultivator may only consume it once in their lifetime. Its efficacy diminishes entirely upon a second intake. The starting bid was set at 3,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100 stones. Let the auction begin. As her words resonated, guests on the first floor began to engage in conversations, while those in the second floor private rooms also exchanged thoughts. Everyone understood that their wealth was not easily acquired. Prudence was essential when parting with their hard-earned money. In external shops, the Breaking Realm pill was priced at a mere 2,500 spirit stones, rendering its auction price a steep 500 stones above the norm. Yulianer analyzed that while some shops offered the pill, the delivery time could be unpredictable, often leading to delays. "I shall purchase it," she declared. Ningfan remarked, "I have already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. If I rely solely on my own efforts, I cannot fathom how much time it would take. Thus, I shall depend on this safety net." "Then you should purchase it. Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares," he added. Yulianer interjected, "The price must not exceed 3,500 spirit stones. If it surpasses this amount, we shall forego the purchase." "Agreed." Ningfan nodded and immediately announced a price: 3,100 spirit stones. 3,200 spirit stones, shouted someone from the living room. 3,300 spirit stones. Ningfan stated his price and added, "This is my maximum offer. Should it exceed this amount, I shall refrain from purchasing." The individual, initially intent on raising the bid, fell into silence. Ultimately, the boundary-breaking pill was auctioned for 300 spirit stones. As the auction proceeded to the next item, the premium talisman, a formidable defensive artifact akin to the protection of a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, was introduced. This talisman required blood to refine and could preserve one's life in moments of peril, usable up to 9 times. The starting bid was set at 4,000 spirit stones. Yuhanchi remarked, presenting the jade talisman, which was approximately the size of a palm. Intricate and profound patterns adorned its surface, their complexity inducing a sense of headache with but a mere glance. The talisman was a variant of conventional talismans. While ordinary talismans were inscribed upon paper and rendered useless after a single use, talismans like this, existing between talismans and magical treasures, could unleash formidable attacks without immediate depletion, provided they were recharged. The bidding escalated. 4,300 spirit stones, 4,500 spirit stones, 5,000 spirit stones, and 5,500 spirit stones, culminating at 6,500 spirit stones. Next, Yuhanchi continued the auction. A succession of valuable items graced the stage, each commanding increasingly higher bids. Among them were 5-color earth, utilized for crafting earth-attributed magical treasures. Qinghuan fire, which could refine one's magical essence or aid in alchemy. Tai divine water, for soul refinement and enhancement. And Xin gold, a crucial material for crafting various magical artifacts. The 500-year Zhu fruit, upon consumption, could augment one's magical power, while Xinhuang Dan, infused with Xinhuang energy, could refine one's vitality. The Martial Saint pill increased the probability of breaking through to Martial Saint by 10%. Hundreds of rare and exotic items continued to be auctioned, yet over 10 items remained unsold, ultimately failing to attract bids. Throughout the auction, 2 or 3 individuals consistently raised their voices in an attempt to elevate the atmosphere, evidently acting as shills, some of whom, due to their excessive bidding, ended up acquiring items for themselves. Once the auction concluded, a stream of items was delivered. Ningfan purchased 2 items. One was the Breakthrough pill, and the other was the Martial Saint pill. The Breakthrough pill cost him 300 spirit stones, while the Martial Saint pill was priced at 5,000 spirit stones, which was merely the starting bid at the auction, with no one else bidding. The creation of the Martial Saint pill is quite challenging, requiring a second-tier alchemist to refine it, thereby increasing the probability of becoming a Martial Saint by a mere 10%, leading to the birth of a spiritual root. This particular pill is rather lackluster. Firstly, it boasts only a 10% success rate, leaving a daunting 90% chance of failure. Many individuals who consume it find no effect whatsoever, with the odds being far less favorable than anticipated. Secondly, it is only effective upon the first consumption. Subsequent attempts yield no benefit. Thirdly, even in the event of success, should one ascend to the rank of martial saint and nurture a spiritual root, it is most often of inferior quality. The chances of establishing a foundation with a low-grade spiritual root are a mere 1 in 100, or even 1 in 1,000. It seems to serve little purpose. Yu Lianer spoke with a tinge of sympathy for a certain individual. Truly valuable items do not appear at auctions. They have long been claimed by those with foresight. What surfaces at auctions is mostly an array of seemingly prestigious yet ultimately worthless items. The martial saint pill epitomizes this notion of being the most inconsequential among them. Its utility is minimal. Failure results in significant losses, and success also brings about considerable disappointment. My wife is immortal, and I procured this pill for her in hopes of altering her fate. It hardly cost a fortune. Ning Fan uttered these words with a serene demeanor. Upon arriving at the White Jade Pavilion, one could procure a superior female cultivator for a mere 5,000 spirit stones. These individuals are not only youthful and possess remarkable beauty, but also come with comprehensive after-sales service, including the resolution of any potential complications. Yu Lianer's eyes shimmered with an unusual light as she began to offer her assessment. Your approach is somewhat disadvantageous. The White Jade Pavilion primarily deals in the sale of slaves. Many young girls, some as young as 3 or 4, reside within its walls. From their earliest years, they are nurtured and trained, and once their education is complete and they reach an appropriate age, they are sold. This process yields a profit of at least several thousand spirit stones. In cases involving exceptional individuals, the price can be even higher. Rather than spending 5,000 spirit stones on a martial saint pill to cultivate one's wife into a martial saint and awaken her spiritual roots, it would be more prudent to acquire a high-quality female cultivator as a concubine for the same price. I have been with Siener for nearly a decade, and a sense of attachment has developed. As Ning Fan spoke, he stowed away the 2 items into his storage pouch and paid the corresponding spirit stones for the auction. It's all up to you, said Yu Lianer. Wait, there is another trading event. Many will bring forth their possessions for exchange, bartering goods. If there is a shortfall, spirit stones can be used as a supplement. Once the auction concluded, most attendees departed, but a dozen or so remained, venturing into another lounge. Yu Lianer led the way, with Ning Fan following closely behind. Upon entering the lounge, some concealed their identities with masks or hats, while others revealed their true appearances. A grand round table dominated the room, surrounded by scattered chairs. The cultivators took their seats, exchanging glances but refraining from conversation. Just then, the door swung open, admitting a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, with a stern demeanor and piercing eyes reminiscent of an eagle. He exuded an unmistakable aura of foundational cultivation without any pretense. The cultivators present sensed this, and their expressions grew respectful. My name is Jiang Shan, the middle-aged man declared. I am in charge of this trading event and responsible for maintaining order. I hope you will all show me some respect and adhere to a modicum of decorum. Jiang Shan took a seat and fell silent. The cultivators exchanged glances, and one spoke up. I am at the 9th level of Qi Refinement and wish to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. I require some resources for that, specifically a pulse-guarding pill. I offer a 2nd-tier talisman in exchange. He produced a 2nd-tier talisman and lightly placed it on the table. The other cultivators, intrigued, stood to examine it closely, confirming its authenticity. Are you a 2nd-tier talisman master? Yu Lianer inquired curiously. I am still a high-grade 1st-tier talisman master, but I occasionally have the fortune to craft 2nd-tier talismans, the cultivator replied. This talisman is called the Golden Arrow Talisman, comparable to a strike from a cultivator at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. Carrying it while hunting beasts or confronting other cultivators serves as a trump card for survival in critical moments. The other cultivators began to ask questions. The pulse-guarding pill is valued at no less than 100,000 spirit stones, yet in practice, acquiring it with spirit stones alone is quite challenging. One must offer items of equivalent rank for barter. The Golden Arrow Talisman, being a 2nd-tier talisman, is a suitable exchange among items of the same rank. Pills are typically much more precious than talismans. Ultimately, a Golden Arrow Talisman, valued at 5,000 spirit stones, was traded for a pulse-guarding pill. As this transaction concluded, Others began to speak up, presenting various unique items for exchange: pulse guarding pills, second-tier talismans, second-tier formations, peak first-tier puppets, secret arts for foundation establishment, cultivation techniques, and more. Numerous rare items appeared, none of which were available at the auction outside. In this exchange, spirit stones were quite common. Negotiations ensued as cultivators bartered, each inquiring about the items on offer. "I intend to purchase that peak first-tier puppet," Ningfan communicated to Yu Liener. "All right, just a moment," she replied, then inquired, "What is the price of that peak first-tier puppet?" "Approximately 100,000 spirit stones," the puppet master responded. "It took me 3 years to craft this peak first-tier puppet. Utilizing many materials, the production cost alone was 20,000 spirit stones. A peak first-tier puppet is comparable to a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Having such a puppet accompany you is akin to having a 9th level cultivator as a bodyguard. With 10 of these puppets, even a foundation establishment cultivator would think twice before approaching." Some cultivators, unaware of the intricacies, found this reasoning convincing. However, those familiar with the details shook their heads slightly, recognizing the pitfalls hidden beneath the surface. Yu Liener chuckled at this. While a peak first-tier puppet may rival the strength and speed of a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator, its joints lack agility. Its nimbleness pales in comparison to that of an actual 9th level cultivator. In genuine combat, it would merely serve as a large target. Moreover, operating a peak first-tier puppet requires mid-grade spirit stones as energy. Just to engage this puppet in battle for 5 minutes necessitates the use of consciousness. A Qi refinement cultivator can only control 1. 2 would be exceedingly unwieldy. As for 10, only a foundation establishment cultivator possesses the necessary consciousness for that. But when one reaches the foundation establishment stage, would they still require 10 peak first-tier puppets for assistance? The puppet master felt a headache coming on as he listened to this. Certain arguments might deceive novices, but those in the know cannot be easily fooled. "What price do you intend to offer, and what will you exchange?" the puppet master queried. "I am well aware of the market conditions. You cannot deceive me." Yu Liener maintained her calm demeanor, stating, "The price for a peak first-tier puppet ranges between 50,000 and 100,000 spirit stones. Choosing the highest price does not justify the value. I will exchange this with you." She produced a jar of fine wine, saying, "This jar of spiritual wine is a pinnacle of first-tier Bodhi wine. How do you find this in exchange for your puppet?" She placed the jar on the table. The puppet master stepped forward, opened it, and inhaled deeply, instantly revitalized. "This is indeed a fine item," he exclaimed. "This jar of spiritual wine is worth at most 30,000 spirit stones. I feel at a disadvantage." "Haha, you speak of last year's auction prices," Yu Liener replied. "Bodhi wine is primarily made from Bodhi leaves, combined with various ingredients in the brewing process. Since Bodhi leaves are rare, its circulation in the market is limited. Now, tell me, can you purchase Bodhi wine with 30,000 spirit stones in the market?" The puppet master fell silent, contemplating, before finally admitting, "No, spirit stones are not omnipotent. They cannot procure many items, especially rare ones." Yu Liener continued, "Bodhi wine, when sipped, can briefly enhance one's comprehension. If consumed during the foundation establishment process, it may slightly increase the chances of success. Bodhi wine can bolster a cultivator's mental strength. To achieve foundation establishment, one must attain a harmonious state of spirit, energy, and essence. While enhancing vital energy and magical power is manageable, augmenting mental strength is considerably more challenging. Bodhi wine is one of the few treasures capable of enhancing mental strength. Of course, for a cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement, sipping a bit of Bodhi wine may yield negligible benefits. However, for one at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, the mental strength gained from Bodhi wine can provoke a dramatic transformation. Discussing prices in isolation holds little significance. What truly matters is the utility of the item to oneself. What is invaluable to oneself may be mere rubble to another. The puppet master listened, finding her arguments compelling, yet stubbornly replied, "Your reasoning is sound. Yet a peak first-tier puppet is worth at least 50,000 spirit stones, while your Bodhi wine is merely valued at 20,000 spirit stones. I find myself at a loss. At the very least, you must provide me with 2 jars of Bodhi wine and a sum of 10,000 spiritual stones. How can one conduct business in such a manner?" Yu Liener remarked, "I only possess 1 jar of Bodhi wine. The second jar is no longer available. In the realm of cultivation, longevity holds paramount significance, while combat prowess is secondary. With ample lifespan, one can employ numerous methods to enhance their fighting capability. Conversely, should one's life be fleeting, even the mightiest strength is rendered futile. Artifacts that augment combat strength pale in comparison to those that elevate one's cultivation. A peak first-tier puppet merely enhances the combat ability of a chi refinement cultivator. However, Bodhi wine possesses the potential to assist one in transcending their current realm. The puppet master felt a surge of interest. While they could create puppets to bolster a cultivator's strength, their status was still inferior to that of an alchemist. This was because alchemists could concoct various elixirs that aid cultivators in breaking through realms or extending their lifespan, whereas puppet masters could only enhance compatibility, proving ineffective in both transcending realms and prolonging life. Clinging to their final vestiges of stubbornness, they declared, "No, this is too disadvantageous for me. Very well. I shall offer 100 high-grade talismans as a substitute. If you agree, we will proceed. If not, let us speak no further." Hehuan also took a step back. All right, let it be so. The two parties engaged in a relentless back and forth, testing each other's resolve. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. The puppet master was elated. For the manufacturing cost was merely 10,000 spiritual stones, and the time expended was only a year. Yet they secured a jar of Bodhi wine and 100 talismans in exchange. The Bodhi wine is immensely beneficial for breakthroughs in cultivation. He had indeed profited. Hehuan, too, felt a surge of joy within her heart. The raw materials for Bodhi wine cost only 5,000 spiritual stones, although the time required was considerable, 3 years. With 5 jars of Bodhi wine remaining, she could part with 1 for this transaction, retaining 4 for her own use. A peak first-tier puppet would not offer him substantial aid, yet Ning Fan, being merely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, possessed insufficient cultivation. Acquiring a peak first-tier puppet would ensure his protection. Both parties were satisfied, each believing they had gained an advantage, yet outwardly, they wore expressions of apparent loss. Approximately 2 hours later, the transaction was officially concluded. Hehuan ascended the carriage once more. Ning Fan also boarded the carriage. "Sister, why must we take this carriage?" "Its speed is rather slow," he inquired with curiosity. "It is for our safety," Hehuan replied. "The Red Dust Tower serves as a trading platform, enhancing the security of transactions. Furthermore, should we choose to depart alone, any mishap along the way would not be the tower's responsibility. By taking this carriage, no one would dare to attack us. Our journey home is undoubtedly secure. For cultivators like us, safety is of utmost importance." Upon returning home, Ning Fan reflected on all that had transpired at the Red Dust Tower. Accompanying this sister today had indeed broadened his horizons, allowing him a glimpse into a corner of the celestial realm. He then opened his storage pouch and retrieved 3 items. One was a Martial Saint pill, which could aid a Grandmaster in breaking through to the Martial Saint level. Another was a Breaking Boundary pill, designed to assist in overcoming minor bottlenecks in the chi refining stage, and the last was a peak-tier puppet, which could serve as a defensive barrier against certain foes, ensuring his survival. The first 2 items he had purchased with his own funds, but the latter was quite expensive. Hehuan had provided a jar of Bodhi wine, which appeared to be worth merely 20,000 spirit stones on the surface. He felt a profound debt of gratitude towards her. The burdens of obligation were accumulating, and repayment in the future seemed increasingly daunting, akin to Jing Ke's indebtedness to Prince Dan. Ultimately, he might have to pay with his life. Enough of these tangled thoughts. He resolved, "I shall focus on breaking through to the 4th level of chi refining." He then entered a secluded chamber, intending to overcome the minor bottleneck. After securely closing the door, he seated himself on a mat and began to circulate his cultivation technique. A copious amount of spiritual energy flooded into his body, continually nourishing him. The energy was progressively refined, transforming into magical power, yet rather than being stored in his dantian, it overflowed outward. It was as if a bucket was filled to the brim, incapable of holding any more water. Any additional water would spill over. At this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of chi refining. Within his dantian, he had already accumulated 80 strands of magical power. If he could condense this power into a vortex, he would ascend to the 4th level. However, a minor bottleneck existed at this stage. Many cultivators had faltered at this juncture, ultimately failing and requiring a period of recuperation to heal from their injuries. Once recovered, they often found themselves uncertain of how much time would elapse before they could attempt the breakthrough again. With a stroke of good fortune, it might take 3 to 5 years. With ill fate, it could extend to 10 years. The path forward grew increasingly arduous. Ordinary cultivators, by the age of 60, typically remained at either the 4th or 5th level of chi refining. This was not a rarity, but rather the common state among most practitioners. Retrieving the breaking boundary pill. Ning Fan hesitated for a fleeting moment. After a brief contemplation, he decided to set the pill aside, gradually adjusting his state. When he felt sufficiently prepared, he suddenly activated his technique, causing his magical power to gather with intense vigor, undergoing dramatic transformations. Suddenly, a vortex began to form, trembling violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse at any moment. Ning Fan exerted his mental strength to forcefully suppress the turbulent forces. The whirlpool of magical energy collided violently, causing intense shockwaves that affected his dantian, which began to show cracks as if on the brink of total destruction. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Relying on sheer willpower, Ning Fan exerted forceful control. His magical energy underwent a tumultuous transformation. Buzzing incessantly, it resembled a fireball restrained by an overwhelming force, on the verge of exploding. He persistently endeavored to exert control and tame the chaotic energy. As the vortex of magical power quaked violently, as time trickled by, the once frenzied beast gradually became tranquil, and the erratic vortex began to stabilize and organize itself. In that moment, four vortices of magical energy manifested within his dantian, each encapsulating the other, the innermost being the smallest and the outermost the largest. They exerted mutual restraint and influence, forming a powerful and wondrous magnetic field that upheld stability. At last, he had achieved the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Ning Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally succeeded. At this moment, his dantian was damaged and under the intense impact. The meridians throughout his body had also suffered harm, resulting in concealed injuries at various locations. He had barely managed to achieve this success, and it felt rather fortuitous. Nevertheless, he had, at last, accomplished his goal. The injuries to his dantian and the damages to his meridians would heal with a month of rest. Though he had reached the 4th level of Qi training, he remained a mere novice, pitifully weak. Yet, he had met the standards to be an Outer Sect disciple, no longer relying solely on his skills to attain that status as he had in the past. Ning Fan smiled, his heart filled with joy. In his previous life, power had been an intoxicating allure. Even 70-year-old men were spirited and showed no signs of fatigue. However, once stripped of power, they instantly seemed devoid of vitality, aging significantly. Immortality, this was an obsession far greater than power. Especially as he practiced daily, sensing the enhancement of his magical abilities and experiencing the essence of life, undergoing a comprehensive transformation. This sensation was far more captivating than the allure of power. The breakthrough elixir had been preserved. Ning Fan smiled. The path of the heavens rewards diligence. Possessing 3 principal functions. The 3rd function is eternal resilience, devoid of any bottlenecks. While others may meet all requisite conditions, the probability of failure in transcending to the next realm remains significantly high. As long as he fulfills the corresponding standards across various aspects, he can effortlessly ascend to the next level, disregarding any limitations. Opening the panel. Relevant data emerge forth. Name: Ning Fan. Age: 30 years. Realm: Qi Refinement Level 4, 0160. Physical body: 1st stage early, 20100. Spiritual power: 1st stage late, 20100. Technique: Pure Yang Formula skills: Talisman crafting, 1st stage upper. Proficient: Spiritual agriculture, 1st stage lower. Proficient: Spells: Spiritual rain technique, perfected. Soil nourishment technique, perfected. Spiritual fire technique, perfected. Spiritual insect technique, perfected. Spiritual seed technique, perfected. The panel's data underwent a profound transformation, adding indicators for physical prowess and spiritual power. New metrics emerged, contingent upon one's understanding. The essence of cultivation lies in the gradual enhancement of one's vitality, spirit, and mind. Magical power pertains to Qi, the physical body to Jing, and consciousness. Along with spiritual power, corresponds to Shun. The panel's data presented a candid comparison. My corporeal form remains relatively feeble, yet my spiritual power is formidable, surpassing the majority of mid-level Qi refiners and rivaling those at the late stages. Ning Fan pondered deeply. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a traveler that his mental prowess was notably robust, while his physical form remained rather frail. Consequently, it seemed imperative for him to focus on enhancing his corporeal strength, diligently practicing various body-refining techniques to bolster his physique. Ning Fan pondered deeply, contemplating the path ahead. Feeling a slight headache, In theory, the harmonious development of essence, energy, and spirit is the true way. If any one of these aspects falters, the probability of establishing a solid foundation diminishes significantly. Conversely, if all three progress concurrently and reach a high level, the chances of solidifying a foundation increase markedly. However, the reality is that attempting to learn everything often results in mastering nothing. Striving for comprehensiveness ultimately leads to mediocrity in all areas. For Qi practitioners, the lifespan is merely 120 years, and after the age of 60, vitality begins to wane. Many ordinary practitioners with inferior or medium-grade spiritual roots may reach the 9th level of Qi cultivation before turning 60, achieving a singular opportunity to break through to foundation establishment, which is already a stroke of divine favor. As for the simultaneous advancement of essence, energy, and spirit, there simply isn't sufficient time or lifespan to achieve this. Moreover, such a balanced progression demands resources that are several times, if not a dozen times, greater than those required by ordinary practitioners. Without ample financial means, such aspirations remain unattainable. It would be wise to temporarily relinquish this pursuit. Once I embark on the cultivation of body-refining techniques to strengthen my physique, my Qi cultivation speed will substantially decrease, and the financial expenditure will increase as well. Thus, it is prudent to set this aside for the time being. Ning Fan pondered briefly, resolutely deciding to refrain from cultivating physical techniques for the time being. He chose to focus primarily on refining his Qi. One must learn to relinquish certain desires and possess self-awareness. He was neither a top-tier genius like Neza nor an exceptional talent akin to Shingongbao. Rather, he was merely an ordinary groundhog. His innate abilities were mediocre, possessing only a low-grade spiritual root, lacking any influential background or connections. He could not rely on familial power but had to depend solely on his own efforts to inscribe talismans and earn a living. Being a groundhog, he should not impose Neza's standards upon himself. He also wondered about Ning Shui. What level of cultivation had she reached now? Ning Fan suddenly recalled the little maid Hehuan from days gone by, now a true disciple, Ning Shui. Among all things of lesser quality, only those with high spiritual roots stand out. This senior sister has transformed her fate through her spiritual affinity. As she approached the outer edges of the Hehuan Sect in Stin City, she ventured deeper into a succession of mountains. The spiritual energy here was abundant, emanating a misty aura that felt dreamlike, reminiscent of a celestial realm. The mountains undulated gracefully, with celestial cranes soaring high above, waterfalls cascading down the rugged cliffs, ancient pine trees standing proudly on the precipices, and various spiritual beasts frolicking in the verdant expanse. Interspersed among these were medicinal gardens, where spiritual herbalists tended to precious herbs. Jialan Peak was as picturesque as a poem. Perched upon the peaks were numerous caves, interconnected with the underground spiritual veins, their rich energies creating ideal sanctuaries for cultivation. Within one such cave, the furnishings were quite minimalist, merely a table, a chair, a bed, and a mat. Seated gracefully upon the mat was a beautiful woman, clad in a delicate blue dress, her skin resembling white jade, radiating an ethereal aura. With her eyes closed, she sat in meditation, her heart and mind directed heavenward. As her cultivation technique flowed, the surrounding spiritual energy converged around her, seeping into her meridians through her pores. Gradually, it coursed through her body's channels, filtered by her spiritual root, and transformed into magical power. With each breath, the ambient spiritual energy fluctuated ever so slightly. After a considerable time, she suddenly opened her eyes, her cultivation ceasing as the surrounding energy gradually dissipated. She had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, a remarkable achievement. Ning Shui spoke, a flicker of joy passing across her countenance. Having commenced her cultivation at the tender age of 14 and traversed through a protracted span of time, she had finally ascended to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. At this juncture, she was tantalizingly close to reaching the foundation establishment realm. Reflecting upon her accomplishments, a subtle smile graced Ning Shui's icy demeanor. She then rose from her bed, retrieving a mirror, followed by an assortment of cosmetics from her storage pouch, preparing herself with meticulous care. After an elaborate beautification process, her features radiated even greater allure. Her elegantly arched brows framed her bright, enchanting eyes, which sparkled with a captivating brilliance. Her petite, rosy nose complemented her luscious, cherry-red lips, which appeared ripe and inviting, while her delicate fingers resembled jade shoots. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded gracefully, contrasting with her snow-white, slender neck. Her shoulders were sculpted, and her bosom was full and firm, accentuating her slender waist and elongated figure. Adorned in a pale blue silk phoenix skirt, as light as a cicada's wing, the hem was pleated intricately, while she wore red silk trousers underneath, embellished with a subtle floral pattern, both warm and aesthetically pleasing. A black sash, adorned with golden threads, accentuated her graceful waist, enhancing her curvaceous silhouette, exuding an aura of ethereal beauty as she emerged from her abode to pay her respects to her teacher. The celestial fairy Jialan nodded approvingly, remarking, "Indeed, your progress is commendable. Achieving the 9th layer of Qi refinement at merely 30 years of age is impressive." Ning Shui humbly replied, "I owe much to your guidance. Without your assistance, my cultivation would not have advanced so swiftly." Ning Shui spoke, revealing her exceptional spiritual root, which allowed her to cultivate at an accelerated pace, an undeniable advantage. Over the years, her mentor had provided her with considerable assistance, guiding her through the cultivation of the 3rd tier of spiritual veins while she consumed various high-grade spiritual herbs and elixirs, along with undertaking beneficial tasks. Her current accomplishments were attributable to her innate talent, which accounted for half, while her mentor's guidance and support constituted the other half. "Indeed," remarked the celestial Jilan, "yet this is merely insufficient. Given your superior spiritual root, my expectations for you transcend those of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. I aspire for you to become a purple mansion cultivator and even to aspire towards the golden core stage. Our Harmony Sect is not lacking in low-tier laborers or expendable resources. What we truly lack are elite cultivators. The worth of a Nascent Soul cultivator surpasses that of 10 golden core cultivators. You must broaden your vision and perceive a more expansive world, rather than confining yourself to a limited domain." The disciple expressed her understanding, yet pondered, "But how shall I proceed?" The celestial Jilan replied, "To traverse the path of cultivation for the long haul, it is imperative to cultivate your essence, energy, and spirit in unison, advancing together without any shortcomings or deficiencies. Early-stage weaknesses and flaws will magnify in the latter stages, hindering your progress and creating formidable shackles. Merely reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement is inadequate. Henceforth, you must prioritize the tempering of your physical body and the honing of your mental faculties. This tome, Jade Maiden Technique, can assist you in refining your physique. If cultivated to its utmost limit, it may lead to the realm of the 3rd tier precious body. This other volume, Starry Scripture, primarily focuses on visualizing the stars, gradually refining the soul and mental strength to attain an exalted state. With that, she presented 2 jade slips before her. Ning Shui gently nodded, accepting the information and pressing it to her forehead, instantly inundated by a torrent of knowledge. The information comprised text, illustrations, and various unique elixirs as supplementary aids. "Thank you, Master." Ning Shui respectfully expressed her deep gratitude. The celestial maiden of Jialan remarked, "In the past, had you not reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, I would not have permitted you to cultivate these 2 techniques. However, your progress has been remarkably swift, and you may now attempt to practice these methods. Be not hasty, and refrain from hastening into the foundation establishment realm. Rather, focus on solidifying your foundations. Only with a firm grounding can you traverse the path ahead with greater distance." Ning Shui spoke, "Disciple understands." The celestial lady Jialan replied, "You have also practiced for a while. It is time for you to visit the immortal city. Within the immortal city, there are many delightful attractions, exquisite delicacies, and splendid garments for you to explore. We cultivators must learn to balance diligence with leisure. After enduring rigorous training, it is essential to allow oneself some respite. The purpose of cultivation is not only to attain longevity, but also to find joy in life. However, indulging in pleasure is acceptable, yet one must not become ensnared by it." Ning Shui nodded, acknowledging, "Disciple understands, but what of my junior brother Ning?" The enchanting Jilan smiled. "Not long ago, I inquired about him and learned some details. His talent for cultivation is rather mediocre. At the age of 30, he has barely reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. While his aptitude for cultivation may be lackluster, he possesses commendable skills in talisman crafting, having already attained the status of a superior talisman master, which has allowed him to become an outer disciple through his exceptional craftsmanship. He has earned a modest income from his skills and has been making satisfactory progress lately. If he continues to exert effort, there remains a 10% chance he may achieve foundation establishment. Should he become a foundation establishment cultivator, he would qualify to shed the status of a mere resource and ascend to that of a true disciple." Her tone was unremarkable, as if discussing the affairs of a stranger. The distinctions between outer disciples, inner disciples, and miscellaneous disciples may appear significant, yet fundamentally, they are all similar. They are all resources of the Hehuan Sect, mere cattle and horses of the sect. A vast number may perish today, only to be replaced by another multitude tomorrow. Nevertheless, even the most rudimentary of resources should not be squandered thoughtlessly. Even in death, they ought to possess some measure of value. For it is not impossible that among these resources, fortune may smile upon a few, giving rise to exceptional talents. Resources, too, bear a certain worth. Ning Shui remarked. Ning Shidi, the probability of foundation establishment is merely 1 in 10. What then is my chance? To which the celestial maiden Ji Lan responded. For those practitioners of Qi with average talent, foundation establishment is akin to reaching the pinnacle of their lives, a veritable leap into the heavens. Yet for you, it is but the commencement of your journey. Under my guidance, we are not lacking in disciples who have established their foundations. What we truly seek are disciples of the Purple Mansion and Golden Core. Ning Shui spoke. Master, I intend to learn a craft. The serene demeanor of the celestial Ji Lan shifted dramatically, turning cold and unforgiving in an instant. The air around them became heavy and frigid. Why such severity? The voice of Ji Lan was tinged with indifference. For these years, my apprentice has consumed considerable resources of the sect, as well as those of the master. I feel somewhat remorseful, Ning Shui confessed. To enjoy and take without contributing, I find it difficult to accept. The initially frigid tone of Ji Lan softened. Your awareness of this matter is commendable. However, you have overlooked a crucial point. The enemy has provisions, and I possess weapons. The enemy's granary is my own storehouse. Every sect prioritizes the enhancement of cultivation and strength. When one lacks something, one must seize it. Only what cannot be taken by force will be sought through trade, cultivation, or nurturing. In our Hehuan Sect, the gifted disciples primarily dedicate their time to cultivation, placing the elevation of their prowess above all. It is only those of mediocre or poor talent who resort to learning a craft or mastering alchemy, talismans, and formations. Do you understand, my little disciple? Ning Shui nodded, acknowledging, disciple understands. Yet I find myself somewhat bored and intend to strike a balance between work and leisure. Mastering a craft can also serve as a means of respite. The celestial lady Jiao Lan responded, my skills are rather modest, having attained the 2nd tier of excellence. I am proficient in alchemy, talisman crafting, artifact forging, and array formations. Yet I can still offer you some guidance. She intended to personally instruct her disciple, allowing her to manage the time effectively. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Ning Fan felt a surge of elation. He retrieved a jar of wine and indulged in a hearty drink. The spirit coursed through him, bubbling and gurgling within. Its flavor refreshingly delightful and utterly enchanting. At that moment, Qin Xianu emerged, remarking, my dear husband, you seem to be in high spirits. He chuckled, indeed. Fortune smiles upon me. I have reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, marking my status as a mid-stage cultivator. Ning Fan smiled, commencing to share his happiness and joy with his wife. Qin Xianu listened attentively and remarked, congratulations, my husband, heartfelt congratulations. Your cultivation has made significant progress, and the prospect of foundation establishment appears promising. Although there remains a considerable distance to foundation establishment, and even reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement seems quite distant, there is finally a glimmer of hope. It is conceivable that before turning 60, there exists a chance to attain the 9th layer of Qi refinement and an opportunity to challenge foundation establishment. Ning Fan smiled, possessing a low-grade spiritual root. His innate talent was rather poor. In the absence of resources and a supportive background, it might take 2 centuries for him to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, relying solely on his own diligence, he managed to attain this milestone before the age of 60, an extraordinary achievement indeed. My dear husband, what do you think of the spiritual garment I have woven? Qin Xianu inquired, seemingly a bit boastful as she produced a piece of clothing. In the realm of cultivation, various professions exist, one of which is the spiritual weaver, whose status is not as esteemed as that of alchemists, weapon artisans, or talisman makers. Their primary responsibility is to craft various forms of magical attire and spiritual garments. Since her arrival in the inner city, Qin Xianu could no longer engage in manual labor or cultivate spiritual rice. Consequently, she turned to the art of spiritual weaving, dedicating herself to the creation of assorted spiritual garments. Given her limited experience and the brevity of her time spent learning, the quality of her creations remained rather average. Nonetheless, it served to occupy her time and generate a modest income. Ning Fan took it over and examined it meticulously, then remarked, "Quite impressive, indeed a remarkable item." He retrieved a pill bottle and handed it over. "This is a gift for you." "What is this?" "This is a Martial Saint pill, which can assist you in ascending to the Martial Saint realm. However, the success rate is not particularly high, standing at merely 10%. Ning Fan spoke, "Of course. If we fail, it is of no great consequence. Do not bear too much psychological pressure." He presented the Martial Saint pill, valued at no less than 5,500 spirit stones. Qin Xian'er was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face as she opened the vial. She beheld the familiar yet unfamiliar elixir. Why familiar? Because she had encountered this pill several times, studying it on multiple occasions. Why unfamiliar? For this was the first time she had physically touched it. As a mortal devoid of spiritual roots, she could only cultivate such roots upon entering the Martial Saint realm. She had thoroughly investigated special pills capable of aiding one's ascension to the Martial Saint level, only to discover that they were far beyond her financial means. Yet, this Martial Saint pill had now come into her possession. "Husband, I do not deserve this." Qin Xian'er wept softly while clutching the pill, feeling an overwhelming sense of unworthiness. In the past, when Ning Fan had been impoverished, he could only marry a mortal woman as a compromise. However, having now ascended to the status of a superior talisman master, his standing and wealth had increased, allowing him the option to take a remarkable female cultivator as a concubine or partner. One must possess self-awareness, understanding one's own worth. Qin Xian'er considered herself beautiful, yet she was ultimately a mortal woman. Once she surpassed 30, age would inevitably diminish her allure, leaving her vulnerable to being supplanted by younger, more enchanting concubines or partners, gradually rendering her obsolete. She had mentally prepared herself for such marginalization. Her pursuit of spiritual weaving was driven by the need to provide for her family. Should there come a day when Ning Fan no longer held her in esteem, and a new partner sought to oppress her, she would choose to leave home, allowing them to continue their lives while she lived independently outside. This, she believed, would prevent mutual disdain. Yet now, her husband had directly spent over 5,000 spirit stones to gift her a Martial Saint pill. She truly felt unworthy. With 5,000 spirit stones, one could acquire a docile, obedient, and beautiful female cultivator as a concubine, many aspects of which would far surpass her own. "You are my wife, ah. Do not speak such estranged words. Even if others enter my life in the future, you will always hold the foremost place in my heart." Ning Fan spoke with a rustic charm, declaring, "I love you. If I were to impose a time limit, let it be 10,000 years, loving you for 10,000 years. With a chuckle, he mused that even the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is merely 2,000 years. 10,000 years seemed an eternity. Qin Xian'er smiled, her breath fragrant as orchids. "I do not desire 10,000 years. I only crave the present. Grant me this moment." Although the timing felt slightly amiss, for it was broad daylight, at that instant, Qin Xian'er was profoundly moved. Who would concern themselves with such trivialities as time? Ning Fan smiled as he lifted Qin Xian'er into his arms, carrying her directly into the bedroom. After a brief moment of tenderness, they swiftly transitioned into a more passionate rhythm. Another splendid day unfolded, filled with joy that seemed to erase all worries and sorrows. After a considerable time, Qin Xian'er rose to dress and entered the secret chamber. She retrieved a medicinal pill known as the Martial Sage Elixir and consumed it. A violent churn erupted in her stomach as the elixir rapidly dissolved within her. Waves of intense heat coursed through her body, as if consumed by flames. Under the searing fire, her garments were reduced to ashes, revealing her exquisite figure. Her voluptuous form, complemented by a delicate neck and alabaster bosom, radiated an alluring charm that captivated the senses. The wooden hairpin, dark as night, had unknowingly fallen to the ground. A single strand of her hair cascaded down, brushing against her rosy cheeks, partially concealing her prominent assets while exuding an air of both cold elegance and soft allure. Qin Xian'er endured excruciating pain as her vital energy ignited with fervor, akin to being thrust into a cauldron of alchemical flames, threatening to reduce her to mere ashes. Overcome with thirst, she felt as though she were on the brink of death. "No, I cannot perish," she exclaimed, a flicker of defiance and anger igniting within her. Reflecting upon her life, she recalled her origins in a family of cultivators. Her father, a practitioner himself, had provided a comfortable upbringing until his untimely demise plunged her into hardship. Subsequently, her mother sold her to the Red Dust Pavilion. Within its walls, she was trained by the matron, who instructed her in etiquette and sought to tame her innate defiance. Many once proud women transformed into obedient and docile figures. Qin Xianer, filled with trepidation, could only hope that her future husband would treat her kindly. For countless mortal women who married cultivators, life was often fraught with difficulties. In the eyes of these practitioners, they were mere vessels for reproduction and playthings. If they retained their beauty in youth, they might fare well. However, as age and decline set in, they were often cast aside, or worse, sold again. Amidst her anxieties, she was chosen by Ning Fan and taken away. Although Ning Fan was a cultivator, he cherished her deeply, treating her as a true member of his family. "I cannot accept this," Qin Xianer exclaimed, as flames blazed fiercely, seemingly consuming her very essence. Soon after, she fell into unconsciousness. As she succumbed to darkness, the flames gradually began to extinguish. Slowly, a trace of innate energy was birthed within her being. This primordial energy, though faint, gradually intertwined with her soul, enhancing her spiritual essence and giving rise to a spiritual root. Time flowed on, moment by moment. Ning Fan waited anxiously outside. An hour had passed. Could something have gone awry? Ning Fan pondered, a sudden realization dawning upon him. It seemed he had overlooked certain aspects. The Wuxing pill, capable of aiding cultivators in ascending to the realm of Wuxing, but at what cost? The auctioneer had not disclosed this information, nor had he conducted any inquiries. It appeared he had neglected the potential adverse effects of the Wuxing pill. Ning Fan pondered for a moment before unlocking the door to the secret chamber. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the sight of Qin Xianer, who lay unconscious, her form withering like a wilted flower. Her hair had been scorched to the point of baldness, and every other trace of body hair had been incinerated as well. Qin Xianer appeared to be in a state of utter exhaustion, her vitality waning, as if she were on the brink of death, teetering on the edge of the abyss. Ning Fan contemplated approaching directly, intending to take out a vial of spirit liquor and pour it into her mouth, only to discover that her lips were sealed. Subsequently, he took a sip of the spirit liquor himself and began to transfer it to her mouth in a kiss. With the first sip, then the second, the elixir gradually entered her body, nurturing her frail form. Her withered body began to revive little by little, experiencing a gradual enhancement. Qin Xianer's eyes flickered slightly before she opened them, her voice hoarse. "I am still alive. I have not succumbed to death? You are alive. You have not perished." As Ning Fan spoke, at the moment he consumed the martial sage pill, he felt as though flames engulfed his entire being, an overwhelming surge of vitality being incinerated. He believed he was on the brink of death. Qin Xianer continued, "I apologize for my oversight. I presumed the martial sage pill was akin to the foundation establishment pill. I thought that even if one were to falter in breaking through to the martial sage realm, the worst outcome would merely be a severe depletion of energy, requiring some time for recuperation. However, it appears I have gravely underestimated the potency of the martial sage pill. It is no wonder that many mortals can only consume a single one in their lifetime, for failure equates to death." Ning Fan spoke as he examined his wife's condition. Her vitality had been burned away to an alarming extent, teetering on the precipice of death. She had nearly crossed into the realm of the departed. He had overlooked certain critical aspects. The martial saint pill, akin to the foundation establishment pill, served a pivotal role. The foundation establishment pill could assist in establishing a foundation, enhancing the success rate by threefold. Even in the event of failure, one's life could be preserved. Conversely, the martial saint pill employed drastic measures, incinerating vital energy to catalyze a transcendence of life, directly generating innate energy within the body through such a domineering approach. When this innate energy fused with the soul, it held the potential to give rise to spiritual roots. This method was fraught with peril, with success being nearly synonymous with transformation into a being of virtue. Nonetheless, I have survived. I feel myself on the verge of attaining the martial saint realm, as the innate energy within me begins to nourish my soul. In due time, this innate energy will be depleted, and I shall awaken my spiritual roots." Qin Xianer laughed joyfully, overwhelmed with happiness, and began to weep tears of joy. From this moment forth, she had awakened her spiritual roots. No longer a mere mortal, she had transformed into a cultivator. From this day forth, she had defied fate. "Congratulations on your success." As Ning Fan spoke, he felt a sense of joy for his wife. Upon awakening her spiritual roots, Qin Xianer was enveloped in happiness. However, the cost was immense. The process of awakening her spiritual roots required the burning of her own essence and vitality, which resulted in her body becoming frail and withered. She lacked the strength even to walk, and moving her fingers became a laborious task. Ning Fan could only personally prepare meals for her, feeding her with his own hands. Qin Xianer could only consume the soft spiritual porridge. With each passing day, her condition steadily improved. The innate energy within her continuously manifested, intertwining with her soul to give rise to her spiritual root. By the 5th day, her health had notably improved, allowing her to rise and walk. By the 10th day, she bore little distinction from an ordinary person, though her body still exhibited some weakness, leaving her appearing somewhat languid. After a month had elapsed, Qin Xianer sensed that her innate energy had been depleted, and her form returned to its usual state. At this moment, there were no significant alterations to her appearance. Yet she radiated an ethereal quality. This was a manifestation of the emergence of her spiritual root. Xianer, wait a moment. I shall retrieve the spirit testing plate to assess the quality of your spiritual root. Ning Fan spoke, explaining that the spirit testing disc is categorized into 2 types. One is a simple examination to determine whether an individual possesses a spiritual root. The other is more intricate, capable of assessing the quality of one's spiritual root. The former requires no expense, as a single spirit stone can facilitate the testing of thousands. In contrast, the latter incurs a considerable cost, demanding 10 spirit stones for each assessment. Moments later, Ning Fan returned home with the spirit testing disc, announcing, "You may proceed with the measurement." However, Qin Xianer hesitated, responding, "My dear husband, I prefer not to conduct the test here. I wish to find a different location for a private assessment. Is it truly necessary?" Ning Fan began to voice his complaints. "You were merely a mortal moments ago. And even if fortune smiled upon you and awakened your spiritual roots, the majority would possess inferior roots, with the likelihood of achieving medium-grade roots being exceedingly slim." He continued, "My cultivation speed is somewhat accelerated. Perhaps a grand surprise awaits." Qin Xianer spoke, though her heart fluttered with apprehension. "Very well. Take the measurement plate and proceed to the chamber for your assessment." As Ning Fan spoke, he directly handed over the item. Qin Xianer took the spirit testing plate into the secret chamber and proceeded to calibrate it. Before initiating the test, she took a deep breath, sensing that she was somewhat extraordinary. The higher the quality of one's spiritual root, the more rapidly one could absorb spiritual energy, resulting in an accelerated cultivation speed. Typically, those with inferior roots might require 2 to 3 months to gradually perceive the spiritual energy and then refine their first thread of mana, thus becoming a chi refining practitioner. Yet, she felt decidedly unique and special. In merely 1 hour, she had sensed the spiritual energy and swiftly refined it into her first thread of mana. Within just 10 days, she had condensed 10 threads of mana, forming her first mana vortex. Her cultivation speed appeared remarkably swift. Could it be that upon entering the martial saint realm, her awakened spiritual root allowed her to absorb spiritual energy at an accelerated pace? She hoped she was overthinking it. However, if Qin Xianer contemplated certain matters, unease would invariably ensue. Her right hand rested upon the spirit testing plate. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, gradually reaching 10 breaths without a hint of response. She merely felt the plate rapidly absorbing her breath. Buzzing. On the 15th breath, the spirit testing plate suddenly emitted a black light. Black, signifying a water spiritual root. Qin Xianer exhaled in relief and continued to observe. Before the spirit testing plate, a black light column emerged, continuously rising. The black light column grew to 1 inch, then 2 inches, followed by 3 inches. Finally, it reached 4 inches, consistently ascending until it stabilized at 8 inches. Crack. At that moment, the spirit stone was consumed in the span of a single breath. 8 inches of black. This was impossible. I must have misperceived. Qin Xianer exclaimed in astonishment, her arm trembling slightly. It felt as though her entire worldview had been upended. Perhaps there had been an error. She continued to reassure herself and proceeded to retest. After 3 consecutive tests, the result remained consistent. 8 inches, to be precise, 8 inches and 3. She sat there in a daze. It should have been a moment of joy, yet at that instant, she felt an icy chill enveloping her. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Xianer emerged, her expression tinged with melancholy. How did the testing go? Ning Fan inquired with curiosity. Although his spiritual roots were not particularly exceptional, he remained undaunted. Ning Fan consoled her, saying that possessing a spiritual root was already commendable, and there was no need to overthink other matters. The majority of cultivators, around 95%, ultimately possess inferior spiritual roots. Thus, they are all quite similar, devoid of any discrimination or condescension. How long is your spiritual root? He inquired casually. Black, With a length of 3 inches, Qin Sienna replied. Indeed, a remarkable find. It turns out to be a medium-grade spiritual root. Ning Fan was taken aback. Upon closer inspection of his wife, he felt that she was exceptionally fortunate. Her spiritual root measured 3 inches. According to the spiritual testing plate, roots measuring between 1 inch and 1 inch 9 were classified as inferior quality. Those spanning 2 inches to 4 inches 9 were deemed middle quality. Roots measuring 5 inches to 6 inches 9 were considered superior quality. Roots from 7 inches to 9 inches 9 were classified as earth quality, and a root measuring 1 foot was recognized as heavenly quality. A measurement of 3 inches is quite commendable. You possess a middle-quality spiritual root, akin to winning a substantial prize. This is indeed a positive occurrence, so why the worry? Ning Fan smiled, albeit with some confusion. His husband's talent was lackluster. It was only at the age of 30 that he had barely reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Recently, however, he had ascended to the rank of a superior talisman master, which had enhanced his earning potential and slightly accelerated his cultivation speed. Yet, with the addition of another cultivator, expenses were steadily increasing, thereby imposing an additional burden upon him, as Qin Sienna apologetically remarked. We can only take our time, economize our spending, and work on improving our skills, Ning Fan replied with a faint smile. Although his lips curled in a smile, a bittersweet feeling lingered within him. A life of poverty is far from delightful. The mere addition of a wife in the Qi refinement realm had resulted in a significant increase in expenses. Fortunately, there were no children. Had there been, the financial strain would have been even greater. Not only would it be unaffordable to marry, but also to raise a child. I can learn alchemy to boost our income, Qin Sienna suggested. Let us test it for a month before considering anything further. Talent holds great significance. Some cultivators possess exceptional abilities, reaching the foundation establishment stage in merely 20 years. Others, with average talent, may toil for over 20 years and still only achieve the 4th or 5th level of Qi refinement. There are those with remarkable alchemical talent who can grasp the basics in just 3 to 5 days, rapidly advancing their skills. Conversely, some cultivators, with mediocre alchemical aptitude, may study for 3 to 5 days yet remain utterly confused and inept. Ning Fan provided guidance with due diligence, while Qin Sienna engaged earnestly in her studies. After several days of diligent learning, a conclusion emerged. Qin Sienna possessed only mediocre talent for alchemy. Although she could, through relentless effort and an extensive investment of time, attain the status of an alchemist, the cost-effectiveness would be severely lacking, rendering such an endeavor impractical. It became evident that Qin Sienna was ill-suited to the art of alchemy. After instructing her in the creation of talismans, it became apparent after 5 days that she too lacked the aptitude to become a talisman master. The same was true for her studies in formations and artifact crafting. She was equally unfit for those disciplines. The absence of innate talent meant that forced learning would ultimately lead to losses. There is no need for you to pursue these supplementary skills, he advised. Without the requisite talent, any forced endeavor will merely squander your time and resources. Of course, should you attain a sufficiently high realm of cultivation, then the acquisition of these ancillary skills may become effortless. Given your mid-grade spiritual root, your focus should be on diligent cultivation and the enhancement of your abilities. While it may be beneficial to dabble in certain supplementary skills, if you lack the talent, do not overexert yourself. Ning Fan contemplated, beginning to devise plans for the future. Although I currently lack financial resources, with diligent effort, I can cultivate you to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Once you achieve that, you will be able to undertake missions outside, whether it involves hunting ferocious beasts or pursuing the underground demon clan. The speed at which wealth accumulates will significantly increase. If the enemy has provisions, then I shall possess the weaponry. Their granaries will become my own. Presently, with low cultivation, embarking on certain tasks would merely equate to offering oneself as a sacrifice. However, once you reach the 7th level of Qi refinement, your capabilities and strength will warrant stepping out to strive for success. Wealth is not merely earned, it is seized. At that juncture, the two of them can venture forth together to undertake missions, ensuring greater safety. I feel utterly useless. Am I truly so inept? Qin Sienna spoke in a daze, her expression tinged with despondency. Do not dare to speak of yourself in such a manner. Ning Fan remarked that every individual possesses both strengths and weaknesses, and it is unrealistic to expect perfection from everyone. Very well. Qin Sienna instinctively licked her lips, gazing at her husband across the table. In the past, I was merely a mortal, offering little assistance to you. However, Now that I have ascended to the realm of cultivators and have mastered the purine technique, I can engage in dual cultivation with you, thereby aiding in the enhancement of your own cultivation. The Hehuan Sect is fundamentally a dual cultivation sect, one dedicated to the gathering of energies. This sect offers numerous dual cultivation techniques. While men cultivate the pure yang technique, women practice the pure yin technique. When both genders cultivate together, their progress accelerates significantly. Although the effects may not be immediately evident over time, one can expect an enhancement in cultivation speed ranging from 1 to 3 levels. This method surpasses the efficacy of merely consuming elixirs, refining spirit liquor, or absorbing spiritual energy, yielding results that are markedly superior. This, Ning Fan remarked, it is indeed good. I shall make some preparations. Qin Sienna replied, there is no need for any preparations. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with the essence of spring. Their gazes met, hearts quickening, and the bond between them deepening. In the past, they were merely husband and wife. However, after their shared cultivation, they had transformed into spiritual partners. Spiritual partners, a connection that transcends that of mere spouses. They are companions on the path to enlightenment. Ning Fan effortlessly lifted Qin Sienna and carried her into the bedroom. In the next moment, he gently lowered his head, capturing her delicate crimson lips in a passionate kiss. A delicate fragrance graced Ning Fan's palate, an invigorating sensation that induced a captivating intoxication. Qin Sienna's exquisite frame trembled subtly, a bewitching blush adorning her fair countenance as her ivory hand instinctively met his chest. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her fragrant tongue dancing in a tantalizing rhythm. Her thoughts dissolved into disarray, a mist veiling her enchanting eyes, beneath which lay an ocean of affection. Her body began to radiate with fervent heat, as though consumed by a feverish blaze. Though not their inaugural kiss, this encounter held an unparalleled anticipation, an unprecedented tenderness. Subsequently, their garments gradually relinquished their embrace, as they embarked upon the dual cultivation of yin and yang. The yin and yang energies ceaselessly circulated within their beings, gradually coalescing into a taijutsu, resembling the graceful dance of a dragon and a phoenix. In this moment, they appeared to be striving for a unified whole as the temperature continued its inexorable ascent. Ning Fan was astonished to discover a remarkable acceleration in his cultivation speed. In this state of dual cultivation, it felt as if he had transformed from a humble donkey cart into a sleek Mercedes, racing forward with unprecedented swiftness. This was not merely an enhancement of 2 or 3 levels. It was an astounding tripling of his previous pace. Such rapidity in ordinary dual cultivation was inconceivable. During this shared practice, Ning Fan discerned that his partner's cultivation had astonishingly reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. The speed was utterly astonishing. From the awakening of her spiritual roots to this moment, a mere 3 months had elapsed, a pace that defied belief and was far beyond that of a mid-grade spiritual root. After a considerable time, their dual cultivation came to an end, leaving both feeling somewhat fatigued. While the velocity of cultivation indeed intensified in this state, moderation was imperative. It was advisable to limit their sessions to no more than an hour each day. Prolonged durations would lead to exhaustion for both parties, significantly diminishing their efficiency. Qin Sienna nestled in his embrace, gazing up at him with her lashes fluttering slightly. Something is amiss. You are not of mid-grade spiritual roots, Ning Fan remarked. Your cultivation speed is remarkably swift. My own progress has accelerated due to our dual cultivation. Indeed, you have discerned my secret, and I never anticipated keeping it concealed for long. Qin Sienna chuckled. Such matters cannot be hidden from one who shares the same pillow. As we spend more time together, enveloped in mutual joy, there are many things that remain devoid of secrecy. She continued, now, take a guess at the grade of my spiritual root. Even high-grade roots do not flourish this rapidly. You must possess an earth-grade spiritual root at the very least. Ning Fan conducted a slight probe. My spiritual root measures 8 inches and 3. Qin Sienna remarked, wearing an expression that suggested his cleverness. If that is the case, why do you choose to remain here? Should you seek the mentorship of a senior, even a golden core cultivator would gladly take you as a disciple. At that point, you could soar to great heights. Ning Fan sighed softly, though his demeanor was predominantly tranquil. I am unable to provide you with abundant resources while you are by my side. Your growth will inevitably be sluggish in my presence. Some truths may be harsh to articulate and difficult to hear, yet we must all come to terms with reality. People aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. Qin Xianer, possessing Earth-grade spiritual roots, has no promising future by following me. It would be wisest for her to seek mentorship from esteemed seniors to acquire the resources she needs. In times of adversity, even the closest companions may find themselves apart, akin to birds fleeing a forest in peril. This is not a matter of cruelty, but rather a desire to avoid hindering the potential of others. My husband remains endearingly naive, Qin Xianer chuckled, finding a certain childish charm in her companion's innocence. Indeed, it is only someone as naive and sincere as my husband who would gladly expend 5,000 spirit stones to grant me an opportunity, a chance to defy fate. However, dear husband, your innocence may lead you astray. This is the Hehuan Sect, not a charitable institution. Ning Fan faintly sensed certain matters, yet he continued. I have a fellow townsman named Ning Shui, who has apprenticed herself to a distinguished practitioner of the Purple Mansion, known as the Fairy of Jialan. She has already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement and may soon establish her foundation. If you were to seek an apprenticeship as well, you would undoubtedly surpass her. Qin Xianer chuckled, then remarked, do you know? When I discovered that I possessed a low-grade spiritual root, I felt not joy, but profound terror. I would have preferred to possess a mid-grade spiritual root rather than a low-grade one. Innocent men suffer for the treasures they hold. The resources of this world are finite, monopolized by those exalted cultivators and their esteemed families. As a cultivator with a low-grade spiritual root, lacking any connections or powerful backing, I must strive to ascend and claim a share of their resources. Do you think they would welcome me? Surely, they would regard me as a thorn in their side, eager to eradicate me at the earliest opportunity. Ning Fan fell into silence. These occurrences are highly likely to transpire. To be precise, they are destined to unfold in the future. Qin Xianer continued. Even if fortune smiles upon me and I am taken as a disciple by a certain golden core ancestor or a nascent soul elder, there remains a significant risk. As I possess an earth-grade spiritual root, I face no bottleneck prior to reaching the golden core stage. I may become the target of someone's soul-seizing intentions, or my earth-grade spiritual root might be transplanted to another. Ning Fan fell into silence once more. Such occurrences are indeed highly plausible. The act of seizing a body is subject to several stringent prerequisites. Firstly, one must possess at least foundational cultivation and a robust soul to even contemplate such an endeavor. This constitutes the fundamental requirement for body snatching. Secondly, the target's spiritual roots must exhibit superior quality. Ordinary low-grade or mid-grade spiritual roots, with their paltry endowments, are scarcely worthy of such an attempt. Only high-grade, earth-grade, and heaven-grade spiritual roots are deemed suitable candidates for this audacious undertaking. Thirdly, and most importantly, a blank canvas is far more amenable to artistry. Should the canvas be cluttered with excessive patterns, the task becomes exceedingly arduous. A Qi refining practitioner essentially represents a blank canvas, making it the most favorable for body snatching. However, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, the canvas becomes adorned with too many designs, significantly diminishing its value for such a venture. Should one attempt a forceful seizure, the body may either collapse, resulting in immediate death, or the corporeal form may fail to harmonize with the soul, rendering the attainment of a purple mansion exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the transplantation of spiritual roots necessitates the direct intervention of a golden core cultivator, with a mere 1% success rate. Thus, whether it be body snatching or root transplantation, both endeavors are fraught with challenges and stringent limitations. Yet, for those illustrious families and formidable powers, these stringent conditions are hardly prohibitive. Many of these great forces may clandestinely nurture certain cultivators as vessels for body snatching or root transplantation. In the realm of cultivation, body snatching and root transplantation are explicitly forbidden. Discovery of such acts would incite the collective wrath of the cultivators across the land. Ironically, the more vehemently these practices are denounced, the more rampant they become in the underworld. One cannot gamble on the integrity of certain cultivators, for the stakes are simply too high. Hearing this, Ning Fan pondered. Ning Shui is in grave danger, potentially becoming a vessel for certain individuals to seize control, or to have her spiritual roots transplanted. Is that Fairy Jialan truly unreliable? Qin Xianer remarked. I am not entirely certain either. However, based on my investigations, although Fairy Jialan hails from a family of cultivators, her relationship with her family is rather lukewarm. She has no sons or partners. She only has a few disciples, whom she regards as family, so she should be somewhat trustworthy, wouldn't you agree? Ning Fan exhaled deeply. Qin Xianer continued. The Hehuan Sect is renowned for its dual cultivation and the art of replenishment. If one were to apprentice under certain elders, the outcome might be less than favorable. One might be labeled a disciple, yet serve merely as a vessel. Furthermore, my spiritual root is of superior quality, capable of aiding certain individuals in accelerating their cultivation. It is not inconceivable that I could become a vessel for some of these elders. Worse still, I might find myself attending to several elders simultaneously, becoming a shared vessel among them. I have no desire to serve multiple elders at once, to be treated as a common possession. As she spoke, a flicker of fear crossed Qin Xiener's face. Should she be usurped and subsequently perish, there would be little suffering in that fate. Likewise, if her spiritual root were to be forcibly transplanted, death would hardly be a cause for lamentation. However, to be reduced to a vessel, a shared plaything for several elders, subjected to their whims and becoming an object of their amusement, living without dignity in such a wretched scenario would be worse than dying on the spot. Ning Fan held Qin Xiener in his embrace, sensing the subtle tremor of fear emanating from her graceful form. He could only offer words of reassurance. Do not worry. I shall protect you. Yet, as he uttered this phrase, a hint of absurdity washed over him. He was merely a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement, akin to an insignificant insect that the formidable figures could effortlessly crush with a mere wave of their hand. Within the realm of the Hehuan Sect, he was nothing more than a lowly pawn, unable to safeguard even his own existence. How could he dare claim the ability to protect Qin Xiener? Forgive me, for I am far too feeble. Ning Fan expressed his apologies, stating, I should be the one to say sorry. It is I who have implicated you. Qin Xiener replied, if I were to encounter any misfortune, you too would become a target for extermination. In the realm of cultivation, the principle of eradicating all threats is paramount. One must either avoid offending adversaries or, if compelled to act, eliminate them entirely, leaving no survivors, not even their pets. Should a certain elder discover me one day and reduce me to a furnace cauldron, you, as my husband, would undoubtedly meet a tragic fate, as they would certainly seek to root out any potential threats. Do not harbor any illusions that such an elder would show mercy or turn a blind eye. Such a notion is utterly impossible. The cycle of vengeance knows no end, and the future is unpredictable. It is often the case that a seemingly inconspicuous individual or a minor cultivator may one day pose a threat to a major sect. In the world of cultivation, numerous instances abound where prominent figures have ultimately fallen at the hands of those they deemed insignificant. Let us not dwell on these matters, Ning Fan remarked. Your perspective is rather extreme. You are quite safe at present. Safe, Qin Xiener retorted. Not in the slightest. The Harmony Sect, renowned as a demonic faction, has improved its conduct somewhat after a reformation centuries ago. Yet, its essence remains unchanged, merely becoming more cunning. In the past, those practitioners were arrogant, perhaps even slaughtering pigs in plain view. Now, however, certain practitioners have grown shrewder, opting to carry out their deeds in hidden corners, out of sight of the unsuspecting swine. As she spoke, an inexplicable fear welled up within her, prompting her to lean in and kiss her husband. One day, the butcher may adopt a more civilized approach to his trade. One day, he may even appear amiable towards the pigs. Nevertheless, he remains a butcher, and he will continue to slay swine. The fear intensifies, and the forthcoming battle grows more fervent, as it seems that only through such fierce conflict can one alleviate the turmoil within. After a protracted interval, they ceased their amorous dalliance, and each began to don their attire. Qin Xiener, adorned in a violet dress, possessed willow leaf brows and phoenix eyes, her pupils shimmering like distant stars. Her skin, as smooth as jade, was virtually translucent. Her raven tresses were styled into a lofty cloud-like chignon, secured with a wooden hairpin, a testament to her simple yet refined elegance. Her swan-like neck exuded an ineffable grace. With shoulders like sculpted blades and a captivatingly slender waist, she emanated a mature allure, a refined and ravishing beauty that was utterly intoxicating. My lord, Qin Xiener entreated, let us depart from this place. The Harmonious Union Sect is fraught with peril. The Harmonious Union Sect is a den of iniquity. To leave it would be to find safety. Is the world beyond truly safer? A lamb within its pen is perpetually at risk, subject to shearing or slaughter. Yet, is there sanctuary beyond the fence? Hyenas and wolves lurk in the shadows, their eyes fixed on any lamb that strays from the fold. The world outside the pen offers no haven. Ning Fan spoke calmly about an exceedingly simple principle. What should we do? Qin Xiener felt a twinge of anxiety within her. Ning Fan remarked, you possess an earth-grade spiritual root. If neither you nor I disclose this, who would ever know? As long as you refrain from testing your spiritual root and your growth rate is not exceedingly rapid, no one can ascertain the true grade of your spiritual root. You are quite safe. Indeed, I am quite safe, Qin Sienna replied, though her heart remained unsettled. As long as one remains sufficiently low-key, many dangers can be evaded. Ning Fan chuckled. Often, we should not take ourselves too seriously. I am merely endowed with a low-grade spiritual root, and you possess only a mid-grade one. We are both outer disciples, merely expendable resources. The true influential figures disdain to crush us, for doing so incurs a significant cost in terms of a murder tax. No one engages in unprofitable ventures, given sufficient time. As we grow stronger and gradually seize the reins of power, you will come to realize that everyone in the Hehuan Sect is benevolent, kind-hearted, and amiable. Your current fear stems solely from inadequacy in strength. Within the Hehuan Sect, servant disciples, outer disciples, and even inner disciples are all mere cannon fodder, expendable and of little concern in terms of loss. Once one becomes a foundation establishment cultivator, they are regarded as true disciples. Each true disciple is a valuable asset to the sect, not to be squandered lightly. Although the Hehuan Sect is a demonic faction that upholds ruthless competition and survival of the fittest, it does not engage in futile internal strife or wasteful infighting. Even Golden Core cultivators cannot recklessly slay foundation establishment cultivators. The sect must maintain a semblance of stability and order, adhering to certain superficial rules. At that point, one will discover that everyone has transformed into a good person. Even those with malevolent tendencies will don the guise of virtue, drawing closer to one another. Qin Sienna's anxious heart gradually began to ease. Her husband spoke wisely. What shall we do next? Qin Sienna inquired. First, we should maintain a degree of humility. And coupled with the protective formations here, we can evade many threats. Ning Fan smiled, beginning to contemplate his future. Secondly, it is imperative to moderate the pace of your cultivation. At the age of 28, were you to adhere to a standard cultivation speed, it would likely take only a decade to ascend to the 9th level of Qi refinement, nearing the foundational stage. By that time, even the simplest minds would perceive the anomaly in your progress. Thus, it is wise to decelerate your cultivation rate. Ideally, one should aim to establish a foundation by the age of 60. Of course, this moderation does not equate to a genuine slowing of practice, but rather a strategic accumulation of strength over time. Ordinary cultivators, possessing average talents, often focus on enhancing their Qi cultivation while neglecting the development of their mental fortitude and physical prowess. Consequently, when they reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement, their foundation may not be sufficiently solid. Therefore, when attempting to break into the foundational realm, they often require foundational elixirs. Even with such elixirs, the success rate remains a mere 30%, with a daunting 70% likelihood of failure. However, should one's essence, energy, and spirit achieve perfection, the success rate would be significantly elevated, even without the aid of foundational elixirs. This path is one reserved for the gifted, unsuitable for the common individual. Ning Fan meticulously contemplated his future. The disparity between individuals is far greater than that between man and dog. Bai Suzhen devoted herself to a millennium of rigorous cultivation, only to be outmatched by a mere ghostly envoy from the underworld. In contrast, Sun Wukong, after just 7 years of arduous training, was able to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace and confront formidable figures from the celestial court. Effort becomes insignificant in the face of innate talent. For an ordinary genius, traversing the 3 paths of essence, Qi, and spirit simultaneously may ultimately lead to the expenditure of countless hours and resources, resulting in nothing more than a mediocrity. Yet Qin Sienna possesses an earth-grade spiritual root, which grants her the potential for realization. What is the third? As Qin Sienna smiled, the gloom, anxiety, and fear within her dissipated significantly. There is no third. Indeed, there is no need for a third. Ning Fan remarked with a smile. Initially, he was concerned that his wife, being immortal, might one day exhaust her lifespan, leading to inevitable separation. However, such worries have now been laid to rest. Ning Fan, possessing merely a low-grade spiritual root, had only reached the 4th level of Qi refinement at the age of 30. Yet, he was devoid of any worry. This was due to the Golden Scroll, a manifestation of the principle that diligence is rewarded, serving as an extraordinary boon that promised progress through effort. In the short term, this boon seemed to yield modest enhancements. However, when viewed from a long-term perspective, its significance surpassed even that of a heavenly spiritual root. He would not exchange this boon for a heavenly spiritual root, no matter the temptation. Life returned to a tranquil rhythm. At this juncture, Qin Xian'er publicly declared her ascension to martial saint and the awakening of her mid-grade spiritual root. Shortly thereafter, she registered as an outer disciple in a rather casual manner, without undergoing further tests for her spiritual root, as there was no suspicion of deceit. Such measures were utterly unnecessary. What did it matter if one possessed a low-grade or a mid-grade spiritual root? Both were merely the foundation of the sect, mere resources to be utilized. Not long after, a banquet was organized at a local tavern to celebrate this joyous occasion, inviting neighbors from the surrounding area to partake in the festivities. There was no expectation of contributions from the neighbors. The celebration was solely for the sake of merriment. "Congratulations," Yu Lianer exclaimed. "Your fortune is remarkable. A martial saint pill has indeed aided your wife in awakening her spiritual root." On the surface, the probability of the martial saint pill's success was stated to be 110. Yet the actual odds were significantly lower. "Haha, it seems I am simply fortunate." Ning Fan smiled with satisfaction. The wine glasses clinked together as they joyfully indulged in their drinks, engaging in idle chatter and boasting. Once the banquet concluded, they returned to their respective homes. On the way back, a neighbor suddenly blocked his path. This neighbor, named Wang Bin, shared a rather superficial acquaintance with Ning Fan, merely a nodding acquaintance. Wang Bin stepped forward and said, "Master Ning, I have a small favor to ask of you. Could you lend me a bit of money? It's not much. Just 1,000 spirit stones." Ning Fan replied, "I'm sorry, but I have no money." Ning Fan resolutely declined. He advised against the reckless act of lending money to others, for it often leads to the unfortunate circumstance of non-repayment, particularly when the borrower is a neighbor, which complicates matters further. Wang Bin sighed and proposed, "How about I mortgage this exquisite spiritual artifact?" As he spoke, he retrieved a shield from his storage pouch. This shield, though it bore the marks of prolonged use, remained a highly valuable item, a premium spiritual artifact worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. Ning Fan remarked, "Brother, if you bestow upon me this shield, how will you venture forth to hunt the demonic beasts? These creatures do not simply offer themselves up for the taking. My son stands at a crucial juncture, persistently requesting financial support. It is imperative that he does not find himself bereft of resources." Wang Bin replied, "I was born into ordinary circumstances, devoid of connections or backing. Now, at the age of 75, I have scarcely reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. I have already faltered at the starting line in my life. I cannot permit my son to suffer the same fate. Parenthood is no easy endeavor. Alas, I shall relinquish my desire for your shield, for it is an essential tool for sustenance. Without this shield for protection, you may very well fall victim to the beast during your hunts." Ning Fan politely declined, retrieving 1,000 spirit stones and handing them over. "Thank you, my dear brother, for your assistance. When shall I repay you?" "In a month, I assure you, the money will be returned. Here is the promissory note. Do take a look." "Oh, I shall keep the note safe. Remember to repay the debt." After a brief conversation, Wang Bin took his leave. His hair was streaked with white, lending him an air of age. At 75, he was considered quite elderly in the mortal realm. However, in the world of cultivation, he appeared merely somewhat aged. Upon returning to his residence, Ning Fan reflected on the matter of borrowing money. Wang Bin had his struggles as well. Qin Xian'er seemed to be well acquainted with the happenings of their neighborhood. Wang Bin hailed from a mortal background and was later chosen by a cultivator from the Hehuan Sect. Initially, he served as a miscellaneous disciple, later cultivating the land to sustain himself. Lacking connections and support, he did not possess exceptional skills like yours. At 55, he barely reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, feeling as though his life had plateaued. At 55, he married a mortal woman and began a family. Remarkably, within that year, he indeed welcomed a son. When his son reached the age of 6, tests revealed he possessed a medium-grade spiritual root. Overjoyed, Wang Bin placed all his hopes for cultivation upon his son. Having endured numerous hardships throughout his life, he wished to spare his son the same fate. Relinquishing his own cultivation, he refrained from spending money, joining a monster hunting team to slay beasts. Every penny he saved was devoted entirely to his son, hoping for his success. Wang Bin's son, now 20, had advanced to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, promising a bright future. These matters were not hidden secrets. Wang Bin's life epitomized the typical experience of a mortal cultivating. He was simply not named Hanli, nor did he possess a small green vial. Struggling to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement at 55, the hope of establishing a foundation seemed beyond his grasp. This exemplified the fate of an ordinary cultivator. devoid of background, support, or exceptional talent. Indeed, mastering a skill is crucial. Even in times of famine, artisans shall not perish from hunger. Hearing this, Ningfan couldn't help but sigh. Mastering a craft may not necessarily lead to great riches, but it can certainly alleviate one's hunger. Many have praised him as a genius in talisman crafting. It typically takes 3 to 5 years to become a low-tier talisman master, over 10 years to reach the mid-tier, and more than 30 years to attain the high tier. Yet, he achieved the status of a high-tier talisman master in merely 13 years. However, he alone knew that he was far from a genius. Rather, it was the enhancement of his learning capabilities through external means that facilitated his rapid advancement. As for the money you lend out this time, don't expect to see it returned, Qin Sienna said with a smile, perhaps reflecting the notion that a meat bun thrown to a dog is lost without return. He was impoverished and incapable of repaying your debts. Well, if I cannot reclaim the debt, so be it. At worst, I shall never lend him money again. Ningfan possessed a remarkable sense of open-mindedness. When he initially lent the money, he had already prepared himself for the possibility of not retrieving it. After all, it was his neighbor, and refusing to lend would have seemed unreasonable. However, he resolved that it would only happen once. Qin Sienna cautioned him, advising him to be vigilant against certain individual schemes. Some people excel in deception. The first time they borrow 1,000, they return it with an additional 100 after a while. The second time, they request 3,000, returning 3,300 later. By the third time, when they borrow 10,000, one may find it utterly impossible to reclaim the amount. Many individuals speak of integrity solely to facilitate future deceit. Their initial emphasis on honesty serves as a guise for subsequent fraudulent endeavors. Even if they eventually repay the money, it is wise not to lend again. When lending, it is prudent to limit the amount to no more than 1,000 spirit stones, avoiding excessive generosity. Ningfan nodded, affirming, I shall remain vigilant regarding these matters. One can only say that fraudsters are exceedingly difficult to guard against. As time passed, a month later, Wang Bin indeed failed to repay the debt. Ningfan felt a twinge of disappointment. In the second month, a knock resounded at the door, producing a series of urgent and jarring thuds. Ningfan opened the door to find Wang Bin standing outside. Greetings. Ningfan greeted him. Recently, he had been preoccupied with hunting demonic beasts, which delayed him for some time. After a month's postponement, he was now returning the money. Wang Bin spoke, his demeanor appearing quite listless, his vitality fluctuating. He had already accumulated a considerable amount of white hair. He handed over a bag. Ningfan approached and meticulously began to count. There were an additional 100 spirit stones inside. This is unnecessary. Ningfan produced 100 spirit stones and extended them forward. No way. Wang Bin refused. Both parties began to insist upon their positions, and after several exchanges, Wang Bin retracted the spirit stones. Thank you for your generosity. Without these spirit stones, my son would find himself in dire straits. Haha, we are neighbors after all. We ought to assist one another. The two continued their conversation, seemingly enjoying a pleasant exchange. Junior brother, I have instructed my wife to prepare a feast at home. Would you care to join me? Wang Bin inquired. My friend, I must respectfully decline. Ningfan promptly declined. Junior brother, your financial assistance has alleviated my urgent predicament. You must show me some consideration. As Wang Bin spoke, he added, I have not only invited you, but also others. This may very well be our final meeting. Ningfan inquired, what is the reason for this? According to the sect's regulations, upon reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement, one faces 2 choices: remain within the sect and ascend to the position of an elder for the outer disciples, or venture beyond the sect to establish a lineage of cultivators. At the age of 75, my son is capable of standing on his own. He no longer requires my guidance. I intend to forge a lineage of cultivators outside, Wang Bin remarked. In the realm of cultivation, those with aspirations and promising futures seldom opt to establish a family of cultivators. The establishment of such a lineage demands continuous financial support for one's spouse and children. The initial phase necessitates considerable investment, often resulting in a deficit for a decade, or even decades. Within this state of perpetual loss, there are scarcely any surplus resources available for cultivation and the enhancement of one's abilities. Once a family of cultivators is founded, it signifies a stagnation in one's own cultivation, placing the hope of future advancement upon the next generation. Since I am unable to establish a foundation myself, I shall place my hopes in my descendants, wishing for one among them to achieve foundational cultivation. Currently, 70% of the cultivation families in existence have been established under such a model. Those with high levels of cultivation and immense potential would never consider founding a so-called family of cultivators, preferring to place their hopes upon themselves rather than relying on their progeny. Very well. Ning Fan nodded, observing that this senior brother's hair had turned even more ashen. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fan broached the subject of the banquet. Be cautious during the gathering. Harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against others. One can never be too careful, lest one fall victim to a celestial trap, Qin Sienna remarked. Her words tinged with the wariness born from past experiences that had instilled in her a guarded disposition towards everyone, always anticipating the worst in certain individuals. Haha. It is unlikely to happen, she added. Ning Fan remarked, I shall exercise caution. Even if there is poison in the wine, I carry the appropriate antidote. Qin Sienna offered a few more words of advice. Ning Fan arrived directly at the banquet, knocking rhythmically on the grand door. At that moment, the door was opened by a young maiden, seemingly around 18 years of age. Dressed in a light blue gown, she appeared both demure and charming. You must be Master Ning, she said. May I inquire your name? I am Wang Mingchan, the maiden replied. As this is my first visit, I do not possess any extravagant gifts, but I would like to present you with this Vajra talisman. Ning Fan produced a Vajra talisman and offered it forth. This talisman, merely valued at 8 spirit stones, was not particularly significant. However, the Vajra talisman itself was exceedingly precious, too valuable to part with. Wang Mingchan promptly declined, stating, Senior brother, I have arrived. Ning Fan spoke as Wang Bin personally welcomed him at the door. Junior brother, you have finally arrived. The feast is already prepared. I brought a small gift, but your daughter felt shy to accept it. Xiaochan, please take it. It is merely a trinket. Only upon her father's insistence did Wang Mingchan accept the small present. Once inside the room, they found an array of approximately 15 dishes, both cold and hot. Resplendent in color, aroma, and flavor, complemented by delightful wine. At that moment, another guest arrived, Wu Changkong, a neighbor and an accomplished alchemist. His skills in alchemy were quite remarkable, and the locals often sought his elixirs. Similarly, he would purchase talismans from Ning Fan, establishing a degree of camaraderie between them, though the depth of their relationship was superficial at best. In the realm of cultivation, appearances were often deceiving. While they shared drinks and laughter today, it did not preclude betrayal tomorrow. Greetings, Taoist Wu. Ning Fan acknowledged. It is splendid to see you here. Indeed, let us sit together and enjoy a few drinks. Wu Changkong replied. Soon, the 3 men gathered around the table, savoring the food and sharing camaraderie over drinks. Wang Bin's wife and daughter discreetly departed, allowing the men ample space. Their conversation began lightheartedly with risque jokes, discussing the beauty of various female cultivators, but gradually shifted to the grievances of life, morphing into a lamentation of sorts. As outer disciples, they held a significantly higher status than the servant disciples, who toiled in menial tasks such as farming. Though they resided in the inner city and earned more, they remained mere expendables within the sect, merely elevated from low-tier to high-tier expendables, still expendables nonetheless, lacking any genuine pride. I was born into a mundane world, Wang Bin reminisced. My father was a farmer, as was my grandfather, and had it not been for an unexpected turn of fate, I would have followed suit. I had no grand aspirations, merely dreaming of farming and marrying a wife. Then, a celestial master visited our village to assess spiritual roots, and I was discovered to possess one. This led me to the Hehuan Sect. Before departing, that celestial master purchased 100 acres of land for my father, freeing him from the shackles of a lowly farmer and elevating him to a small landlord. As he recalled the past, Wang Bin chuckled. Back then, I was called Erniu. Upon my arrival at Hehuan Sect, a senior brother bestowed upon me the name Wang Bin, symbolizing both literary and martial prowess. I thought I had found my fortune, only to realize that I was still destined to till the land. It was somewhat pleasant at first, good food, fine drink, and the prospect of marrying a beautiful woman. But as I witnessed my fellow brothers thrive, envy crept in, and I yearned to make a name for myself. I saved 1,000 spirit stones to apprentice as an alchemist, only to find after 3 years that my skills were woefully inadequate, forcing me to return to farming in disgrace. Unwilling to resign myself to mere agricultural labor, I ventured into mining. The work was grueling and perilous, with poor living conditions. Yet the financial rewards were substantial. Out of 20 miners, only 10 would return. I even dabbled in cultivating spirit herbs, striking it rich for a time before suffering losses. I have cared for spirit beasts and endured countless hardships. Lacking connections or support, I relied solely on my own efforts. And only at the age of 55 did I finally reach the 7th layer of chi refinement. I resigned myself to a life of mediocrity, marrying and fathering several children. My son has shown promise, possessing mid-tier spiritual roots and currently at the 5th layer of chi refinement, with great potential for foundation establishment. Speaking of my son fills me with joy. He embodies my hopes and dreams, as I have entrusted my aspirations to him. I truly envy you both, he continued. One is an alchemist, and the other a talisman maker. Mastering a craft allows you to earn a living from the comfort of home. Meanwhile, I am left to hunt ferocious beasts outside, facing myriad dangers daily, often returning home weary and battered. At 75 years old, I ponder how much longer I can endure this life. He gazed at Ning Fan and Wu Changkong, his eyes filled with envy. Hunting beasts and undertaking perilous tasks is fraught with risk and exhaustion, he lamented. In this moment, I deeply envy those skilled artisans who remain sheltered from the elements, free from danger, yet still enjoy substantial income. Alas, I lack such talent. Haha. Wu Changkong laughed. You are only 75, and yet your hair is already white. As for me, I may appear more carefree, but I am not significantly better off. I hail from Tuxian City, the son of a servant disciple and a mundane martial artist. My parents saved diligently to send me to study alchemy. By the age of 15, I became an apprentice, serving as free labor. At first, I had no access to the alchemical furnace, merely chopping wood for the spiritual materials and learning to identify various herbs. It took 3 years before I touched a furnace. After 3 years of hard work, I became a low-tier alchemist, but the financial returns were meager, often resulting in losses. Even a spirit farmer could earn more than a low-tier alchemist. At 32, I barely advanced to a mid-tier alchemist, which significantly increased my income. Though half of it went on my master. It was disheartening, but such are the rules of the trade. By 50, I achieved the status of a high-tier alchemist and began to see some semblance of success, yet my time spent on alchemy hindered my cultivation. At 50, I had only reached the 5th layer of chi refinement, and foundation establishment seemed unattainable. This is the life I lead, averaging a lifespan of over 120 years. One must indulge in life's pleasures, savor the finest foods, seek out enjoyable pastimes, and pursue the most exquisite companions. One may fail others, but one must never betray oneself. As he spoke, Wu Changkong grew animated. Look at me, I am living so freely now, with 5 exquisite concubines at home. Once I accumulate 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I plan to visit the Bayou Tower and spend some money to indulge in a foundational female cultivator. I may never become a foundational cultivator myself, but to enjoy the company of one is certainly not a loss. Haha, he continued, the Bayou Tower offers a plethora of women of diverse tastes. Mortal women are merely at the lowest tier. Above them, there are various female cultivators. If one is willing to part with some money, one can indeed savor their charms. With sufficient funds, even a foundational female cultivator is attainable. Wu, my brother, such extravagant spending is not wise, Wang Bin interjected. You ought to consider fathering children with those concubines. Having children instills hope in life. Living a life of indulgence and wastefulness does not reflect well upon you. At the very least, think of the children. Please, I have no intention of having children, Wu Changkong replied. Many claim that having children is for retirement, but in truth, children cannot provide for their parents. I am a prime example of this. At 30, I was still an apprentice in alchemy, and it was then that my father passed away at home. I never supported my father in his old age. Instead, I was the one relying on him. Moreover, I do not wish to bring children into this world. My family has been a lineage of lowly disciples for 8 generations, serving as mere laborers for the sect, and my generation continues this legacy. Should I bring a child into this world only to subject them to the same fate? I believe it is better to spare them such torment. My dear brother, your life is quite miserable. You toil for the sect until the age of 55, and thereafter, you labor for your son. At 75, you appear so aged, your vitality seemingly drained by your offspring. Our lifespan as chi refinement cultivators reaches a maximum of 120 years. Most do not attain this limit. Yet living to 100 or 110 is still feasible. But look at you, at merely 75, your hair has turned so white. The prospect of reaching 100 seems bleak. Perhaps 90 is all you can hope for. As a father, if I do not support my son, who will he rely on? Wang Bin remarked. He must learn to depend on his own efforts. I have lived a life of mediocrity. I do not wish for my son to follow in my footsteps, Wu Changkong sighed, taking a sip of his drink. Brother, heed my advice. Your son may still have hope of reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, but foundational cultivation is beyond reach. Foundation pills are monopolized by the prominent families, leaving us the mere scraps. Even those scraps are fiercely contested. Look at Yu Liener, the young lady of a foundational family. She has no foundational pills. Only a mere pulse-protecting pill. Truly fortunate opportunities never seem to come our way. Thus, the two men exchanged their thoughts, each speaking in turn. Ning Fan listened attentively. Wu Changkong remarked, "My young friend Ning, your talents far surpass my own. At the age of 50, I only ascended to the rank of a superior alchemist. Yet you, at merely 30, have already attained the status of a superior talisman master. You are indeed far more formidable than I, and your prospects shine even brighter. Were I to possess your extraordinary gifts, I would also wish to take a chance, to gamble on the opportunity for foundation establishment." Ning Fan remarked, "My innate talent is rather poor. I possess merely a low-grade spiritual root. Without resources, it would take me 2 centuries to ascend to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Now that resources are abundant, I might reach that level by the age of 60. At that point, I shall take a gamble. After all, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement has a 1% chance of breaking through to foundation establishment, even without a foundation establishment pill. If I reach 60, I will indeed take that risk." Wu Changkong responded, "Haha, my brother, do not heed the nonsense of those misguided souls. A 1% success rate pertains to the cultivators from esteemed families. These families possess profound resources, although they too lack foundation establishment pills. They have access to unique methods that enhance their probabilities of success. That is how they achieve a 1% success rate. As for individuals like us, our chances may dwindle to a mere 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Nevertheless, I too shall take a gamble. If I do not, I would depart this world with regret." Ning Fan spoke, then raised his wine glass for a gentle clink before gulping down its contents. As the wine flowed down, a pleasant dizziness washed over him, adding to the overall sense of comfort. Everyone had indulged quite liberally, and the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, rendering their minds somewhat hazy. Wang Bin chuckled, glancing first at Ning Fan to his left, then at Wu Changkong to his right. "Ah, wine, what a fine elixir it is. When men drink to excess, the resulting lightheadedness facilitates requests and favors. Under the influence of inebriation, the likelihood of success in such matters tends to soar." Wang Bin remarked, "Brothers, I intend to leave the sect and establish a family dedicated to cultivation in the outside world." "Haha, dear brother, your fate seems rather arduous," Wu Changkong replied. "Are you planning to establish a family only to toil for it?" He added, "One must always retain a glimmer of hope for oneself." Wang Bin continued, "I am in the process of founding this cultivation family, primarily focused on cultivating spirit rice and various medicinal herbs. Sustaining a modest livelihood should not pose a problem. However, I find myself lacking in some essential products. Brothers, could you perhaps provide me with a few talismans or elixirs? I am particularly interested in low and mid-grade items, with a few high-grade ones as a rare supplement. I can offer a purchase price exceeding market value by 20%. In the Hehuan Sect, the prices for talismans and elixirs are exceedingly low, yet in more remote areas, the prices increase significantly." Wang Bin contemplated acting as a middleman to profit from the price disparities, thereby securing some revenue for his family. "That is feasible, but you must also shoulder the responsibility of assisting in the procurement of elixirs, formulae, and other necessities," Wu Changkong insisted. "I shall provide some assistance, though the quantities will be limited," he conceded. Ning Fan remarked, "I am merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and the number of talismans I can produce daily is limited. A majority must be submitted to the sect, a portion reserved for myself, and another part set aside for trade. What remains for you is but a mere fraction." "This is easily addressed," Wang Bin chuckled, initially brimming with words to convey, yet finding them unnecessary in light of the unexpectedly favorable turn of events. The trio proceeded to deliberate the quantities of elixirs and talismans, their respective prices, and the methods of remittance, engaging in a spirited negotiation. After considerable time, their discussions reached a satisfactory conclusion. Gazing at the dimming sky, Ning Fan stated, "It is getting late. I must return home." "Haha, you two are one who fears his wife," Wu Changkong commented. "In my father's day, he was likewise a man who feared his wife. Men ought to be a tad more resolute. If a wife is disobedient, a firm hand is warranted. Men should enjoy a degree of freedom. Matters concerning men should not be meddled with by their wives. Wang Bin chimed in. Ning Fan smiled, clasped his hands, and rose to depart. Wu Changkong also took his leave. Thus, the banquet came to a close. Wang Bin, feeling slightly dizzy, remained seated in his chair while his wife and daughter tidied up. Suddenly, he inquired, Xiao Chan, what do you think of those two? Father, what do you mean? She replied, you are already 18. It is time for you to marry. This statement struck like thunder. Wang Mingchan exclaimed, but I am only 18. I wish to stay by my father's side. Haha, my daughter has grown up. She must eventually marry, Wang Bin chuckled. Daughters and sons are inherently different. Only sons tend to rely on their parents, while daughters are destined to find their own paths. I plan to leave here and establish a cultivation family. The territory controlled by the Hehuan Sect is vast, with critical locations and resource-rich areas directly under their dominion, while other regions are allocated to various cultivation families. The more families there are, the stronger the Hehuan Sect's hold on the land becomes. I am currently at the 7th level of Qi Refinement, qualified to venture out and establish a cultivation family. The spiritual veins I can access will undoubtedly be in remote, spiritually barren areas, nowhere near the splendor of Tuxian City. My dear daughter, it would be best for you to remain in Tuxian City. Wang Minchan sensed her father's callousness and the underlying implications of his words. What did her father think was appropriate for her? Ning Fan is a top-tier talisman master, and Wu Changkong is a top-tier alchemist. Who do you think would be suitable as your husband? Wang Bin asked. Father, Ning Fan has a partner, and Wu Changkong has 5 concubines. Would you have me marry into that? Wang Mingchan's face turned pale, her eyes reddening. In the cultivation world, the statuses of partners and concubines are worlds apart. A partner is a companion of the cultivation realm, a role even more significant than a wife. A concubine, on the other hand, is merely a secondary companion, often viewed as a plaything. Many concubines rely solely on their beauty to attract attention. In the realm of cultivation, beautiful women are abundant. Many cultivators may fight fiercely over resources, but none would engage in battle over a few beautiful women. As the saying goes, partners are akin to siblings, while concubines are but garments. What is it that you desire? Do you wish to marry a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator and become a partner? Women often aspire to rise above their station, seeking partners of higher status while dismissing those of lesser standing. However, my daughter, one must possess self-awareness. Do you possess extraordinary talent? You do not. Do you have a unique constitution that could aid a cultivator in their progress? Neither do you. Your only advantage lies in your youth and beauty, yet such women abound in Bayou Tower. Even as a concubine to a high-ranking cultivator, they may not even consider you. Wang Bin spoke coldly, leaving no room for sentiment. Being an ordinary person is not a flaw. The true issue lies in many ordinary individuals being unable to recognize their own worth. Numerous female cultivators, flattered with the title of fairy, start believing themselves to be exalted, forgetting to consider whether they truly deserve such status. Wang Mingchan replied, Father, what do you believe I should do? This is your decision regarding my marriage, not mine. Wang Bin continued, choose between the top-tier talisman master Ning Fan or the top-tier alchemist Wu Changkong. The choice is yours. Wang Mingchan stated, I choose Ning Fan. He has only one partner and values loyalty. His wife is a mortal who spent 5,000 spiritual stones to purchase a Martial Saint pill for him. Such a good man is rare in this world. If I must become another cultivator's concubine, then I would rather be Ning Fan's concubine, even if he is flawed. I hope that all in this world are good people. She hesitated to mention another reason. Ning Fan is quite young, merely 30, and possesses a considerable amount of wealth. Wealthy men are always appealing to women. Wang Bin said, your reasoning is sound, but the hope is slim. Ning Fan is devoted to his cultivation, and his partner possesses a mid-grade spiritual root, likely leading him to be indifferent to beauty. He may not look upon you favorably. As for Wu Changkong, he is older and lacks any significant ambitions regarding cultivation. He may very well take you as a concubine. Wu Changkong is already 69 years old, and his concubines are merely mortals. His age is advanced, and he may not have much time left. Once he passes, you could inherit his wealth. The fortune of a top-tier alchemist would afford you a comfortable life. Yet, Wu Changkong is indeed an old man. Wang Mingchan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Even if she were to be taken by those men, she preferred a young cultivator over an elderly one. Perhaps I will take a moment to greet them. They may not even desire you, Wang Bin remarked. Not long ago, he had signed a price agreement with Ning Fan and Wu Changkong, wherein both agreed to sell him a portion of their medicinal pills and talismans, with Wu Changkong purchasing at a 20% markup over market price to sell in remote areas. This arrangement would allow him to profit through the margin gained from middlemen. However, such a relationship remains precarious and could shatter at any moment. It is best to marry off my daughter to solidify this connection. If neither of these men meets your approval, I will not force you. At that point, you would have to leave the Hehuan Sect with me to a remote area, where spiritual energy is scarce, resources are limited, and many cultivation materials are costly. In the early stages of establishing a family, significant amounts of money would be poured into construction, leaving you with few resources. Instead, you would find yourself toiling hard for the family's benefit. My daughter, would you be willing to accompany me to such a desolate place and endure hardship? Wang Bin looked at his daughter, speaking his heart. If you wish to avoid hardship, then choose a good man to marry. If you choose hardship, then follow me to establish a cultivation family. At that time, I could arrange for you to take in a son-in-law, and your children would carry your surname. Of course, do not expect much from the son-in-law. Exceptional talents would never settle for such a role. Those who do are often mediocre or even poor. The son-in-law I could provide would likely be a bottom-tier wandering cultivator or perhaps a mortal warrior. Thus, he outlined both the positive and negative aspects of the situation. Then, let us dissect these matters meticulously and engage in a detailed comparison. Subsequently, allow my daughter to ponder over the choices presented. A concubine represents an elevation in status, while a son-in-law denotes an act of lowering oneself. A concubine embodies a posture of humility and submissiveness, whereas a son-in-law occupies a position of superiority. Each option possesses its advantages and disadvantages. Wang Mingchan found herself in a state of indecision. After much contemplation, she remained without a definitive answer. She yearned for both the benefits of a concubine and the esteemed status of a son-in-law, yet it was evident that one could not attain both simultaneously. Wang Mingchan expressed, I have yet to arrive at a decision. May I be granted a little time for reflection? Oh, there is no rush. I need to seek out a new familial territory while also considering the surrounding environment and the arrangement of formations. The Hehuan Sect may offer financial assistance, yet I must approach this matter with caution. It is simply unfeasible to resolve everything in less than a year. You shall have a year to deliberate, Wang Bin replied. As they approached the entrance of their home, a series of knocks echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Fan gently tapped on the grand door, which swung open to reveal the breathtaking beauty of Qin Xianer. Dressed in a golden gown, her hair was slightly disheveled, and her countenance bore a hint of weariness. As though she were troubled. I have returned, she said. I was quite worried about you. What could possibly be amiss? It was merely an attendance at a banquet. Do you truly fear the so-called celestial traps? Ning Fan chuckled lightly. Qin Xianer, with a serious expression, replied, one should never harbor ill intentions towards others. Yet one must always remain vigilant against potential threats. A direct confrontation is easily countered, but hidden dangers are far more elusive. Some may openly scheme against you, allowing you to prepare yourself and mitigate losses. However, there are those who feign friendship while secretly plotting your downfall, and that is the treachery that warrants your utmost caution. Ning Fan nodded and said, I will be mindful and exercise caution. A villain does not necessarily parade around with a brutish visage, wreaking havoc upon street vendors, or brazenly harassing passers-by, particularly young maidens, all while feigning a desire to dine without expense. They yearn for the world to recognize their malevolence. Such a figure is not a true villain. Rather, they are a mere rogue. A genuine villain is often genteel, modest, and courteous, frequently engaging in charitable endeavors. The inhabitants of the surrounding villages might proclaim him a good man, a benefactor. Yet, at certain moments, he reveals his true nature. My dear husband, what has transpired? In truth, nothing of great consequence. It is merely a business discussion. Brother Wang is establishing a cultivation family and requires talismans and elixirs, which I can partially provide. As Ning Fan spoke, he recounted the events at the banquet in meticulous detail, leaving no stone unturned. However, he subconsciously omitted certain matters. Some risque jokes were best left unsaid. The enchanting figure of a certain fairy from the Red Dust Pavilion, the ample bosom of a female cultivator from the White Jade Pavilion, the exquisite feet of another female cultivator. Such topics might be suitable for private discourse among men. Yet they were wholly inappropriate to mention in the presence of a partner. The inebriated man's intentions lay not merely in the wine. Discussions of business were secondary. The crux of the matter was that Qin Xianer seemed to contemplate thoughtfully. Ning Fan inquired, could it be that Taoist Wang harbors some ulterior motives? To which Qin Xianer replied, he intends to marry his daughter to you, making her a concubine. marriage and concubinage. Hearing this, Ning Fan felt as though he had stumbled upon an international joke and burst into laughter. Come on, this jest is far from amusing. Please share a more delightful anecdote. Do you truly consider this a joke? It is hardly humorous at all. Qin Sienna remarked, you are merely 30 years old, yet you are already a distinguished talisman master. For your daughter to marry you is indeed a promising prospect. I am but a mere trifle of the sect, merely a consumable resource, with no promising future to speak of. Ning Fan chuckled. Of course, that is one reason. I am also lacking in wealth. Ning Fan remarked, this jest is hardly amusing. You are still a potential gem. Qin Sienna responded, I have encountered Wang Mingchan. She is exceptionally beautiful. Her bosom is ample, her skin as fair as snow, and she exudes an adorably charming demeanor. It seems that men are often captivated by such types. No, I do not fancy that type. I only have eyes for you, Ning Fan declared, stepping forward to embrace Qin Sienna. Sienna, it is time for us to engage in dual cultivation. Dual cultivation? Huh? Wang Mingchan is indeed a delightful female cultivator. Aren't men known for their fickleness? Qin Sienna laughed, her palm resting against Ning Fan's chest. Even the most delectable dishes can become tiresome if consumed daily. One must savor a variety of local delicacies from time to time. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine not as good as a secret affair, and a secret affair is the most elusive of all. If you truly wish to pursue Wang Mingchan, I shall not stand in your way. Can a man truly be called a man if he lacks an appreciation for beauty? No, one must possess self-awareness. It is not my visage he desires, but rather the spirit stones residing in my pocket, Ning Fan replied, lifting Qin Sienna effortlessly and carrying her into the bedroom. Humph, sweet nothings, she teased. Fairy, would you assist me in my cultivation? I would rather not. Then I shall take the initiative. The following day dawned. Ning Fan resumed his previous rhythm. After a hearty meal, he commenced the intricate task of drawing talismans. With his advancement to the 4th level of Qi refinement, his magical power surged significantly. Previously, his internal mana was limited, allowing him to create a maximum of 4 talismans per day. However, his current mana suffices to support the crafting of 7 talismans. As his magical energy increases, the quantity of talismans he can produce daily escalates, and his skill level also improves. His success rate in producing high-grade talismans has reached an impressive 70%. A level attainable by many seasoned talisman masters in their 60s or 70s, yet he has achieved this at the mere age of 30. This rapid progression is somewhat astonishing. Nevertheless, it is not particularly remarkable. After all, this world is not lacking in prodigies. His innate talent in the art of talismans pales in comparison to those true geniuses. When a cultivator experiences a swift rise in their cultivation level that does not align with their innate spiritual root, it invariably arouses suspicion from certain senior disciples and elders, potentially leading to soul-searching inquiries. Thus, it is essential to devise a plausible excuse for such rapid advancement. This can be likened to a form of money laundering within the realm of cultivation. Since the age of 14, he has diligently studied talismans, continuously striving for self-improvement and cultivating the persona of a talisman prodigy. Under this guise, the considerable wealth he has amassed becomes entirely reasonable and legitimate. Therefore, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement at the age of 60 would also be deemed justifiable and lawful. Ning Fan pondered deeply. Even if, in the end, I were to ascend to the foundational realm, many would attribute my success solely to sheer luck or a fortuitous turn of fate, rather than suspecting that I had encountered some extraordinary opportunity. The trajectory of my life, my journey, appears entirely reasonable, devoid of any anomalies or remarkable encounters. At most, it is the tale of an earnest, hard-working individual from the lower echelons who rises against the odds. Reflecting on the past decade and more, my existence mirrors that of an ordinary cultivator, without any discernible flaws. Yet, upon closer inspection, there indeed exists a crack in this facade. Ning Fan suddenly had an epiphany. He retrieved a pill from his storage bag, known as the boundary-breaking pill. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered it and cast the remnants into the furnace, where it turned to ash. After completing this act, Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief. The final flaw had vanished. Thanks to the principle of diligence rewarded by the heavens, there existed no bottlenecks in certain realms, thereby rendering the boundary-breaking pill unnecessary. However, the absence of a need does not preclude the act of purchasing. Acquiring the boundary-breaking pill could serve to mask certain truths. Even upon reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, one need not rely on the so-called foundation establishment pill. With diligence, one could directly transcend into the foundation establishment stage, unimpeded by bottlenecks. Some matters necessitate concealment, and thus must be concealed. The Hehuan Sect is situated in the northwestern region of the Yu Kingdom. Surrounding the Hehuan Sect are the 4 great immortal cities, which gather a multitude of cultivators, including miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples, all residing within. Some cultivate spiritual rice, while others nurture spirit beasts. Some grow spiritual herbs, others refine pills, some inscribe talismans, and some create formations, while others cultivate spirit insects. This has fostered a dense and vast industry that generates substantial wealth for the Hehuan Sect annually. On the periphery of the Hehuan Sect lie various immortal clans. These clans occupy spiritual veins, developing industries based on their lineage to establish familial legacies. These immortal families are peripheral forces to the Hehuan Sect, becoming its vassals, akin to feudal lords under a central authority. Each year, these immortal clans offer a certain quota of spirit stones and corresponding resources to the Hehuan Sect, which in return provides them protection. To the southeast of the Hehuan Sect lies a vast mountain range, undulating majestically. Centered around this mountain range are numerous residences, surrounded by plots of spiritual fields. Within these fields, black pine rice is cultivated. In some valleys, medicinal gardens flourish, replete with a variety of spiritual herbs. Some valleys also serve as enclosures for various demonic beasts. Disciples come and go, perpetually engaged in industrious endeavors. In the realm of immortal families, idleness is not tolerated. One must labor diligently to earn their due rewards and accolades. Herein lies the Yu family, an immortal clan. Within a valley, there exists a simple room. The furnishings are modest, and seated in a chair at the forefront is a graceful woman. Yu Lianer stands respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." "Little one, it has been a while since we last met," Yushan remarked. "What brings you home?" "Ancestor, I recently brewed a new batch of spiritual wine, which I brought home. Moreover, I have befriended a high-grade talisman master and procured a collection of superior talismans, which are a boon for our family." As she spoke, Yu Lianer patted her storage bag and reverently produced her wares. 4 jars of spiritual wine were revealed, each over a meter tall and containing more than 100 pounds. Additionally, there were over 100 talismans, including those for indestructibility, fire dragons, vine armor, rejuvenation, and more, covering various types of defense, attack, and healing. Yu Yushan rose and approached one of the jars, opening it and sampling the wine with a spoon. "Quite good," she mused. "The flavor has become more robust. Unfortunately, it is merely a first-tier superior grade, useful for chi refiners but of little significance to me. This ice and fire wine has a rather intense taste. Upon drinking, I feel flames consuming me one moment, and the next, icy tendrils freezing me, a true trial of body amid the duality of fire and ice. This fire spirit wine can refine one's soul power. As for this essence cleansing wine, it purges impurities from the body, reducing the presence of pill toxins." While inspecting the spiritual wines, Yu Yushan smiled. The flavors were delightful and could accelerate cultivation. The only drawback was that they were merely first-tier superior grade, offering little utility to foundation establishment cultivators. Examining the talismans, Yu Yushan was astounded by their quality. These are merely first-tier superior grade talismans, of almost no aid to foundation establishment cultivators, yet the craftsmanship is exquisite. "Little girl, it seems you have enjoyed a stroke of good fortune recently. Befriending a high-grade talisman master?" Yu Yushan inquired. "Indeed, my luck has been quite favorable," Yu Lianer replied. "My cultivation speed has also increased significantly. A high-grade talisman master holds considerable value. Could you persuade him to join our Yu family?" Yu Yushan asked. "That seems quite difficult. That friend of mine is not lacking in wealth and is unlikely to join a cultivation family at this time." Yu Lianer directly declined her ancestor's proposition. In the world of cultivation, connections and networks are paramount. With Ningfan's assistance, she could act as an intermediary and reap substantial profits. Should Ningfan be directly tied to the family, the potential profit margin would vanish. The ancestor chose not to dwell on this matter, instead saying, "Very well. A mere first-tier superior grade talisman master is hardly significant. It is the second-tier talisman masters who truly possess the potential for recruitment. What do you require of the family? We shall not hesitate to provide assistance where we can." Yu Lianer replied, "I seek a foundation establishment pill. Can the family provide a loan service?" "No." The ancestor sighed slightly. "The family has faced difficulties in recent years. We possess only 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Among them, Elder Feng is aging and will likely pass within 20 years. I am merely at the 4th level of foundation establishment, and Yongyi has only reached the 3rd level. We lack the support of a powerful late-stage cultivator, rendering the family situation precarious. Our enemies are vigilant. We must strategically retract our forces and relinquish some interests in King of Fang. Furthermore, we are burdened with debts that require gradual repayment. The family has only 2 foundation establishment pills in reserve. One is designated for Yu Shan, as he possesses a medium-grade spiritual root and is due a pill. The other is to be kept in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. The probability of a foundation establishment pill yielding success is merely 30%, with a failure rate soaring to 70%. The allocation of these pills will not be a simple matter of splitting them between 2 individuals. That would be far too risky. Instead, both pills will be given to Yu Shan. Should he fail with one, he may immediately consume the second, thus increasing the likelihood of success. Only if Yu Yong'an succeeds with one pill and the second remains unused will it be retained. Yu Lianer inquired, in the family, where do I rank in terms of the foundation establishment pill? Many within the family are awaiting their turn for the pill. Yu Shan hesitated but ultimately spoke. According to the family's rules, the distribution of foundation establishment pill quotas is determined by a combination of talent, family contributions, accumulated points, and age. You possess a low-grade spiritual root and average talent. Your accumulated points fall significantly short, and the gap is considerable. You are already quite advanced in age at 43. Yet you have only reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Considering various factors, your ranking is 6th. The Yu family, initially founded by a humble Qi refining stage 7 practitioner named Umo, was once an outer disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Disheartened by his cultivation prospects, he departed from the sect to seize a low-level spiritual vein. He later married several mortal women, siring descendants and establishing a lineage dedicated to cultivation. In the beginning, the family toiled to cultivate spiritual rice and medicinal herbs, barely scraping by. The progenitor attained enlightenment at the 8th stage of Qi refining, passing away at the age of 105. 2 centuries later, a cultivator emerged from the Yu family, possessing a medium-grade spiritual root and exceptional alchemical skills. Through diligent effort, he successfully established his foundation, elevating the Yu family to a foundational celestial clan. This ancestor, however, passed away at the 7th stage of foundation establishment, reaching the age of 200. In the years that followed, the Yu family experienced little change until, 500 years later, a cultivator with a superior spiritual root was born. This ancestor established his foundation at 40 and attained the Purple Mansion stage at 150, propelling the family to unprecedented heights. Tragically, he fell during a confrontation with the Hehuan Sect. Following his demise, the Yu family faced severe oppression and setbacks, losing many territories and resources, retreating to a corner. They experienced both prosperity and decline. At their zenith, a Purple Mansion cultivator guarded the family, supported by over a dozen foundation establishment practitioners. Conversely, during their lowest point, only a 2nd-stage foundation practitioner remained to uphold the situation. Throughout the long years, the Yu family developed a comprehensive and rational system, establishing a strict reward and punishment structure. The cultivation of talent and the distribution of foundation establishment elixirs were governed by rigorous regulations. You are quite remarkable, the ancestor remarked. However, the family had a medium-grade spiritual root named Yu Song, whose share of foundation establishment elixirs ranked first. Another superior alchemist, Yu Yunbua, held the 2nd, and a superior formation master, Yu Yunling, occupied the 3rd. As a superior spiritual liquor master, your share should be 4th, yet, regrettably, as a woman, you must remain in the 6th position. The ancestor recounted the family rules. Yu Lianer felt a wave of frustration. In the cultivation family, a profound bias against women prevailed. Resources were preferentially allocated to male practitioners, while female cultivators received fewer resources and were relegated to a lower status. Ancestor, can we not find a way to change this? Yu Lianer implored. The ancestor replied, there are indeed ways to adapt. If you choose to take a husband into the family, your share of foundation establishment elixirs will rise from 6th to 4th. These rules were inherited from our forebears. Do not blame the ancestors for their bias. Such sentiments are common among all families. Men are able to carry on the lineage, whereas women, upon marriage, become part of another family. A married daughter is akin to water spilled, unless you invite a husband to reside permanently within the clan, at which point your status would equal that of the family's men. Yuliana responded, Ancestor, let us set that aside for now. A life partner is a lifelong commitment. I refuse to settle. The Ancestor remarked, I anticipated you would respond thus. Should you reach the 9th stage of Qi refining before the age of 60, the family will grant you a loan of 3,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. The prospects for foundation establishment elixirs are bleak. You may only exchange it for other foundational resources. After exchanging a few words, Yulianer took her leave. Yu Yushan sighed softly. Within the family, the status of women was indeed inferior to that of men. While there may be no significant disparity during the Qi refining stage, once it came to foundation establishment elixirs, men were prioritized, and only then were women considered. On her journey home, Yu Liener joined a merchant caravan to return to her sect, avoiding potential dangers from rogue cultivators. The journey was uneventful. Upon her return, Yu Liener felt a wave of discontent and took out some spiritual liquor, drinking deeply. After a few sips, she heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Liener felt a bit dizzy, swaying slightly as she stood and opened the door. Ning Fan stood at the entrance, and at the moment the door swung open, he was immediately engulfed by the strong scent of alcohol and witnessed a drunken wretch. Yu Linger, with her lustrous ebony hair elegantly coiled and secured with a wooden hairpin, had her long, delicate neck subtly rising beneath her attire. Her skin radiated a rosy hue, and her figure trembled slightly as she staggered with each step. The unmistakable aroma of liquor enveloped her. Indeed, she was a drunkard. What troubles you? Feeling down? Perhaps a drink will help. There she reclined in a rocking chair. Her long, flawless legs gracefully crossed, the dainty tips of her feet occasionally tapping the ground, causing the chair to creak and sway rhythmically. In her right hand, she held a wine jar, taking hearty gulps with a satisfying glug. Ning Fan sat beside her. Senior sister, this is the spirit-gathering talisman I have drawn. Approximately 100 in total. Please count them carefully. There's no need to count. Would you deceive me? Yuliana replied, slightly lifting the wine jar. And the exquisite liquor flowed directly into her belly. Delightful indeed. This is Icefire wine. Its flavor is sweet and refreshing, neither bitter nor astringent, with a rich and lingering aftertaste. The taste is secondary. The essence of this wine lies in its ability to temper the body upon consumption. Young man, you must engage in vigorous physical training. Only with a robust physique will you possess the strength for dual cultivation. Do not find yourself faltering after merely 3 minutes. Yielding to weakness. Sister Qin is bound to face hardships once again. Ning Fan's face flushed. Senior sister, is this something a woman should utter? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your elegant image? Yet, observing his senior sister in a state of inebriation, one could only comprehend the inevitability of the situation. It is futile to reason with a drunkard. When a woman is intoxicated, her actions are deemed entirely justifiable. Here, take this, he said, as a wine jar was tossed towards him by Yulianer with a graceful flick of her hand. Ning Fan also took the wine jug, and upon opening it, he was immediately greeted by the rich and intoxicating aroma of the wine. Ning Fan also took a sip, savoring the delightful flavor. The intoxicating effects began to color his cheeks, while the lovely face of Yulianer blossomed with a rosy hue, her gaze becoming somewhat hazy. Ning Fan inquired, Sister, have you encountered any troubles? Indeed, I have my own burdens, she replied. Recently, I brought some of the exquisite wines I crafted, along with your talismans, to contribute to the family. However, Yulianer continued, revealing the various tribulations faced by the clan. As she spoke, her spirits lifted considerably, gulping down the wine. Yulianer sought to intoxicate herself, hoping to alleviate the weight of her psychological strain. Observing the scene, Ning Fan relinquished his attempts at dissuasion, recognizing that suppression without release only exacerbates inner turmoil. He surmised that indulging in wine might offer a cathartic outlet for negative emotions, though perhaps she imbibed a bit too freely. Her complexion flushed a delicate crimson, rendering her form exquisitely alluring. Her abdomen, a flawless expanse of alabaster, remained devoid of any imperfection. Her waist, slender and lithe, cascaded into curvaceous hips and gracefully tapered thighs, culminating in elegant calves, composing a tableau of captivating beauty. Yulianer, inebriated, took another swig, her grip faltering. Wine cascaded, not entirely into her mouth, but also down her jade-like neck, pooling upon her bosom, gradually saturating her bodice. The fabric, now heavy with wine, turned translucent. The libation continued its descent, past the flimsy garment, meandering across her lower abdomen, ultimately permeating the protective shorts clinging to her skin. The drunken beauty's skin, already rosy, now radiated an even more captivating allure. Yulianer suddenly realized the anomaly of the liquid. Her garments were drenched. "Ignis," she whispered. With a subtle incantation, the moisture vanished, leaving her attire restored to its original state. "Even our immortal clans have their share of tribulations," she began. "Take the Yu family, for instance. With so many members, there's bound to be discord. My father, a Chi Refinement Stage 9 cultivator, failed his foundation establishment attempt, plunging him into debt with the clan. For years, he toiled, crafting talismans to repay his dues. Another avenue for debt repayment was procreation. Before 60, he remained celibate, focused solely on achieving foundation establishment. But after his failure, he took 7 young mortal women as concubines, fathering 25 children in just 3 decades. Clan rules dictated rewards for children born with spiritual roots, with greater incentives for those possessing mid-grade or high-grade roots. Among the 25, only I possessed spiritual roots. My birth occurred when my father was 85. He passed away at 103 when I was 18. He managed to settle a portion of the debt, but I inherited the remainder. By 30, I had cleared it all. I also mastered a craft, brewing, which I'm quite skilled at. Yet, within the clan, male chauvinism reigns supreme. Men are ranked according to seniority, enjoying a life of ease and freedom. Women lack such privilege, are names chosen arbitrarily. Resource allocation favors men, with women receiving only what remains. Common cultivation techniques are accessible to all, but esoteric arts and lucrative skills are passed down only to sons or daughters-in-law, never to daughters. In our immortal clan, men hold the highest status, followed by daughters-in-law. Daughters like us occupy the lowest rung, destined for arranged marriages with powerful families, traded like commodities, or forced to take in unworthy husbands. With that, Yulianer gulped down more wine. Prejudice is a mountain in the heart, immovable no matter how hard one tries. Over the years, I've tirelessly brewed numerous exquisite wines, sacrificing my own enjoyment to present them to the clan, seeking their recognition. I even offer the superior talismans I acquire from you, all in pursuit of acceptance. My contributions to the clan rival those of the men. But alas, I am an orphan, lacking backing or influence. The clan's foundation establishment pills are beyond my reach. At the very least, I hoped for a slightly better chance. A mere whiff of the possibility. Now, I feel destined to rely solely on myself. She took another swig, her senses growing hazy once more. It seemed she had drunk too much. She drifted off to sleep on the lounge chair. Ning Fan gazed at the scene before him, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. Simply draping her with a few garments or relocating her to a room seemed unnecessary. After indulging in excessive libations, he would often experience bouts of nausea and distress, necessitating the prompt covering of him with a blanket to prevent chills and illness. Cultivators possess formidable physiques, impervious to the fluctuations of temperature, and are typically immune to ailments such as colds. However, inebriation renders them oblivious to their surroundings, placing them in potential peril. Departing directly left him somewhat uneasy regarding this senior sister. Ning Fan contemplated these matters, retrieving the communication talisman to convey certain thoughts to Qin Xianer. Subsequently, he remained stationed at the same spot. It was not until the 3rd day that Yulianer gradually awoke from her intoxication, opening her eyes. Rising to her feet, she stretched her limbs. "I appreciate your care over these past 3 days." "It was nothing," he replied. Ning Fan remarked, "Senior sister, one must learn to let go of certain matters." Yulianer nodded in agreement and said, "I shall take heed of this. From now on, I must rely solely on myself." Ning Fan declared, "I shall craft talismans while you produce spirit wine. We will exchange our creations and amass wealth, with a promising future ahead." As he spoke, confidence radiated from him. The diligent are rewarded by the heavens, opening up boundless possibilities. A typical upper-tier talisman master can at most inscribe a first-tier talisman and occasionally manage a couple of second-tier ones, which marks the pinnacle of their capabilities. For cultivators, engaging in cross-dire battles, particularly against formidable foes of significantly higher realms, proves to be exceedingly challenging. Similarly, for a first-tier talisman master, transcending a major realm to create second-tier talismans presents a considerable escalation in difficulty. Often, such endeavors are virtually impossible, leading to inevitable failure. Yet, with the principle that diligence brings reward, Ning Fan believed that as long as he exerted effort, progress would follow. This monumental barrier was inconsequential to him. He was capable of successfully inscribing second-tier talismans, perhaps even at a remarkably high success rate. It is well said and true. Others may doubt my potential, yet I shall strive with unwavering determination to reach the foundation establishment stage. Even in the absence of familial support, I shall ascend. Yu Lianer exclaimed with indignation. When others look down upon us, we shall rise with tenacity and deliver a resounding kick to those who scorn us, boldly proclaiming that they are blind to our worth. Ning Fan encouraged his senior sister and then presented her with some talismans. Senior sister, please examine these talismans. They are my recent creations. Yu Lianer scrutinized them carefully. At first glance, they appeared rather ordinary, not significantly different from the previous ones. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned subtle distinctions. Junior brother, your craftsmanship is becoming increasingly remarkable. A top-tier talisman master is not your limit. There is great potential for you to attain the status of a second-tier talisman master. Your current cultivation level is too low, and your insufficient spiritual energy restricts the enhancement of your talismans. If you were to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement, or even the 9th layer, you would have a substantial chance of advancing to a second-tier talisman master. Once you achieve that status, exchanging second-tier talismans for foundation-building pills would become considerably easier. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones serve as the primary currency. However, their practical application in transactions is fraught with limitations. Cultivators often prefer bartering goods. Purchasing foundation-building pills with spirit stones not only incurs exorbitant costs, but also faces fierce competition. Sometimes, they are simply unattainable. Yet, possessing second-tier talismans, formations, or magical treasures would facilitate the exchange for second-tier elixirs and foundation-building pills with far greater ease and convenience. Haha, that seems so distant. Yu Lianer inquired, Junior brother. Do you have any plans? Not particularly. I simply focus on drawing talismans and cultivating, with little thought for anything else. Junior brother, within our Hehuan Sect, there exist various factions, familial factions, master-disciple factions, and numerous mountain sections. Many factions and mountain sects frequently engage in fierce competition for certain interests, leading to both overt and covert conflicts, filled with intrigue and deception. Of course, these matters are quite distant from us at present. Our current cultivation level is too low. We lack the qualifications to join those factions. Yu Lianer stated, however, there are some things you ought to be aware of. From her storage bag, she retrieved a golden notice and handed it over. Ning Fan stepped forward and opened the golden notice. On December 5th, the third-tier talisman master Lin Dong will deliver a lecture on the art of talisman crafting at the 16th Square, Area 15, 12 Roads in the West City. At the designated time. Ning Fan gazed at the golden notice, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Yu Lianer spoke, in the beginning. When my junior brother wished to take on an apprenticeship to learn talisman crafting, he soon discovered that his pockets were devoid of the necessary offerings. Thus, he had to forego the opportunity and resorted to self-study at home. His innate talent was remarkable, even without the guidance of a renowned master. He persevered and became an exceptional talisman master through sheer self-discipline. However, solitary study is ultimately insufficient. One requires the counsel of a distinguished mentor to navigate the path more efficiently. Lin Dong is a formidable figure, a grand cultivator of the Purple Mansion and a third-grade talisman master, who is about to impart his teachings. This is a splendid opportunity for you to learn from him. Gaining the recognition and favor of such a senior would provide you with substantial backing for your future endeavors, allowing you to advance further along your path. Even if you do not earn his endorsement, you will still acquire invaluable knowledge in talisman crafting. Thank you, senior sister, Ning Fan remarked. Had it not been for my senior sister's guidance and the golden invitation she bestowed upon me, I might have remained oblivious. I would have been unable to locate the temple for my prayers. He bowed respectfully to express his gratitude. Haha, dear junior brother, there is no need for such formality. Yu Lianer replied. After a brief exchange, Ning Fan departed with a heart full of joy. Upon returning home, however, his elation gradually subsided, giving way to silence. The greatest barrier in this world is indeed the barrier of information. Many high-ranking individuals can easily acquire information that ordinary practitioners at the lower levels remain completely unaware of. If it were not for the intelligence provided by that senior sister, he would have been entirely in the dark regarding the lecture by a third-tier talisman master. The circle is too small, and the information accessible is severely limited. He felt the need to conduct a thorough investigation. It would be prudent to gather some intelligence about Master Lin Dong. With these thoughts in mind, he left his home and wandered down the street. Arriving at his neighbor's house, he knocked with a series of firm raps. After a considerable wait, The door opened, revealing Wang Bin, who graciously welcomed him inside. Junior brother, how have you been of late? Quite well, I suppose. Ning Fan replied. Since I am still young, I am somewhat unfamiliar with the affairs of the sect. I wish to inquire about something from you, Brother Wang. Do you know Master Lindong? Why do you ask? Wang Bin inquired. This third-tier talisman master is soon to give a lecture, and I wish to gather some information. Ning Fan explained. The outer sect elder had gifted him a booklet detailing various notable practitioners and their associated sects, though it remained somewhat superficial. You might consider visiting Listening Wind Tower for information, Wang Bin suggested. As long as you are willing to spend, you can uncover any details you seek. Listening Wind Tower. Ning Fan felt a slight astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered this term, and it seemed rather unfamiliar to him. Once you reach the 7th level of Qi refinement, you will be permitted to leave the Hehuan Sect and venture outside to undertake various tasks. Before embarking on these missions, it is essential to gather intelligence and prepare relevant maps. Knowing both your enemy and yourself is crucial to avoid misfortune. Within our Hehuan Sect, the Hongqian Tower is responsible for facilitating connections and romantic fates. The Bayou Tower oversees human trafficking and the trade of concubines and furnace vessels, while the Tingfeng Tower is tasked with intelligence gathering. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Ning Fan nodded and took his leave. As he walked along the street, after covering a certain distance, he arrived at a 2-story building adorned with the words Listening Wind Pavilion. The exterior decor was quite unremarkable, and the location was rather secluded, with minimal foot traffic. It conveyed a sense of desolation, akin to a mouse on the brink of starvation. Ning Fan stepped through the entrance, surveying his surroundings, which appeared desolate and devoid of any opulent adornments. Ahead stood a counter, where an elderly man lay slumped, fast asleep. A customer has arrived. Ning Fan approached the counter and gently tapped it. The elderly man stirred, awakening from his slumber with a yawn, as if emerging from a deep sleep. Youngster, speak quickly if you have something to say. Business awaits. I seek information regarding the talisman master, Lindong. I require comprehensive details. The old man replied nonchalantly. I see. Allow me a moment to verify. Lindong, a high-ranking talisman master, possesses a cultivation level of the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion. The information is classified as level 8. To acquire such details, a minimum of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones is required. He spoke with an air of indifference, as if stating a mere fact. How much is that? Ning Fan spoke, feeling incredulous. It's not much, merely 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, the elder remarked. To acquire comprehensive information, it requires 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Little one, do not perceive the cost as exorbitant. You get what you pay for. The greater the expenditure, the more thorough the information you shall receive. If you seek only superficial details, the price will indeed be considerably lower. It is far easier to depict a dragon or tiger than to capture its essence. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Gathering intelligence from various sources is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in sifting through the multitude of data to unearth that which is truly valuable and useful. This is the crux of the matter. Beware, for erroneous and misleading information may lead some astray into perilous paths. Hearing this, Ning Fan felt a throbbing headache. Senior, this is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, not 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, nor 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Chuckling, the elder remarked. Do not let anger consume you, young man. Maintain your composure. If you find yourself without funds, you may consider borrowing. You could work to repay your debts. And when your lifespan is exhausted and you sit in meditation, your offspring may continue to settle the debts, passing down the responsibility through generations. Eventually, the debts shall be repaid. Hearing this, Ning Fan inwardly cursed. Is this person a devil? The usury has persisted for several generations, utterly shameless. Senior, how should I articulate this? Ning Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. Intelligence was categorized into 10 distinct levels, with the lowest tier encompassing ordinary cultivators, such as servant disciples, outer disciples, and similar roles, classified merely as level 1. To acquire their intelligence, one would only need to part with 20 low-grade spirit stones. Level 2 intelligence, involving late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, would require an expenditure of over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Level 3 intelligence, concerning foundation establishment cultivators and various second-tier alchemists and array masters, would demand a cost of 100 medium-grade spirit stones. The pinnacle of intelligence, at level 10, pertain to nascent soul cultivators and significant secrets within the cultivation realm of the Yu Kingdom. Such matters were far beyond your reach, and there was no necessity for you to be informed, the elder remarked. In essence, one gets what one pays for. The amount you are willing to invest will determine the intelligence we provide. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, not a mere one-time transaction, but rather a long-term business relationship. Ning Fan immediately comprehended the reason for the desolation surrounding him. The business here was essentially a cycle of 3 years of inactivity, followed by a brief 3-year spree of commerce. One merely needed to successfully secure 1 or 2 deals to ensure a financial surplus for the next 2 or 3 months. I shall offer 10,000 inferior spiritual stones in exchange for some information. Ning Fan spoke as he placed the storage bag upon the table. This represented all his savings. Should he exhaust it, he would be compelled to borrow money to sustain his living next month. Certain expenditures were necessary and could not be curtailed. The elder did not glance at the storage bag. Instead, he said, "You may inquire now, and I will deduct the corresponding spirit stones based on the information provided." Ning Fan fell into silence. Expenses should be allocated judiciously, directed towards the essence rather than the periphery. I wish to seek mentorship from Lin Dong. Is he a suitable choice? Ning Fan remarked. Haha, your question is rather ambiguous. However, I can provide you with an answer. The elder chuckled. Lin Dong is not suitable for you. The price is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Why? This marked the second inquiry. Very well. The elder nodded slightly. Lin Dong has already acquired a Dao partner, a wife, and 10 disciples. Even if you were to become his new disciple, your treatment would be limited. Of course, these are not the critical reasons. Lin Dong is not as commendable as the superficial information suggests. There are some deeper reasons that I shall not disclose. This intelligence is priced at 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ning Fan inquired, whom should I take as my master for the third piece of intelligence? The elder remained silent for a considerable time before responding. Once a master, forever a father. Within the Hehuan Sect, many cultivators were preoccupied with their cultivation, devoid of offspring. In the eyes of these individuals, disciples were akin to their own flesh and blood. They cared deeply for their students. However, correspondingly, the expectations placed upon the disciples were exceptionally high. Yet, some cultivators were rather unscrupulous. They sought disciples merely as a source of free labor, subjecting them to undue exploitation with meager compensation. Ning Fan pondered, how shall I make my choice? A good teacher constitutes half of success, yet a poor one accounts for half of failure. Therefore, one must exercise due caution when selecting a mentor. The elder cautioned, you possess only inferior spiritual roots. With meager talent, even if you excel in talisman crafting, in the eyes of those formidable figures, you remain inconsequential. The assistance offered by foundational cultivators is rather limited. After becoming their disciple, you may find yourself merely a source of unpaid labor, subjected to considerable exploitation with little benefit in return. It is most prudent to seek a master among the Purple Mansion cultivators. Based on my assessment of suitable candidates, 3 primary characteristics should be present. First, impeccable character. Not merely a faade of virtue masking true flaws. Second, expertise in talisman crafting to provide you with technical guidance. And third, youthfulness and potential rather than senescence. Remarkably, there are only 15 suitable candidates. Take a closer look. He produced a jade slip, inscribing pertinent information upon it and extending it forth. Ning Fan accepted the document, his consciousness perceiving its contents. It meticulously detailed the information of 15 Purple Mansion cultivators, outlining both the merits and demerits of apprenticing under them. I am deeply grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. Ning Fan spoke respectfully. The old man was shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering his true cultivation level indiscernible. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Your current cultivation is rather insufficient, merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Many hold little regard for you. Should you manage to step into the foundation establishment stage, your chances of successfully taking on a master would significantly increase. Except for a handful of prodigies, most individuals only gain the eligibility to seek a mentor upon reaching the foundation establishment realm. In our Hehuan Sect, the ranks of outer disciples, inner disciples, and miscellaneous disciples are all considered expendable. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage and becoming a true disciple can one escape the fate of being mere resources. The old man hinted, Little one, you are quite intriguing. Do not meet your end too soon. May I inquire how to address you, senior? Ning Fan remarked. If I achieve great success in the future, I shall undoubtedly express my gratitude for the guidance of my esteemed predecessors. Ha ha, young one. You are far too feeble to merit knowledge of my name. I am retiring for the evening. Do not disturb me, the elder declared, waving his hand to stow away his storage pouch. After another yawn, he reclined upon the counter and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ning Fan could only clasp his hands in a gesture of farewell and take his leave. After a considerable time, the elder opened his eyes. Intriguing, quite intriguing. This young lad possesses an extraordinary charm. Although his talent is rather mediocre, merely possessing inferior spiritual roots, his soul power rivals that of an 8th-level Qi practitioner. Were it not for the thorough examination confirming the perfect harmony between his physical body and soul, one might have suspected he was a fallen predecessor taking possession. Yet, a predecessor would hardly choose a vessel with inferior spiritual roots. Moreover, to ascend to a superior talisman master at merely the 4th level of Qi cultivation indicates a remarkable aptitude. The world often places undue emphasis on spiritual roots, neglecting the significance of comprehension, which is equally paramount. The elder sighed softly. On the path of cultivation, many practitioners prioritize their spiritual roots. A higher grade of spiritual roots signifies a swifter cultivation pace, enabling one to reach elevated realms in a shorter span. However, upon reaching the golden core stage, comprehension becomes far more critical. At this juncture, one must gradually grasp the laws of heaven and earth, unraveling the mysteries of all things. Should comprehension lag behind, no amount of resources would suffice. Just moments ago, upon Ning Fan's arrival, the elder sensed something unusual. He meticulously inspected Ning Fan from head to toe. Within the storage bag, he found nothing amiss. Neither within his body nor in his sea of consciousness did he uncover any extraordinary treasures. Ning Fan appeared to be quite ordinary, merely a typical outer sect disciple, albeit with a slightly more formidable spiritual power. After a meticulous examination, the elder felt a profound disappointment, simultaneously relinquishing any murderous intent. Should this young cultivator possess any extraordinary treasures or encounters, he would not hesitate to eliminate him and seize the spoils. The act of slaying for riches was one he had committed numerous times, having long grown accustomed to it. For someone of his stature, extinguishing an outer sect disciple was as trivial as crushing an ant, requiring no justification whatsoever. Even the tax for murder was unnecessary, for the crime itself was a decree he had established. The so-called rules were merely shackles imposed upon the weak, never meant to bind the strong. This lad had potential, yet regrettably, his spiritual roots were of the inferior grade. Cultivating him to the foundation-building stage would demand immense resources, while advancing to the Purple Mansion realm would require even more. As for the Golden Core stage, that was an aspiration far beyond reach. The elder would never take him as a disciple. Offering him a modicum of guidance was already a considerable favor. The elder pondered this with an expression of utter indifference, soon reclining on the counter to resume his slumber. Upon exiting the wind-listening tower, Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. His body trembled imperceptibly, beads of sweat dotting his skin. In that fleeting moment, he had experienced an inexplicable dread, akin to encountering a tiger in a primordial forest, the beast stalking towards him with predatory intent. Even if the tiger were sated and had no desire to consume him, the fear lingered. Once, I had accompanied my senior sister to an exchange meeting, where I encountered a foundation-building cultivator. Yet, in terms of presence, that individual paled in comparison to this elder. Was this elder a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, or perhaps even the Golden Core realm? Ning Fan pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile. This marked his first encounter with a senior cultivator. Indeed, the social circles one inhabits hold great significance. The individuals one encounters are often dictated by these circles. Those in the working class predominantly associate with their peers, rarely crossing paths with billionaires. Similarly, ordinary Qi refiners typically interact with others of their kind, with the likelihood of meeting a foundation establishment cultivator being exceedingly low. As for a Purple Mansion cultivator, one might go an entire lifetime without ever laying eyes on one. Lin Dong was not suited to be in the presence of such a venerable figure. There was no need for deception. My identity and status do not warrant such dishonesty from this esteemed elder. As for taking on a master, there is no necessity for a foundation establishment cultivator. The realm of a Purple Mansion cultivator remains an unreachable distance for me. Ning Fan chuckled wryly. After much contemplation, he resolutely abandoned the idea of seeking a master. One should not expect fortune to fall from the sky. Such serendipity is a mere illusion. More often than not, What exists is investment, exchange, and reward. If one desires the fruits of a year, one must cultivate spiritual rice, which allows for swift investment and rapid returns. To reap the rewards of a decade, one should extensively plant spiritual herbs. Although the initial investment may be prolonged and the returns delayed, the eventual profits are substantial. For those aspiring to harvest over a century or even a millennium, one must invest in people. Many cultivators of the Purple Mansion, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul realms delight in taking disciples, for mentoring is, in itself, a significant investment. When a disciple is still inexperienced, they serve as free labor, assisting with menial tasks. As the disciple grows in strength, they become invaluable allies in protecting the sect or confronting adversaries. The prospect of a disciple surpassing their master is a cause for great joy. Furthermore, accepting disciples is a crucial method for forming alliances and establishing one's own faction. In the realm of cultivation, the master-disciple relationship is generally trustworthy. Instances of betrayal are rare, and even the most notorious fiends in the demonic path treat their disciples with kindness. Taking on disciples requires careful consideration of investment, costs, and returns. If a disciple fails to thrive, it signifies a loss of resources, as initial investments may yield no returns. Disciples with high spiritual root levels indicate a lower initial investment, yet promise rapid growth and swift returns. Conversely, those with lower spiritual roots necessitate substantial initial funding, exhibit slow growth, and yield minimal returns, potentially leading to losses or total failure. Indeed, one can ultimately rely on oneself. At present, I possess little investment value. Should I advance to the foundation establishment stage, I would become a competent laborer, an exceptional one, at that, capable of generating considerable value. Perhaps cultivators of the Purple Mansion would be pleased to accept me as a disciple, relishing the prospect of exploiting another capable laborer. As for my current state, I am unworthy of being claimed by those esteemed cultivators. Ning Fan broke into a smile. The interactions between individuals often revolve around emotions and friendships. Akin to a castle in the air, perpetually precarious and exuding an air of unreliability. However, once the conversation shifts to matters of interest, and a solid foundation of mutual benefit is established, the relationship transforms into one of remarkable strength, unassailable and enduring. People do not fear being exploited. Rather, they dread the absence of utilitarian value. Frequently, it is not the exploitation itself that incites fear, but the realization that one lacks even the worth of a beast of burden, the very value that warrants being exploited. When one is devoid of any value for exploitation or utility, they are destined for merciless obliteration and eradication. Time gradually slipped away, and before long, it was December 5th. Ning Fan rose early, preparing himself with meticulous care and donning his finest attire. The garments, exquisite in quality, were valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. Typically reserved for special occasions, he now adorned himself with them, presenting a picture of elegance. After exchanging a brief greeting with his wife, he departed with haste. Upon reaching the northern part of the city, he encountered a grand flying vessel. Presenting his ticket at the entrance, he watched as the attendant scrutinized it before granting him passage. Ning Fan settled into the designated spot, patiently awaiting the arrival of the appointed hour. Approximately half an hour later, the moment arrived. A low hum resonated through the air as the spacecraft began to ascend, soaring towards the east. The Hehuan Sect occupies a vast expanse, its heart comprised of a series of majestic mountain ranges, ancient and grand, brimming with spiritual energy. Nestled within these mountains are various spirit beast parks, medicinal gardens, and other significant treasures. Encircling these ranges are celestial cities, among which lies Tazian City, one of 8 such establishments. This journey aboard the spacecraft is destined for Lingyuan City in the east, where the third-tier talisman master, Lin Dong, will impart profound wisdom. As Ning Fan sat within the vessel, he attuned himself to the surroundings, gazing through the crystal glass to behold the scenery beyond. The spacecraft ascended steadily, causing the houses, roads, and people on the ground to diminish in size. It halted at an altitude of 3,000 meters, then proceeded forward at a steady pace. The speed of the craft was remarkable, yet it offered a smooth ride. This was my inaugural departure from Xian City and my first experience aboard such a grand vessel. I recall leaving my hometown over a decade ago to embark on the path of cultivation. Due to certain circumstances, my affiliation shifted from Hehuan Sect to Hehuan Sect, though the essence remains largely unchanged. I wonder when I shall depart from Hehuan Sect and return to my homeland to reunite with my parents once more. Ning Fan suddenly sighed, reflecting that to depart from the Hehuan Sect, one must possess at least the cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. With insufficient power, venturing outside would be perilous. Just as a sheepfold confines its flock, depriving them of freedom, it simultaneously grants them a sense of security. Buzzing incessantly, the flying vessel continued its journey. After 2 hours of flight, its speed gradually diminished, revealing a colossal city looming ahead. Ultimately, the ship decelerated and descended gently onto an expansive plaza. The grand gates began to open, and one by one, the cultivators stepped forth. Ning Fan descended from the spacecraft and retrieved a map, roughly determining his surroundings before proceeding towards his destination. Soon, he arrived at a vast plaza, teeming with a multitude of cultivators. Foundation establishment and Qi refining practitioners were actively engaged in maintaining order. At the very center, a golden mat was designated for the 3rd-tier talisman master, Lin Dong. Surrounding this central mat were approximately 72 purple mats, reserved for Foundation establishment practitioners. Further out, there were over 300 blue mats allocated for inner disciples. Even farther out were more than 1,000 white mats meant for outer disciples. At the outermost periphery, over 3,000 mats were prepared for miscellaneous disciples. The patrolling cultivators assigned different mats based on their rank. Ning Fan presented a golden invitation and, under the arrangement of a patrolling disciple, occupied a white meditation cushion before settling down gracefully. Other cultivators gradually took their respective seats. Some produced their own golden invitations, while others offered spirit stones in reverence. As the number of attendees steadily increased, each finding their designated place, whispers and murmurs arose among certain cultivators, engaging in quiet discussions. As time passed, the hushed conversations gradually subsided, and all patiently awaited the proceedings. An hour later, the resounding chime of a bronze bell echoed through the air. At that moment, a young man appeared upon a golden cushion. Clad in a blue Taoist robe, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his features meticulously crafted and distinct. Like a jade figure amidst the throng, he was unparalleled among his peers. Upon his arrival, countless female cultivators were entranced, their eyes widening and cheeks flushing with admiration, transforming into infatuated admirers. Meanwhile, the other men cast envious glances, their envy palpable. Ning Fan was equally astonished. He had never gazed into a mirror, for he possessed an unremarkable appearance, merely an ordinary individual. Yet, upon witnessing the figure of this man, he truly comprehended the essence of an unparalleled beauty. "I am Lin Dong, and today, I shall impart wisdom to you," Lin Dong declared. "There must be no disruptions during the discourse. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me during the intermissions. Now, let us delve into the art of crafting talismans. Talismans are the intricate patterns of heaven and earth, composed of various spiritual symbols that exist within the essence of celestial materials, treasures of the earth, as well as the bodies of mystical beasts and divine creatures. Cultivators comprehend these symbols and apply them, thus giving rise to talismans. In the realm of mortals, one may wield a wooden stick and, with the aid of a fulcrum, create a lever. With this lever, even a child can exert a force sufficient to lift hundreds or even thousands of pounds. A cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement would undoubtedly be no match for one at the 9th level. However, should the former possess a sufficient number of talismans, he could contend with, and perhaps even defeat, a 9th level cultivator. As he spoke, Lin Dong elaborated meticulously. Beginning with the most fundamental aspects of talismans, he discussed the quantity, types, and combinations of spiritual symbols, initially skimming over superficial concepts before gradually delving deeper into the subject. The complexity of the discussion increased progressively. Gradually, some disciples listened with rapt attention, while many others found the teachings incomprehensible, akin to deciphering an ancient script. The lecture continued, and the number of those unable to grasp the content steadily grew, leaving only a few who remained engaged. During a brief pause, several cultivators ventured to pose questions, to which Lin Dong responded, fostering an exchange of thoughts. As the dialogue unfolded, time slipped away, and before long, an hour had elapsed. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the bronze bell echoed once more, and Lin Dong announced, "The lecture has concluded." Rising from his seat, he vanished without a trace. The other cultivators expressed their gratitude in unison. Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. "How remarkable it is. Just a few words surpass a decade of study." Lin Dong, the talisman master, truly embodies the prowess of a 3rd-tier talisman master, as he directly addressed many crucial points and key issues. He has effectively dispelled numerous doubts that lingered in my heart. My proficiency in talisman crafting has significantly elevated within a mere decade. I shall ascend to the rank of a second-tier talisman master. Ning Fan beamed with joy. The heavens reward diligence, allowing him to progress through effort, swiftly enhancing his skills. However, this advancement carries substantial uncertainty. Along the way, there will inevitably be many futile endeavors, wasted efforts, and perhaps a detour. Yet, after listening to this enlightening discourse, clarity dawned upon him. He could now navigate around potential pitfalls and circumvent arduous paths, discovering a relatively smooth and time-efficient route forward. What once required 30 years to achieve the status of a second-tier talisman master could now be accomplished in just 10. While the heavens reward diligence and effort leads to progress, it does not guarantee success. Under the guidance of a master, the pace of improvement would undoubtedly accelerate. In the absence of such guidance, relying solely on blind exploration would likely result in prolonged delays. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Fan departed in high spirits and subsequently entered a period of seclusion to assimilate the vast insights he had gained. It took him a full 3 months to conclude his retreat. With a swift motion, he produced talisman paper, talisman ink, and a talisman brush. This brush, crafted from the finest spirit bamboo, is adorned with intricate runes and valued at 5,000 spirit stones. The ink, made from the blood of a second-tier demon beast combined with various materials, is worth 500 spirit stones. As for the talisman paper, each sheet costs 5 spirit stones. Though the prices are steep, they are indeed worth every penny. At this moment, he aimed to create an exquisite high-grade talisman, the Golden Body Talisman. The lower-grade talismans involve a difficulty level of 10 to 20 spirit symbols, which is relatively manageable. The medium-grade talismans, on the other hand, require 20 to 50 spirit symbols, significantly increasing the challenge. The high-grade talismans necessitate 50 to 100 spirit symbols, with the level of difficulty soaring even higher. Among the high-grade talismans, the simplest requires the crafting of 50 spirit symbols, while the most arduous demands 100, escalating the difficulty by several folds, far beyond mere multiples. The Golden Body Talisman involves 99 spirit symbols, presenting an immense challenge. In the past, he had attempted to create it, only to fail consecutively 18 times, without a single success. This time, he resolved to attempt it once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crafting continued, with spirit symbols emerging in rapid succession, quickly connecting together. As he reached the 72nd symbol, Ning Fan sensed his magical energy dwindling. With less than 30% remaining. Thud, thud. Ning Fan took a sip of the spiritual wine, which swiftly refined within him, transforming into magical energy to sustain his intricate drawing. As he reached the moment of inscribing the 80th spiritual talisman, he felt the depletion of his magical power once more and consumed yet another sip of the elixir. This relentless cycle of consumption continued, and he persevered, barely managing to inscribe the 99th talisman. Buzzing resonated in the air. Accompanied by a melodious chime, the 99 spiritual talismans glimmered vibrantly, intertwining their energies. The force upon the talisman paper surged and ebbed ceaselessly. The golden radiance fluctuated for an extended period before gradually settling into tranquility. Thus, the Golden Body Talisman was forged. Ning Fan was adorned with an expression of delight. The Golden Body Talisman, when invoked, radiated a resplendent golden light that enveloped his form, establishing a formidable defense. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of Chi refinement would require 3 breaths to completely tear it apart. Even foundational cultivators, when launching an assault, would find it capable of withstanding a moment's assault. The Golden Body Talisman could be a lifesaver in critical moments, priced at a minimum of 100 spirit stones. This was merely the baseline price. In truth, such a valuable item could be bartered for more advanced treasures. At that instant, Ning Fan was beset by waves of fatigue, as the consumption of spiritual energy was immense. The moment of inscribing the Golden Body Talisman demanded an unprecedented concentration of spirit. All of his attention was devoted to this task, and his mental state was taut, wary of the slightest lapse in diligence. Each detail needed to be meticulously controlled, for even a minor error could lead to failure. While in the midst of the inscription, he felt little, but once it was successfully completed, an overwhelming weariness washed over him. The thought of inscribing a second talisman was utterly unappealing. Indeed, he felt averse to the notion of creating any more in the coming month, for the toll on his spiritual energy was too great, and his body was struggling to cope. At his current level, his success rate for inscribing the Golden Body Talisman hovered at a mere 10%. Ning Fan assessed himself. Indeed, there are times when one should not excessively force or strain oneself, as the body may struggle to cope. Cultivating immortality is meant for joy, not for servitude. By noon, Qin Xianer concluded her training and had now advanced to the third level of Qi refinement. Ning Fan was astonished. Indeed, it was an Earth-grade spiritual root. The speed of cultivation was astonishingly swift. One cannot compare individuals. The more one compares, the greater the disparity becomes. It might be prudent to appropriately temper Qin Xianer's pace of cultivation. Ning Fan inquired, "This year, what is our income, and how much can we save? I find myself devoid of funds. How much do you possess?" "Over the past 3 years, I have managed to conserve 20,000 spirit stones." Qin Xianer responded, "Now that we are in December, since January, my husband has crafted 1,000 high-grade talismans and 5,000 mid-grade talismans. A portion has been sold, while some have been retained for our own use. The sold talismans yielded a total of 135,000 spirit stones. However, our expenses have been considerable. The purchase of talisman paper and ink alone has cost us 15,000 spirit stones. Here in the inner city, the rent amounts to 7,000 spirit stones, with an additional 5,000 spirit stones for the maintenance of the formation. We have also increased our spiritual cave, incurring an extra 5,000 spirit stones, bringing the total to 17,000 spirit stones. Daily sustenance of jade emperor rice costs us 10,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, the acquisition of high-grade robes has led to an additional expenditure of 10,000 spirit stones. The purchase of spirit wine has consumed 50,000 spirit stones, while medicinal pills have set us back 30,000 spirit stones. Altogether, our expenditures amount to 130,000 spirit stones, leaving us with a savings of 5,000 spirit stones. Here is the ledger. Please take a look." She retrieved the ledger and handed it over. Ning Fan took the ledger and examined it meticulously. He felt that his finances were indeed insufficient. Although he earned a considerable amount of money, he also spent copiously. The rate at which he earned was eclipsed by the rate at which he expended. Yet, certain expenses were truly indispensable. Talismans and inks were necessary expenditures. This was despite maintaining a high success rate and minimizing unnecessary waste. Rent could not be compromised, and the upkeep of formations was essential. Jade emperor rice, a vital sustenance, also could not be spared. Food is paramount to the populace, and cultivators are no exception. Practitioners consume spirit rice, which is rich in nutrition and imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Consuming spirit rice accelerates the cultivation process. It is an essential component of ascension that cannot be overlooked. The funds for high-quality spiritual garments must also remain untouched. One cannot emulate Qigong, clad in tattered rags. Dressing well enhances one's appearance. Purchasing spiritual liquor can aid in cultivation and expedite the training process. The acquisition of elixirs, particularly gathering elixirs, which primarily serve to hasten the cultivation speed, cannot be diminished either. Thus, a substantial amount of money has been spent. Fortunately, Qin Xianer possesses remarkable talent, requiring only spirit rice, a modest amount of spiritual liquor, and a spiritual cave, leading to minimal resource consumption. Ning Fan, however, is not as fortunate. He requires spirit rice, elixirs, and has consumed a significant portion of the spiritual liquor, in addition to needing gathering talismans for assistance. He still has 20,000 spirit stones remaining. Ning Fan remarked, "In merely 2 years, I have ascended from the initial stage of Qi Refinement Level 4 to the pinnacle of Qi Refinement Level 4. Within a month, I shall undoubtedly reach Qi Refinement Level 5. It would be prudent to temper this rapid advancement. One should not solely pursue speed, but rather seek a solid foundation." At the age of 14, he joined the Hehuan Sect. By the 10th month, he had attained Qi Refinement Level 1. It took him 6 years to reach Qi Refinement Level 2 by the age of 20. Another 6 years passed before he achieved Qi Refinement Level 3 at 26. Logically, the time required for advancement should increase as one progresses. However, the opposite proved true. Remarkably, he advanced to Qi Refinement Level 4 at 30. Having spent a mere 4 years on this journey. Subsequently, in just 2.5 years, he was on the verge of reaching Qi Refinement Level 5. This moment undeniably illustrated the allure of wealth. For an extended period thereafter, he would remain a high-grade talisman master, with his income entering a relatively stable phase, unlikely to see significant enhancement. Similarly, the time required for ascending to Qi Refinement Levels 5, 6, and 7 would progressively increase. Nevertheless, emphasis should also be placed on physical cultivation. In the courtyard, Yu Lianer sat nearby. Her eyelashes fluttered softly, complemented by a delicate blush and vibrant cherry-red lips, while her dress elegantly accentuated her exquisite form. Her bosom rose majestically, forming a splendid curvature, and her rounded, voluptuous figure was accentuated by her long, supple legs adorned with crimson silk shoes, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Junior brother, you seldom visit without reason. What brings you here? Sister, I seek a physical cultivation technique to strengthen my physique. Haha, junior brother, physical cultivation techniques are not overly expensive. They typically cost around 100 spirit stones. However, physical cultivation demands considerable time and numerous resources, Hehuan advised. The resources required for physical cultivation are 3 to 5 times greater than those needed for chi refinement. Furthermore, one must possess the requisite talent. Lacking sufficient aptitude and forcing oneself to learn could lead to complications later on. Ningfan nodded and said, Senior sister, I understand this principle. I merely wish to give it a try. I comprehend the adage. One does not turn back until they have hit the southern wall. In the past, I invested 150 spirit stones in a body refinement technique, but after studying it for a while, I found its effects to be rather mediocre, and it cost me a substantial sum. I had no choice but to temporarily abandon it. Hehuan reminisced with a hint of regret about her past experiences. Cultivating body refinement technique strengthens one's physique, deepens one's foundations, and enhances combat prowess, while also increasing the success rate of foundational establishment. This is not a secret. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge in cultivation is aware of it. Many cultivators have attempted to hone their physiques, thereby augmenting their chances of foundational success by 1 or 2 layers. However, the outcome has often been the same. After a period of trial, most choose to give up due to the high resource expenditure and slow results, which yield negligible effects. Seeing this junior brother eager to test the rigidity of the wall, perhaps to ascertain whether the wall is indeed harder than his own head, I decided against dissuading him, allowing him to pursue his own experience. Many who have collided with the wall have bled and ultimately realized that their heads are indeed not harder than the wall. I have a body refinement technique here that I can offer to you for free. Would you be interested? Hehuan proposed, revealing a technique known as the white jade skill, which, upon cultivation, promises to render one's skin as pure as jade and enhance one's beauty significantly. This technique boasts remarkable cosmetic effects. As for the Diamond Sutra, it results in a physique that is exceptionally tall, with pronounced muscles and notably robust joints. Senior sister, may I truly learn this technique? Ningfan expressed his confusion, recalling that many cultivation techniques were accompanied by stipulations during their sale, stating that they could only be learned individually and not imparted to others, often requiring a solemn oath. Should one breach this covenant, the repercussions would include the invasion of malevolent thoughts and intensified tribulations. Indeed, numerous immortal clans and sects impose such conditions when disseminating their skills. However, do you truly believe that individuals regard these stipulations with sincerity? Hehuan scoffed, remarking that some nearing the end of their lifespans would hardly concern themselves with such so-called oaths. Certain cultivators possess the ability to pierce the veil of the soul and directly extract memories. The majority of these techniques are relatively affordable, lacking exorbitance, as they hold little significance. Hearing this, Ningfan was instantly rendered speechless. Indeed, there lies a kernel of truth in these words. Some cultivators, with vast prospects ahead, may concern themselves with the contracts of inner demons and the heavenly path. However, the majority of practitioners, whose futures are rather mundane, tend to disregard such oaths. As for those whose lifespans are nearly extinguished, they care even less for these so-called poisonous vows. Many cultivation techniques, in truth, hold little value. For instance, is it impossible to reach the Golden Core realm without a Golden Core technique? Absolutely not. One could very well devise corresponding techniques independently. It is merely that, due to limited time and narrow horizons, these self-created methods may not measure up to the refined Golden Core techniques forged through countless trials. Some techniques are exceedingly profound. Even with meticulous guidance, one may still struggle to grasp them. While techniques may lack intrinsic worth, the resources expended throughout the cultivation process are substantial. Hehuan remarked, rummaging through her storage pouch before retrieving a book and tossing it over. The cover bore the inscription White Jade Technique. You need not venture outside to procure anything. Simply cultivate this text of mine. Ningfan nodded slightly. Is there anything better you could recommend? It's wise to compare options. What type do you require? My talents are rather average, yet I believe my comprehension is commendable. I seek a body refinement technique that demands minimal resources, fosters rapid cultivation, and establishes a solid foundation. Haha, do you expect the impossible? You get what you pay for. To desire a strong foundation while investing little is a fanciful notion. However, since I find myself with some leisure, I may assist you, Yu Lianer said, acknowledging her role as the senior apprentice and feeling inclined to provide guidance to her junior. Hearing this, Ningfan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them rose and departed, making their way towards the outer gate hall. Soon, they beheld a magnificent edifice within which several outer disciples and elders were busily engaged. They were exchanging techniques and comparing spells. The treatment afforded to the miscellaneous disciples was starkly different from that of the outer disciples. Miscellaneous disciples received merely a few manuals on techniques, leaving them to learn independently. Whether they succeeded or failed hinged entirely on their own capabilities. Those with sufficient wealth might seek guidance from some of the more experienced seniors. In contrast, the outer disciples enjoyed significantly enhanced privileges. They had the opportunity to consult the elders on a regular basis, who would generously offer their insights. Most of the outer elders possessed a cultivation level of Qi refinement, 7th stage, and were typically advanced in age, with little hope of establishing a foundation, nonetheless. They were rich in experience. Elder Zhao, may I ask for your assistance? Yu Lianer approached one of the elders and directly inquired, then glanced at Ningfan. Ningfan instantly comprehended the situation and retrieved a talisman of golden essence, presenting it to Elder Zhao. Upon receiving it, Elder Zhao's face flickered with surprise, and he carefully stored it away. If I can be of assistance, I shall do my utmost. However, should the peril prove excessive, it would be prudent to refrain. He continued, my junior disciple seeks a body refinement technique, primarily aimed at tempering the physical form. His innate talent is rather mediocre, possessing only a low-grade spiritual root. Yet his comprehension is commendable. Ideally, he would benefit from a method that requires minimal resources while accommodating a higher level of understanding. Please, allow me a moment to search. Elder Zhao began his quest within the library, which housed an extensive array of techniques, predominantly focused on Qi cultivation, with a lesser selection dedicated to body refinement. Nonetheless, even the latter was abundant. Throughout the ages, the Hehuan Sect had produced countless foundation-building cultivators, purple mansion practitioners, golden core alchemists, and even nascent soul masters. Many had endeavored to create their own techniques. While numerous attempts ended in failure, a significant number achieved success, leading to a rich accumulation of knowledge within the library. As Elder Zhao perused the texts, he indeed uncovered several promising volumes. The thunder body refinement technique harnesses the power of thunder to forge the physical body, allowing the practitioner to condense a single thunder pattern at the first level. 2 patterns signify the second level, and 4 patterns denote the third level. With continuous advancement, the number of thunder patterns increases, thereby enhancing combat prowess. Upon condensing 365 thunder patterns, one can achieve a 5th-tier precious body, comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. Elder Zhao elaborated. Hearing this, Ningfan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. Such high-level techniques, such formidable methods, lay here so carelessly. Aha, old Zhao. One ought to be more sincere in their dealings. Yu Lianer remarked, as for the other matters, I am not well versed, but I am acquainted with this technique. In its early stages, it merely involves simple lightning, yet in the later stages, it requires thunderstones. The difficulty escalates as one progresses. In our sect, there was once an elder who cultivated to the 5th-tier body. As for others, few have managed to reach the 4th-tier body. Legends say that this elder's success in achieving the 5th-tier body was due to possessing a thunderous physique, naturally attuned to lightning, which is considered a unique constitution. However, as for my junior brother, I have examined him, and he is merely an ordinary cultivator with a common constitution, ill-suited for this path. Then allow me to select another. Elder Zhao responded. Then let it be the star transformation scripture. By nightfall, it can directly channel the celestial power of the stars to refine the physical body. No special source is required, although comprehending the celestial energies may require some effort. If one's aptitude is not commendable, they may find it exceedingly difficult to even commence their journey. Yu Lianer added, I have heard of this as well. Only a prodigy has managed to reach the 2nd-tier body, yet upon realizing the arduousness of the path ahead, they found it impossible to advance further and had to turn to other techniques. Furthermore, there exists the Earthly Expanse Sutra, which can directly invoke the power of the earth to temper the physical form, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. There is also the verdant longevity scripture, which, upon cultivation, can extend one's lifespan at each realm, requiring only the absorption of the vitality of flora. Continuously perusing the shelves, she retrieved 7 or 8 tomes on body refinement techniques, boasting grandly, weaving tales of the extraordinary. It seemed that should one succeed in their cultivation, they could rival golden core practitioners, even contend with nascent soul cultivators. Observing the spectacle, Ning Fan voiced his astonishment telepathically. "Senior, is this genuine, or merely exaggerated claims?" Yu Lianer responded in kind, her thoughts echoing in his mind. "Indeed, it is authentic, not mere hyperbole. However, these techniques are not without their flaws. Some demand immense dedication, others necessitate unique physical attributes, and still others require rare resources. While certain methods may lack inherent difficulty, they demand a significant investment of time." Ning Fan immediately comprehended. It was as if one could spend 200 yuan at the library to acquire several advanced mathematics books. The librarian tells you that if you thoroughly grasp these mathematical concepts, you might attain a status comparable to that of Einstein. Did the librarian lie? No, they did not. With diligent study, one could indeed become a top mathematician, a leading figure, rivaling Einstein. The crux of the matter is that 99% of the populace cannot even begin to comprehend, as if they were gazing at an incomprehensible text. Only a select few can manage to make a feeble entry into this realm. Ning Fan pondered deeply as he began to leaf through the pages. However, he found that only the first page was accessible, the second page remained unturnable. After a cursory glance, he inquired of Yu Lianer. Ultimately, he opted for the stellar transformation technique, which required a payment of 1,000 spirit stones. Elder Zhao remarked. Yu Lianer responded, "This price is exceedingly steep. This is not the price I have set, but rather what the sect demands. Just take a look at the sign beside you." Yu Lianer gazed at the sign, choosing silence in response. Ning Fan directly took out some money and made the payment before departing. "Haha, yet another fool," he mused, believing himself to possess a certain level of comprehension and a desire to strive for change. Cultivating one's body is far from a simple endeavor. Once the individual had left, Elder Zhao chuckled softly, ridiculing the person's lack of self-awareness. In youth, many consider themselves the protagonists of their own tales, convinced they can defy fate. It is only upon maturation that they realize they are but side characters, mere scraps in the societal fabric. Once, he too aspired to cultivate his physique, only to squander considerable funds and time, ultimately making little progress and surrendering to defeat. That was merely a martial art of relatively low difficulty. As for the star creation technique, it ranks among the top 5 of all body cultivation methods within the sect. Many talented individuals, undeterred by adversity, earnestly endeavored to master it, only to find themselves battered and bruised. This technique has effectively educated certain prodigies, making them aware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Alas, after some time, they will likely feel the weight of insurmountable challenges and would do well to abandon their efforts. Indeed, body cultivation is significantly more arduous than energy cultivation. If one finds it overly difficult, it may be prudent to relinquish the pursuit. Prior to the age of 60, there remains a glimmer of hope for reaching the 9th level of energy cultivation and establishing a foundation. However, should one surpass 60, the odds diminish considerably. We, practitioners of modest talent, must vie with fate each day, Julian remarked. The probability of establishing a foundation before 60 is at its peak, while it steadily declines thereafter. Ancient texts once recorded the tale of an elder who successfully established a foundation at 78. In the Hehuan Sect, there was also a case of a practitioner succeeding at 75. Yet, such instances represent survivor bias and lack general applicability. "I understand, senior sister." After some further conversation, they returned home. Upon arriving, Ning Fan retrieved a jade talisman. Just moments ago, the talisman had been affixed to the original, directly replicating the pertinent information. As Ning Fan's consciousness perceived, the information on the jade talisman rapidly manifested. The narrative commenced with 18 exquisite illustrations, followed by a detailed description spanning approximately 3,000 words. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one could directly attain the 5th-order divine body. However, this feat proved exceedingly arduous. It was akin to an ant aspiring to evolve into a mighty elephant. Soon, Ning Fan entered a meditative state, embarking on a celestial visualization of the stars. The first step involved envisioning the stars. The second step required establishing a connection between the illusory stars of his imagination and the genuine stars of the tangible world. The third step entailed channeling the celestial energy to descend upon his physical form, refining his corporeal vessel. The fourth step involved the manifestation of celestial patterns upon his body. The first celestial pattern, a nascent mark of initiation, adorned his form. However, as a day elapsed, he felt no trace of celestial power, leading him to suspect that he had stumbled upon a fraudulent technique. It appeared that he was not merely lacking a little, but rather significantly so. Indeed, I am not a prodigy. I am but a pseudo-genius bolstered by external influences. Ning Fan smiled wryly. Once again, he clearly positioned himself. He was neither a genius nor a failure, but simply an ordinary individual. Everything unfolded as anticipated, yet the outcome still brought a tinge of sorrow. The celestial transformation art could not be abandoned. He must persist in his cultivation. With the principle that heaven rewards diligence, any technique could be mastered through relentless effort. The only distinction lay in the duration required. As long as one does not surrender, progress and enhancement are inevitable. To some extent, the notion that heaven rewards hard work is a remarkably formidable gift. Ning Fan smiled. Oftentimes, effort proves to be the most futile endeavor. Even with relentless dedication to certain techniques, if one cannot grasp the fundamentals, then mastery remains unattainable. No amount of exertion can rectify that. Yet, the principle of heaven rewarding diligence alters everything. Moreover, the enhancement of physical cultivation extends my training duration. Recently, Ning Fan has perused ancient texts, gaining a vague understanding of certain mysteries. Talents can be classified into two categories. One pertains to the soul, while the other relates to the body. The soul's talent primarily revolves around spiritual roots. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the swifter the absorption of spiritual energy, thus accelerating the pace of cultivation. The body's talent encompasses special physiques, treasured bodies, endowed bodies, among others. Those possessing unique constitutions not only exhibit formidable combat prowess within the same realm, but also enjoy extended training periods each day. Ordinary Qi refinement practitioners are limited to 2 hours of daily cultivation. Beyond that, their dantian and meridians begin to ache, necessitating a halt for recuperation. Continued practice would result in physical harm. However, those endowed with special constitutions can surpass the 2-hour threshold, extending their training to 3 or even 4 hours. For the average Qi refinement practitioner, 2 hours of cultivation represents an almost insurmountable limit. Yet, with a special constitution, the duration of training can indeed be prolonged. Even if one lacks an innate special physique, cultivating certain body refinement techniques can lead to the development of an acquired unique constitution, rivaling that of those with inherent special talents. Ning Fan pondered deeply. The innate special constitution and the acquired special constitution are, in essence, not vastly different. One is bestowed by the heavens, while the other is achieved through personal endeavor. The body refining technique must be cultivated diligently. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Ning Fan produced a jade talisman and presented it to Qin Xiener. This is the white jade technique, which I conveniently exchanged for. The difficulty of cultivation is relatively low. However, the process will consume one's spiritual energy and consequently slow down the rate of advancement, making it particularly suitable for you. Qin Xiener possesses earth-grade spiritual roots, allowing her to cultivate at an impressive pace. If she does not restrain her speed, she might ascend to the 9th level of Qi refinement in merely 10 years. At that juncture, genuine complications may arise, necessitating a moderation of her growth rate. The body refining technique, during its cultivation, will continuously deplete one's vitality and magical power, thereby decelerating the speed of progression. Yet, as the pace of cultivation slows, the foundation becomes more solid, and combat prowess is significantly enhanced. Once her body refining cultivation reaches a certain threshold, the likelihood of successfully breaking through to foundation establishment will be greatly increased. Thank you, my lord, Qin Xiener exclaimed joyfully, then began to meticulously peruse the information contained within. As she read, her expression gradually shifted. She discerned a resemblance to the Mingyue technique that I cultivate. In fact, one could accurately describe the Mingyue technique as a condensed version of this body refining method. Many of the techniques practiced by mortals are merely simplified adaptations of the body refining methods from the realm of cultivation. Ning Fan nodded, saying, many body refinement cultivation methods are exceedingly difficult, not only for mortals, but also for cultivators. However, once mastered, they offer significant benefits for one's future. Listening to this, Qin Xiener immediately entered seclusion. Time elapsed, and 3 days later, Qin Xiener emerged from her closed-door cultivation. At this moment, The moonlight cascaded upon the ground like flowing water, draping her in a faint silver radiance. She was adorned in a violet dress, its hem reminiscent of ethereal clouds, with her dark hair cascading freely down to her waist. Her stunning and flawless countenance appeared even more serene and refined, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a soft light, akin to the stars in the night sky. She resembled a celestial being bathed in moonlight, exuding an air of ethereality and transcendence. "You have succeeded," he observed. "Indeed, I have only just begun," Qin Sienna replied. At that moment, her appearance remained largely unchanged, yet due to the body refinement technique, she emanated a subtle, otherworldly aura. Her voice was crisp and melodious, like a clear spring flowing. Qin Sienna swiftly advanced a few steps, her gaze meeting his, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fervent passion. The candlelight flickered, adding a touch of gentle luminescence to her exquisite face. The contours of her features were perfectly flawless, a hint of blush gracing her fair cheeks. Ning Fan had yet to grasp the situation when he felt his lips tenderly captured by another. An unexpected ambush, indeed. In that fleeting moment, a subtle fragrance wafted from the corner of his mouth. The distance between the two drew ever closer, their breaths intertwining with a burning intensity, transforming the once tranquil lake into a tapestry of rippling waves. Ning Fan instinctively extended his hand, encircling her slender waist, delicate as willow. The light in his eyes gradually descended, shifting its focus. His other hand altered its course, poised to delve beneath her garments, only to be thwarted by a firm palm. Qin Sienna's elegantly arched brows quivered slightly, her previously serene gaze now shrouded in an endless mist. "This time, I wish to hold you," she declared, boldly initiating a princess carry. Ning Fan was mildly surprised, feeling himself lifted into the air and carried into the room, then gently placed upon the bed. Qin Sienna delicately raised her head, and with a wave of her hand, the sash binding her waist gradually loosened, her garments slipping open to reveal exquisite shoulders. Below lay the full curves of her form, an embodiment of maturity and beauty. A pristine white bodice, immaculate and pure, perfectly cradled the orbs before her, captivating the gaze and drawing it irresistibly. Like a sacred water lily, she whispered, "I desire you. I long for you as well." "Very well," she replied, her eyes growing misty. "But this time, I intend to be on top." As the lights were extinguished, the room was plunged into darkness, where blissful moments unfolded. In the hazy obscurity, infinite beauty blossomed. Time seemed to lose all meaning before the culmination. It felt as though it were all a dream. In the past, she was merely a mortal woman, her happiest days those when her father was alive. But after his passing, everything changed. Never could she have imagined that following her husband would not only bring her a life of comfort, but also awaken her spiritual roots, offering even the prospect of foundation establishment. Am I dreaming? She wondered. A dream where everything is possible, only to vanish upon waking? Qin Sienna rested her hand against his chest, her gaze somewhat lost in reverie. Smack! Smack! Suddenly, she felt a series of sharp impacts on her posterior, accompanied by intense pain. "Do you feel the pain?" "Yes, it hurts intensely." "It is meant to hurt. It proves that this is not a dream, but reality." Ning Fan smiled, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he thought of his father. "In a few days, let us pay a visit to my father's grave and tidy up the resting place," he suggested. Qin Sienna instinctively brushed her fingers across the face of the man before her. The visage of her father began to merge with that of the man, growing increasingly indistinct. 3 days later, the pair departed from the inner city, venturing into the outer district. The outer district bore little change. Airships descended one after another, while spirit farmers boarded these vessels, setting off to cultivate spiritual rice. Children played joyously along the roads, most of them mere mortals. Mothers stood by, keeping a watchful eye on their offspring to prevent them from wandering off. Young people congregated, engaging in light-hearted banter, while others gathered around to go board, some offering advice. Nearby, a few individuals enjoyed libations and feasted on meat, while vendors shouted their wares from stalls lining the streets. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, teeming with the rich essence of life and the worldly spirit. As Ning Fan walked through this lively scene, he felt a profound sense of difference. The outer district was a melting pot of lower-tier cultivators and mortals, where no discrimination existed. Cultivators did not look down upon mortals, nor did mortals overly flatter the cultivators. After all, they were all remnants of society, mere resources at the bottom of the hierarchy, devoid of any notion of superiority. Due to the sect's encouragement of procreation, many families were blessed with children. While laboring in the fields, people took time to relish the joys of life. The vibrancy of this place was palpable. In stark contrast, the inner city housed primarily high-ranking cultivators and exceptionally skilled artisans, all engrossed in their pursuits. The streets were desolate, often devoid of life for long stretches. Many elite cultivators were consumed by training, often without children. Their daily existence revolved around cultivation and the relentless pursuit of wealth. Striving to establish their foundation before the age of 60, racing against time. The ambience of the outer district was entirely distinct from that of the inner city. My father has been gone for over a decade, Qin Sienna reflected. I wish to see him once more. She continued, let us burn some paper offerings for him. Agreed. He replied. They departed for the outskirts, soon arriving at a mountain range. At its base lay a series of graves. After walking a distance, they came upon a particular tomb. Qin Sienna retrieved offerings, placing them reverently before her father's grave, her heart heavy with sorrow, yet her tears remained at bay. The deceased were beyond reach, while the living must continue their journey. Those who lived did not exist merely for the sake of the departed, but for their own lives. As the paper money ignited, flames danced fiercely, and smoke swirled around them, marking the conclusion of their tribute. Dear husband, do you realize? Qin Sienna spoke softly. These graves will endure for at most a century. After that, they will be leveled once more, overrun by wild grass, and perhaps lost to time. Take heart. Ning Fan replied gently. Ning Fan remarked, we must live in the present. As long as one can establish a foundation, one could live for 240 years. If one ascends to the Purple Mansion, their lifespan could extend to a remarkable 500 years. Living is the essence of everything. It is the key to a bright future. Qin Sienna nodded and replied, suddenly, I am reminded of my mother. When she was young, she treated me well. However, after my father's death, her kindness diminished. And she sold me to the Red Dust Pavilion, where I encountered you. Her voice quivered with a mix of nostalgia and anger. Yet it was laced with a profound yearning. I wish to see my mother once more, to tell her that I am thriving now, living a life of ease and freedom. I want to ask her if she regrets selling me. Wealth and honor should return to one's hometown, to flaunt before fellow villagers. Such a reunion would bring unparalleled joy. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed as they arrived at the door. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing not her mother, but a stranger. Who are you? Who are you looking for? The stranger inquired, their gaze tinged with caution. This was once Qin Bei's home. Why do you reside here? Qin Sienna questioned. I have lived here for 9 years, the stranger replied. The previous occupants vacated long ago, and I am unaware of the specifics. You may inquire at the nearby Disciples' Hall for more information. Qin Sienna, taken aback, made her way to the Disciples' Hall. There, she found the elder in charge, a man in his 80s with white hair and the cultivation of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. I seek information regarding number 82, lane 72, Qin Sienna stated, handing over 20 spirit stones. The elder, despite his age, respectfully responded, Sister, please hold on for a moment while I check. The Disciples' Hall maintained comprehensive records, and within a mere quarter of an hour, he retrieved the pertinent information. 25 years ago, Qin Bei perished from spirit insect poisoning. His wife remarried shortly thereafter, becoming a concubine to a Qi refinement practitioner. As for their daughter, she entered the Red Dust Pavilion. If fortune smiles upon her, she may become a concubine to a certain practitioner. If fate is unkind, she may face a fate of being a mere commodity. The elder added, in our Harmony sect, only practitioners are deemed worthy of being called human. Regardless of prowess, even the greatest martial masters are relegated to the status of goods. Should the wives or concubines of practitioners lose their support, they are left with 2 choices, to remarry another practitioner or to return to the realm of mortals. Over time, even mortals grow reluctant to return to their former lives. Where is Qin Bei's wife? Qin Sienna inquired. She resides at number 75, lane 83, with a 4th layer Qi refinement practitioner and mid-tier talisman maker named Luo Hai. Luo Hai possesses average talent and has little hope of establishing a foundation. Even reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement seems a distant dream. His only aspiration is to bear several sons or daughters, hoping one might possess spiritual roots. Every parent wishes for their child to soar to greatness, and perhaps a talented daughter could defy fate. After this exchange, Ning Fan and Qin Sienna departed once more. Upon arriving at number 75, however, Qin Sienna felt a wave of trepidation wash over her as they approached the entrance. Ning Fan stepped forward and said, Allow me to take the lead. He approached the door and knocked with a firm, yet measured rhythm. After a brief moment, A delicate young woman opened the door, her voice soft and gentle. "How may I address you, esteemed senior? I wish to see Luo Hai. Please wait a moment," she replied, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged talisman master appeared. Despite the passage of time, he still bore an air of youthfulness and handsomeness, though hints of age subtly lingered beneath the surface. Clearly, he had seen many years. "What is your name, fellow cultivator, and what brings you here?" Luo Hai inquired. "I am in search of someone named Bai Ziyun." Ning Fan pondered, considering various reasons and excuses, but ultimately deemed them unnecessary. It was best to speak plainly. Currently, he was a high-ranking talisman master, at the pinnacle of the fourth layer of Qi refinement, with wealth in his pockets and exceptional skills to his name, marking him as a promising talent. He spoke with confidence, unencumbered by the need for pretense. "Bai Ziyun?" Luo Hai exclaimed, slightly taken aback. "Who is she? I do not recall anyone by that name." He rubbed his chin, lost in contemplation. Ning Fan remarked, "I have investigated in the servants' hall. Over a decade ago, she became your concubine. Pray tell, where is she now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hai felt a flicker of anger and was inclined to refuse to respond. However, this cultivator, merely in his 30s, had already attained the fourth level of Qi refinement. He was no ordinary practitioner. Such individuals could only be nurtured within esteemed families of great renown. It would be prudent not to offend him. Within the confines of the immortal city, there exist explicit regulations that also provide for the appropriate treatment of lower-tier cultivators.